Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The year 1970, Japan, Tokyo was completely destroyed, smoke was pouring out of burning buildings. People in blue cloaks summoned magic circles in front of them. Holding his hand out in front of him, their leader called on the mages to open fire. A powerful explosion was heard in front of them. When the smoke cleared, they saw a monster in front of them. The man, opening his mouth in fear, said that this could not be because there was not even a scratch on the enemy. A group of tall monsters walked down the street, fires raging behind them. Shaking with fear, the mage said that this was the end. A fireball appeared in the monster's paw. Suddenly, a wave of energy crashed down on him. The people covered their heads with their hands, resisting the blast wave. They looked forward to see what was happening. The man in the black cloak raised his hand, his body was engulfed in a blue aura. Smiles appeared on the mages' faces. Looking back, the guy with white hair praised them for their efforts. The people closed their eyes, tears welling up in their eyes. The stranger opened his mouth wide and called for them to retreat, for it was his turn to join the fight. The mages rushed back. Adjusting his cap, the mage asked if they were really going to leave all the monsters to one man. His comrade asked if he didn't know that the progenitor of magic, the strongest mage of all, was in front of them. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and asked if this was really Minato. His friend confirmed it, wiping away his tears. There was smoke behind the strongest mage, and ash was flying above him. The monsters surrounded him from all sides. One of them swung its fiery paw. The boy hit him in the face, declaring that it was too late. A bright flash appeared in his hand. A powerful wave of purple energy fell upon the enemies. Flames engulfed the monsters' bodies. The young man playfully beckoned to them with his hand. The light coming from his hands illuminated the faces of the monsters. One day, a large number of monsters were discovered all over the world. They were marching menacingly through the streets of the city. People called this phenomenon a disaster. The military fired at the monster with machine guns, but these monsters were impossible to defeat with human weapons. However, at the same time as these creatures appeared, people discovered their ability to use magic. It was the only way to fight enemies. Magic circles appeared in front of the young guys. The war between monsters and people lasted 10 years and continues to this day. Magicians use spells to defeat demonic beasts. The progenitor of magic stood in a cloud of smoke and dust. Without him, the first and most powerful magician, saving the world would be impossible. Flames engulfed the bodies of enemies around him. A bright glow attracted the attention of the protagonist. In the sky was the leader of the monsters, a girl with pink hair and wings. Frowning, Minato realized that in front of him was a first-rank devil. Looking at the sky, he felt an oppressive atmosphere and a very strong force. The monster with a stone in its forehead looked up. Wiping his chin, the guy thought that there were too many wounded in his ranks. The devil approached him closely. Jumping to the side, the young man was able to avoid a bright wave of fire. A powerful attack passed him by. Grinning, the progenitor of magic, that the monster of the 14th rank suddenly decided to go ahead. A magic circle appeared in front of the open mouth of the monster. Rays emanated from it, shimmering with different colors. Putting his hand in front of him, the protagonist realized that the enemy was using the synthesis of magic of the 6 elements. A stone wall covered with tree branches appeared in front of him. A powerful wave of energy crashed into it. Gritting his teeth, Minato tried to resist such an incredible force. Under the pressure of energy, the stone wall collapsed. Seeing this, the guy opened his mouth in amazement. A fiery explosion was heard in the sky above the city. The boy's body fell down. He managed to regroup in mid-air. Eventually, the progenitor of magic landed on his feet, blood running down his cheek. A devil appeared in front of him, engulfed in dark energy. Squinting, the protagonist realized that he was facing a very powerful monster and that victory would not come so easily. Numerous bright lightning bolts appeared around the monster. Opening his mouth, Minato said that he had no choice. A cluster of blue energy appeared behind him. 2 streams of incredible power collided with each other. Summoning several magic circles in front of his hand, the boy thought that in magic, strength is determined by rank. Rank is determined by the number of magic circles. They surrounded the owner from all sides. Finding himself under a dome of magic circles, the boy thought that 14 was the highest number of ranks that the creature standing in front of him could use. The boy raised his hand. Frowning menacingly, he thought that he could use 15 ranks. His hand struck the ground with force. A bright flash lit up the city. Rank 15 meant a clear space. Energy overwhelmed the girl who controlled the monster. Lightning appeared in the air. In just a moment, a wasteland formed in the city. The head of the monster with a stone in its forehead disintegrated into multicolored particles. The progenitor of magic fell to the ground. Looking at the sky, he thought that the boss was defeated and the catastrophe was stopped, but his magical powers were completely exhausted. Smiling, the protagonist thought that dying as the strongest magician was a pretty good death and that his life was good. Minato closed his eyes. His body lay motionless under the bright rays of the sun. The soul left his chest. It rose into the air, light particles flew around it. At the same time, the spirit went somewhere. It flew over the city. Under it was a multi-story building. The soul descended to the body of a man in a hospital bed. Energy entered him. A fire flared up in the boy's chest. Suddenly, the glow disappeared. The patient's hand trembled. The boy jumped out of bed. Looking at his hands, the young man wondered how he managed to survive if all his magic was used up. Looking around the ward, he tried to understand how this could have happened. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what was going on here. Pointing to his reflection in the mirror, Minato asked who he was. There was a sign with the patient's name on the hospital bed. The doctor and nurse entered the ward, announcing their appearance. The boy looked around in surprise. The man removed the bandages from his neck. The doctors' mouths opened in shock because they could not believe their eyes. There were no wounds on the patient's body at all. The doctor was shocked that he was in critical condition after the accident, but had already fully recovered and assumed that he was healed by holy magic. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy realized that the healing happened automatically. The nurse helped him put on his shirt. The main character said that he had run out of magic power. The man asked in surprise what they were talking about. Hearing that it was due to a battle with monsters during the disaster, the doctors looked at each other with concern. Leaning towards the patient, the doctor asked him to state his name and what year it was. Raising his eyebrows, Minato said his name and said that it was now 1970. Sitting down on the chair next to him, the man realized that the consequences of the accident had caused him to lose his memory. Clasping his hands together, the doctor said his real name and that it was now 2022. Hearing this, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. Seeing the serious expression on the man's face, he realized that this was not a lie. There was a TV on the table. The young man was surprised that it was so thin and that the image was so clear. Next to the TV was a calendar with the date. Seeing the tablet in the nurse's hands, the main character tried to understand what kind of small device it was and thought that he had never seen anything like it. Minato looked down in confusion and realized that he had indeed traveled to the future. Raising his hand, the doctor said that humans had put an end to the disaster 50 years ago and that it had not happened again since then. The boy looked at him and asked what about monsters, and the man replied that there was peace now and that monsters existed, but there were very few of them. The boy widened his eyes and wondered if it was really true that the world had become peaceful. He closed his eyes and thought that this was very good. The progenitor of magic had died during a battle with the devil, at which point the strongest mage had summoned many magic circles around himself. Frowning, the doctor explained that this man had sacrificed himself to save the world during the great global disaster 50 years ago, so the patient could not possibly be him. Pursing his lips, the protagonist imagined his past incarnation and realized that he had been reborn in the boy's body after his death, but he could not explain how exactly this had happened. A few weeks later, the sun hung over the apartment building. Minato entered the apartment. Looking around, the boy realized that this was the residence of the previous owner of his body. Looking at the tablet with documents, the young man learned that his parents had died a long time ago. The woman put her hand on the shoulder of the child who was adopted by a foster family. Since high school, he had to live alone. A schoolboy walking down the street with his eyes downcast. Looking at the checkbook, the protagonist realized that the previous owner of his body lived off the inheritance of his blood parents. Falling onto the bed, Minato thought that the magic of transmigration of souls does not exist, which means that his reincarnation is God's providence or a consequence of chance. In his hands was a student card. On the blue stripe was the inscription Academy of Divine Magic. The guy thought that in his era, people did not have the opportunity to open such an educational institution. Getting up from the bed, he decided that this was quite interesting. The phone in the bag standing by the bed vibrated. Taking it in his hands, the young man saw that someone had called him, but did not understand how to use it. Squinting, the protagonist decided that now it did not matter. Minato threw the phone aside. The phone fell to the floor. An angry message from Tadano appeared on the screen, calling on his classmate to return to the academy. The students gathered in front of a huge castle. Entering the courtyard, the boy was surprised that this was the Academy of Divine Magic. Smiling, he was glad that not only children could attend the school. Squinting, the young man thought that this was very good. The boy with green hair summoned a magic circle in his hand. A small fireball hit the mannequin. The student tried to understand what kind of magic it was. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what kind of power it was. The blonde put his hand forward. The bodies of the people passing by were covered in a thin aura. Clutching his head, Minato thought that disappointment must have its limit. Leaning over, he thought that this could not be, because these people made up less than a tenth of the advanced magicians of his time. He did not believe that these guys, as magicians, would be enough. Lowering his head, the guy walked forward, thinking that this must be one of the negative sides of establishing peace, because this is how degradation occurs. The sign outside the classroom reads second class. Thinking that this was his seat, the boy pushed his chair back. Sitting down at his desk, the student thought that it was as interesting as if he had managed to travel back in time and asked if he had any comrades. Someone was behind him. Putting his hands in his pockets, Tadano asked how his classmate dared to ignore his message. Looking back, the protagonist asked who he was. The boy's eyes widened in anger. Knocking over the chair with his foot, the bully asked if he had really been forgotten. Pointing his finger at his classmate, the student insulted him. Raising his index finger and remembering the phone, Minato said that he remembered it and assumed that it was his comrade. Extending his hand, the boy asked him to do what all friends do. The boy happily shook his hand. Raising his hand, the bully said that his classmate had mixed something up. Grabbing him by the collar, the student demanded that he give him all the money since he had left a decent inheritance from his parents. Raising his eyebrows, the student realized that the previous owner of this body was being bullied. The classmate swung his fist to punish him for his insolent behavior. A girl with blue hair entered the classroom and greeted everyone. Her entire body was glowing. A smile was shining on her face. A badge was hanging on the collar of her jacket. Her skirt was above the knees. Tadano blushed, looking at her. Frowning, he promised to deal with his classmate later. After that, the bully walked out the door. Information about a global great catastrophe was written on the green board. The teacher invited the students to talk about it. Standing in front of the board, the man said that this was the last catastrophe in the history of mankind. The world was filled with monsters, everyone was in despair, but the progenitor of magic was different. A pillar of bright energy appeared in front of him. The teacher explained that a great mage fought monsters alone and died right after defeating a high-ranking demon. The girl looked at the board carefully. Since then, no disasters have occurred. The man asked who the person who saved the entire world was. The student raised her hand to answer this question. Smiling, Mizuha said that he was the only survivor and the first mage of the disaster, in whose honor the Divine Magic Academy was founded. Her eyes sparkled. The teacher confirmed that the progenitor of magic was the only survivor of the first disaster and the first person to awaken to magic. Raising his hand in front of the class, the man added that the academy was built for the sake of such mages graduating one after another, and asked the students not to forget about the greatest mage in all of history. Trembling, the protagonist mentally asked those present not to embarrass him so much. Covering his eyes with his hands, Minato thought that he would not have come here if he knew that he would be subjected to such torture. Squinting, he remembered the doctor's words and thought that magicians had become weaker because peace had reigned in the world. The boy looked at the birds outside the window. Smiling, the young man was glad that everything had turned out this way. Looking back, the teacher said that their lesson for today was over and that tomorrow there would be an assessment of magical power. Placing his hand on the table in front of his classmate, Tadano said that looking at his insignificant powers would be a great pleasure. Raising one eyebrow in confusion, the student thought that the bully was simply very bored and that it was not worth wasting time talking to him. The protagonist headed for the exit. The young man wondered if he was really as talentless as his parents. Looking after his classmate, Tadano and his henchmen left. Looking back, Minato called him a loser. Menacingly clenching his fist, the bully asked who he was to be so rude to him. After casting the spell, flames shot out of his hand. The students opened their mouths in fear, and the blonde boy asked if his classmate really wanted to use magic in the classroom. Sending a wave of fire forward, the boy wished death on his classmate. The young man stood motionless as the other children scattered. Mizuha rushed to protect her classmate. The fireball approached the student's face. A powerful explosion was heard in the classroom. The students closed their eyes, resisting the blinding light. Frowning, the girl could not believe that her classmate actually used magic because of some verbal conflict. Seeing the fallen chairs and desks in front of her, she declared that the damage was not worth it. Pointing his finger forward, Tadano said that he was not guilty of anything and that he was provoked. Smoke was pouring out of the classroom. The children looked at the rising cloud of smoke. Behind it, the silhouette of a man was visible. The protagonist was safe and sound. Mizuha raised her eyebrows in surprise. Minato scratched his head, amazed at what just happened. The bully's mouth dropped open in disbelief, unable to believe that his magic had not left a single scratch on his opponent. The boy frowned sternly, thinking that a first-tier level magic power could be defended against with a simple barrier, and that he didn't even have to use magic. Tadano raised his hands in fear when his classmate stated that he was being lenient only because he was a child. The boy looked down at him and said that children needed to be punished. The bully narrowed his eyes intently, and his henchmen trembled. There was an incredibly strong aura behind the student. A bright flash lit up the students' faces. Looking at the blue particles, they realized that they couldn't move. The girl looked to the side, trying to understand what kind of magic this was and what was happening here. The protagonist took a step forward. Tadano trembled. Minato raised his hand in front of him. The boy's mouth fell open in fear. Bursting into the classroom, the teacher asked what the noise was and who used magic. The boy looked at him when he was asked for an explanation. He sighed heavily. Smiling, the young man said that nothing happened in the classroom and assumed that someone used magic outside. Hearing that no one used magic in the schoolyard, the student raised his hand and said that perhaps the students outside the institution used magic on their own accord because they wanted to feel like magicians. The teacher asked about the smoke. The protagonist pointed to the window and said that it was blown in from the street. The man thought that his student could not be lying and believed him. Putting his index finger forward, the teacher said that he would go look for the culprit and asked the students to go home. Minato waved his hand at him, deciding that he did not want to disturb anyone, so he needed to act quietly. Mizua frowned in disbelief. Tadano gritted his teeth, cursing his classmate who headed for the exit. Looking down, the boy thought that the level of the academy students was overwhelmingly low, and wondered if modern magicians were able to defeat the monsters left behind by the disaster. Walking down the corridor, he decided to check the surroundings and look for monsters. Night had fallen, Shibuya was completely destroyed. The youth rose into the air in front of the full moon. The student landed on the roof of the building. Looking down, the protagonist thought that the old city had changed completely. He pushed off the magic circle. Minato rushed forward. Waves of green energy flew around him. The guy did not feel the supernatural powers of the monsters and wondered why the police were patrolling the area despite the fact that the entire city was in ruins. Raising his eyebrows, the young man felt the presence of a monster. Crouching on the edge of the roof, he felt the energy of a person. Using magic, the student pushed off the roof and went on. The monsters hung over the trembling woman. They bared their fangs and growled. The protagonist landed in front of the defenseless girl. The monster swung its clawed paw. Spikes jumped out of the ground, pierced the bodies of demonic beasts. Their corpses fell to the ground. Minato looked back. Tears appeared in the eyes of the stranger. Seeing the badge on her chest, the guy realized that she was from the police. Turning away, the young man asked her to be more vigilant. Raising her eyebrows, the woman apologized and thanked the savior. A magic circle appeared under the student's feet. The girl looked after the stranger who had disappeared. Putting her hand to her chin, she wondered who it could be and assumed that it was a mage of outstanding abilities. She was surprised that the unknown person did not use any spells. Lowering his collar, the protagonist thought that hiding his face was a good decision because he should not stand out right after reincarnation. Keeping a calm expression on his face, he realized that the level of the police had decreased to such a degree that even a magical beast of such a low rank could kill them. If even the police could not kill a monster in such a situation, then what would happen to the students? Lowering his gaze, Minato realized that the mages had weakened greatly. The guy tensely pursed his lips. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Looking at the sky, the young man realized that even in this era, people needed his power. Running over the city with the help of magic circles, the student thought that the first thing he should do was exterminate all the monsters in the area. Pointing at the unusual device, the teacher announced that today they had a magical power assessment scheduled. Looking at the students, the man explained that they needed to properly measure their magical power and find out what element they possess, because if they wanted to practice magic professionally, they should not underestimate the importance of this matter. The protagonist, with his mouth open in amazement, could not believe that they would not be able to assess power without this device. Wiping his forehead, Minato thought that the feeling of magical power was the basis of all magic. Approaching him, Mizua asked him to step aside with her to talk. The other students looked around, surprised that she was talking to their classmate. Frowning, the girl introduced herself as the second daughter of a family of aristocratic magicians. The guy, raising his eyebrows in confusion, asked what this meant. Spreading her arms, the student was surprised that her classmate did not know that her family was at the head of the four-element aristocratic magicians. Imagining a curly-haired girl in a dress, the young man thought that there was no such thing in his time and that he did not know the last name of his classmate. The student narrowed his eyes. Seeing the blue aura around Mizua, the protagonist thought that her level of magical power was too meager for the heiress of a family of outstanding magicians. Frowning sternly, the girl wondered why her classmate did not appreciate the one with whom he was lucky enough to talk. Gritting his teeth, Tadano was angry that an outcast was talking to his classmate. Scratching the back of his head, Minato asked what business the noble lady from a family of magicians had approached him about. Closing her eyes and placing her hand on her chest, the student tried to maintain her dignity as the daughter of an aristocratic family of magicians. Frowning, she thought that there must be a reason for her comrade being hit by a magical blow but not being harmed at all. Mizua crossed her arms and said that she wanted to talk about what happened yesterday. The teacher asked the remaining students to go to the ability evaluation. The boy smiled widely and walked towards the machine. The girl barely smirked, thinking that she would be able to understand his strength after the evaluation. Summoning a clod of energy in his hand, Tadano declared that it was his turn. He touched the huge crystal. A flame ignited inside it. The system voice announced that the student's magic power level was 1000, and his element was fire. Clenching his fist happily, the bully realized that his level had increased since last time. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy thought that the numerical standard in this time was the same as 50 years ago. Mizua stepped forward when she was called, her body covered in a blue aura. She put her hand to the crystal. Drops of water appeared inside it. The system voice announced that her magic power level was 2000 and her element was water. The other students and even the teacher opened their mouths in surprise. Winking, Tadano said that they had the highest rates among this year's students, which meant that they had every chance of becoming excellent magicians. The girl proudly adjusted her hair. The classmates happily looked forward. The student said that his friend was a natural bearer of fire magic. The girl admired her friend. With his mouth open in bewilderment, the protagonist could not believe that the level, which in his time was slightly higher than the beginner's rate, was considered the highest among all the students. Grinning, Mizua proudly thought that this was the true power of her lineage. Turning away from her, Minato thought that he could no longer look at her smug face. Hearing his name, the guy shuddered. As he walked towards the device, the students looked at each other. Someone said that he always had the worst results. The blonde added that his grades on academic tests were always good, unlike his magical abilities. Tadano smirked, thinking that his classmate was about to embarrass himself in front of Mizua. Looking at her friend, the girl wanted to quickly find out the level of his magical power, thinking that it could not be higher than hers. The young man stopped in front of the device. Looking at it tensely, he thought about whether he should once again attract attention to himself or whether he should cheat. His classmates watched him from the side. The student put his hand to the crystal. Multicolored energy sparkled around him. A bright flash lit up the room. Smiling, the protagonist decided to show all his power, wanting to know if this device could measure the magic of the great saint. The students saw an incredibly powerful accumulation of energy in front of them. A bright light rose into the sky and illuminated the entire castle. The girl sitting at the desk at that moment shuddered. The young man lying on the bench felt this energy. Mizua asked what was happening, her eyes wide in surprise. The numbers on the counter were changing at a furious speed. A crack appeared along the crystal. A pillar of light burst out of the castle straight into the sky. The crystal was radiating a huge amount of energy. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in front of the students. The boys covered their faces with their hands, resisting the blinding light. The student opened his mouth in shock, noticing that the crystal had cracked. The fragments rose into the air along with multicolored energy. Standing in the middle of a cloud of dust and ash, the protagonist was surprised that the device had broken, although he had not even strained himself to the fullest. Looking back at the battered students, Minato wondered if there was anyone among them who had sensed his power and if they actually had the makings of a mage. Approaching the students sitting on the floor, the teacher asked if everyone was okay. The girls replied that they were fine. Approaching the boy, the man asked if he was okay. The boy replied that he was lucky, despite being at the epicenter of the explosion. Looking at the wreckage of the device, the teacher said that it was the first time he saw a measuring device break and assumed that it had some kind of defect. Putting his hand to his chin, the teacher wondered what they should do now, since he still had not managed to find out the level of magical power and element of his student. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, the student asked what the problem was. The man explained that they were planning on holding a class in which the students would be divided into groups to learn combat, so first they needed to evaluate their abilities. Tadano was wiping his neck with a towel. The teacher asked if they could accept a classmate into their team. The bully and his henchmen looked at the boy with disdain. A smirk appeared on his face. Standing up, the boy said that they would be happy to take him in. The teacher said that he always knew that he could be relied on. Approaching his classmate, Tadano said that he would look forward to it. The old city of Shibuya was in ruins. Monsters still inhabited the places that were heavily damaged during the global catastrophe. A magical beast was walking down the street. Shibuya was currently abandoned, and the police and magicians regularly exterminated the creatures that lived here. The teacher was explaining something to the students. Looking to the side, the man said that the students of the academy should also provide the police with the necessary assistance. Most of the monsters had already been killed by professional magicians, so the children could rest easy because there weren't that many monsters left here. Standing among the other students, the protagonist was surprised that the academy was holding classes with real battles and wondered if the students would be able to defeat at least a group of monsters, even if they worked together. Looking around, Minato realized that this was the place where he had been last night. The monster was sitting in a dark room. The guy thought that he had exterminated all the monsters, but magic could still be felt here. The magical beast opened its mouth. There were no signs of a catastrophe, but for some reason these creatures continued to appear. Smiling, the girl invited her friend to compete. The student said that she would not lose this time. The young man was surprised that they were so careless, despite the fact that the lesson involved a real battle. He sighed heavily. Mizua turned around and looked at him. The teacher waved his hand and suggested starting a real combat lesson and asked the students to act in teams. Someone called out to the student in front. The protagonist leaned against the wall of a ruined house. Grinning maliciously, Tadano said that no one would bother them now. The bully assumed that his classmate was acting this way because he was kind to himself and said that there would be no mercy this time. Minato shook himself off. The guy said that if his friend didn't like something, he could just ignore him. The student shouted that no one gave him the floor. Pulling his hand back, Tadano asked why Mizuo was paying attention to such a weak person. The young man raised his eyebrows in confusion. The student pointed his index finger up and asked if his bully really liked their classmate. The bully clenched his teeth furiously. The protagonist looked back. After casting the spell and summoning a fireball in his hand, the boy stated that the boy had signed his own death warrant. Minato asked him to stop. Tadano said that it was too late to apologize now. The boy asked him to turn around, holding a magic circle of fire in front of him. The bully said that such a trick would not work on him. Hearing a strange sound, the boy looked back. Behind him stood a huge monster shrouded in dark energy. The boys opened their mouths in fear because they could not believe it. Seeing the powerful aura of the monster in front of them, they asked what was happening. The monster spread its sharp claws. The student asked how the Devil's Guard could end up in Shibuya. The henchman asked in horror if their friend could handle him. Pointing at himself, Tadano said that for him it was easy peasy. A wave of fire burst out of his hand. The flames hit the monster in the chest. The bully wiped the sweat from his chin and declared that he was done. His friends were very happy about it. The smoke cleared. It turned out that there was not a scratch left on the monster. Noticing this, the boy smiled tensely. Standing behind him, the protagonist thought that with a first-rank Devil Guard, there was no way to win. The monster took a step forward. The students shook with fear. Tadano fell to the ground. The shadow of the monster loomed over them. The bully thought that they were about to be killed. Tears poured from his eyes. His pants became wet. The Devil Guard pounced on him, swinging his paw. Suddenly, something made him stop. Minato was standing in front of him. His expression was completely calm. The monster remembered how a wave of energy pierced his body and how blood splashed into the air. The monster flew into the air and bounced off the children. Stepping forward, the boy said that it was so obvious that even a Devil Guard could understand it. The boy put his hands in his pockets and declared that the monster had realized who was strong here. The monster looked ahead. A bright aura raged behind his enemy. His clawed paws shook. Magic circles appeared above the head of the Devil Guard who was chanting. The student summoned a red magic circle in front of him. Smiling nervously, Tadano declared that their first-rank classmate would not win and that they would end. Using 2 ranks, the monster used Rock Break and threw a huge rock forward. The projectile almost reached the students. The protagonist smiled. A first-rank fire arrow flew out to meet the rock. Flames rushed forward. It completely engulfed the boulder. An explosion was heard and the enemy's projectile split into many fragments. A flash illuminated the monster. An explosion of fiery energy thundered. The students covered their faces with their hands in fear while their classmates stood motionless. The students opened their eyes to see what had happened. The destroyed ground was on fire. Frowning, Tadano couldn't believe that his classmate had just killed a Devil Guard. His hands shook with anger. Taking a step forward, Minato thought that only his first rank could kill the monster. Looking at the purple crystal lying on the ground, he decided that the presence of Devil Guards was extraordinary. After all, these creatures were exterminated 50 years ago. Frowning, the boy wondered if this was an omen of another disaster that was approaching faster than he could think. Monsters were attacking peaceful citizens. A little girl was sitting on the road and crying. Someone was bending over the body of a dead comrade. The young man looked down. His hands trembled. Looking at the sky, the student decided that even if a disaster occurred again, he would do everything to save everyone. The bully clenched his fist. His henchmen couldn't believe that their classmate had just killed a Devil Guard. Their friend punched the wall. Tadano gritted his teeth in anger. Mizuo was standing around the corner, pressed against the house. The girl used first-tier magic, summoning water discs that cut off the paws of the magical beast. Her comrades' mouths opened in admiration, because that was what they expected from her. Closing her eyes, the student wondered how anyone could be surprised by such a level of magic. She was worried about ordinary people. Smugly crossing her arms over her chest, she thought that she did have talent after all. A group of bullies stood next to the protagonist. Tadano spread his arms in front of him. Mizuo frowned. Waving her hand to her friends, the girl said that she needed to step away for a minute. Noticing how the bullies went around the corner, the student realized that they were bullying her classmate and that she couldn't let that happen. She peeked out from around the corner. Something made her mouth open in surprise. Seeing the Devil Guard, the student hid around the corner again. Mizuo pressed her hand to her chest, realizing that she couldn't handle him by herself. Her hand started shaking. Rushing forward, the girl decided to help her friends as the heiress of an aristocratic family. Putting her hand out in front of her, the student called on her classmates to run. A wave of fire passed her by. Seeing a bright explosion, she covered her eyes with her hands. Ash fell from the sky. Stone fragments fell in front of the protagonist. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the student wondered what just happened, because before that, her classmate had no aptitude for magic. Remembering how her classmate timidly lowered his gaze, and seeing that he was confident now, Mizuho thought that he was a completely different person. Opening her mouth tensely, she realized that her classmate had not even cast a spell, and was surprised that he managed to defeat a first-rank devil guard. The level of a monster's power is determined by the number of crystals it has, and its place in the hierarchy is also determined by it. Demons stand one after another. In 6th place were magical beasts, they had 1 crystal in their forehead. In 5th place were magical guardians, who had an additional crystal in their chest. In 4th place were demons, who had 1 crystal in their chest and 2 on their shoulders. In 3rd place were supreme demons with 4 crystals on their bodies, and in 2nd place were demons with 5 stones. In 1st place was Satan, there were 6 crystals on the monster's body. His eyes lit up. Each creature has a fixed number of active ranks. This is something that all modern magicians should know. The young man summoned a fiery projectile in front of him. Peeking out from around the corner, the girl thought that in order to defeat the Devil's Guard, you need to have at least the 3rd rank, and with the 1st it should be impossible. The protagonist took a step forward, the student hid around the corner. The student frowned and asked herself why she was hiding. Minato walked past. Without turning around, he said that his friend had a very good hobby, peeping. Putting her hand on the wall, Mizuho asked how he managed to find out. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that it would be strange if the magician did not notice. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Closing his eyes, the young man asked if his classmate could not feel the magic power. Looking after him, the girl's mouth fell open in surprise. Running after him, she asked him to stop. Frowning, the student asked him to explain what it meant. There was no one around the corner of the house. The student looked at his friend from the roof of the house. He sighed in relief and scratched his cheek. Looking to the side, the protagonist decided to check for monsters. His eyes turned purple. 5 sources of dark energy were visible in the city. There were no more devil guards here, but there were magical beasts. Looking ahead, Minato doubted that the students would cope with them if Tadano's level was considered excellent. Deciding to reduce the number of monsters in the vicinity of Shibuya Station, the guy lit up with light energy. 2 magic circles appeared in his hands. They emitted a bright light. 2nd-rank magical projectiles burst out of the circles and went in different directions. The beams flew over the city. The blonde pointed at them and asked what it was. His comrade said that it was someone's magic. Looking at the sky, Mizuho was surprised by such an amount of energy. Magic beasts surrounded the students. The children realized that they would not be able to cope with such a number of opponents. The monster pounced on the girl. His fangs were about to reach their target, but suddenly, a powerful wave of energy cut off his head. The student fell to the ground. Her friend ran up to her and asked if everything was okay. Looking at the magical projectiles hitting different areas of the city, the young man thought that things were going well. There was a smile on his face. The beams pierced the bodies of the monsters. Sweat ran down the student's tense face. The projectiles flew back and forth, destroying enemies in their path. The body of the monster, cut in half, lay on the ground. Next to it lay the corpses of its brethren. The protagonist thought that he overdid it. A haze appeared over the dead magical beasts. Grabbing his head, Minato realized that he had killed almost all the monsters. Lowering his hand, he thought that he should have killed the force. After all, it was meant as a lesson. The guy rose into the sky above the city. Looking to the side, the young man made sure that there was no one here. The student landed in an alley, standing by the corpse of the magical beast. The boy thought that there was no need to hide his power to the extreme, but if it attracted attention, it would cause him inconvenience. The teacher and the students examined the dead monster. Rising to his feet, the man was surprised that there was a whole flock of monsters left here. Looking at the corpse, the teacher thought that the creature was killed in one blow and that this was the work of a person of proper skill. Looking deeper into the alley, the teacher realized that he had never encountered magic that created such an innumerable number of projectiles without the use of elements. Crossing his arms over his chest, he decided that without this magic, they would be in terrible danger because the students would not be able to cope with so many enemies. With their mouths open in shock, the students asked why there were so many magical beasts here, because they could have been killed. Bowing, the man apologized to them. Gritting his teeth, the teacher said that the police should have been the ones to kill the pack and that the academy should have made sure of it. He felt sorry that the children were in danger. The students looked at each other with displeasure. The girl asked with tears in her eyes who saved them. Putting her hand to her chin, the teacher answered that he did not know. The student said that she wanted to thank him. Thoughtfully looking away, the man thought that it was unlikely that it was someone from the police or official mages, and assumed that it was an outlaw mage. Smiling, the teacher decided that in any case, this unknown person could only be thanked for saving them. The protagonist smiled. Standing in the middle of the destroyed city, the students discussed the magic they had just seen. Looking ahead, Minato realized that no one was hurt. Tadano frowned angrily. He and his henchmen were looking at the back of their classmate. The guy thought that, unfortunately, they were also not hurt. Mizua thought with a stern frown that her classmate had killed a first-rank devil guard. Remembering her surprised face, she wondered if that huge amount of magic was also his doing. Imagining how she had looked at the sky in shock some time ago, the student thought that her classmate couldn't possibly have fire elemental magic and non-elemental magic, because no student could have both types of magic. Smiling and fixing her hair, Mizua decided that it couldn't be, and that non-elemental magic must have been used by someone else. Looking after her classmate, the girl wondered who he was to be able to defeat a devil guard. The youth walked forward silently. The blonde boy, with his mouth wide open in surprise, suggested that those laser-like things were also used by their classmate, but his friend said that it couldn't be. Raising his hand, the student protested, reminding him that the class outcast had just finished off a devil guard. Gritting his teeth, Tadano urged him to shut up and promised to finish him off if he didn't. The boys furrowed their brows in fear. The bully raised his hand, saying that there was no way their classmate could be that strong, and suggested that there was definitely something wrong. The blonde boy crossed his arms and agreed, and his friend suggested that the boy was doing something weird. Frowning furiously, the boy said that the outcast was not playing fair and promised to rip off his mask. After school, the student was walking down the street of the city. A crowd of academy students appeared in front of him. Tadano arrived from the other side. The bully looked at his classmate with disdain and asked if he was waiting for them. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the protagonist asked if they shouldn't practice their magic instead. Frowning, the student said that the outcast talked too much for someone who lied a lot. Minato looked at him and asked what that meant. Pointing a finger at him, the boy urged him not to pretend and said that he would never believe that a quiet person could use such magic. The boy's mouth fell open in confusion. He lowered his head and sighed, realizing that there was no point in trying to talk to them. Turning away, Tadano called him over. Crossing his arms over his chest, the bully expressed a desire to praise him for not running away. Spreading his arms, the boy explained that there was no need to run. Swinging his fist, the student urged him not to pretend that he could do whatever he wanted. Stating that magic was useless in a fight, the student aimed his fist at his classmate. He found himself right in the protagonist's face. The students began to throw punches one after another. Tadano smirked and said that his opponent couldn't do anything without magic. The bully furrowed his brows and said that the outcast didn't even have to try to apologize because he would be finished. His fists hit the protective barrier that was set up in front of Minato. Green waves were traveling through the barrier from the blows, and Minato thought that his magic would activate automatically so he wouldn't be left with any wounds. Standing calmly in his place, the boy thought that maybe he should pretend to be hit. The students were beating up their classmate, and someone asked what they were doing. Mizua crossed her arms menacingly. Hearing her, Tadano stopped and looked back. The bully smiled nervously and said that they were just having fun. The girl approached them and said that she knew that the boys were bullying her classmate. She asked, sternly knitting her brows, if it wasn't shameful for the students of the Magic Academy to bully him. The boy backed away in fear. Gritting his teeth, he thought that it was because of the outcast that his classmate was outraged at him. Grabbing the main character by the hand, the student suggested that they leave here. Tadano opened his mouth in shock, seeing that they had joined hands. Despair was visible in his eyes. The bully repeated the same phrase about how the quiet one was to blame for everything. His henchmen opened their mouths in amazement. Having shouted this phrase once again, the boy raised his hand and began to chant a spell. Minato raised his eyebrows indifferently. Having summoned a magic circle in their hands, the bullies decided to kill him. Looking back, Mizua asked what they were going to do. Flames burst out of the magic circles. The girl extended her hand to her comrade, asking him to be careful. A bright explosion of energy was heard in front of him. The student covered her face with her hands and screamed. Tadano smirked and said that after that, there was no way to cheat. The blonde man asked if that was a good idea, his brows furrowed in fear since the boy could really die. The bully replied that they had nothing to be afraid of. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that they had simply accidentally used magic outside of school. It had gotten out of control, and the boy had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. A voice from the rising cloud of smoke said that their mischief was going beyond all bounds. The student, standing still, explained that he hadn't paid attention to it before because he had considered it childish behavior. He looked at the boys from under his brows and said that only a club could correct stubborn people. The protagonist looked up and said that it was time for discipline, with a shocked Mizua sitting behind him. Tadano, his mouth hanging open, asked how the boy could still be alive after using so much magic. The girl looked at her friend in confusion. Minato, his brows furrowed, said that his classmate had not only put him in danger, but also the girl. With an angry expression, the bully said that it was all their fault because they shouldn't have looked down on him. He summoned a magic circle in front of him and shouted that he would attack until his opponent died. The boy raised his index finger. A small magic circle appeared in front of him. The boys grinned, laughed, and asked why it was so small. They shouted that this time the enemy would definitely die and sent waves of fire towards him. The boy, his mouth hanging open, used a magic drain. Long vines sprouted from the magic circle on the tip of his finger. The branches shot forward. They wrapped themselves around the confused students. Their bodies immediately went limp and their legs went numb. The magic circle and vines started glowing. The boys were lying on the ground unconscious. Squatting down next to Tadano, the protagonist thought that he had only sucked out a little magic and it had already dried up, and hoped that now the bullies would at least come to their senses a little. Mizua's eyes widened in surprise and she wondered what kind of magic that was, what had just happened, and why her classmates had fainted. Minato threw his bag over his shoulder. Getting to her feet, the girl asked him to stop. Frowning, she asked what kind of magic that was. Putting her hand out in front of her, the student asked what that magic did. Raising her index finger, the girl asked if her classmate had ever mastered magic before that day. Clenching her fist, the student asked who he even was. The boy looked away tensely, thinking that it would be very troublesome to explain. Closing his eyes, the boy stated that she should have said something else. Nizua hugged her shoulder and blushed, thanking him for saving her. Putting her hand on her chest, she asked her comrade to answer her questions. Noticing that he had disappeared, the girl closed her eyes and asked displeasedly where her friend had gone. Night had fallen, and a full moon hung over the old city of Shibuya. The student bounced off the green magic circle. The protagonist landed on the edge of the roof of a tall building. His eyes were closed, and a blue aura was flying around. Seeing the magical beast and the devil guard on the ground, Minato realized that the monsters they had exterminated during the day had been resurrected, and wondered what this all meant. Looking ahead, the guy thought that if this situation was only with Shibuya, then he alone would be enough. But the monster's magic was felt in other places as well. Apparently the police simply did not have time to deal with all the monsters. The policewoman was shaking with fear. Remembering how Tadano had summoned a magic circle in front of him, the young man decided that the level of modern magicians could hardly be called high. Squatting down, the student realized that he would not be able to defeat all the demons in Japan alone and that he needed to take some urgent measures. Jumping from the roof onto the green magic circle, the protagonist decided to act prudently so as not to attract unnecessary attention and simply clear the area around. The magic projectiles he summoned went down towards the city streets. Bright rays split the magic stones on the monsters' heads. Walking down the street, the man said that he had gotten very drunk today. Behind him stood a magical beast. The monster opened its mouth to devour its victim. Minato pounced on him to protect the townsman. The drunk stranger looked back. The guy pushed the monster's body away and hid around the corner. The man thought he had just imagined the sounds. Peeking out from around the corner, the young man realized that the civilian hadn't noticed anything. Using magic, he rose into the air. Someone was filming it on a phone. Smiling, the blonde decided that he had made an excellent video that would definitely hit the top. A preview of the video and an admiring comment appeared on the phone screen. The students were standing in front of the principal's desk. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the teacher said that yesterday they were informed that the academy students had used magic outside the school. If this was true, then they couldn't ignore this issue. The main character was absolutely calm. Mizuo was standing next to him. They were asked to explain what really happened. Tadano gritted his teeth in displeasure. Pointing at the bully stated that they had not used magic and that it was their classmate who had started the fight. Minato gaped in confusion, wondering how this man could lie so easily. Looking at the man, the boy thought that he would not be able to remain silent and that he had no choice but to explain himself. When someone said that all of these words were lies, the students' mouths dropped open in surprise. The girl frowned angrily. Opening her mouth wide in anger, she screamed that it was the bully and his friends who had bullied her classmate and that they were the ones who had started using magic first. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the teacher asked if this meant that the boy had used magic too. Raising her hand in front of her, the student stated that it was self-defense and that her friend had done nothing wrong. The boy's eyes widened in shock at her words. Tadano spread his arms and wanted to say that they had done nothing, but Mizuo urged him to be quiet. Turning to him, the girl called his mockery unthinkable and asked if he wasn't ashamed to shift responsibility for his actions onto an innocent person. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the bully said that their classmate was completely out of line with the academy's standards and suggested that he be expelled. Throwing a stern look at him, the student replied that he was the one who didn't fit the academy. Leaning towards her and smirking, the guy said that he had the best results in the entire course and that no one else could stand up to the girl. When the classmate took a step forward, Mizuo backed away and asked what they were talking about. Smiling madly, Tadano asked her to think clearly, because a person like their classmate would not be able to protect her. The bully asked her to be his girlfriend, tears welling up in his eyes. Looking away, the student stated that he could only continue to dream. The boy's mouth fell open in shock, his eyes turning white. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl explained that she would not date a man who enjoyed bullying, was prone to cruelty, and chose the most inappropriate moment to confess. These barbed phrases threw the boy back. Tadano fell to the floor. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that his appearance evoked nothing but pity. The principal clasped his hands, realizing that the fault lay with the bully and his friends, and that the boy only used magic in self-defense. Raising his eyebrows, the old man declared that the academy did not need people who used magic for selfish desires, so they would be expelled. With their mouths open in fear, the students asked how this could happen if they were simply following their friend's instructions. Looking at the other students, the teacher said that they were free to go and apologized to them. There was a sign on the wall that said Principal's Office. As they walked down the hallway, an angry Mizuha said that she hadn't felt such indignation in a long time and that it was really low of their classmates. The protagonist asked what would happen to them when they were expelled. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that they couldn't become mages and that they deserved it. Standing in front of her classmate and placing her hands on her hips, the student asked him how he could just remain silent after everything that was said about him. Minato thought he was about to object, but his friend did it faster. The guy frowned. Throwing a tense look at him, Mizuha asked what was wrong. Scratching his chin, the boy thought that this wasn't the first time she had helped him out. A memory of the girl rushing to his aid appeared in his head. In another memory, the girl was standing around the corner. The student frowned as she stood in the principal's office. She had helped her classmate in class during the real battle lesson. And now, smiling, the student called her amazingly good. Mizuha blushed in embarrassment. Putting her hands on her cheeks and turning away, the girl asked him to never say that again and said that she would go ahead. The protagonist watched her go with a smile on his face. Putting his hand on his chest, he thought that he had reincarnated in the body of the dead boy and wondered if the student had decided to die because of bullying or if it was a normal car accident. Looking up, Minato realized that he would never know. Looking out the window, the boy thought that retribution had been meted out and the bullies had received their punishment. The people standing in front of the principal's desk asked if someone had used magic outside the academy and someone had been involved in it. The old man confirmed this with his hands clasped together and added that fortunately no civilians were hurt. The blue-haired girl facing him asked why they were called then. The man explained that one of the students involved was Mizuha. Turning away, the stranger said that she understood the situation and thanked the principal for reporting it. Placing his hands under his chin, he asked to greet her father in front of him. Clenching his fist, the girl asked him to remain calm and stated that her father was still interested in investing in the academy. As they left the office, the boy explained that if all this was true then Minato had incredible strength. His girlfriend said that fighting several mages was a very thankless task that required quite impressive strength. Walking down the hallway side by side, they discussed the fact that the boy could be stronger than themselves. The stranger said that she was very interested in him. The other students looked at them with admiration. The boy asked what they should do. The girl decided that they needed to find out the level of this student's power, her hair covering her eyes. Frowning, Ruka added that she also needed to decide whether her sister would leave the school or not. Grinning, Ryuji said that it sounded interesting. Resting his head on the desk, the protagonist pondered the permanence of peace in the world. The students were watching a video on the phone, which showed a mage in black. Raising his head, Minato imagined a man with a skull on his head and thought that it was someone from the magical aristocracy. Sighing, he thought that he did not care. The phone screen showed a guy in a hood. Entering the classroom, the teacher called out to him. The students approached him. The man said that now there will be a re-evaluation of the magical powers of those who could not pass it earlier. Mizuha looked at her friend. Clenching her fist, the girl thought that she would finally know his real strength. The students opened their mouths in shock when they saw something. In front of the girl stood her sister along with her classmate. The student frowned tensely, wondering why Ruka came to such a place. Mizui glanced at Kusanagi and assumed that her sister came to look at him. Soon, Kusanagi himself approached the mana meter while the examiner was announcing him. The protagonist was a little nervous. Last time he broke everything, so now he needs to keep an eye on the strength. Then he put his hand on the crystal. Then he covered himself in mana and began to pour it into the crystal. The numbers on the meter immediately began to change. When Kusanagi ran out of breath, the examiner asked him about his condition. The teacher then turned around and said that this time the assessment was successful. Mizui frowned slightly when the teacher announced that Minato had no elements. Ryuji chuckled when he heard this. After that, the teacher announced Minato's mana amount, which was 100. Many students immediately began to discuss Minato, saying that this was the worst result among the students. Ryujin sighed. Seeing such results, he could not believe that Minato was the one who beat the gang. Ruka abruptly turned around and told the guy to go with her. The guys standing to the side began to mock Minato, saying that he was very tired just from the evaluation. The teacher approached the guy and told him not to pay much attention to it. Mizui, who was standing to the side, frowned. She understood that this was too strange, because Minato's real strength was such that he was able to cope with the magical guardian, especially since he should have the element of fire. Mizui looked at Minato and tried to understand how he adjusted the amount of his mana. The protagonist at this time tiredly rubbed his forehead. He was happy because the result was perfect this time. Adjusting his suit, Minato thought that adjusting his magic power was quite tiring. After a while, walking with Mizui, the protagonist asked her why she was at the evaluation point. Suddenly, someone blocked their path, ordering them to stop. It turned out to be Ruka and Ryujin. Minato, being uninterested, asked their identities. Ruka stepped forward and introduced himself, and Ryujin, being indifferent, the protagonist asked her what business they came to him for. Approaching, Ruka said that there were no complaints about him. Mizui, hearing this, shuddered. Approaching her younger sister, Ruka asked her if she really could not do anything against the criminals. After she frowned when she did not receive an answer and said that she also heard how she was saved by a young man whose strength was equal to 100 points. Worriedly, Mizui confirmed the veracity of the data. Ruka frowned, asking if she was inferior to her in studies, sports, and magic. The girl became worried when she heard her sister's question. She felt constrained by invisible mana when her sister told her to leave the academy. Ruka involuntarily remembered how she always surpassed her younger sister in studies. Even in sparring, she always defeated her. She even surpassed her in the amount of mana and the quality of her magic. Ruka always turned away from her sister after another victory. Standing in front of her sister, Ruka said that she was not fit to be a mage, and if she was the only one from their family to become a mage, that would be enough. Mizui worriedly tried to object, but Ruka looked at her with disdain and told her to listen to what she was saying. Mizui heard this and trembled and could not hold back her tears. Ruka, however, showed no pity and asked if she understood her. The girl squeezed the hem of her skirt. Then she lowered her head. Minato suddenly intervened, saying that it was very arrogant. Ruka looked at the guy with disdain, asking what he just said. The protagonist smiled, telling Ruka that she was leading a non-stop monologue without giving the interlocutor a chance to speak. That was arrogance. Looking at the guy, Ruka said that it was a family conversation and the words of an outsider meant nothing. Minato smirked, saying that it was not a conversation, but rather an order. Ruka suddenly screamed in anger hearing his words. The protagonist stopped smiling and told the girl to stop imposing her way of life on others, because there was no reasonable basis for this, even if she was a family member. Ruka smiled, saying that her sister had no talent for magic and she had never achieved her defeat. Mizui, crying, mentally agreed with her sister's words. She remembered how she herself smiled, saying that she was talented. She always looked at others with disdain, telling herself that she had the necessary qualities. She tried to convince herself of this. Now Mizui bowed her head and cried, realizing that she had never won against her sister. Suddenly, the protagonist smiled and said that Mizui would win. The girl involuntarily looked at the guy, no longer sad. Ruka was angry at his words. The protagonist raised his hand and said that maybe not right here and now, but later, after he suggested having a duel in 2 weeks. Ruka calmed down a little, asking if it would be a magical duel of 2 against 2. Minato listened, smiling as Ruka asked him if he thought about running away after all this impudence. Ryujin grinned, approaching the girl. The protagonist did not retreat and said that he was ready to participate. Then he looked at Mizui and asked what she was going to do. Mizui became very worried, looking at the guy. Then she pursed her lips, and suddenly the girl screamed, expressing her willingness to participate. Minato smiled, saying that everything was now decided. Then he looked at Ruka and said that if they win, they will no longer interfere in matters that are not their business. Ruka, hearing him, smiled and said that if they win, Mizua will leave the academy. Then she turned around abruptly without even saying goodbye, unlike Ryujin. The events take us outside on a sunny day. The protagonist stood with Mizua on the roof, listening to the girl's request. The girl, putting her hand to her chest, asked Minato to become her mentor. Hearing her, the guy sighed. He expected something different when he was called to the roof. Trying to get out of it, the guy reminded him that he is the weakest mage and his magical power is only 100. Mizua, being calm, told him that he is hiding his power. The protagonist was slightly taken aback when he heard her. The girl said, slightly worried, that it was because he knew a way to become stronger that he agreed to a deal with her sister. Minato looked away, thinking that people like her always see everything in black or white, so she provoked him to fight. Mizui suddenly bowed, starting to beg him to become her mentor. Minato sighed and agreed. Hearing his consent, Mizui straightened up. The girl happily listened as Minato told her to listen and do what he said. The protagonist smiled, looking at Mizui. He could not refuse when the girl asked him so ardently. Turning around, Minato told the girl that they would start today, and when he was already thinking about a place for training. Mizui, slightly embarrassed, offered to conduct training at her house. The events take us to Mizui's house. Looking around, the protagonist noted that the girl's house was very huge. While warming up, Mizui suddenly thought about bringing a boy home for the first time. Afterwards, she turned away abruptly, trying to convince herself that there was nothing strange about it. Minato stopped looking around and said that it was time for them to start. Mizuhi, confused, asked Minato why he called her by her name. The protagonist, slightly puzzled, said that her family had the same last name, so he called her by her name. Mizuhi was slightly saddened to hear it. The protagonist, seeing this, suggested calling her by another name if she was not satisfied, but Mizuhi immediately objected. Hearing her, the protagonist smiled, deciding to start. Approaching the girl, the protagonist asked her to answer what magical power is. Mizuhi smiled, saying that it is the internal energy of the body necessary for handling magic. After the protagonist asked her about the spell, and she said with a smile on her face that it was a program that automatically converted magical power into magic, Minato asked her if it was possible to increase magical power with the help of intent. Mizuhi, without stopping smiling, said that it was impossible because the limit of the amount of magical power is determined from birth and at a certain age its growth stops. After Mizuhi's answer, she smugly asked if her answer was flawless. Minato, expressing indifference, called her answers wrong. Mizuhi, almost crying, asked how this was possible. Slightly saddened, the protagonist thought he could not believe that modern magicians are so ignorant. After he raised his hand, he told Mizuhi that magical power exists not only in bodies, but also in nature, and the spell in any case has an auxiliary function, and increasing magical power with the help of intent is quite possible. Mizuhi started screaming, saying that it couldn't be, because if it were so, the science of magic had reached other heights. Minato closed his eyes and said that maybe she didn't believe him now, but he would explain the things they had talked about anyway. Standing behind the crouching girl, Minato told her to let the magic power flow. As she felt it, she needed to say it. Mizuhi looked at Minato and asked if it was possible to feel it. He answered her by saying that if she couldn't feel it, she wouldn't be able to become stronger. After saying that, the protagonist put his hand on the girl's back. Then he enveloped himself and the girl in mana. A moment later, he suddenly released even more mana. His mana filled the entire area. Mizuhi suddenly screamed, feeling something. When she looked at the protagonist, he said that it was the perception of magic. Lightly shaking his shoulder, Mizuhi asked if this was what was under the sensation of magic. The protagonist straightened up and said that this was exactly it, because if she could sense, she would be able to detect and see the magical power of natural objects. The girl smiled, saying that she could handle everything. Standing behind her, Minato thought that everything worked out only after the flow of magical power, and it seemed that Mizuhi really had no talent for magic. Events take us a week ahead. Mizuhi indignantly screamed, saying that nothing was working. Minato was sad. After a whole week of serious practice, the girl still had not figured out the basics of magic. Mizuhi looked at the guy when he said that he would direct the magical flow again. After that, he again put his hand on her back. After a while, the girl opened her eye. Her eye widened in shock. She screamed, saying that she could already see everything. She was glad to see particles of magical power in the air. Looking at her hand, Mizuhi could not believe that she could see mana. Afterwards, she looked at Minato, intending to see his mana. But after looking closely, she did not see a huge amount of mana and tried to understand why his mana was so unnoticeable. The guy embarrassed the girl by praising her. The protagonist imagined the ways of using the spell and said that after she learned to perceive mana, she needed to learn to control it, and it was very important to monitor the amount of mana used. Minato extended his finger, saying that her main task was to use mana as efficiently as possible. For starters, if she spent all her mana, then over time it would be restored, and its amount would increase. The guy looked at the sky and said that since she learned to perceive mana, there should be no problems with control. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and asked what was different from the generally accepted knowledge of magic, but if she could not believe it. Suddenly, Mizuhi interrupted him, saying that she completely trusted the guy. Minato smiled, deciding to move on to the next stage, and told Mizuhi to get ready for battle. Then he took off his suit and ordered the girl to attack him. She immediately jumped to the side, deciding to show everything she was capable of. A moment later, she formed water discs, which immediately rushed to Minato. He formed a barrier and easily blocked them. Mizuhi was surprised at how easily her magic was destroyed. Dispelling the barrier, the guy said that it was a non-elemental magical barrier. If she could not break it, then she would not be able to defeat Ruka. Mizuhi immediately formed another magical barrier, saying that for her it was nonsense. Blocking her attacks, Minato told her not to stop moving, because if you stop fighting a mage, then she lost. Mizuhi stretched out her hand, forming another magic circle. Soon she fell to the ground completely exhausted. Minato put a blanket on her body, saying that it was his turn. Minato started to stand up, telling the girl that if she learned to control mana, she would not need to cast spells. After that, he formed fire magic and showed how the girl herself uses magic, after which he himself used the same magic, but in his own way. Mizuhi looked at the guy and assumed that her mana was dissipating. Looking at Mizui, the protagonist confirmed this and said that magic can be used without casting spells if she can control mana. The girl started to stand up, surprised by this. The protagonist stood in front of her and suggested that she try to shorten the spells first, and then, when she learns to control mana, she will be able to completely abandon spells. Mizui slightly bowed her head and asked if she would become stronger. The protagonist immediately turned around and answered her, saying that everything was exactly like that, and they should already begin. Minato extended his hand, telling Mizui to act as if she was on the verge of death. The girl was very scared seeing the state of the guy. When she fell to the ground, Minato reminded her that they would have to do this every day. Events take us to Harajuku. Minato, wrapped in a cloak, thought that even here there are monsters, and no matter how much you exterminate them, there will not become less. Feeling something, he looked back. There he saw a huge monster walking towards the girl. He immediately rushed towards them, and in one blow he cut off the monster's head. Standing on the monster, the protagonist asked the girl if she was okay. She did not answer, immediately took out her phone and started filming. But she could not film Minato. He immediately jumped up. He put on the hood indignantly. He did not think that the girl would immediately start filming him without even thanking. Moving through the air, Minato decided to put on a mask next time. Events take us to the morning of the next day. Mizua fell to the ground again. She was trying to catch her breath after an exhausting workout. The protagonist standing in front of her thought that there were only a few days left until the competition, and although there was progress, it was not that impressive. Looking at the girl, the guy understood that she was losing in everything. Mizua pursed her lips when the protagonist said that she could give up. She, barely getting up, said that she was always compared to her sister, and without surpassing her, she had already given up a lot. Mizua screamed sharply, saying that she would never give up magic because of her. Minato, being calm, said that at this rate she would not be able to win. Mizua, screaming, asked Minato to be even tougher. Hearing her, the guy smiled and said that in that case he would not hold back. The girl smiled and stood in a stance. The protagonist began to explain to her the process of the spell, after which Mizua again began to attack Minato, and when the evening came, the protagonist had to carry the tired girl. The events take us to the next day. Minato smiled, praising Mizui for a successful attempt. Mizui fell to the ground, rejoicing in her success. The protagonist smiled, praising the girl. She only smiled upon hearing him. The events take us to the day of the magic competition. The protagonist looked into the distance and was slightly surprised not to recognize the identity of the person. A crowd of people crowded in front of them. Many reporters asked to tell them a few words about the upcoming duel. The protagonist walked with Mizui and was interested in what was happening. She explained, telling him that her family's battle naturally aroused people's interest. Minato glanced to the side, assuming that all this was because of the eminence of the magic aristocracy. The events take us to the arena, looking at which Minato asked if it was all too much. Mizui answered him, saying that magical duels happen rarely, which is why it is a whole event. Hearing her answer, Minato glanced at her. Mizui suddenly jumped up when they were asked to go to the arena, but after that, she trembled very nervously. The protagonist only smiled, telling her to do her best. The girl looked at the guy in amazement after his words. After that, she smiled. Then she confidently went to the arena. Walking to the arena, Mizui mentally called Minato an amazing person. Soon she stood in front of her sister. She, being slightly irritated, was surprised that her younger sister did not run away. Mizui frowned, looking at her opponent. Ruka, being calm, asked if she really thought she could win. After that, she crossed her arms over her chest, waiting for an answer. Mizui began to get angry and said that she was completely sure of it. Ruka only smiled sarcastically. Mizui slightly tensed up, realizing that her sister was strong. Looking at her, the girl was even scared to think about the difference in magical power, but she still smiled, deciding not to retreat. Soon, they began to announce the beginning of the magical duel. Mizui and Ruka immediately prepared themselves when the beginning of the fight was announced. The girl immediately stepped back and formed a magic circle. Her sister also began to move and began to chant a spell. Minato, who was watching everything from the side, thought that Ruka was also aware of the simplest tactics, but Mizua got excited and forgot about them. Soon, both sisters pointed their magic circles at each other. Mizua used water disc magic. Ruka also used the same magic. Their discs collided, beginning to oppose each other. The girl covered her face with her hands when water splashed in all directions. But then she was very surprised. She managed to compensate for the strength of the magic power. Ruka, slightly irritated, told her sister that compared to what happened before, she succeeded. Unexpectedly, Mizui was happy about her sister's praise. Ruka, seeing her joy, arrogantly asked what she was happy about. After which she frowned and said that she only made a comparison and it was not praise. Forming magic again, the girl decided to increase the rank. Mizui immediately formed an identical magic. A moment later, Ruka released the second rank water blitz magic. Drops of water rushed towards the target at great speed, and they hit Mizui, forcing her to defend herself. A second later, she flew out of the arena. Minato involuntarily glanced at her. Stopping looking at her, the protagonist thought that if this were a spell reading competition, Mizuhi would win, but her opponent was superior to her. Approaching the edge of the arena, Ruka called Minato insensitive because he did not even help the girl. Minato, looking at Ruka, said that there was no need for this. The girl heard him and frowned. Trembling all over, Mizuha began to get up. Her sister became worried, calling her stupid because she just hit her with second-tier magic. Looking at her sister, Mizuha said that she would not lose to her. Then she stretched out her hand and began to scream, saying that all she had was magic and let her lose in something else, but in magic she would not give in to her. The girl formed a magic circle and read an incredibly short spell. Ruka did the same again using second-tier magic. Their magic began to oppose each other. Mizuha's whole body was trembling. She was not going to give up, but even her will did not allow her not to fall to the ground. Soon after, Ruka began to be declared the winner, and she only closed her eyes. Mizuhi was shaking. She failed to win. Helping her up, Minato thought that it was a competition, the outcome of which depended on the amount of magic used in accordance with the coordination of magical power, which is why she lost. Afterwards, Minato closed his eyes when Ruka told him that now he himself should understand that Mizuhi has no talent. The guy began to stand up, agreeing with Ruka's words. Mizuhi was very sad when the protagonist began to say that she was clumsy. Her understanding of the essence was also poor and her performance was weak. But then he smiled, saying that instead of that, she had perseverance. This greatly surprised Mizuhi, who was sitting on the ground. The protagonist, standing in front of Ruka, said that although Mizuhi lost, he liked people like her. He announced this to everyone with a smile on his face. The girl cried and trembled again after hearing the guy's words. The protagonist stepped forward and said that Mizuho was his student and he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. After his words, the girl began to cry bitterly. Ruka got angry and said that it was a great honor for someone whose magical power was equal to 100. Minato became serious and told the girl that this was the magician who would defeat her. With her head held high and contempt in her eyes, the girl said that this was not the first time the protagonist had spoken arrogantly, after which she said that she would not be the guy's opponent. Ryuji suddenly appeared in the arena, hitting his fist into his palm with a wide smile on his face, saying to himself that he had finally waited for his turn. Ruka, leaving the arena, told Ryuji to finish this as quickly as possible. She didn't have to say anything, having changed places, the guy answered. At this time, the protagonist carried his student in his arms. Having seated her on the stands, he turned to the arena and with a smile on his face told the girl to watch his fight carefully. Okay, Mizuhi answered confusedly, when suddenly she looked at her hand, where the wound had been before, and noticed that her body no longer hurt and the bruises had disappeared. At this time, Minato walked to the arena and said to himself that it would look simple to everyone, so he could not fight at full strength, adding later that the magical power should not be stronger than this indicator, necessarily without elementary, without casting spells. After a short pause, he said to himself that since he would have to do without a magical barrier, a direct hit with magic could kill him. After these thoughts, he smiled maliciously, licked his lips and said to himself that no matter how you look at it, such conditions cannot but make you worry. Standing in the arena, Ryuji extended his hand to his opponent with a smile on his face and shouted loudly that he apologized for not being able to hold back. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist replied that he would be the one holding back then. The students in the stands waved their hands and mockingly shouted for Ryuji to spare his opponent and take it easy. The next second, the guy's body burst into a bright flame, and he was ready for battle. The protagonist was also enveloped in a weak magical glow, and in his head, looking at his opponent, he said that Ryuji's strength indicator was 8,000, adding that under normal circumstances there would be no problem. But now that his strength indicator was 100, one mistake could cost him his life. Both opponents were ready for a fierce fight. A loud cry was heard, announcing that the second duel had begun. Fire magic seals immediately appeared in front of Ryuji, and he shouted that there would be no mercy, after which he began to chant the spell. Accumulating enormous power, he wondered in his head if his opponent had really dealt with a gang of hooligans, adding later that he would now test it with one blow. With sarcasm and disrespect in his eyes, he looked at the protagonist and wondered in his head if he could withstand his strength. Suddenly, a powerful magic attack flew into his head, causing him to scream loudly and fall to the ground. Too late, the protagonist said coldly, standing with his hand outstretched in the shape of a gun. Seeing this, the students in the stands who were rooting for Ryuji were shocked and did not understand if this was really the end. The end, the referee shouted loudly, adding that the victory went to participant Minato. The protagonist stood over his opponent, who was unconscious on the floor. Ruka immediately rushed to his friend, sat on his knees, and said in his head that Ryuji lost consciousness from one blow, adding that she did not even hear Minato chant any spell. What kind of a scam was this? She asked in her head in surprise. Suddenly, Minato, putting his hands in his pocket, walked past the girl and said that he finished quickly as Ruka demanded. Hearing this, the girl was overshadowed by rage. At this time, Mizua jumped up from the stands, her face covered in cold sweat, and she herself said in surprise that it was very cool. Proudly raising her head, Ruka with disdain in her eyes told the protagonist that he, apparently, is worth something. "Are you comparing yourself?" Minato asked coldly, stopping. Hearing this, the girl answered with displeasure that the guy always tries to have the last word for himself. Looking intently at Ruka, the protagonist saw that the girl was enveloped in strong magical energy, and said afterwards that Ruka's power was already equal to 10,000, which meant that she was stronger than Ryuji. A few minutes later, the guys stood opposite each other, preparing for the decisive battle. The judge shouted loudly, announcing that the second competition lineup had been changed, adding afterwards that great hopes were placed on the protagonist's fighting ability. Minato had a slight smile on his face. The judge continued to say that the participant who won this round would determine the team's victory. Ruka had a very tense expression on her face, and she was biting her lip. "The second duel is about to begin," the judge shouted loudly. The protagonist immediately extended his hand and cast a spell, after which a powerful magic projectile burst out of the magic seal. Ruka did not wait either and began casting a spell. With his hand extended, Minato did not stop attacking, saying in his head that now, with his strength indicator equal to 100, the power of his magic is low, so if he does not aim for the head, there will be practically no effect. Ruka covered her head with her hands, defending herself. Suddenly, she seized the moment, sharply extended her hand and powerfully attacked, releasing a powerful water projectile at her opponent. A powerful magical attack hit the protagonist, causing a powerful explosion. Suddenly, what Ruka saw a few seconds later shocked the girl. Drops of cold sweat were running down her face, and she herself said that it was impossible. The protagonist, waving his hand, dispelled the attack of his opponent and was safe and sound. Looking down at the floor, the girl shockedly asked in her head how it was possible that Minato did not have a single wound, after which she said that it looked like the guy did not use magic. Then, what did the protagonist do at all? Ruka wondered. The students in the stands were also very surprised and confused. Looking at the arena, they said that they saw that the girl's attack reached the enemy and Minato did not even get wet. At this time, Mizua, sitting in the stands, holding her hand to her heart, shockedly asked herself in her head what skill her teacher used. "I'll find out what he did," Ruka screamed in her head, then cast a spell and, stretching out her hand, sent many streams of water towards her opponent. The protagonist, without using any magic, began to deftly dodge each stream. Seeing this, the girl was shocked. She screamed with beads of cold sweat on her face, "Is there really no magic in this?" And her opponent is just dodging. Sitting quietly in her place, Mizua tensely said in her head that magic opposes magic, adding that although there is a difference in strength, the protagonist reduces it a little, because if you do not do this, it will obviously be dangerous. Gritting her teeth in rage, Ruka lowered her hands and said in her head that when it comes to the second rank, the speed and mass are different, so it should not be possible for her opponent to dodge, after which she asked if the protagonist even has a sense of fear. She stared intently at her opponent, who stood quietly and looked back at her. In her head, the girl said that the protagonist looked like he was thinking about everything, and this was possible if a person had the ability to sense and track magical power, and for this, perhaps, one must be quite brave. After thinking these thoughts, she suddenly extended her hand and chanted a spell, preparing to attack. When suddenly she decided to use the third rank technique, Azure Splash. From the magic seal in front of her, a huge and incredibly powerful stream of water burst out. All the spectators were shocked by this. Running to the fence, they shouted that Minato would be finished if he got a direct hit. A loud and very strong magical explosion was heard, and water splashed in all directions. Ruka, sitting on her knees and wiping her face from sweat, shouted that her opponent would definitely not dodge this, when suddenly a powerful magical projectile from the protagonist flew into her head. Ruka did not lose consciousness from this. Raising her head, she saw Minato in front of her, who was standing above her with his hand outstretched in the shape of a gun. She immediately noticed that her opponent was unharmed, after which she screamed, asking how this was even possible, asking after how Minato was able to get out. Hearing the question, the protagonist emotionlessly answered that he used a magic drain that absorbs magic and simply passed through the opponent's technique. Hearing this, the girl looked behind Minato and saw that her powerful attack, demolishing even the floor, left a whole path in the middle along which the protagonist passed. She was very surprised and did not know what to say. When suddenly she raised her head and hysterically laughed, asked, "Pass through?" after which she began to laugh again. A few minutes later, she looked at the bright sun in the sky with a warm smile on her face and said that this was a complete defeat for her. After that, the judge loudly shouted that the victory was for the participant Minato, when suddenly the protagonist, turning around, saw his student running towards him. Smiling warmly, he said that they won. Yeah, the girl replied with a warm smile on her face and tears in her eyes. Ruka, rising from her knees, bowed and said that she, as promised, would no longer interfere, adding that the protagonist could now do whatever she wanted. Hearing this, Mizuho was very surprised by such words from her sister. Minato did not answer, only exhaled heavily. Then he suddenly turned around, scratched the back of his head and said that Mizuho's bruises were quite light, adding that it seemed Ruka had given in, unlike him. Hearing this, Ruka's cheeks turned red, and she herself, spreading her arms, screamed that this was not true. Closing his eyes and slightly turning to his interlocutor, Minato said that his student had gained strength in 2 weeks, after which he asked if it was not time to stop being overly caring. After saying that, Mizuho put her hand to her chest and shouted loudly that she would become even stronger, so much so that her sister wouldn't have to worry about her. Slightly lowering her head, Ruka smiled warmly and with slightly red cheeks, replied that she believed. The protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, silently watched as the sisters made up, when suddenly, he felt something very terrible and incredibly powerful. The sky suddenly turned red. A drop of cold sweat ran down Minato's face because he felt foreign magic. Everyone stared at the red glow in the sky. The protagonist said in his head that this was a disaster. At this time, while no one was in the classroom, Tadano, along with his friends, shouted that they needed to quickly clean everyone out. A guy with long blonde hair, holding a textbook in his hands, turned to Tadano and shouted that the protagonist's backpack only contained books. Hearing this, the boy clenched his teeth and screamed in rage that there must be something, otherwise how could Minato use such magic? Suddenly, the boy with long blonde hair backed away in horror and screamed, asking what was going on. Hearing this, Tadano crawled out from under the desk, looked at his friend and asked if he had really found something. Suddenly, horror and fear appeared in his eyes, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face. The 3 boys looked out the huge window, through which a blood-red sky could be seen. Disaster, Tadano screamed with a shaking voice. The boy with short blue hair, backing away, screamed that it couldn't be happening. The protagonist looked at the sky with his mouth open, feeling an ominous magical force. He understood that this was foreign magic. Everyone who was in the arena at that moment looked at the sky, which was painted red. It was a disaster. The students of the academy were in a panic. They were screaming in horror, asking what was happening and if it was a disaster. The main character looked at the sky in horror and asked himself in his head why the disaster had started, and then asked if it was because they were in Shinjuku. After these thoughts, he lowered his head and thoughtfully said to himself that the first disaster had also started here, and then asked if it was a coincidence or, when suddenly huge portals began to appear everywhere, from which huge monsters began to crawl out. They were absolutely horrified. All the students immediately began to run away, screaming loudly. The teacher tried to calm everyone down, asking everyone to maintain composure. Suddenly, a bright light shone. Its source was the magical power of the main character, thanks to which he protected some of the students from the monsters. A green magic seal appeared in front of his mouth, into which he screamed for everyone to calm down. All the students stopped in horror and stared at Minato. Waving his hand, the protagonist calmly informed everyone that only small monsters would appear at the beginning of the disaster, so everything would be fine if they acted soberly. After which he said that everyone needed to evacuate to the gym, adding that moving in groups and isolating themselves was dangerous. After these words, he pointed at the sisters and told them to also seek shelter. Hearing this, Mizuho asked what her teacher would do. Shifting his gaze, Minato replied that he would go save the people left in the school building. Hearing this, the teacher, standing behind him, asked in shock if the student was really going to go alone, adding that it was reckless. Suddenly, Ryuji intervened in the conversation. Waking up and stretching his joints, with a smile on his face, said that he would go too, because if everything was as the protagonist said, then there would be no problems. The teacher was still very excited. After a short pause, he exhaled heavily and with a drop of cold sweat on his face, allowed him to go, but only without heroism. Hearing approval, Ryuji looked at the protagonist and mockingly asked if he would die. Minato spread his arms and shrugged. After that, he approached his student and with a warm smile on his face said that he would go. Mizuho, looking at the teacher, excitedly told him to be careful. Suddenly, Ryuji rushed past the guy, shouting for them to go first. With a sly smile on his face, he said in his head that it would be easy for them to run 100 meters in 10 seconds, and then asked if the main character would make it. Suddenly, looking to the side, he saw Minato running alongside him, with magical seals on his feet. "Let's go first," Minato repeated Ryuji's words, turning to the guy. Seeing this, Ryuji was very surprised, after which, with a drop of sweat on his face, he said that his comrade's speed was impressive. At that very second, he accelerated and shouted that this did not decide anything yet, because he wanted to see the real strength of the main character, and at the same time save everyone. At this time, Minato looked at the school building and saw 58 indicators of magical power in it, saying that perhaps there are people who do not possess magic. After that, he jumped high to the level of the roof of the building. Noticing an open window, he saw that in the corridor and classroom, huge magical beasts were pressing students. Without thinking twice, Minato flew into the window. He extended his hand and used his magic power, which blinded all the students with a bright flash. Having flown into the classroom, he did not stop using his magic power to use it against the monsters that appeared. The students covered their faces in horror in the bright light with which Minato pierced the magical beast that came very close. The protagonist understood that he needed to go around the entire building. Suddenly, a huge monster rushed at him from behind. With a completely cold-blooded face, the guy raised his hand with a magic seal behind his back and used his power to kill the monster. A few minutes later, Ryuji ran up to him, screaming, asking how the situation was. Suddenly, he saw that in the center of the classroom, with his hands on his hips, the protagonist was standing, surrounded by many corpses and blood of recently appeared monsters. In the corner of the classroom were terrified schoolgirls. Minato passed the guy emotionlessly and said that he trusted Ryuji with the evacuation of the rescued people. Suddenly the guy turned around and with a drop of cold sweat on his face called out to the protagonist, saying that it was very dangerous to go alone. But Minato was no longer in the classroom. Ryuji furiously shouted that the protagonist was too fast, when suddenly he scratched his head in confusion and said that he seemed to have become a burden, adding that he had nothing to even object to. Looking at the floor in front of him, he saw many corpses of monsters and said to himself that the protagonist killed a crowd of magical creatures in a few seconds, after which he asked himself who this guy even was. At this time, Minato checked one classroom after another at great speed, saying to himself that if outside the walls you can deal with magical projectiles in one go, then indoors they can hit students, after which he asked himself if there was really nothing left to do but kill monsters at a measured pace with low-level magic. When he encountered a magical beast in the hallway, he extended his hand, which had a magical seal on the end, and used powerful magical power against the monster. After that, he ran into the room where the magical beast was going to kill the students and save the girls. It was the same in the next room, where he destroyed the monster with a powerful magical flow. The saved students fell to their knees with tears in their eyes and thanked the protagonist, who wondered in his head what would happen after saving them, because every time he accompanied the guys to the gym would be a waste of time. Then suddenly it dawned on him. At this time, in another place, Ryuji was killing a magical beast, shouting at the saved student to calm down and taking the others, evacuate. When suddenly the guy next to him pointed his finger into the air in horror, asking what was going on. Looking up, Ryuji saw 3 students above him who were enveloped in green magical energy. Looking at this, the guy asked himself in surprise if this was the work of the main character, asking then what kind of person Minato was. And at this time, the main character looked out the window at his comrade with a wide smile on his face and said to himself that it seemed like things were going well there, adding that he was sure that Ryuji could handle it. When suddenly he felt something was wrong. The girl with long pink hair was backing away with horror and fear in her eyes. Huge magical beasts were coming at her from all sides. The girl leaned against the wall and fell to the floor. Tears appeared in her eyes, and her voice was shaking. Suddenly, she sharply lowered her head and screamed, begging for help. When suddenly everything was blinded by an insanely bright light. Its source was the main character, who destroyed the monsters with his magical power. Jumping to her feet, the girl was very surprised. Like last time, she suddenly said, remembering how just recently the monster in front of her was cut by the same powerful energy. After killing the monsters, Minato suddenly appeared in front of the girl, who immediately asked if the girl he saved was injured. The girl, with her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, recognized the protagonist, after which she asked if Minato had really saved her. Scratching the back of his head, the guy coldly replied that it was so. After that, he gave the girl his hand, who asked in surprise if Minato had really been there back then, during the practical training session. Yes, that was the case, the protagonist replied. The girl stood up, bowed deeply and with tears in her eyes thanked the savior, because the guy had already saved her life twice. With a warm smile on his face, the protagonist told the girl not to worry about it, because it was nothing special. Hearing this, the girl clutched her heart, and her cheeks became even redder from embarrassment. Suddenly, Ryuji came running up to the floor. Sweat was pouring down his face, and he himself, breathing heavily, asked who to save next. The protagonist, seeing his comrade, began to climb the stairs, pointing the girl to Ryuji, after which he ordered her to follow the guy, and then she would be safe, and it was time for him to run. Kusanagi, the girl suddenly called out to the protagonist, holding her heart. A few minutes later, Minato ran at great speed along the next floor and said in his head that he still had a decent number of people who needed help, and there was no time to wait for the police, after which he asked if it was really faster to save. At this time, in the White House, the president, with his hands folded on the table, reported that a disaster had begun at the Academy of Divine Magic. Absolutely all influential people had gathered in a huge conference room. Everyone was shocked. Someone said that the disaster had already happened 50 years ago, which meant that there should not be any more. Someone shouted loudly, asking what they would do now. The president was very calm and cool. Looking at the crowd, he shouted loudly that they were contacting the aristocracy and the Central Department of the Police Department for combating monsters, and the ground self-defense forces had already been prepared. Suddenly, a man sitting nearby shouted that in the case of the disaster, the self-defense forces were only made up of magicians, and they did not have monsters that could fight monsters. Hearing this, the president became very tense. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face, and he himself said in his head that this was the downside of the peaceful situation after the disaster, adding that most of the military spending was spent on defense and international affairs, and the only ones who were fit to fight monsters were the police and the magic aristocracy. After thinking these thoughts, he loudly slammed his fist on the table. Looking at his hand, he continued to say to himself that if what happened 50 years ago were to happen again, then Minato would no longer be with them. At this time, a boy and a girl in formal suits were driving quickly in a car. The girl, sitting behind the wheel, asked in confusion if the disaster had really begun. Yeah, the guy answered calmly, adding that it was unmistakable. Looking at the road, the girl with a drop of cold sweat on her face screamed that nothing had happened for 50 years. Hearing this, the guy answered emotionlessly that it meant that the peaceful situation was temporary, but no problems. There was a sly smile on the guy's face, with which he said that they were there for this. The guys were from the Central Department of the Police Department for combating monsters, and the guy's name was S.H. Chigo, and he was a police inspector. "We'll try," the girl answered, looking out the window. The girl's name was Karen, she was a police officer. They were driving towards the academy at high speed, and several police cars were driving behind them. A helicopter was flying in the sky with a female reporter, who was shouting and telling everyone that a disaster had begun at the Divine Magic Academy. Magical beasts were walking all over the academy, and devil guardians were flying in the air. The reporter was shouting that the sky had turned red, and monsters were appearing one after another. Another female reporter and a cameraman were in the gym. Pointing at the children, she was loudly saying that monsters had suddenly appeared within the walls of the academy, so she and the students evacuated to the gym. At this time, a teacher and several other students were outside, using their magic powers to kill the intruders. The teacher was shouting that they should only attack the magical beasts, adding that they could deal with the monsters if they joined forces. Ordinary citizens were watching the news on their phones, which were broadcasting that the teachers and students were trying their best, but there were so many monsters that it was impossible to leave the academy. One of the guys, watching the news, asked his friend if it was true that this academy was not far from them. At this time, the second guy, looking out the window in horror, screamed in horror. He saw that magical beasts had appeared on the city streets, which were furiously growling at people. Someone was on the roof, watching everything that was happening below. They saw that the city streets were empty, and the devil's guardians were flying out of the academy in all directions. Someone, sitting in schools, watched and laughed at the situation. Old people were sitting at home and, seeing the news on TV, were very scared and excited. At this time, the main character was running at great speed through all the floors of the school, saying in his head that this place was teeming with monsters, adding that, probably, things were already gradually moving towards the second phase. He ran into the classrooms and saved the students who were being attacked by monsters. In his head, he said that the monsters that appeared became stronger as the phases progressed, but at the same time, the number of monsters did not become less. Continuing to use powerful magical energy, killing one monster after another, Minato said that if the boss was not killed, the monsters would continue to appear continuously. Running through the corridors in which many monster corpses lay, he continued to say in his head that the boss only appeared in the last phase, so it was simply necessary to hold out until that moment. There was no emotion on his face, and there was coldness in his eyes. In his head, he said that a disaster was a very troublesome matter. After a while, he used magical power on the saved students, enveloping them in green magical power, lifting them into the air and sending Ruji, and said that he had now saved 20 people, adding that the students were scattered throughout the building, so even saving was difficult. After that, he rushed to run through the corridors again, asking here where he should go next. At this time, Tadano was in one of the offices, using fire magic power, trying to fight off the monsters. Completely exhausted, he fell to the floor, gritting his teeth and saying that it was useless because he could no longer fight back. In front of him and his friend stood the Devil's Guardian, who was enveloped in ominous magical energy. With tears in his eyes, a bully with short blue hair asked why the guard again. Next to him, a guy with long blonde hair was sitting and shouting that he said that they needed to leave. Tadano at this time was punching the floor and shouting that the protagonist would have killed the monster with one blow, after which he asked why he could not do so. Because he was weak, the protagonist firmly answered. Hearing a familiar voice, Tadano was very surprised. Looking up, he saw that the Devil's Guardian in front of them was blown away by an incredibly powerful stream of fire. A few seconds later, the magical attack stopped and nothing remained of the monster except for its legs. The killer of the Guardian was Minato, whose face was emotionless. After saving the 3 bullies, he turned around and started to walk away. Tadano was shaking with rage. Gritting his teeth, he screamed in his head that the protagonist saved them again. Jumping up, he rushed towards the savior, screaming for him to stop. Catching up with the guy, he, drenched in sweat, shouted in confusion, asking why the protagonist saved them, because Minato should hate them. Turning slightly, Minato coldly replied that he helped because he could, that's all. Hearing this, Tadano shook with rage and, lowering his head, heavily restraining himself, asked if that was really the only reason. Then suddenly he could not hold back, waved his hand and shouted for the protagonist to not pretend to be a fool. With hatred in his eyes, he screamed, looking at the savior, that the guy was a mediocre and could hardly even use magic. After a short pause, he screamed, asking when Minato managed to become so strong. After a short pause, looking out of the corner of his eye at the bully, the protagonist said that Kusanagi Minato once died in a car accident and he was reborn in the body of a guy. Hearing this, Tadden spread his arms and screamed, asking if death really made his savior stronger, adding that he should be stronger, but why then someone like Minato? Then the protagonist interrupted the bully and, coming closer, asked if Tadden was really strong. With contempt and disrespect in his eyes, he explained that the strong do not oppress the weak, adding that it is the weak who oppress those who are weaker than themselves, because a sense of superiority can make one mistakenly believe that a person is strong. Staring at the bully, he continued to say that Tadden really wasn't even thinking about fighting him right now. After saying that, he walked past the bully, leaving the boy alone. The next second, Tadden fell to his knees. Getting on all fours, he hysterically said in his head that he knew what he was running away from, adding that he was running away from the fact that his strength hadn't grown much since middle school. After that, he remembered how he and his 2 bully friends bullied students, after which he said that he bullied the weak to vent his anger. Then he was saved by Minato, who used to be weak, and he didn't want to accept this reality. His bully friends came up behind him, very surprised and confused, because they were saved only thanks to the protagonist, whom they used to bully. They stood behind Tadden, who couldn't get up from his knees. Tears were pouring out of the boy's eyes non-stop. At this time, the protagonist continued to save people, killing each monster with powerful magical power. At the same second, a Devil's Guardian flew from the street into the classroom where Minato was. With a roar, he broke the window and burst into the classroom. The protagonist immediately reacted to the monster and, stretching out his hand, was about to fire a magical attack, like a gun. The shot rang out. The Guardian easily dodged his opponent's attack, simply tilting his head. Then the magical seal on the end of the protagonist's hand changed to large and red. The next second, an insanely powerful stream of flame burst out of it. It completely absorbed the monster. A few seconds later, Minato put his hands in his pockets, then looked at the hole in the wall that he created with his attack. After a short pause, looking at the street, he said in his head that there were only guardians, which means at this rate the boss is not far away. After these thoughts, he turned to the 2 students who were sitting on the floor in fear and told them to relax, because everything was okay now. At the same time, Ryuji, gritting his teeth in rage, screamed, cursing at the protagonist. Using his magical power, he fought off hordes of monsters and screamed that Minato abandoned everything on him and left. Magical beasts approached the rescued girls from behind, growling furiously. Noticing this, Ryuji rushed to help, killing the monsters with a powerful flame. After that, he pointed his finger at himself and with a smile on his face said loudly that he would protect everyone here, after which he asked everyone to calm down and follow him. The rescued students were very happy, and there were wide smiles on their faces. And Ryuji himself, looking ahead, where there were a lot of monsters, scratched the back of his head in confusion and said in his head that there were too many creatures, so he did not even know how to cope. Suddenly, the main character appeared next to him, asking immediately if he needed help. Ryuji was very scared by such a sudden appearance and said that Minato had scared him a lot, asking him not to do that again. The main character did not answer this and, looking at the monsters, said that everyone would go only after he dealt with all the invaders. Hearing this, Ryuji ran up to his comrade and shouted in confusion that he definitely couldn't handle such a large number alone, so it would be better for them to just find another way. At that very second, each monster was struck by a powerful magical attack. As soon as the light went out, all the monsters were dead, and only Minato was left standing on the field with his hand outstretched. All the rescued, including Ryuji, were shocked by the unfolding picture. Having finished killing the monsters, the protagonist turned to the boys and asked what they were standing there, ordering them to go faster. Coming to his senses, Ryuji, with a drop of cold sweat, called out to everyone else, ordering them to run quickly. After that, all the students began to run for cover. While the students were running, magical beasts were trying to attack them from all sides, which Minato instantly killed with his powerful magical power. Ryuji saw all this. He he said to himself with a wide smile on his face that his comrade was incredibly cool. A few minutes later, only the protagonist remained, surrounded by the corpses of monsters. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he asked himself in his head whether he should return to the school building for reconnaissance. At this time, the teacher, along with the other students, continued to support the defense, killing the advancing magical beasts. Mizua had already run out of strength, and she began to lose her balance. Suddenly, Ruka caught her, supporting her by the shoulders. She looked at Mizua and said with a serious face that if the girl had no strength, it would be better to go inside, because there was no need to be a burden here. Hearing this, Mizua stood up firmly and shouted loudly that she would continue to fight, because now was not the time to rest. Ruka looked at her sister excitedly, without answering. Mizua stood in line again and a magic seal appeared in front of her hands. Suddenly, Ryuji shouted from the side, saying that he had brought the rescued people. Seeing this, the teacher turned around and shouted that this was very good, after which he ordered the guys to be led inside. Then he stood in line with everyone, preparing to defend himself and asking what the situation was. Lowering her head, Ruka replied that everyone was already at their limit. Suddenly, Mizua turned to the guy and excitedly asked where the main character was. Smiling widely, Ryuji replied that Minato was fine, adding that he had plenty of strength. Hearing this, the girl put her hand to her chest and sighed in relief. With a smile on his face, Ryuji shouted that the protagonist was a really cool guy, adding that they might be able to overcome the disaster like this. "I think so too," Mizua said, stretching out her arms and preparing to defend herself. Suddenly, everything around shook. The students screamed in horror and surprise, asking what it was. The teacher, without losing his composure, waved his hand and ordered everyone to run for cover. Many hellish legs appeared on the ground, followed by a loud stomping sound. A huge horde of monsters and devil guardians came out of the portal. Seeing this, Ryuji shouted with horror in his eyes that they needed to run. All the students instantly turned around and started running from the magical beasts chasing after them. Ruka, her sister, and Ryuji also turned around and started running. Suddenly, Mizua decided to turn around, sensing something was wrong. Blood spurted. At the very last moment, the magical beast that almost managed to bite Mizua was killed. Its killers were the Central Police Department that had arrived. Inspector S.H. Chigo, with his hand outstretched, ordered that it was time to begin exterminating the monsters. All the policemen sat down and began to attack the advancing monsters with a powerful stream of fire. Seeing this, the students were very glad that they had managed to hold out and were saved. S.H. Chigo, turning to the survivors, shouted that now that they were here, everyone was safe, after which he asked everyone to evacuate according to the instructions. Suddenly, Mizua approached him and shouted that they would also fight. Hearing this, the guy turned to the girl and said that ordinary citizens needed to evacuate too. But before he could finish, Mizua interrupted the inspector and shouted that they were not ordinary citizens. And the magicians finished for her sister, putting her hand on her hip. Hearing this, S.H. Chigo lowered his hand in confusion and said that he hoped for assistance, after which he ordered the students to attack from the rear. "Good," the guys shouted back. Continuing to support the defense, the inspector said in his head that, frankly speaking, they did not have enough hands, so the task would be easier, after which he added that this was a very pitiful fact for the police. At this time, Karin was treating the wounded, with a warm smile on her face saying that everything was fine now. The main character himself looked out of the school windows at the police cars, saying that he was very glad that the police had arrived, adding that now he trusted the situation to the police. His face was still cold and emotionless, with which he said in his head that it really was such that the police arrived before the self-defense troops, and the disaster was an incident of state level, and there was no reason for the state not to prepare measures for this case. After a short pause, he became embarrassed and said that he was afraid that this might be possible in this country where the world was being driven to insanity. After saying this, he used his magic power to speed up and rush through the school corridors, saying that no matter what, he had to do what he had to do, so he had to save the remaining students. At this time, the reporter in the helicopter, seeing what was happening, reported that the police had arrived, but the number of monsters was only increasing. When suddenly, she looked closely at the camera and shouted loudly that the citizens were waiting for the arrival of the magic nobility. The children who had just laughed at what was happening were now sitting at the table and watching the news with wide smiles on their faces, loudly rooting for the magic nobility. The old people were watching the news on TV and said that they were paying taxes, which meant the magic nobility would settle everything. The reporter shouted right into the camera for the magic nobility to come quickly. At this time, in the Fuka estate, Jin, sitting in a chair and looking out the window, ordered to be left alone. "Are you sure?" asked the servant, standing nearby. To this, Jin coldly replied that the police could handle a small-scale disaster, so there was no need for the help of the magic aristocracy. After that, he stood up and began to leave. Noticing this, the butler asked where the master was going. "To sleep," Jin answered firmly, going to the bedroom door. Slamming the door, he left. The butler bowed and wished for a good night's sleep. At this time, SH Shigo, straining himself greatly but not giving up his position, said in his head that the situation was getting worse and worse. Turning to his colleague, he shouted, asking if they could clear the area around the entrance of monsters. "Impossible, there are too many of them," the policeman shouted, answering. Turning back, SH Shigo looked down in disappointment and said in his head that the speed of monsters' appearance was higher than expected, so there was no way to evacuate the citizens. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself discontentedly that the self-defense forces were limited to logistical support and were not yet ready for action, so the only hope was the magic aristocracy, but there was absolutely no contact with them. When suddenly he raised his head and shouted loudly, expressing dissatisfaction that now there was no help to be received from the magic aristocracy. All the students of the academy continued to defend themselves, killing the monsters approaching them. SH Shigo, who was approached from all sides by monsters, said to himself that he knew the information, but a real catastrophe was still a disaster. After which he asked if people were really resisting this at that time, but what would happen when the boss appeared. Hordes of monsters growled menacingly and were ready to tear apart everyone in their path. When suddenly a powerful purple beam of ominous magical energy struck the ground from the sky. The next second, a huge powerful monster appeared. Upon seeing it, everyone immediately felt an ominous magical energy which scared them. Cold sweat began to pour from Shegu, and there was horror and fear in his eyes. Seriously, he screamed in his head, is this really a demon boss? Ruka was also very scared. Looking at the huge monster, she said that this was a monster that was rare to meet in their time, adding later that only the magic aristocracy could defeat such a thing. Mizuhi, unlike her sister, was shaking with fear and said to herself that they needed magic of the 5th rank and above, but no one here could use such ranks. The demon boss began to move towards the guys, casting a spell. At this time, magical seals appeared around him, from which huge fireballs burst out. Suddenly, Mizuhi noticed that several fireballs were already several meters away from her, which made her very confused. But her sister jumped in front of her sister at the very last moment. At that very second, she used a powerful magical water attack. A powerful stream of water absorbed the fireballs. Seeing that it did not help, she jumped on her sister, covering the girl with her body. A powerful explosion was heard, which hit Ruka, causing the girl to scream loudly, experiencing terrible pain. As soon as Ruka let go of her sister, Mizuha saw that her sister's back was burning. She was very confused from this, not knowing what to do. Shaking, Ruka raised herself with her last strength and told Mizuha to run. Lost, Mizuha fell to her knees and looked at the monsters approaching her. All the other students turned around in horror and began to run away. The girl took her wounded sister in her arms and begged for help. "Someone, help!" she screamed even louder. The wounded police officers did not give up, trying to defend themselves. "I beg you," Mizuha continued to scream. The wounded Ryuji continued to stand his ground, not going to give up. Suddenly, raising his hand to the sky, the demon boss used a 5th tier technique, the burning column. Seeing this, everyone realized that they were going to die today. Mizuha, with tears in her eyes, hugged her sister and screamed, calling for the protagonist. With each passing second, the fiery column only became stronger. Raising her head up, Mizuha continued to scream, calling for her teacher. A terrifying magical power enveloped the pillar of flame. In its center stood the demon boss. He laughed madly, seeing the suffering of ordinary people. "My God!" A familiar voice was suddenly heard. Hearing this, the demon boss was very surprised, opening his mouth. His fire column was suddenly enveloped in stronger magic. "Sorry I'm late," the protagonist suddenly said, appearing in front of his student. Keeping his hands in his pockets, he looked at the boss with contempt in his eyes and said that he would make him wait a little. Tears began to flow even more strongly from the girl's eyes, and she lowered her head to her wounded sister. Minato sat down next to her, examined Ruka and said that everything was fine because the girl simply lost consciousness. There were beads of cold sweat on Ruka's face, and blood was flowing from her mouth. With tears in her eyes, Mizuha looked at her sister. Many students were caught in the explosions of the demon boss's fireballs. Realizing that there were many losses, the protagonist gritted his teeth from the surging rage. When suddenly he stood up abruptly, looking towards the monster. "Kusanagi?" Mizuha asked in surprise, seeing the guy's actions. The protagonist turned to the student and firmly said that he would win. Hearing this, the girl said with hope in her eyes and voice, "Aha." Suddenly, an incredibly bright light appeared above each wounded person. Seeing a very bright sphere above her sister, Mizuha was very surprised, not understanding what it was. The sphere slowly lowered onto the hand, after which the girl's wounds began to heal. Seeing this, Mizuha looked at her hands and saw that her wounds had also healed. All the students who were exposed to the explosion were healed and rose from the ground in shock. Karin, peeking out from cover, seeing the bright light from the healing technique, was very surprised and asked herself in her head if this was really the 3rd tier magic sacred heal, adding that even she did not own it. But then who did? Looking around, she suddenly saw SH Shigo, who was sitting on the ground, exhausted. Running up to him, the girl asked if the guy was okay. The inspector smiled and replied that his magical power had already been exhausted, but by some miracle. But before she could finish, Karan screamed in horror, asking what was happening. Rising from the ground and holding his face, Shigo replied that he himself did not understand. However, removing his hand from his face, he looked at his partner and with the last of his strength finished saying that it was necessary to protect the citizens. Hearing this, the girl took the inspector by the hand and excitedly screamed that this was reckless, asking later if the guy really wanted to die. Then Shigo screamed loudly that they must fight, otherwise they would all be killed. Suddenly, Karan began to shake and tears appeared in her eyes, lowered to the ground. Holding her hand to her chest, she said in a trembling voice that all this was already useless. The police were destroyed, she screamed sadly. Behind them lay the lifeless bodies of the police. Hearing this, Shigo gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat appeared on his face, and fear appeared in his eyes. His partner continued to say that neither the self-defense forces nor the magic nobles would come, so they were at a dead end. The demon boss had brought a huge army of demons forward to kill everyone who was still alive. The reporter, seeing what was happening, with fear in her eyes and a shaking voice said that all the police had been defeated, adding that this was the end for them. The three boys who were laughing and happy while watching the live broadcast were no longer laughing. Cold sweat was on their faces, and they listened to the reporter say in fear that the magic nobles were no use, after which she screamed that they would all die here. The pensioners, hearing this news, were also very scared. The reporter said that they had no one left who could fight, so no one could defeat these demons. The only one left was Minato. He was suddenly noticed by the surviving police officers. Karan screamed in horror that the student was moving towards the monsters. Shigo, with beads of cold sweat on his face, screamed at the protagonist, ordering him to get away from there. But Minato did not listen to the police officers shouting at him. He walked steadily towards his opponent. With contempt in his eyes, he said that the boss demon had acted too much. There was a mad smile on the monster's face, and a terribly sinister magical energy emanated from him. "I will kill," he said suddenly, slowly opening his mouth. Suddenly he began to scream very quickly and loudly and repeat the same thing over and over, "I will kill." Hearing this vile and terrible voice, the students were seized with horror and fear, which made the children unable to move. The surviving police officers were also overcome with horror, forcing the boys to lower their eyes. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard, striking the monster. It was released by the protagonist, who with an outstretched hand told it to shut up. As soon as the smoke cleared, the huge boss monster raised its head and screamed furiously, causing its magical power to increase several times. Magic seals appeared in front of all the magical beasts. At that very second, streams of dark magical energy burst out of them. Seeing this, a slight smile suddenly appeared on the face of the protagonist, with which he said in his head that he took this seriously during the global catastrophe, but now he needed to be calmer so as not to instill fear in others. The next second, a huge wall of dark magical energy was approaching Minato. Holding his wounded shoulder, Shigo said, "Killed." Having absorbed the protagonist, the terrible energy rushed at ordinary students, as suddenly the dark energy was absorbed by a powerful barrier that enveloped each person who was attacked. They were created by the main character, who, spreading his arms in different directions, used a lot of his strength to protect people. From each of his hands came incredibly powerful streams of his magical energy. They hit the boss demon with great speed, who immediately screamed in pain. Shigo, seeing this, was terribly shocked. With his mouth open, he watched the fight and asked himself in his head what was happening at all and who this student was. At the same time, the reporter showed in stone how the main character fought with monsters, shouting after that the face is not visible, offering to come closer. At the same second, a magical water projectile flew into the camera of the operator, because of which the camera exploded. It was launched by Mizuhi, whose hand still had a magical seal. In her head, she said that her teacher must have simply hidden his power, after which she said that now she calmed down and can fight. Minato did not stop at this time, continuing to non-stop attack the huge enemy with streams of bright magical energy. The three students, seeing this, screamed loudly and supported the savior, thinking that they were saved. Suddenly, three magical beasts appeared in front of them, which immediately terrified the guys. But before they could rush at the guys, the monsters were killed by powerful magical attacks. Their killers were Inspector Shigo, who, standing heavily on his feet, shouted that there was work for them here too, because they needed to help the main character. "Yes," Karan screamed, standing behind. Seeing this, the main character, with a warm smile on his face, said in his head that the modern police are also doing a good job. After that, he again focused on the non-stop attacks of the demon boss. Powerful magical explosions were heard one after another, when suddenly the boss, raising his head, screamed furiously, and his ominous energy increased several times. The next second, he opened his mouth, from which everything was illuminated by a red glow, and many red magical seals appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the inspector stopped and screamed in horror, asking if this was tier 6 magic, adding that this was magic nobility level magic, saying afterwards that nothing could be done about it. The demon boss used a tier 6 skill, Dragon Flame. At that very moment, a crazy flame whirlwind swirled around the boss. Seeing this, all the students were terrified. The reporter and the cameraman grabbed each other in fear and started screaming. Karin covered the little student with her body, and Shigo, spreading his arms, did not know what to do with this. He tried to cover everyone he could with his body, but the power of the tier 6 skill was so terrifying and powerful that it would not save anyone. All the other students crawled back with tears in their eyes. Karin, tightly hugging one of the students, prayed in her head for God to protect the students. Gritting his teeth, Shigo stared at what was happening and said in his head that no matter how strong that student was, they were doomed. The only one who believed in the protagonist was Mizua. Holding his hands on his chest, he looked at his teacher without a drop of fear in his eyes and said in his head that Minato would definitely be able to handle the demon boss. "I believe him," she said to herself, looking intently at the protagonist, who lowered his hands, adding that the teacher needed to defeat the monster no matter what. At this time, Minato, raising his head, coldly looked at the boss and said in his head that the mass was gigantic, but slow, adding that the demon had acted very unwisely since he decided to use the 6th rank. After these thoughts, he stretched out his hand in front of him and said to himself that meanwhile, with the 2nd rank, he definitely would not defeat the monster, adding that he did not want to draw attention to himself. After these thoughts, he was enveloped in powerful magical energy, and 4 huge magical seals appeared in front of him, collecting incredible power. The next second, he used the magic synthesis, the 4th tier technique, Snake Storm, after which water burst out from the magic seals, which in an instant took the form of a huge snake with burning eyes. Seeing this, the inspector was shocked, asking himself in his head, is this really magic synthesis? At the same time, the fire caused by the demon took the form of a huge fire snake with burning eyes. The water snake hissed loudly at its opponent. After that, they collided heads, causing a powerful explosion. The next second, a fierce battle between the 2 elements began. The water snake attacked, grabbing its opponent by the neck. At this time, the boss demon, stretching out his arms in front of himself, again began to repeat the word, kill, when suddenly he began to scream and repeat it even faster, putting more and more power into his fire snake. The fire creature received all the demon's powers and rushed at the protagonist. Seeing this, Minato exhaled heavily. At that very moment, his water snake grabbed the fire snake's neck, destroying it with one blow. After that, the huge water snake flew at the demon with its mouth wide open. It swallowed the monster in one go. After that, everything was gone. Smiling weakly, the protagonist said that no self-control was put into the demon. Purple smoke from killing the demon was rising into the sky. Putting his hand in his pocket, Minato said to himself that he thought it would take longer, but the boss demon was weaker than he expected. Suddenly, the sky turned its usual color again, and the sun began to shine high in the sky. Raising his head, the protagonist smiled and said in his head that it seemed that after defeating the boss, the catastrophe had passed, so now he could calm down. The students, realizing that everything was over, sat on the ground, shocked, asking if the protagonist could really defeat a terribly strong demon. Suddenly, all the students jumped to their feet, ran out of hiding and started to rejoice loudly and laugh. The reporter and the cameraman were also very happy that they survived. Karin, continuing to hug the student, with tears in her eyes and a warm smile, said that now everything was fine because the disaster had passed. Behind Minato stood Shogo, who, holding his sore shoulder, shockedly said in his head that he could not even believe that an ordinary student could defeat a demon, adding later that he was not even sure that the magic aristocracy could cope. Suddenly, he fell to the ground because his legs could no longer support him. A few minutes later, the main character approached his student, knelt down and said that he was finished. Ugu, looking at her teacher with a warm smile, Mizuhi answered, adding that she believed in the guy. "Thank you, Minato," she said suddenly, her cheeks red with embarrassment and tears in her eyes. Smiling warmly, the protagonist said that he was very glad to help. Suddenly, a loud scream and squeal were heard from the side. The saved students pounced on Minato, endlessly thanking him for saving them all. After a while, when they were sitting in the office, there were always guys around him who showed on the internet that now everyone is only talking about the protagonist. Suddenly, 2 girls came up from behind, who rudely tried to drive away the annoying guys, saying that they cannot communicate with such a great person as Minato. As soon as the guys left, both girls themselves climbed up to the protagonist, coquettishly asking how he became so strong, asking later if it was all about the fact that Minato has the blood of aristocrats. The protagonist himself sat with a dissatisfied face all this time. Suddenly, a guy with glasses from the last desk shouted loudly that the main character seemed to be a big shot, because it was impossible for a student to have such power. The rescued kids immediately rushed to the guy in the corner of the classroom and began to complain that the main character saved them by defeating a huge demon, adding that the guy himself was pathetic, that's why he was pestering Minato. Meanwhile, the main character quietly got ready to run away from the classroom. Having escaped, he confusedly straightened his tie. Suddenly, Mizua appeared nearby, who with a wide smile on her face mockingly said that someone seemed to have a problem. Even more confused, the main character asked the student not to mock her. With a sly smile on her face, the girl replied that now Minato was a hero who protected everyone, and now nothing could be done about it. Minato, looking at the student out of the corner of his eye, wanted to say something, but did not have time because the girl asked if they had decided to transfer the main character to S-Class too. Spreading her arms, she said with a smile on her face that it was all thanks to the distinction in the duel and for participating in the disaster. "And you are not happy?" Minato suddenly asked. Mizua suddenly became very confused. Her cheeks turned red, and she, turning away, said that she was very happy, adding that there was one person there. Minato, without answering anything to this, turned to the student and asked how Ruka was doing. Looking at the teacher, the girl answered that her sister was completely fine, adding that they even began to communicate more than before. "That's how good," said the main character, having heard such good information. "Aha," answered Mizua, lowering her head and with a wide smile on her face, answering that now everything really is fine. "All thanks to Minato," she said after a short pause. A few seconds later, she turned to the teacher with grateful eyes and thanked him for being there. Suddenly, the protagonist hit the girl on the forehead. Clutching her forehead, Mizua screamed, asking why. Turning around, Minato began to leave, answering that once was enough for gratitude, adding that there was no need for so many. Hearing this, Mizua smiled warmly, and her cheeks turned red from embarrassment. At this time, in the White House, the president hung up the house phone. After that, he hung up and asked the others if the teleconference between the countries was over. A man was sitting nearby, who, spreading his arms, answered that help for the future disaster would be difficult since other countries were overloaded. After a short pause, the president said, looking at his colleagues, that the talk about an ordinary student being able to defeat the boss was very doubtful, because even the place where everything happened was in chaos, and the police were almost fainting. The man sitting next to him suddenly asked if this must be some kind of mistake after all. The president folded his hands on the table and said that the heads of state also questioned it, which was understandable, and then added that, no matter what, they should send the magic nobility back to their homeland and hold a conference on the preparations for the next disaster. Okay, his colleagues answered firmly. At this time, the protagonist, his student, her sister, and Ryuji had gathered on the roof of the school. Ruka, unlike Ryuji, was looking at Minato with a very serious expression. The protagonist himself was silently looking at his student's sister, who was slightly agitated. Ruka suddenly broke the silence by saying that she had a request for their savior. Putting her hand to her chest, she loudly and firmly asked to be taken as a student. A few days earlier, Mizua and her sister were sitting on a bench. There was silence between them. "A disaster?" Ruka suddenly said. Hearing this, Mizua came to her senses and said, "Yeah." Turning to her sister, Ruka said that the main character had apparently stopped the disaster. Mizua turned back and firmly replied that it was true, adding that it was her teacher who had defeated the demon boss using 4th tier magic synthesis. Hearing this, Ruka was very surprised. A drop of cold sweat appeared on her face, and she screamed, asking again, 4th tier synthesis, adding that not even all high-ranking magicians could master such magic. Seeing her sister's reaction, Mizua was slightly confused, after which she said that it was true. Ruka had already calmed down, and with a warm smile on her face, she softly said that she believed it, because it was impossible for her sister to lie. After a short pause, Mizua turned to her sister and asked why she thought she wouldn't lie. "Because you have always been decent," Ruka answered easily, looking forward, adding that her sister had always been honest, incapable of lying, kind, serious, and diligent. Lowering her head, she said with some sadness in her voice that she, therefore, thought that her sister should not be a mage without talent, but it seemed that her approach was too cruel. "Sister," Mizua said in confusion upon hearing this, when suddenly she jumped to her feet, turned to her sister and shouted loudly that she would become even stronger, so strong that Ruka could be at peace. After that, she put her hand to her chest, loudly and firmly asking her sister to calm down. Seeing this, Ruka silently looked at her sister, confused. Suddenly, she turned away, after which, closing her eyes and smiling warmly, she said that her sister was already truly an adult. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on Mizuha's face as well. At this time, Ruka's face became more serious. In her head, she said that the protagonist's real strength was definitely not at the level of a schoolboy, adding that Minato was probably even stronger than his father. After a short pause, she looked up at her sister and asked if she could ask for one thing. Now, she was currently standing on the roof in front of the protagonist. In her head, she was saying that if she took into account the current situation, at best she was an advanced mage and needed the protagonist's help to become even stronger. After thinking these thoughts, she looked up at Minato and apologized for insulting and looking down on him. After that, she closed her eyes, lowered her head, bashfully saying that she understood perfectly well that this request was selfish, but no matter how embarrassed she was asking. "Take me in," she began to say, bowing. But before she could finish, Minato interrupted the girl, saying, "Okay." Hearing this, Ruka was very surprised and confused. Raising her head, she asked again with a drop of sweat on her face. The protagonist came closer and with a warm smile on his face repeated that he would take the girl as his student. "Why?" Ruka suddenly asked with a shaking voice. The protagonist, already turning away, answered that the girl was strange because she asked for it herself. "Yes, but," Ruka said, adding that she had been cruel to Minato in many ways. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy turned away and coldly answered that the girl apologized, so he decided to forgive Ruka, adding that she asked and he decided to accept the request. That's all. Hearing this, Ruka was very surprised and did not know what to say. Ryuji suddenly jumped up from behind. He, pointing his finger at himself, with a wide smile on his face, said that he came for the same request. The protagonist, without turning around, answered that it made no difference, one or two. "Cool," Ryuji shouted contentedly. At this time, Ruka's sister came up to her and with a smile on her face said that her teacher was such a person. The two of them looked at Ryuki putting his arm around their teacher's shoulder and said to themselves that Minato was an amazing person. Some time passed. A conference room. The protagonist, Mizuha, and the teacher were sitting inside. Police officers were sitting opposite them. Chigo showed his ID and introduced himself. Karin did the same. After that, they both bowed and thanked for saving him from the bottom of their hearts, saying that if the protagonist had not been here, they and all the citizens would have been killed. Throughout the police interrogation, they expressed their gratitude many more times. The protagonist, with a slight smile on his face, stopped the Polish people, saying that it was enough, and then asked what business the law enforcement officers had come for this time. Then Chigo raised his head and said that they had finished the investigation into the recent disaster, but there were still a few interesting points left. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised and asked again what interesting points. After a short pause, Shogo put his hand to his chin and, taking out a small notebook, asked if it was true that Minato's magical abilities had awakened after the car accident, adding that there was no doubt about this matter since they had evidence from the people around the boy. When suddenly he abruptly raised his head to the protagonist and said that they also had evidence that the accident had completely changed the boy's personality. Hearing this, the protagonist did not show any emotion and was very calm. A malicious smile appeared on the inspector's face, with which he continued to say that Minato's character had changed, and his magical abilities had become unusually strong. After a short pause, he finished, so much so that Minato was now able to defeat the demon. Mizuha and the teacher, hearing this, were very excited, but the protagonist was still calm. Suddenly, Mizuha, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, screamed, asking him to wait, after which she asked what significance this even had. Hearing the discontent, Chigo put his hand to his chin and asked if he really needed to change the question. Suddenly, he looked closely at the protagonist again and asked if he knew the mage in black. Hearing this, Mizuha became even more confused, and Minato calmly asked again, the mage in black. After that, Chigo took out his phone and showed a picture of a guy who hides in the night, killing monsters and helping people in trouble, after which he said that the videos are spread all over the internet. After that, silence hung in the hall, and the protagonist understood what was going on. Mizuha stood up for her teacher again, looking askance at the police officers and asking discontentedly how this was connected with. But before she could finish, Chigo interrupted the girl and said that Minato was similar. There was a sly smile on his face, with which he added, physique and body. After that, he leaned his head on his hand and said that, judging by everything, the mage in black was quite a master, since few mages were capable of such a thing at such a young age, and the date of his activity was very close to the date of the protagonist's discharge from the hospital. The teacher looked at the inspector with disbelief, who continued to say that using magic on the streets without permission or qualifications was illegal, adding that as a student at the academy, Minato had a certain amount of freedom of action at the discretion of the academy. Karin, on the other hand, sat silently by his side, not saying anything and listening to her partner, who continued to say incessantly that in the event of such wide publicity, the police had no choice but to act, so it would not be enough to just expel him from the school. After a short pause, he added that if the protagonist confessed, they would do everything possible to mitigate the punishment. Hearing this, Mizuho looked very worriedly at her teacher, who was calm. After a short pause, the inspector folded his hand and asked if Minato was a mage in black. No, he wasn't, the protagonist answered emotionlessly. Hearing this, a sarcastic smile appeared on SHGo's face. Then, he suddenly raised his head and answered with a wide smile on his face, "Well, okay then." After that, he and his colleague got up from the sofa, went to the door and apologized for disturbing him, adding that they would be leaving for today. Walking along the corridor, the inspector with a tense face said in his head that there was not the slightest hesitation on Minato's face, adding later that if the protagonist was indeed a mage in black, then the guy's courage was unmatched. After a short pause, he added that it was very hard to believe that the protagonist was just a high school student, adding that there was something behind Minato's back after all. Karin, walking behind, with a drop of cold sweat on her face, said to herself that she was completely sure that Minato was the mage in black, adding that the voice and atmosphere nearby were very similar. After a short pause, she asked herself if the guy's nighttime activities were really meant to help those in need. After that, she looked at her partner and said in her head that she would not be able to tell the boss about the protagonist's true identity, adding that she could be dismissed from her position as a police officer, but she was absolutely sure that since Minato saved her, he was a good person. SHGo walked forward with a very calm face, saying to himself that he would definitely find out the protagonist's true face. In turn, Karin, looking at the inspector, firmly said in her head that she must hide Minato's true face. Some time passed. In the classroom, the teacher introduced two new students, Minato and Mizui, saying that these two would now be studying in the second year of Class S as soon as the protagonist sat down at his desk. His new classmates ran up to him, admiringly asking if the guy could really defeat a demon. New classmates also approached Mizui, asking with interest what it was like to be in the magic aristocracy. Seeing such attention to the new students, the teacher was very confused, after which she loudly asked everyone to sit down because the lesson was starting. After the lesson ended, the protagonist walked down the corridor. Exhaling heavily and scratching the back of his head, he said in his head that before the break he was bombarded with a barrage of questions, adding later that this is one of the reasons why he does not want to stand out. When suddenly a familiar female voice was heard behind him, which addressed him. Minato turned around in surprise. Behind him stood a girl with pink hair, whom the protagonist saved twice. With flushed cheeks, the girl, very embarrassed, asked if she could see the guy for a minute. A few minutes later, the guys were on the roof of the school. The main character, looking around, asked himself in his head with displeasure, is there really some kind of custom, so they call here when there is business? At this time, Mizuho was on the roof, who immediately hid. She said to herself that she wanted to train alone, after which she asked how her teacher ended up here. Carefully looking out, she saw that Minato was not alone, but with some girl. The girl with pink hair stood in front of the main character, after which she asked if he remembered her, to which the guy replied that he could not remember at all. Putting her hands to her chest, the girl reminded him that Minato saved her during the disaster. "I remembered," the main character suddenly said, holding his hands in his pockets. With her cheeks red from embarrassment, the girl looked down and said that she was also saved by a mage in the real battle lesson when she was attacked by magical beasts, after which she asked if it was true that Minato was that mage. The guy looked away, thinking about how the student was attacked by a magical beast. Receiving no answer, the girl came closer and excitedly thanked her savior for saving her twice. "Don't pay attention," Minato answered coldly, saying that he only saved her because he could. Hearing this, a warm smile appeared on the student's face and her cheeks became even redder. A few seconds later, she admiringly said that the main character is really cool. At this time, Mizui tried her best to listen to what the guys were saying. Then suddenly, the pink-haired girl, having gathered her strength, loudly shouted that she really liked Minato and then asked to go out with him. Hearing this, Mizuhi was shocked. Her mouth opened involuntarily and a drop of cold sweat appeared on her face. The protagonist silently looked at the student. The girl with hope in her eyes and a wide smile on her face said that she did not have any merits, but she would do her best. A few seconds later, catching her breath and taking a deep breath, she screamed, begging Minato to let her be his girlfriend. A warm smile suddenly appeared on the protagonist's face, with which he thanked the girl for such feelings for him. Hearing this, the student's face had a warm smile, and there was hope in her eyes. "However, I'm sorry," Minato suddenly said. Hearing this, the blush disappeared from the student's cheeks, and the hope disappeared from her eyes. With a warm smile on his face, the protagonist explained that he could not start a relationship because he had things to do. "Is that how?" the girl asked sadly, lowering her head. Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and with a wide smile on her face thanked her lover for his clear answer, adding that she would try to come to terms with it. After these words, she hurriedly left with tears in her eyes. As soon as the girl left, the protagonist loudly asked why his student didn't come out. Hearing this, Mizuho became scared. Peeking out from behind the corner, she, laughing absurdly, said that she had neutralized the magic. Minato, without looking in the direction of the student, exhaled heavily and said that the magic power was so poorly coordinated that it was obvious. After that, putting his hands in his pockets, he turned to the student and asked if the girl really liked to peek. Coming out from behind the wall and hearing this, Mizuha, very scared, waved her hands negatively, saying that it was just an accident and she did not want to do it. Then suddenly, with a drop of embarrassment and slightly reddened cheeks, she asked why the teacher rejected that cute student. Turning away, the protagonist coldly replied that he was not going to date anyone. Looking at his hand, he said in his head with a slight smile that first of all, the age difference was too big even though they were physically the same age. After a short pause, Mizuha, lowering her head, with a warm smile on her face, asked if she did not want to date anyone. When suddenly she put her hand to her chest and asked herself in her head why she sighed with relief. After that, they left the roof and Mizuha continued to ask herself in her head if her teacher did not want to date anyone. Then, she stared at the protagonist, who silently walked ahead. There was no smile on her face, and there was sadness in her eyes. When suddenly Minato turned around and sternly said that Mizuha should try to regulate her magical power, otherwise, it seems, training is not enough. Hearing this, the girl, adjusting her hair, proudly said that she herself knows. After that, she ran down the hallway after her teacher, saying to herself that she would try harder and become stronger as much as it takes for Minato to acknowledge her. Night had fallen. The moon was floating high in the sky. The mage in black, holding his hands in his pockets, stood next to the magical beast he had killed and said in his head that he had ended the catastrophe. But the monsters had not decreased, after which he asked if this was an omen of a new catastrophe, when suddenly he heard something. Looking into the alley, he saw a gangster-like man with a magical seal on his hand running after the girl, shouting that no one could be here at such an hour. At that very second, the mage in black appeared between the guys, who immediately said that he could. He immediately grabbed the criminal by the hand, while he still did not understand anything. The next second, he dealt a powerful blow to the guy's stomach. After that, a magical seal appeared in his hand. Using magical power, he threw the criminal away. The guy lost consciousness from this. Approaching the opponent, the mage in black asked himself in his head, is this really an amateur mage outlaw? Adding later that this guy is very bad in close combat and is not used to fighting other mages. The next second, the saved girl with tears in her eyes thanked the savior, as suddenly she recognized him as the same mage in black. But the savior did not listen to the girl and, using powerful magic, jumped high, leaving the girl alone. Soaring high in the sky, he said to himself that he was Minato, and he was also very interested in why everything was so common. The next day came. The guys were sitting on the roof, getting ready to have lunch. The mage in black, the guys asked in surprise. That's right, the protagonist answered, taking out a burrito from his bag, saying afterwards that as far as he knew, the mage in black was an outlaw who operated at night, adding afterwards that he had also heard that the students were gossiping about the mage, so he was curious about why. Ryuji, eating sushi, answered that the mage in black was very popular on the internet. After biting off a bit of his burrito, the protagonist asked in surprise what the internet was. The boys, hearing such a question, were very surprised. Mizuha leaned towards her sister and whispered, asking if maybe their teacher just didn't understand technology. Exhaling heavily, Ruka asked if it was possible in their time not to know about the internet at all, adding afterwards that she, of course, noticed that Minato was far from the bustle of life, but not to that extent. After a short pause, Mizuha explained that the internet is an information and communication network connecting the entire world. After a short pause, she raised her finger and said with a warm smile on her face that anyone can use this network, so information spreads quickly. The protagonist, with his hand on his chin, listened attentively to the students. Ryuji suddenly said that there are also things like photos and videos, so there is a lot of information. Indeed, Minato asked in surprise after listening to the end. Ryuji immediately answered that all this can be viewed on the phone, asking after that if the teacher has one. After that, the protagonist took the phone out of his pocket, and the students began to help the teacher while Ruka quietly ate her lunch. After a few minutes, the protagonist was able to open the application. With a happy smile on his face, he showed his success to the students. The students were very happy that Minato succeeded. Clapping their hands, they said that now their teacher can use the internet. Proud of himself, Minato said, "It goes without saying." Ruka, having finished eating, exhaled heavily and, turning to the teacher, reminded him that he had promised to take them for training, after which she asked when they would start. Without letting go of the phone, Minato, with a wide smile on his face, asked how about starting after school, adding that since the guys taught him how to use the phone, he would teach them everything they wanted. Hearing this, a large drop of cold sweat ran down Mizuha's cheek, and she herself said in her head that she had a very bad feeling. Some time passed. Classes ended, and the sun slowly went down. The main character stood on the training ground, and in front of him lay and knelt 3 of his students. Looking at the guys, he loudly and emotionlessly said that this was only the beginning, after which he ordered the guys to do everything as if they were on the verge of death. Hearing this, the students rose from the ground and loudly shouted that they would show fortitude, adding that they should not be underestimated. Seeing this, Minato smiled widely and said that this was a very good mood. After these words, his students rushed to attack the teacher. The area around the Tokyo TV tower. The tower's leg was broken. 2 people watched this through binoculars, shocked, saying that this couldn't be happening, adding that there was no sign of trouble. A man with short dark hair was shaking in fear, and cold sweat was pouring down his face from what he saw. Looking ahead, he saw a darkness of monsters approaching them, led by the demon bosses. In front of the protagonist, 3 people were sitting on the ground. Minato looked at them and asked if they had reached their limit yet. The girl with blue hair stretched her hand forward and screamed that it was not true. A bright yellow flash appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Ruka and Ryuji opened their mouths in shock. Mizua jumped above the protagonist, holding a shield in her hand. Minato quickly turned around. The girl's sweat dropped in surprise when the protagonist dodged her attack. Suddenly, a golden beam of light hit Mizua in the forehead, and she screamed in pain. Minato placed his hands on her waist and announced a break. The 3 of them fell to their knees in exhaustion. The blue-haired girl drank water while her face was dripping with sweat. They sat on a bench, Ruka wiping her face with a towel. Ryuji pulled his shirt back and asked if Minato was too strong. Ruka closed her eyes and said that he was so strong that she, the top of the academy, could not compete with him. Mizua smiled and said that the protagonist's level was indeed not like that of a student. The girl looked away. Minato frowned when Mizua said that he always had that face as if he was bored with everything. There was someone's hand lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he almost died in a traffic accident. And when he woke up, he took possession of the power, and the reason is unknown, so there is no need to find out. Ruka put her hand to her chin, suggesting that a near-death experience is the cause of reincarnation, and in that case, it is not surprising. Minato put his hand on his forehead with a smile, and Mizua thought that Ruka and Ryuji were too simple-minded, because the protagonist obviously said this to get rid of questions. The girl touched her chin and thought that there was still a reason why Minato could not tell the truth, and if he was still hiding it, then it was better to stop trying to find out. The 3 of them looked thoughtful. Ryuji and Minato walked down the street, while the tall boy yawned and stretched. Ryuji furrowed his brows and said that he was hungry, but he would have to cook food when he got home. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, saying that it was not like Ryuji. They walked side by side. Minato said that he usually made a bowl of ramen. The protagonist closed his eyes and said with a smile that the world had become very convenient these days. Ryuji furrowed his brows, saying that an unhealthy lifestyle would ruin Minato, and the protagonist asked if Ryuji was his father. Ryuji put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, saying that he was inviting him over to his place to feed him. They both smiled happily, and Minato thought that Ryuji was really an assertive guy. Blackbirds were flying above the large house. The protagonist was being hugged by 3 children. Ryuji, wearing a yellow apron and holding food in his hands, apologized for the children's behavior. Suddenly, the children were inside green bubbles, and Minato said that everything was fine, and Ryuji yelled at the protagonist not to use magic in the room. The boy frowned as he placed the dishes on the table and yelled that magic should not be used for fun. While the girl in the yellow shirt was biting Minato's shoulder, he said that he did not expect Ryuji to be good with children. The protagonist imagined a burning city with crying children sitting in the rubble. Minato looked at the child with warmth and said that children are a treasure. Ryuji put his hands on his waist and told the protagonist not to talk like an old man. The boy turned away, looking at them with a smile while Minato read a book to the children. They sat at the table and thanked God for the food. The children began to eat with joyful smiles. Minato ate rice. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock when he realized how delicious it was. He closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he hadn't eaten home-cooked food for many years because it was impossible during the war. Ryuji wiped his sister's mouth and explained that they had no father and their mother worked until late at night, so he took care of his siblings and looked after the house and worked part-time in his free time. The protagonist picked up a cup and said that Ryuji had a lot of responsibilities. The boy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was hard for him, but he wasn't complaining. Minato looked at Ryuji with warmth. The boy showed off his muscles, and everyone smiled in admiration. They were lying in bed in a dark room. Ryuji looked at Minato and smiled, apologizing for having to stay overnight because of the kid's whims, and the protagonist replied that everything was fine. Ryuji closed his eyes and thanked the protagonist. Minato turned his head to him and said that there was no need to thank him, but Ryuji said that he meant Ruka. Ryuji looked up at the ceiling and said that she was glowing more than before thanks to Minato. The protagonist's sweat dropped and suggested that it might mean something romantic. Minato turned to Ryuji, asking if he liked Ruka, and the boy closed his eyes, saying that he did not like her at all. He opened his eyes and said with a smile that they were not suitable for each other and that they only spent time together by coincidence. The protagonist looked up and thought that he was similar to them in that way. The next day, Ryuji and Minato were walking down the street together. Mizuha crossed her arms and said in a displeased voice that they were both late. Ryuji approached the girls, saying that the protagonist could not wake up, and Ruka frowned, asking if this was how they trained. Minato looked at them sadly and wondered why they had to wait for the meeting. People in black shoes were walking on the yellow brick. The blonde boy asked with a smile if he could borrow some of Minato's time. The protagonist sighed in displeasure upon seeing them. The gray-haired girl closed her eyes and apologized, and the boy said that they had an emergency. The girl frowned and said that the Tokyo Tower area was overrun by monsters, and since it was likely related to the disaster, they had come to ask for the protagonist's cooperation. Minato looked at them in surprise and said that he was a student. The blonde boy frowned and said that the protagonist had stopped the disaster on his own and did not fit into the framework of a simple student. The boy admitted that they would not be able to handle it on their own. He raised one hand and said that this was the police speaking and that this was sufficient evidence that they were cornered. The boy furrowed his brows and said that they really needed Minato's help. The protagonist stood in front of them, saying that he would help them if he was that useful to them. Minato sweated and sighed tiredly, saying that he would rather not stand out, but he couldn't tell them that. Shigo said with a smile that the protagonist would receive a reward and that he didn't have to worry about the academy. Mizuha put her hand on her chest and shouted that they would help as well. Ruka crossed her arms and added that they would support Minato from the rear. Ryuji pointed at himself and stated that he would help with that as well. Shigo closed his eyes and said that he was grateful to them, but they wouldn't be able to help. The boy furrowed his brows and said that even if these three were the best in the academy, it was still at the level of a real battle. Shigo's face was serious and he asked if the three of them were equal to the protagonist's strength. Ryuji, Mizuha, and Ruka were sweating in shock and had their mouths open. Shigo turned to the car, telling the three to head to the academy and Minato to go with them. The protagonist's comrades froze in surprise as he called out loudly. Minato turned around and told them to catch up with him with a smirk. Ryuji raised one eyebrow in confusion. The three then turned away and walked away, shouting that they would do it. The sun was shining in the sky, and the central police headquarters could be seen in the distance. There was a wooden board hanging on the wall. Inside, a crowd of people were sitting at tables while a man in a blue suit was saying that about 100 demons had appeared in the area around the Tokyo Tower and they needed to be dealt with before they could harm the citizens. The man with the wrinkled face and white hair said that they were asking for help from a student who had taken an active part in the recent disaster that had happened at the academy, and he asked Minato to stand up. The protagonist stood up. The two men behind him looked at each other, saying that they didn't understand how such a boy had ended up in such a place, and the man with blue hair explained that Minato had defeated the boss in the recent incident. The girl with white hair closed her eyes in shame. Shigo took the microphone in his hand and coughed. Everyone looked in one direction and fell silent. The young man furrowed his brows and said that Minato was the student who stopped the disaster in the academy. Shogo said that he personally saw the protagonist's actions up close and few people are as good as him. Shogo pointed his hand at Minato and said that this man took part in the disaster that began for the first time in decades and they considered his cooperation extremely necessary. The young man asked his colleagues to think of the protagonist not as a student but as an employee. The man with dark hair clenched his teeth in anger and said that Minato had intruded where professionals should act. The old man raised his hand and shouted loudly that the protagonist was not from that environment, but he was doing the same thing. The director ordered everyone to immediately begin exterminating monsters and take their posts. The two men looked at each other in confusion. Shogo approached the protagonist and apologized, but Minato replied that everything was fine and that he understood why they treated him like that. Shigo's sweat dropped and said that the protagonist was really an adult. Karin started crying and shaking when Shigo turned to her and asked what she was doing. The girl said that she was going to stop them but got scared. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought with a smile that he did not care. Karin blushed and brought her hands to her face, thinking that the protagonist was a very kind person after all. They were riding in a car. Minato asked what the approximate combat power was, and Shigo answered that there were 80 mages, most of whom were mid-level and a few were higher. The protagonist touched his chin and thought that mid-level mages could use their powers up to tier 2, and higher-level mages could use their powers up to tier 3. Shigo turned around and said that he was sorry to admit it, but Minato was the only one who could use tier 4 magic synthesis, which meant he would be the strongest. A car with a brightly shining lamp on the roof was driving along the road, and SH Shogo added that they would see the outcome of a battle taking place in an open area using only magic, and they did not have any special tactics. The youth imagined several monsters and thought that there would be no problem with magical creatures and guardians. The monster opened its mouth wide. The protagonist sweated and thought that the intelligence of creatures like demons and creatures was stronger, much higher, so countermeasures were necessary. and a head-on fight could not be called a strategy. Minato looked at SH Shogo and said that there were no weapons, to which the youth replied that they did not have weapons that could compete with magic and monsters, and many fought only in uniforms or suits that were easy to move. SH Shogo raised one hand. The protagonist asked if there were weapons against monsters before, and the youth replied that they can be found in some places even now, but finding them is a difficult task, so only the magical aristocracy has them. Minato lowered his head and thought that there were plenty of weapons before, but now they were gone. He did not understand what happened in the past 50 years except that the magicians became a much lower level. Shigo watched the protagonist with the mirror. A broken bridge was visible. There were many police cars parked near the tall building. The monsters were screaming furiously. Minato walked to the railing and looked down, thinking that the disaster had not yet occurred, but the number of creatures was unusual. The men grabbed the iron bars with their hands, shouting that there were many more monsters than the report stated. The blue-haired man frowned and shouted that there were demons here too, so they should ask for help from the civil or magic aristocracy. Shigo sweated and looked down, saying that requests had been sent, but they were unlikely to receive responses because the number of monsters and outlaw magicians was increasing throughout the country, and everyone was currently overwhelmed with work. The men in black suits with angry expressions were shouting loudly that it was suicide if they fought by themselves. Shigo looked at the protagonist and asked if he could handle it. Minato turned around and said he could. The man with brown hair and his comrade ran up to the protagonist, shouting at him to shut up and stop acting tough. Minato put his hand on the railing and said that something had changed, causing the two men to show surprise on their faces. The monsters were stretching their paws upward. The bridge was broken. Suddenly, the sky above it turned red. Seeing this, everyone looked up in shock. A loud message was heard from the radio from the Central Police Department to all the stations. The monsters jumped towards the people, and a voice from the radio shouted that a disaster was starting to gather momentum throughout the country. The people screamed, trying to fight off the monsters. The protagonist furrowed his brows as the voice on the radio shouted that the first priority was to save the citizens. Fear appeared on the workers' faces as the voice shouted that priority was also given to the disaster response in the major cities, and there were no reinforcements for other places. The man with brown hair furrowed his brows and shouted loudly that the disaster had begun, and his colleague asked how it even happened. Minato looked up and thought that the disaster was a spontaneous occurrence, but now it looked like it was caused by monsters. Skogo furrowed his brows as his colleagues approached him and shouted that they could not do without backup. Skogo looked at the protagonist, who said that work had begun. Bright lights hung in the air, and the monsters were moving towards the city. The workers crowded around, shouting loudly that the citizens might get hurt and that they needed to subdue the monsters. Minato looked at them and concluded that the police were also in decline, and the man with brown hair furiously arched his eyebrows, shouting loudly that they had no chance of winning against so many enemies. The protagonist jumped over the fence. He smiled and said that they could handle it. Wild monsters crowded below. The protagonist fell to his knees, pressing his hand into the ground. Minato was surrounded by monsters. They opened their mouths wide and screamed loudly. The policeman ran to the fence and shouted for the protagonist to quickly run away from there because he was about to be torn apart. Suddenly, a bright green light appeared around Minato. Beams of light flew past the dumbfounded policeman. Shigo smiled in admiration. Bloody remains of monsters lay on the ground. Other monsters roared furiously. They created orange seals and attacked Minato. The protagonist created a protective barrier around himself. He raised his hand and thought that he could protect himself without this magical barrier, but he had an audience, so it was better not to forget about the barrier for now. Minato waved his hand, and a green beam of light blew away the crowd of monsters. Shigo smiled and thought that the protagonist must use many elements behind his magic, because he is incredibly strong, and there are no others like him. Shigo raised his hand and shouted that they needed to go to help, and Karin shouted that she would go too. The three men froze in fear, looking down. The policeman clenched his hand into a fist, shouting that professionals should not run away, and all three rushed into battle. The men fought the monsters. Minato turned around and thought that they were not as bad as he expected. The paw of a monster stepped on the ground, whose body emitted purple flames. A demon came out of a huge portal. The monster slowly walked on the ground, and the policemen shouted that they would not be able to defeat this enemy due to their low ranks. Suddenly, a huge dragon's mouth appeared next to the demon. The protagonist covered his face with his hands. He looked at the many seals in front of him and said that he would deal with all the demons and entrust the rest of the enemies to his comrades. The men sweated in horror. Standing in the middle of the scorched earth, the policemen came to the conclusion that Minato was a very cool magician. Shigo created an orange seal, shouting for everyone to continue killing enemies until their boss appears, and to leave the demons and stronger creatures to the protagonist. Minato was surrounded by green light, thinking that 60 years ago a disaster struck the entire world, and it was the first, and since then, disasters have occurred many times, sending the world into ruin. The protagonist imagined the blonde youth and thought that this time he was here. As Minato created the green seal, he decided that he would not allow humanity to be destroyed. Karin turned around and turned pale in fear when she saw the monster. The monster extended its hand towards the girl. Minato appeared in front of Karin, creating a bright red flash. Sparks flew in the air around the protagonist. Karin's mouth fell open in shock, remembering the man in the black robe. The protagonist offered the girl his hand, asking if she was okay, and Karin thanked him. Minato frowned and thought that this was the same situation as before, and that Karin might recognize him. The girl placed her hand on her chest, not understanding why the protagonist needed the activities of a mage in black and why he was so strong. Karin opened her mouth and wondered if she would feel disgusted if she asked him that question. Karin closed her eyes and cried, thinking that she was talking about a student, so she couldn't think of anything weird. Suddenly, someone quickly ran past the girl, and she screamed in surprise. Orange rays of light attacked the monsters. Minato said with a smile that it was dangerous here, and Karin, whose face turned red, apologized to him. The protagonist looked at the girl seriously and told her not to leave him, and he mentally came to the conclusion that she could not use magic. Karin blushed from embarrassment. Minato turned away, and the girl doubted that he was really a student. Karin opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that the protagonist was acting as if he was older than her. A crowd of policemen fought with the monsters. The brown-haired man grabbed his tie and said that he couldn't stop shaking. The demon threw his head back and screamed loudly. Shigo frowned and asked why there was a being stronger than the demon here. The policemen opened their mouths in fear, saying that now they weren't even sure that they could win even with the magic aristocrats. Minato glared at the enemy, putting his hands in his pockets. The men frowned and screamed deafeningly for the protagonist to stay away from that dangerous monster. Minato turned around and said that he would defeat him. The blue-haired policeman fell to the ground, his mouth open in shock. The brown-haired man looked at his hand and realized that it had stopped shaking. Karin closed her eyes and silently prayed that Minato would be able to defeat the demon. Shigo smiled and thought that he was sure that the protagonist's strength was equal to the magic aristocrats. Minato stood in front of the monster. Shigo smirked and thought that now the protagonist would show his true power. Minato frowned. Shigo raised his hand and shouted that they must give it their all until the monster boss was defeated. The black-skinned monster had a purple crystal in its chest. Minato glared at the enemy. The demon and the protagonist silently looked at each other while a violent battle was going on behind them. The monster created a huge red seal and attacked Minato. The fiery strike flew past the protagonist. A huge explosion thundered. The brown-haired man frowned and shouted that this was the power of the first rank. The protagonist shook the dust off his shoulder. Minato stood in the middle of the smoke and the demon asked him what kind of creature he was. The protagonist with a calm expression replied that he was currently an ordinary student. The demon smiled. Blue fire appeared around Minato. The demon created many red seals in the air and shouted that he would kill the strongest person. The police officers who were fighting weaker enemies turned around and shouted in shock that it was rank 6. The protagonist looked at the fire monster and thought that now, no matter whether he ran or fought, his allies would be dragged into it. He did not know what to do. The police officers were surrounded by monsters. Many purple beams appeared in the air. Shigo looked up and opened his mouth in shock, not understanding how the monsters coordinated. Karin frowned and called out to Minato. Purple beams of light rushed towards the protagonist and the girl shouted for him to run. Minato frowned, standing still. The fire attack was flying towards him. Suddenly, a blue hurricane appeared, a rank 6 technique called explosive stream. The water rushed upward, extinguishing the fire. Purple sparks appeared around Minato's body. The enemy's attacks hit the protective barrier. The demon stood under the rain. Minato turned around and asked if it was the end. Skogo frowned, not understanding who the protagonist was. Karin's eyes widened, asking what just happened. Skogo put his hand on his head and said that Minato's power was beyond measure, because impossible things were happening right now before their eyes. Skogo created a yellow seal and said that only people of the magical aristocracy level could use 6th tier magic, and the remote aristocracy was also a top-class technique. Karin, who was creating a white seal, frowned warily. Skogo turned around and said that he was also surprised that Minato seemed to be using a different magic. The boy introduced the protagonist and said that normally magic can only be used once and then must wait a few seconds to use it again, but Minato used his powers after a moment. Shigo turned around and said with a smile that magic is powerful in itself and the fact that he used it without hesitation showed that the protagonist was superior to the aristocracy. The boy frowned and thought that his intuition was right because Minato was the one he was looking for. The protagonist pursed his lips and put one hand in his pocket. The monster opened its mouth wide, approaching Minato. When the demon appeared in front of the protagonist, He said that there was little space here, so it should be changed. The monster gritted its teeth in surprise. The protagonist raised one hand and created a bright green mist. A circle with symbols inside appeared under the demon's feet. Minato rose into the air and said that he could use arrow after all. The demon looked at the protagonist and asked if its goal was to interfere with the coordination. Minato opened his mouth and replied that he did not care about the clumsy coordination of the monsters. The protagonist smiled and said that he could resist here. The demon roared loudly and began to approach Minato. The protagonist deftly dodged the blows. The monster gritted its teeth, fighting with the protagonist. Minato bent his knees and pressed his hands to his stomach. The demon attacked the protagonist with fire. Minato frowned and looked up. A loud explosion occurred. The demon was standing behind the protagonist. The monster jumped up, attacking Minato. There was a green seal under the demon's feet. An emerald light was visible in the middle of the red sky. The monster gritted its teeth and looked down. The protagonist was standing on the ground in the fog. The demon opened its mouth wide and screamed that Minato was an idiot. The protagonist smiled and a green light appeared around him. He jumped up and said that the demon's divination was not bad if he realized that this magic would be ineffective and chose hand-to-hand combat. Minato opened his dark eyes wide and added that this attempt was still unsuccessful. The demon opened his mouth wide, screaming loudly. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist and said that blows were no problem for him. Minato swung his fist. The demon flew back from the force of the blow. Barely able to stay on his feet, the monster was shocked that a human blow had caused damage to him. A large wound was visible on the demon's stomach. The monster trembled, loudly asking what Minato did. The protagonist asked with a smile if the demon thought that he could only use magic. Minato smirked and screamed that he would show the monster his own technique. The guy smiled and knitted his eyebrows, looking forward. A bright magical seal appeared under him, and the brightest streams of iridescent light were around the hero. The monster opened its mouth slightly, showing its teeth. He wondered what kind of magic it was. The guy and the girl froze, looking up in fear. They did not understand what it was. There was a feeling of cold, as if there was something in the sky. The protagonist closed his eyes and put his hand forward. Bright lightning shone behind him. The guy raised his eyebrows and concentrated. He suddenly opened his big blue eyes and grinned. Streams of iridescent light shone brightly behind Minato. He put his hands forward. The monster opened its mouth wide, screaming that there would be no use in enveloping itself in magic because human blows were ineffective against them. The protagonist raised his fist to strike and approached the creature, asking if it wanted to check it out. The monster clenched its teeth. Minato frowned and brought forward his hand with a bright stream of light. He hit the monster right in the chest. The guy looked away. The hero struck the creature from all sides, leaving a bright light behind them. The young man furrowed his brows and raised his leg to strike. Shigo frowned, shouting that he did not believe that the boy was defeating the demon in hand-to-hand combat. He froze and raised his head, looking at the bright flashes above him, thinking that human weapons had no effect on monsters, so what could we say about simple blows? The creature bared its teeth, standing on the bright seal of the pentagram, not understanding how human blows could cause such damage to it. Minato frowned, saying that normal blows and weapons against monsters were ineffective, but everything was different if you had a colossal amount of magical power. His clothes were raised higher by streams of wind. The hero froze, saying that the combination of magic and martial arts, the attacker is enveloped in magical power. This is called a magical combat technique. The main character smiled, holding his fist at the ready. The monster opened its mouth wide, indignant at being outdone by the man. It screamed loudly and rushed forward, saying that it would not allow this to happen. The boy frowned and raised his hand. He thrust his fist forward, leaving behind a bright iridescent light. A shockwave emanated from the boy's hand. The hero was focused. The monster fell to the ground. There was a large hole in his stomach, from which purple liquid flowed. He called the guy a monster. The creatures froze, looking at the defeated comrade. The raised dust was carried away by streams of wind. Minato stood on a bright pentagram in a clear blue sky, across which white clouds slowly floated. The men who created a seal in front of them raised their heads and looked at the hero happily, saying that he managed to cope with them and now the catastrophe was over. Shigo frowned and put his hand in front of him, telling everyone not to lose their vigilance, because they needed to kill the remaining monsters. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled, suggesting that he could entrust the rest to the police. The boy froze, hovering in the sky, a bright light shimmering around him. The hero's eyes darkened. He raised his eyebrows. The hero scratched the back of his neck, saying that he hadn't used a magical combat technique for a long time. He even forgot what was what. The boy descended to the ground, the wind streams lifting his clothes. Minato opened his eyes wide, raising his head and looking forward. In front of him stood a group of people in business suits. Shigo frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that they were very grateful to him for his work in pacifying the boss of the disaster, grateful for his assistance. He, like the heroes standing behind him, brought his right hand to his temple, saying that they salute the respected Minato. On this day, outbreaks of disaster swept across the world, which were reportedly stopped thanks to the active work of the police and the magical aristocracy. The big screen in the city center was broadcasting the news. A girl with red hair reported that the disasters in Japan had been suppressed. Amidst the worries about the disaster, the blame for the government and the police, the hope for the magicians and its loss. Commentators on the internet were dissatisfied with the inaction of the magicians because the disaster could happen again. As people's worries continued to gain momentum, someone said that the magician in black could handle it. The girl in the school uniform smiled, holding the phone in her hand. The two boys looked at each other happily, saying that they had a magician in black. Commentators on the internet happily wrote that the magician in black would save them. They did not care who he was, the main thing was that he could help. The magician in black. Minato smiled awkwardly and raised his eyebrows. The heroes surrounded the boy. They smiled, saying that he stopped the progression of the disaster again. The girl clasped her hands in front of her, saying that he was very cool, asking what kind of magic he used. The boy asked if it was true that the boss was a demon. The main hero frowned and opened his mouth, thinking that they got him. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Mizui did not take her eyes off him, sitting in the next row. The teacher raised her eyebrows, saying that today's class hour will be dedicated to the recent disaster. Although they are still students, they are magicians, and perhaps someday there will be a need and they will be called to battle, so they must be prepared for it. The heroes sat at their desks, attentively listening to her words. The woman smiled, saying that among them there is already a student with experience. Everyone turned their heads to Minato, sitting in the center of the class. Karin frowned and abruptly opened the office door. 2 police officers were standing behind her. They apologized for intruding. The teacher frowned and came closer, asking what was going on. The grandfather showed her ID, saying that they had permission from the academy director. Karin sadly raised her eyebrows, telling Minato that they wanted to ask him for help again. The guy smiled, thinking that they were no longer creating any appearance, wondering what would happen to the police's face. The hero grimaced in displeasure, looking at the intent looks of his classmates. The guy exhaled heavily, closing his eyes. Minato came closer, asking to explain the situation. Karin smiled, asking him not to worry because he was guaranteed a pass and a reward. The girl frowned, saying that in addition to the disaster, monsters were appearing all over the world, magicians breaking the rules, and entire criminal organizations were also reviving. So the situation was that they were completely short of manpower, so they came to him again. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, listening to the girl's words that he must be tired of listening to their excuses, but the truth is that they don't know such strong people like him. The guy took out his smartphone, asking if they could contact him with his phone next time. Karin reached her hand into the inside pocket of her suit, apologizing and saying that they would do so next time. The girl's eyes widened and she frowned, looking at the phone screen, thinking that this was Minato's contact. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what he needed to do. Karina looked at him and furrowed her brows, saying that they would like to ask him to deal with the monsters that appeared in Harajuku. The hero bowed his head, saying that he understood everything. The girl frowned, saying that they would take him by car. The boy rushed forward, noting that it was slow, so he would go ahead. Karin and the 2 policemen froze, looking after the running boy. The man adjusted his hat and raised his eyebrows, saying that it was fast. The city of Harajuku was almost completely destroyed. The little children were trembling. The child furrowed his brows and hugged a toy. The boy frowned, saying that his brother would protect him and that he had nothing to fear. He furrowed his brows and looked up, hugging the younger one to himself. A magical beast appeared in front of the 2 little children, its mouth wide open. The boy pulled his younger brother with him, telling him to run. The child tripped and fell, taking the toy out of his hands. The monster's eyes widened and it opened its mouth, preparing to eat the little children. A bright stream of light passed right across the face of the magical beast. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and put his palm forward. The children's eyes widened in surprise, looking at the young man. Minato knelt down and smiled, saying that the boy had held up well. He handed him a doll of a hero in a black cloak, asking if it was his. The boy smiled happily and took the toy in his hands. The young man smiled back. The protagonist moved forward and pointed his finger at the police officers who had approached, saying that they would protect them now and that it was time for him to run. The older brother stood up and bowed after the departing young man, thanking him for saving him. A bright green trail was in front of him. The little child opened his shining eyes wide, clutching the toy tightly in his hands. Minato frowned. He appeared in front of a crowd of frightened people, thinking that fighting on the city streets is more difficult than in the academy. This is not the collapsed Shibuya. There are obstacles and many people rushing around in panic, so magic shells do not work. The guy put his hand in front of him. A bright magic seal appeared, releasing a stream of light forward. The protagonist frowned, thinking that the magical power of monsters and people is distinguishable, but people who do not have it cannot detect it. If he wants to save everyone, then he needs to look around. The man frowned. Next to him was the palm of another person who called the magic seal. He ordered to give priority to calming the monsters, because the rescue of citizens can be entrusted to firefighters and the self-defense troops. The man turned his head in surprise. He raised his hand, seeing Minato on the roof of the dilapidated building. The young man raised his eyebrows, remembering this man whom he met on that day of the disaster. The boy went down. The man came closer, assuming that he was there to help them, which made the job much easier. The boy looked at him, asking what the situation was. The man frowned. There was a bright magic seal in front of him. He was talking about the fact that the urgent help to the citizens was not even half done. The real situation was that they did not have time to reach the east side. The giant monsters were quickly changing their location. The protagonist put his palm with a bright magic seal to the side, saying that he would take care of it. The boy walked forward. The man brought his hand to his mouth, shouting after him that a message had arrived that outlaw magicians were operating there, asking the boy to be careful. The man frowned, looking after him. The people in suits looked up in surprise, looking at the man, who wondered if there was any point in worrying about this boy. The youth raised his eyebrows, asking who this hero was, how he could destroy the monster in an instant. The man stood still and looked forward, guessing that the boy had appeared here to help in such difficult times. From several magic seals, a vortex of energy was released, enveloping the body of the magical beast. The hero used the 6th rank, explosive flow. Minato frowned, thinking that for the monsters to exist without a catastrophe even 50 years ago, which means they are increasing their numbers, and with it their strength. The guy stood with his hand outstretched forward. The stone fragments were enclosed in bright spheres. He extended his hand forward. In front of him, among the rubble, sat a woman with a little girl. The guy thought that the area exceeded the ability to take measures only by him. If a solution was not found, then the situation would get out of control. The protagonist waved his hand to the woman with a child, whom he handed over to 2 firefighters. The guy raised his hands up, placing people in bright spheres for protection. Karin ran closer. 2 police officers followed her. Families were reunited. The heroes could not hold back tears of joy. The protagonist waved his hand to the rescued boy. The man actively warmed Minato's hand, thanking him and saying that thanks to his actions, the losses were minimized. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that all of this happened thanks to the police and firefighters, and he just helped. The man furrowed his eyebrows, saying that the boy was really cool. The men in suits bowed to him, apologizing for how they treated him that day of the disaster, all because of their ridiculous pride, and so they took an important position. Minato raised his eyebrows and held out his palm, saying that he knew that students like him could seem arrogant, so it was okay. The man smiled and held out his hand, saying that the boy was older than he looked. Karin lowered her head and closed her eyes. She clenched her hand into a fist, thanking the boy for helping her. She didn't even know how to justify the fact that they relied on a student so much. The hero looked at her, saying that helping was his decision. Minato raised his head, saying that he was worried about the number of monsters and their strength. Karin frowned and put her hand to her chin, saying that countermeasures against them and the disaster were necessary. As far as she knew, Mr. Shogo was working on it. 2 little boys came closer and apologized for bothering him. The child smiled and raised his head, thanking the boy for saving him. The protagonist smiled, saying that the main thing is that they are safe. The boy's younger brother smiled widely and opened his shining eyes, asking if Mr. Great Saint was really the one. The youth opened his eyes in surprise and scratched his face. The boy hugged his younger brother, asking for forgiveness for him because he just really likes this character. The protagonist turned his attention to the doll in the boy's hand. A smirk appeared on the boy's face. Minato frowned and smiled widely, saying that he was the Great Saint. The little boy raised his eyebrows high and squeezed the toy in his hands, saying that he knew it. The hero remembered his past self sitting on a chair. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his hand, asking if they really wanted to make a doll of him. The man in the dark robe and glasses smiled and pointed to the list, saying that it wasn't just about dolls, but also bromides and keychains. The protagonist closed his eyes and rubbed his chin, saying that he was sure that no one needed such things. The hero in the robe came closer and put out his hands, saying that the guy was a great saint who was a support for everyone, especially children. The guy said that he didn't think so. The man in the robe frowned and threw his head back, saying that maybe even in 100 years, people would still need saving, so he really asked Minato for permission. The young man picked up the youngest child and walked forward, thinking that everything was as the man said, but people could not be saved by dolls alone. Minato frowned, thinking that there was a need for a great saint in these times as well. A certain establishment in the city was empty. A chandelier was burning brightly above a table with leather sofas. A man with red hair stood next to a crowd of people, saying that this was the information about the mage in black. Osamu was sitting on a red chair, with 3 beautiful girls around him. This man was a bandit in black. He leaned forward, asking if the mage was an outlaw, not in the organization, opposing him. Osamu smiled frighteningly, asking if that was true. The man with red hair looked at him in fear. Answering, yes. The man opened his palm, telling them to investigate and find out about this mage in black. If he agreed to join, then let him, but if he refused, then something must be done. The crowd of men stood silently in place, listening to the leader's words. Shuji adjusted his glasses, asking if he should be killed if he refused. Osamu smiled, saying that he could do it after torturing him. The guy grinned and licked his lips, saying that he would gladly carry out this task. The young man put his hand forward, saying that that was enough for today. The two girls and the guy sat tiredly on the bench. Mizuha began to greedily drink water. Minato smiled, thinking that everyone had become much stronger, but it would be even better. The heroes did not take their eyes off the young man, saying that he was a real monster because the limit of his strength was unknown. The hand wiped beads of sweat from his face with a towel, asking how much magical power the protagonist had. Mizuha looked at her, thinking that she had the same thought. She guessed that the hero's power was probably 500,000. Since they were talking about Minato, then it was possible. The youth raised his eyebrows, saying that his power was 99,990,000. The heroes froze, their eyes wide. Ruka frowned and folded his arms, saying that even Ikigami Minato had 1 million. Ryuji scratched his head awkwardly, saying that even for him, it was too much. Mizuha smiled. The youth raised his eyebrows, asking if this mage really had 1 million in magical power. Ruka put her hand forward, asking if he didn't know. Since everyone knew it, the girl sitting next to her put her hands on her knees, saying that's why they said that her maximum was 1 million. The boy frowned and took out his phone, not believing that his magical power level was really that high. He was going to check it on the internet. The hero froze, looking closely at the screen. He tilted his head thoughtfully. Minato smiled and closed his eyes, raising his head up and thinking that he had completely forgotten the user manual. It was too complicated. On his screen was an incoming call from SH Chigo. The young man brought the phone to his ear. A man's voice was heard on the other end of the line. He apologized for disturbing and asked if the hero could talk. The boy raised his eyebrows, asking what he was calling about. SH Chigo frowned and asked if the boy's friends were nearby. He replied that they were. The police inspector asked the hero to turn on speakerphone. The boy awkwardly looked at the phone, asking what speakerphone was. Mizuha frowned and showed him what to press. The young man put the phone between the girls. SH Chigo said that after the recent disasters and the increase in the number of monsters, it was decided to create a specialized unit to combat them, a special magic squad. 3 gray silhouettes stood next to each other. The police inspector would like to entrust the command of the squad to Minato. The guy froze, putting his hands in his pockets. The hero's eyes widened in surprise and their mouths opened slightly. Mizuha raised her eyebrows. A blush appeared on her face. She thought that making a guy the commander of a special magic team was wonderful. Every magician would like to get such a position. Even Minato would not refuse such a thing. The main character frowned, saying that he refused. The girl opened her eyes wide and clenched her hands into fists, asking why he was doing this. SH Chigo asked if the young man wanted to listen to an explanation. The hero agreed. He looked at the angry girl in confusion, not understanding the reason for her anger. The police inspector pressed the phone to his shoulder with his ear, saying that first of all, there were too many tasks for the police to handle alone. That is, given the current state of affairs, they alone would not be able to withstand the monsters. He believed that the young man himself understood this. The boy frowned, thinking that the root of the problem was that the level of training of magicians was low. The young man put his hands in his pockets, asking how things were going in the magic aristocracy. SH Shogo answered that its main components were Mizuha, Kaichai, and Hamurai, who had not yet returned from a meeting held abroad. The only ones left were Fuka. The protagonist looked at Mizuha, saying that he had not seen her parents. The girl smiled, saying that it was because they had been traveling for a long time. The police inspector said that there were about a dozen police officers who were members of the organization, and from the academy they were Mizuha, Ruka, Ryuji. They were nominated by SH Chigo himself. The man frowned and pressed the phone to his ear, saying that he would take care of all the things that might cause problems, such as clerical work and negotiations. It would be good if the boy put his efforts into training the magicians and commanding. He would also receive a reward and credits for the academy subjects, and even help with getting a job. Shigo jumped up from his seat, begging the boy to agree, since he was their last hope. The boy frowned and clutched the phone in his hand, asking Minato to become the commander. The protagonist exhaled heavily. Minato frowned, saying that he would do it. Shigo furrowed his brows and smiled, asking if it was true. Mizuha jumped up from her seat, saying that they were in on it too. Ryuji smiled, saying that he had no reason to refuse. Ruka looked at the phone, saying that they could trust Minato with everything. The protagonist sighed heavily, thinking that there was cause for concern, but he was fit to raise magicians. The news anchor reported that the entire Fuka family, who belonged to the magic aristocracy, was being criticized. In addition to the fact that the entire family abandoned their duties during the disaster at the academy, They were delaying taking measures regarding the subjugation of monsters. The man clasped his hands, saying that these ignorant people think that the magic aristocracy is all-powerful. There was a knock on the door. He allowed them to enter. The man was holding documents in his hands, saying that business papers from the Central Police Department had just been delivered. He opened the document and saw a notice of the creation of a special magic squad in front of him, asking what kind of pathetic parody this was. The man's face was hidden in the shadow. He rested his head on his hand, saying that this could silence the people. He ordered his foolish son to be called. The butler bowed, preparing to carry out the order. There was a bright blue sky above the tall building, the sun illuminating everything. Minato frowned, looking ahead. His special magic squad was ready. The heroes were standing next to each other. There was a sign on the board, a joint briefing. All those present were standing at the tables. The young man frowned, seeing 10 people in front of him. Shigo closed his eyes and grabbed his hair, asking for forgiveness. There were candidates, but their applications were not sent. He was sure that he could achieve results. There would be more applications. Minato raised his eyebrows, thinking that there must have been disagreements because a student was appointed as the commander. Shigo approached the young man and handed him an object, a temporary magician's badge, into his palm. In the boy's palm was a square badge with red corners and a cross in the center. Shigo turned to the heroes standing in front of him, saying that the cooperation was external, but that they were employees of a government agency was certain. They could show the badge when necessary, but it was only issued for the duration of their stay in the squad. The heroes did not officially have the qualifications of magicians. The man smiled and patted the boy on the shoulder, saying that this was all that concerned the students. The rest he would hand over to Commander Minato. The protagonist smiled, thinking about the long-standing feeling of power over people. He took a step forward. The boy closed his eyes and put his hand in his pocket, calling out the whole name and saying that this time it was decided to appoint him as the commander of a special magic squad. The guy looked forward and smiled, saying that first of all he wanted to promise that he would make them stronger than even the heads of the families of the magic aristocracy. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise and cried out. Karin and the men standing nearby repeated his words in surprise. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that they probably couldn't believe it, so he would prove it. The protagonist looked at Shigo, asking if he had a magical power meter. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that there was one. The heroes stopped in front of the magical power meter. The guy looked at Ryuji and Ruka, who were standing to the side, saying that they would go first. The heroes immediately agreed. A bright stream of blue energy enveloped the meter. The guy standing next to him put his palm forward, releasing streams of bright orange energy forward. Minato smiled, saying that Ruka's previous indicator was 10,000 and Ryujin's was 8,000, but now the girl's magical power is 30,000 and the guy's is 28. These data were displayed on the meters. Ruka's eyes widened in surprise, not believing it. Ryuji grinned and gritted his teeth, asking if this was true. Karin, Shogo, and the men standing nearby widened their eyes in surprise and opened their mouths slightly. Not believing what they were seeing, they asked if these weren't the indicators of a top-class mage. Minato raised his eyebrows, saying that it was too early to be surprised. He told Mizuha that it was her turn. The girl frowned and pressed her hand to her chest. Mizuha walked up to the measuring device. Worriedly knitting her eyebrows, she was afraid that there would be a big difference in her and her sister's indicators. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl thought that she had put in a lot of effort, but she was still an ordinary person. Despite her fear, the student decided that she would not run away anymore, no matter what the result was, and put her hand to the crystal. A cluster of blue energy appeared around her. The student promised to never betray herself again. The police officers opened their mouths in surprise. Opening one eye, Mizuha wanted to know the result. The number on the board showed that her indicator was 26,000. Shogo raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that according to the records, her magical power was 2,000 not long ago and stated that it was impossible for the indicator to have increased so much. Patting his friend on the shoulder, the protagonist explained that power can be increased and that it requires inclinations. Smiling, he added that the intention to not give up and diligence play a key role. Minato stroked his classmate's head and praised her. Mizuha burst into tears because she was called a good girl. Ruka crossed her arms over her chest and looked at her sister. The girl fixed her hair. Approaching the seniors, the guy praised them too. Closing her eyes, the student said that an excellent result for her family is quite natural, so she does not need to be praised for it. Stroking her head, the young man still praised her for the wonderful result. Ryuji's mouth dropped open in displeasure, thinking that his comrade lacked common sense and knew no fear. Seeing this, Mizuha put her hands to her cheeks in fear and thought that her sister would lose her temper. Ruka stated that she was not a child. The protagonist removed his hand from her head. Frowning, the upperclassman felt a shiver run through his entire body. Sighing, the girl was glad that her sister was not angry. Minato reached out to pat his older comrade on the head, but he resisted. The girl thought that this was the first time she had been patted on the head and that even her father had never done this. Entering the room, the man in green robes said that he had been looking for them for 10 minutes and that they were supposed to meet him. Shigo raised his hands in front of the guest and said that he was told that he would not be here today. The stranger explained that he had changed his mind and came. Looking to the side, the detective decided to introduce the guest to the others. The eldest son of the Fuka family of magical aristocrats placed his hands on his hips. Leaning towards the boy's ear, the man explained that they had to deal with aristocrats and that they were forced to enroll this man in the academy. The young man asked if the Fuka family had ignored the request for assistance in the disaster that had occurred at the academy. Scratching the back of his head, Sho replied that in order to maintain their authority, they had to respond to their demands. That was the whole point of being a magical aristocracy. Putting his index finger to his mouth, Sho asked what ordinary students were doing in the leading magical squad in Japan. Pointing at the main character, the detective introduced him as the student who had stopped the development of the disaster at the academy, for which he had been appointed commander of the squad. Looking at him appraisingly from all sides, the guest asked if an ordinary person, and not a magical aristocrat, had been able to stop the disaster. The young man stepped on his foot. Frowning angrily, Shiyu declared that a boy who had not reached his level would not command him. Looking at them, Mizuha asked what he was doing. Ruka called for him to move away from their comrade. Ryuji shouted that he would send the guest far and for a long time. Throwing an arrogant glance at them, the aristocrat declared that mortals were so easily succumb to emotions. Seeing the sisters standing next to each other, he was surprised that there were other aristocrats here besides him. A malicious grin appeared on his face. The boy raised his index finger and demanded to be appointed as the squad leader. The man said that they already had a leader. Looking around, Shiyu proposed to hold a competition in which the person from the squad who defeats the boss of the next disaster will receive the right to become the commander. The detective was amazed at such willfulness. Heading for the exit, the aristocrat declared that this was exactly so. Turning to the protagonist, Shogo apologized to him. The student replied that in this situation, there was no point in talking, so they just needed to defeat the boss. Frowning angrily, the students declared that they would not stand on ceremony and would not lose, so that this imposter would not become the commander. Looking at them, Minato wondered where they got their determination from. The Central Police Department, the sun was shining over the sports field. Putting his hand to his chin, the boy began to think about his plan of action and remembered that the police force had a magic power level of 10,000. Putting his hand in front of him, the young man explained that next they would talk about the importance of magic power. The students watched him closely. Magic power is the energy used to control magic, but it has other purposes as well. Ryuji stepped forward when asked to do so. The student asked him to attack with all his strength and not hesitate. Swinging his fist, the upperclassman asked his comrade not to complain later. The fist appeared in front of the protagonist's face. A magical barrier protected him from the blow. The boy continued to strike. Minato said that his friends would be able to easily use a huge amount of magical power, and if its amount was excellent, it would be possible to use it without even realizing it. He called it automatic magic. Ryuji swung his fist again. Realizing that his attacks had absolutely no effect, the upperclassman put his hands on his knees. The boy explained that they needed to remember that increasing the level of magical power was the most important task for every magician. The young man put his hand on the policeman's back. A bright aura appeared around the men. Summoning magical circles, Mizuha fired water projectiles at the target. Sitting on the bed, the student thought that in addition to magic training, they needed weapons. However, some time ago, Shogo put his palms together and said that they needed to wait a little longer to get weapons. Getting out of bed, the protagonist realized that there were currently no masters for this business, so there was no one left except him, even though he had no experience at all. Opening the drawer of the closet, Minato expressed a desire to find something useful. In his hand was a cheap ring. The guy thought that this thing was unlikely to have any value. After examining it, he realized that this would not be enough, so he needed to go shopping. The phone lying on the bed vibrated. The name of Mizuha's sister appeared on the screen. Putting the phone to his ear, the young man asked what happened, but in response he heard only silence. Ruka said that her friend was the best fit for the role of the commander of their squad. Sitting on the bed, the student asked if she really decided to cheer him up like this. The answer was affirmative. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she was bad at this and decided that it was high time to ask her about something. He asked her to accompany him on a shopping trip because he didn't know where the best place to buy accessories was. Sitting on a pillow, the girl asked if Mizuha and Ryuji would go with them. Looking away, Minato replied that they would go together, and thought to himself that there was no need for them to gather the whole company. The high school girl lowered her head. The guy asked if she would go with him. Ruka looked away. Tilting her head, the girl replied that she wouldn't mind going shopping. Hearing that they would go to Harajuku, the young man got up from his bed and said that he would wait for his friend at the station tomorrow. Hanging up, the high school girl looked at the phone screen. Taking the ring in his hands, the student hoped that he would be able to buy rings for all the team members, and decided that for now he could try to make an item of clothing against monsters from what he had. Thinking that he would be able to do this, the protagonist summoned magical energy around the ring. Approaching the room, Mizua said that it was time for dinner. Raising her hand, the girl was worried that her sister was not answering. Taking hold of the door handle, the student warned that she would come into the room. Ruka was holding a hanger with a blue jacket in her hands. Mizua looked at her in surprise. The girl looked back and asked what was wrong. Seeing the outfits lying on the floor, the girl apologized and said that dinner was ready. The upperclassman replied that she would be right there. Putting her hand to her chin, the student realized that she had never seen her sister in such a mood and that she was probably getting ready to meet someone. Harajuku Station, the protagonist put his hands in his pants pockets. Hiding around the corner, Mizua hid her magic power so as not to be noticed and decided to keep her distance. Closing her eyes, the girl was upset that she was acting like this and mentally apologized to her friends. Minato looked back, noticing something. The passersby gaped in surprise as Ruka walked past them. Putting her hand on her waist, she asked how long her friend had been waiting for her. The guy spread his arms and replied that he had just arrived. The random passersby envied him, clenching their fists in displeasure. Mizua, her mouth wide open in shock, thought that her friends were on a date. The girl asked what her friend wanted to buy. Raising her hand, the boy replied that he needed a ring. The high school girl asked if it was a gift. Looking up, the student replied that it could be said that way, adding that he needed several pieces. Frowning, the college girl asked if it was a gift for several people. The answer was affirmative. Pointing her finger at her friend, Ruka said that polygamy is prohibited in Japan. The protagonist asked what that had to do with it. The girl turned away and said that they needed to go there to buy some cheap rings. Minato agreed, although he didn't know why they needed to go there. The heroes looked at the windows of a jewelry store while Mizua watched them. Then they went to a street flea market. Standing in front of the store, a high school girl said that they needed durable, cheap, and not too flashy rings. After looking at one of the rings, the guy noticed that this store had rings that fit the requests, but they were missing something. Sitting at the table with a glass in her hands, the girl asked what her friends were talking about and noticed that the distance between them had shortened. Smiling, the assistant asked what the customers were looking for and said that they could give a discount if it was a gift for a girl. The guy waved his hand, wanting to say that they were not dating. Crossing her arms over her chest, the student proudly declared that she was not his girlfriend. The dumbfounded employee of the store apologized to them. Running away from them, the saleswoman said that they could choose as many rings as they wanted. The protagonist scratched his head in embarrassment. Sitting in a cafe, he explained that he was tired from the long walk and the crowds. Taking a sip from his glass, Minato realized that they had not found anything suitable and suggested that they should reconsider their requests. Ruka looked dejected. Holding a cup of coffee in her hands, she was upset that she was not able to be friendly. Raising the cup to her mouth, the girl decided that her friend knew about the peculiarities of her character. Mizua raised her eyebrows in surprise when her sister said that she was too cold towards her and could not communicate normally with her, which is why she constantly had to endure her behavior. Looking down, the high school girl explained that she was bothering her friend and that her younger sister was better suited for shopping. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy stated that this was absolutely not true. The student looked at him. The young man expressed confidence that his friend took the choice of stores and rings seriously, as if she was choosing them for herself. Smiling, the student concluded that his friend was helping him well. Ruka narrowed her eyes. She shyly twirled a lock of hair in her hands. Standing behind the wall of the cafe, Mizua thought that this was the first time she saw her sister like this. Taking off her glasses, the girl asked herself what she was doing. Deciding that it was time for her to leave, the student walked away from the cafe. Holding a bag in his hands, the protagonist was glad that they finally found good rings. Holding a booklet in his hands, the high school girl noted that they bought 5 pieces. Minato said that this was enough for everyone. A smile shone on his face. Hugging her shoulder, the student noted that her friend also took the choice seriously and that those for whom these rings were intended would be happy. Raising his eyebrows, the guy agreed with her and said that these were equipment for the army. Raising her hand to her chin, Ruka realized why they went to the store. Putting his hand out in front of her, the boy thanked his friend for helping her. The girl replied that it was nothing special. Putting his hand in his pocket, the student decided to thank her. The high school girl said that there was no need for that. The protagonist handed her a ring he found at home. Extending his hand, he asked his friend to give him her hand. The student did as he asked, and Minato put the ring on her finger. Smiling and winking, the guy asked her to take care of this special, very first ring. Turning away shyly, Ruka thanked him and said goodbye to him. Watching her go, the boy thought that he wanted to explain that this ring works against monsters, but apparently he would have to do it next time. The girl walked towards the station. Suddenly, she stopped. The high school student looked at the ring on her finger. Blushing, the student pressed her hand to her heart. Raising his hand in front of his comrades, the student announced that he would give each of them an equipment attribute. Looking at the ring in surprise, Karin felt a magical reaction and realized that it worked against monsters. Putting the artifact in Mizua's hand, the protagonist said that wind magic was embedded in it and that it could be used by charging the ring with one's magical power. Looking at the accessory, Shogo asked where the boy got them. Minato replied that he made them himself. Turning the ring over in his hands, the detective thought that there were very few craftsmen who could make equipment against magical creatures known as a monster shield, so it was hard for him to believe that his comrade could do it. Smiling, the man said that the student never ceased to amaze them. Looking at her sister, Mizua realized that she had not been given anything. Seeing the ring on her finger, the girl realized that it was not there before and that it probably appeared after the date. Clutching her head, the student assumed that something important had happened after she left. Raising his index finger, the guy explained that their main disadvantage was their slow movement, because even by car they might not make it to the destination in time. Remembering how they used magic and how the signal lights on the car lit up, Shogo thought that they really were late every time. Rising into the air with the help of a magic circle, the young man explained that with this equipment, one can use air magic, which will increase mobility. Hanging in the air, he added that this is the lowest level magic, which is not intended for combat, and asked his friends to try using it. Ryuji's mouth opened in shock. Mizua raised her eyebrows in surprise. The police officers awkwardly tried to climb onto the magic circle. The student asked them to imagine that they were jumping and use flight and acceleration to move in the air. Looking at his friend hovering in the air, the protagonist asked if she can use magic. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that this is the result of continuous training in controlling magical power, so such a task is not difficult for her. Suddenly, the student pursed her lips in displeasure. Minato looked at her questioningly. Embarrassedly turning away, Mizua realized that a feeling of shame had awakened in her because of yesterday's surveillance. Putting her hands in her pockets, the boy asked if she knew about the great saint. The girl turned around and, answering positively, said that he was her role model. The young man asked how strong this man actually was. Looking up thoughtfully, the student answered that his magical power was equal to 1,000,000 and that he had a large number of types of magic at his disposal, and added that the progenitor of magic died after a battle with a demon that occurred during a world catastrophe. The student asked what happened to the magicians after his death. Smiling confidently, Mizua said that among the few survivors were the progenitors of the magic aristocracy, who made significant efforts to revive the magicians, and that her family also took part in this. Waving her hand, she added that now there are not many books and data on magic from those times, so they began to study magic from scratch. Books fell off the shelves. The protagonist thought, putting his hand to his chin, that the mortality rate of mages was indeed high, but in any case, there should have been books about magic that could be preserved for future generations. Karin and Ryuji were learning to control air magic. Frowning, Minato realized that modern magical education was poor and had many misconceptions, and the level of mages was extremely low. It seemed to him that someone could be to blame for this. Tilting her head, Mizua asked if everything was okay. Her friend was distracted from his thoughts and answered that everything was fine. Pitifully knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked him to tell her if something was wrong. Looking back, the guy replied that her desire to develop was enough for him. Walking in the opposite direction from her, the young man decided that he should not tell her about the mage in black, even though his friend was not the type to spread rumors. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. After imagining his past self, the student looked away and thought that his classmate would faint if she knew that he was the great sage. As she watched him go, Mizua hoped that her classmate did not think that she was unreliable and decided to become stronger to change his mind. Clenching her fists, she promised to try harder. A week later, the sun was shining on the training ground. Frowning, the protagonist ordered everyone to take a position and open fire. Karin used Tier 2 Holy Magic and sent several projectiles forward. Shigo used Tier 3 Thunder Magic. Purple lightning flew out from the magic circles. Ryuji raised his hand and used Tier 4 Earth Magic. A rain of stones fell on the ground. The sisters used Tier 4 Water Magic. Streams of water gushed out from the magic circles. Smiling, Minato thought that the team's ranks had increased and that even the policewoman had mastered offensive magic, although she had not been able to fight back before. Standing behind the sisters, the boy realized that they had excellent compatibility. Mizua summoned blue magic circles in front of her. 2 craters formed in front of the girls. The girl's eyes widened and she imagined a scene from the past. She clenched her fists in joy and closed her eyes. The young man looked at her with a smile. Raising his hand, he said that everyone had done well and warned that an increase in the number of ranks does not mean anything about the strength of magic. Calling his friend with his hand, the student asked her to use 4th rank magic on him. A huge ball of water appeared above Ruka's head. The protagonist looked at it. A first-rank wooden spear burst out of his magic circle. The spear pierced the water ball. Shogo, his mouth open in surprise, realized that the attacks of different ranks had mutually destroyed each other. Summoning a clot of magic in his hand, Minato explained that the number of ranks could increase the upper limit of the available magic power, but their height did not guarantee an improvement in magic, so in a confrontation, the first rank with the maximum amount of invested magic power could win over the fourth. Imagining the cycle of various elements, the boy frowned and said that attributes also played an important role, so water was vulnerable to wood. Ryuji decisively needed his knuckles. The young man suggested that they not put all their efforts into increasing the number of ranks, but study and improve magic power to become stronger. Sho and Karin listened to him with an attentive look. Summoning a stream of energy in his hands, the student asked them not to forget that they have comrades, and stated that with joint efforts they will become even stronger. Smiling happily, the team agreed with the commander. Raising his hand in front of himself, Sho suggested that mere mortals must have a hard time. Looking at him, the detective asked why he came if he wasn't training or exterminating monsters anyway. The aristocrat replied that he was bored and sad because there was no disaster yet. Pointing his finger at the man, the boy added that exterminating monsters was the police's business. The academy students frowned in displeasure, and dark energy appeared behind them. Spreading his arms, the young man asked when the disaster would come. Mizuho looked up and noticed that the sky had turned red. Smiling happily, Shiyu declared that the disaster had finally come. Pointing at himself, he said that the team that killed the boss first would receive the right to command. Ryuji rolled up his sleeves, clenching his fist, and the girl shouted that they would not lose in this competition. Using wind magic, the aristocrat said that he would go first, and the student said that it was unfair. Taking the earphone in his hands, the protagonist asked the squad to put on the equipment and begin to act. Summoning magic circles under their feet, the team headed towards the disaster. The commander warned that they should not relax, because this was the first practice of the squad since its foundation. A car was driving along the road. Seeing the magician in front of him, the driver asked what was going on. Smirking, Shiyu shouted that his competitor was already late. Looking after them, Ryuji said that they were very fast. Mizuho wondered how this man moved so fast with such a build. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Minato thought that their competitors had excellent wind magic and that it would be difficult for his friends to catch up with them. Looking back, the boy decided that overtaking his team was pointless because they did not have to go forward if there was no risk to the civilians. Flying backwards, the nobleman asked what kind of magical squad was this that could not even keep up with them. Arrogantly pouting, he called the competitors little children. Gritting her teeth, Mizuho thought that she could not hear his words, but Sho was definitely mocking them. Landing on her feet, the nobleman declared that they had arrived. Raising his fist, the boy decided to exterminate the monsters. Magic circles appeared in front of him and his bodyguards. A wave of energy cut off the head of the magical beast. The city residents ran away from the monsters in fear. The woman begged the magician for help. The boy pointed his finger forward and expressed his desire to kill more monsters. A wave of energy fell on the monster next to the civilians. They opened their mouths in amazement. A bright flash flashed in the air. The protagonist protected the townspeople with a magical barrier. Minato asked them what they were doing, his eyes sparkling. The Fuka family members frowned tensely. Shiyu trembled and found himself unable to move. Flying up to the civilians, Mizuho asked if they were okay. Turning around, the girl asked why their competitors were dragging the townspeople into this. Raising his hand, the nobleman realized that he could move again and wondered what that boy had done to him. Closing his eyes, he said that the academy students were getting in his way. Frowning, the student asked what that meant. Flying away, Shiyu said that he would defeat the boss himself and that the rest of them should protect the common people. Mizuho watched them go with anger, and the boy thought that he could easily neutralize them, but that would be dodging the competition. Smiling, the young man decided that the right moment had come. The student raised his hand in front of the team and said that he would protect the citizens while his squad focused on subduing the monsters. Frowning, Shigo asked if his comrade could handle it alone, as protecting all the citizens was an impossible task. Pointing at himself, the protagonist reminded them that he was the commander of a special magic squad. Scratching his head, the detective decided that it was indeed a stupid question. Mizuho said that they could not always count on their friend's support, so they had to defeat all the monsters themselves. The team resolutely raised their fists and agreed with her. Minato extended his hand forward and directed them forward for victory. The guys jumped onto their magic circles. Using their magic, they dealt with the approaching monsters. A cloud of water energy appeared in front of the girl. An azure splash of the third rank pierced the devil's guard through and through. Putting her hand forward, the student thought that she had defeated the monster, although she could not even dream of such a thing just recently. Smiling, Mizuho realized that she was getting stronger. Closing her eyes and imagining all the sources of magical power in the city, the guy thought that there were too many of them and that there were also more than enough citizens who did not have time to escape. Opening his eyes, the young man asked himself if saving everyone was really an easy task. He pushed off the ground. A green magic circle appeared under his feet. The man directed magic at the devil's guard. His colleague also summoned a magic circle in front of him. Grinning evilly, Shio wished death to his enemies. Looking around, Ruka asked her friends not to forget about caution. Holding the magic circle in front of them, Ryuji suggested forming a battle line. Mizuha suggested using group attacks. Hearing a strange sound, the girl turned her head and asked what kind of magical power it was. In front of her was a demon covered in dark energy. Swinging his fist, the nobleman declared that the boss was his prey and expressed his desire to demonstrate the highest, best, and strongest rank 4. His bodyguards furrowed their brows sternly and said that it was impossible to defeat a demon with a rank 4. The boy smirked and said that he was confident in himself and asked how many people they knew who had fought demons could be so overconfident. Summoning rank 4 wind magic in his hands, the youth declared that he was a magic nobleman and therefore would win this battle. The demon gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. A bright flash of rank 4 flames appeared above him. The fire immediately dispersed the enemy's wind energy. Shio, with his mouth wide open, asked how the enemy could defeat his best rank 4 magic. Noticing the approach of the fireball, the nobleman called on his allies to retreat and ran away. The fire energy hung over the civilians, and they screamed upon seeing it. The protagonist immediately rushed forward and covered them with his body. Earth magic and water magic appeared above him at the same time. The energy of this spell collided with the fireball. Ryuji and the sisters raised their hands. Minato looked back and smiled and thought that it was not bad. Mizuha approached the nobleman who had fallen to the floor. The boy wiped his forehead and said that they almost got hit. The girl asked why he dragged civilians into the battle, her hair covering her eyes. Rising to his feet, the young man said that it was not his fault that the people did not run away in time, and that it was better for them to die than to get in the way. The student swung her hand. A sound of impact was heard. Due to the strong slap, Shu's body flew to the side. Clenching her fist, Mizuha called him to stop bragging about his aristocratic origins, not having even a reason to be proud. The boy trembled as he clutched his cheek and asked how dare someone hit a magical aristocrat. Jumping onto the green magic circle, the girl said that they needed to deal with the demon. Shio ordered her not to ignore him. Escorting the woman to the rescue vehicle, the protagonist thought that his team was arguing with a competitor right in front of the enemy, but decided to ignore it because they quickly pulled themselves together. Waving his hand at the military, Minato thought that there were still many people to save, so his friends should watch the demon's every move. The monster was enveloped in dark energy. Hiding in a ruined building, the bodyguard explained that they would not be able to defeat this enemy, so they needed to wait here. Gritting his teeth, the aristocrat thought that it would really be hard for them to deal with the monster because it was too strong. Smiling widely, the boy suggested waiting for the competitors to weaken the enemy so that they could finish it off themselves. The bodyguards happily agreed with him. Scratching their noses, Shio said that they needed to hide well. The heroes stood in front of the demon. Mizuha spread her arms out to the side, thinking that they simply had to defeat this monster. Summoning a hail of stones, Ryuji declared that the one who makes the first move to victory wins. The sisters and the police sent their magical energy towards the enemy. A powerful explosion was heard in front of them. Dust rose into the air. Frowning, the upperclassmen asked if they managed to kill the monster. The demon emerged from the cloud of dust. There was not a scratch on his body. Mizuha said that they had failed. Raising her hand in front of her, Ruka suggested that the 5th rank required an appropriate level of strength. The monster again summoned a huge fireball above itself. Using wind magic, the boys rose into the air to dodge the attack. Looking at the flames that quickly spread across the city street, the girl thought that the enemy had become twice as strong as they were a moment ago. Landing on her feet, she realized that the difference in actual strength was too great and that they would not win if they could not think of something. The heroes put their fingers to the earpiece when the protagonist realized that the fight was difficult for them and decided to give them some advice. Standing on the roof, Minato urged them to join forces. Frowning, the student said that they were already working together. The guy explained that they needed to join forces in the literal sense and that the key to this would be the sisters. Looking around, Mizuha asked what this meant, but her friend asked them to think for themselves. The girl's eyes widened in fear. A huge fireball was moving towards her. Summoning a blue magic circle in her hand, Ruka said that there must be meaning in the commander's words, so they needed to think. The student put her fist to her chest and agreed with her sister and thought that their friend had always guided them in the right direction. She looked back. Lowering her hands, Mizuha firmly stated that the demon's magic was strong, but it took him a long time to cast a spell, so they first needed to exterminate the small monsters while trying to avoid the demon's attacks. With a stern frown, the girl added that the police should deal with the attack from the east while they dealt with the west, and promised to warn her when the monster attacked. Raising their eyebrows, Shigo and Karin said that they understood. The monster raised his hand and began to cast another spell. Summoning a magic circle in front of him, the student began the countdown to the demon's attack. As the fireball headed their way, Mizua called for everyone to dodge. The heroes ran to the side using wind magic. Placing the injured civilian's hand on his shoulder, the protagonist thought that his friend was indeed very suitable for controlling people, although someone else could do it. Leaning over and placing her hands on her knees, the girl realized that the ranks in magic they had would not be enough and wondered what they needed to do to win. Adjusting her earphone, she tried to remember what the commander had said. Remembering how he had summoned a cloud of energy, the student looked up and thought that she had misunderstood him that time. Straightening up, Mizua thought that this ridiculous method was unlikely to work, but common sense had long since ceased to matter. Deciding that she had no choice but to take the risk, the girl approached her comrades and asked them to lend her their power. Peeking out from behind the stone slab, Shiyu asked what they were planning to do. The squad stood behind the sisters. Shigo asked if they were sure they could do it. The student frowned and said they had no other choice. Ruka said she trusted her sister. Ryuji clenched his fist and said they should try this. Karin suggested they come up with something else if this plan didn't work. Looking up, the demon summoned a rank 5 flaming pillar. A huge fireball hung over the heroes. A powerful wave of fire crashed down to the ground. Covering his face with his hands, Shigo asked if his opponents understood that they could die. The bodyguard asked him to look at something. The nobleman raised his eyebrows in confusion. The heroes ran away from the flames. The sisters sat on Ryuji Shigo's backs. Closing her eyes, Karin used rank 3 sacred healing. Blue particles appeared around Ruka. Frowning, the detective continued to run forward. Putting his hand on the earpiece, the protagonist thought that using the healing was a smart move, since it was very difficult to completely avoid damage from the 5th rank. A blue aura appeared around the sisters. Mizua put her hand forward. Ruka did the same. 6 magic circles appeared in front of them. Smiling, Minato decided that the grandeur of magic was in the combination of forces. The strongest water magic of the 6th rank summoned an explosive stream on the battlefield. The water fell on the demon's body, causing it to scream. Putting his hand on his forehead, Ryuji said that it was cool. The detective could not believe that his comrades used the 6th rank. Blood was coming out of the monster's mouth, but it was still alive. Noticing this, Shiyu smirked and said that they had a chance to deal a fatal blow. A vine wrapped around his arm. When the branch wrapped around his entire body, the nobleman realized that all his strength was gone. His eyes turned white. The protagonist was standing nearby. A vine was growing from a magic circle near his hand. Purple particles were emanating from the monster's body. Ryuji realized that the enemy had stopped moving. Shogo assumed that he was on the verge of death. The sky cleared up. The red haze disappeared. Smiling, the detective said that they had defeated the boss. The high school student realized that the disaster had stopped. Karin said that it was all thanks to the sisters. The girls fell to the ground. The guy asked if they were okay. Ruka closed her eyes, explaining that her strength had run out. Mizua put her hand on her chest, realizing that she could no longer move. Holding hands, the girls were happy that they had managed to defeat the demon. The heroes were in the office. Smiling, the protagonist announced that the disaster had been successfully stopped and that the whole team had shown themselves very well. Their first outing had shown considerable results. The policemen were smiling. All the team members felt their growth. The sisters also smiled. Clenching his fist, Minato stated that they had all become even stronger. Mizua pointed at herself in surprise when she was praised for her brilliant jump. Looking at her satisfied face, the boy said that his friend had given the right instructions that allowed the team to see the capabilities of their magic and asked if she had known about it from the beginning. The girl playfully knitted her eyebrows and stated that she did not know. The boy, with his mouth open in amazement, asked how, then, she had managed to do it. Smiling, the student replied that his meaningful hints had left her with only the ability to guess what to do. Looking up, the student decided that his friend was more valuable than he had thought. Raising his index finger, the protagonist stated that defeating the enemy at the last moment was simply excellent. Hearing that they had succeeded due to their excellent compatibility, the sisters exchanged glances. Looking at his watch, Minato realized that it was time. He pressed the power button on the remote. The police appeared on the TV screen, and the general explained that the reason for creating a special magic squad was to strengthen measures against the increase in the number of monsters and disasters. Frowning, the journalist asked if the student who stopped the disaster at the academy was really the squad leader. Shigo stood up and expressed his desire to answer this question. Looking into the camera, the detective confirmed that the student was the commander. The journalist gaped in surprise, not understanding how a minor could be appointed commander. Squinting, the man explained that this child possessed power greater than that possessed by the magic aristocracy. Raising his hand, he added that during the disaster at the academy, the aristocrats did not provide the required assistance, which put both the the police and the townspeople in a difficult position. Raising his hand to the side, Shigo declared that thanks to the appearance of this student, they were saved. The detective slammed his fist on the table and expressed his confidence that the boy was the savior of their century and that no one else could be trusted with the duties of a commander. The protagonist smiled sheepishly and thought that his comrade had gone beyond the bounds of decency and that this could cause them trouble. The reporter pointed at the policeman and said that this was a debatable statement, while his colleague said that it was simply unthinkable to neglect the magical aristocracy by creating a squad of magicians, as it would deprive them of the ability to perform their duties. The people present at the press conference looked at each other and discussed the situation, realizing that the magical aristocrats, especially the Fuka family, had not provided any assistance during disasters, and many of the heads of such families were abroad and did not take any measures to prevent disasters. The general wiped his sweat with a napkin and said that the police took the magical aristocrats very seriously, and that the creation of the squad was not intended to belittle them. Someone burst into the conference room. Pointing at himself, SHG stated that the current squad leader did not have outstanding abilities and that the leader should come from an aristocratic family. Spreading his arms, the guy said that he was not even invited to the press conference and asked if there should be limits to rudeness. The bodyguards supported him. Approaching them, Shigo asked why they came if they lost the competition. The bodyguards made a face, plugging their ears with their fingers. The young man stated that they had no agreement. Grinning widely, SHG explained that mere mortals would be better off listening to the words of a magical aristocrat. The woman raised her hand and expressed a desire to ask a question. The guy asked her to speak. Frowning, the journalist asked if it was true that the aristocrats not only did not save the citizens during the disaster, but also put them in danger, which is why the civilians ended up in the epicenter of the battle. The boy jumped back and said that this couldn't be happening. The reporter, holding his phone, said that they had videos and photos of what had happened. People jumped up from their seats. Someone asked if a magical aristocrat was capable of something like this. His colleague said that they were supposed to protect the citizens of the city, but they ended up in even greater danger. Pointing his finger at them, SHO ordered the mere mortals to shut up because they better not be a hindrance to the magical aristocracy. Putting his hands on the table, SHO said that the aristocracy has lost all morality now and Japan needs a hero who can actually protect them. Imagining the main character using magic, the detective narrowed his eyes and concluded that they need a person like him who will fight selflessly. Pointing his finger at the boy, the man added that they do not need magical aristocrats who are not even capable of protecting the population. The reporters threw him a displeased look. The general grabbed his head with his hands. SHG gritted his teeth in displeasure. Running out of the conference room, the guy promised to remember this and make the policeman regret his words. Smiling nervously, Minato thought that his comrade was a good boy. Holding a tablet in her hands, Mizura reported that a video from the day of the disaster had appeared online. Clicking on the preview of the video, she added that all the criticism was directed at the magical aristocrats, especially the Fuka family. Frowning, the guy thought that the internet was a scary thing, since such information could spread so easily. Hearing his girlfriend scream, the young man jumped up to her and asked what happened. Looking back, the girl said that their faces were visible on the video. On the tablet was an image of the entire team. Putting his hand to his face, the student wondered how he could hide his identity now, since he had attracted a lot of attention before. A week later, there was a sign in the hallway that said Conference Room 3. Looking ahead in amazement, the protagonist asked what was going on here. A huge crowd had gathered in the room. Scratching the back of his head, SHGO said that for some reason it had become easier to deliver applications to the top management, so the number of candidates increased overnight, including thanks to the press conference and the internet. Seeing his comrade's displeased face, the detective folded his hands and apologized for losing his temper that day. Minato crossed his arms over his chest and thought that he really wanted to teach mages, but he didn't want to receive so much unwanted attention. Mizua came up behind him and told him that he should accept the fact that he wouldn't be able to go unnoticed in this world. The boy grabbed his head in displeasure, and the girl expressed her condolences about the fact that there would be even more attention now. The boy was tied up in a dark room. The stranger approached him and asked who the mage in black was. Putting a knife to Tadano's throat, the man asked him to tell him everything. Shuji ran the knife across the hostage's shoulder. The boy's mouth dropped open in fear and he said that he only knew that the mage in black was a young man who was good at magic. The man stabbed him in the thigh. Smiling madly, he said that there was something else. With tears in his eyes, the boy replied that the police had searched the magic academy to find him, so there were rumors that the magician in black was a student. The boy said that he knew nothing more. Twirling the knife, the leader decided that he could not find out anything useful. Tadano asked if he would be released now. Closing his eyes and laughing, Shuji replied that he would only release him from life. The man slit the boy's throat. Looking at his hand, the bandit realized that his suit was stained with blood. Wiping the blood with a white napkin, he said that it was simply disgusting. Putting his hand to his chin, the leader thought about the identity of the magician in black. Smiling widely, Shuji said that the screams of the young man must be beautiful. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked his enemy to wait for him. Shinjuku, earthen spikes grew in front of the protagonist. Next to him lay a defeated magical beast. Suddenly, Minato looked back. In an alley nearby, people were filming everything around them. Seeing the corpse of a monster in front of them, one of them assumed that it was the work of a mage in black. Showing it to the camera, the second guy was upset that they did not have time to film their battle. Looking at them from the air, the young man thought that the unrest about the mage in black had not died down yet. People were walking along the streets of the city. The guy realized that they were looking for him, because this area is usually very quiet. The police approached the passers-by. Now the number of rounds increased, and the adoption of measures related to monsters and disasters became more prompt. Taking off his mask, the student thought that now the mage in black was no longer needed. Looking down, he noticed something. Swinging his leg, the stranger ordered the man to return him 10 million yen if he did not want to be taken for organs. Covering his face with his hand, the debtor said that he only took 200,000. Summoning fire energy in front of him, the stranger said that it was called interest. His friend decided to teach the debtor a lesson. Minato appeared in the air above them. Putting up a protective barrier in front of him, the guy saved the man from the fire. The stranger took advantage of the moment and ran away. Grinning, the robber asked if this boy really felt like a hero and decided to stop them. The young man asked if they really needed a painful experience. A moment later, the beaten bandits were sitting on their knees and apologizing for what they had done. Putting his hand to his chin, the student wondered if the police didn't deal with illegal magicians. The criminals looked at each other. The man assumed that in front of them was the same magician in black that the guys from the secret organization were looking for. His friend realized that now the organization would know that they were operating on their territory. Leaning towards them, the protagonist asked what secret organization they were talking about. Bowing to him many times, the robbers explained that they knew nothing about the Black Rebellion and asked the black-robed mage to forget everything that had happened here. Frowning, Minato said that he would forget everything if he was told the whole truth, and the man smiled and agreed. Raising his index finger, he explained that the Black Rebellion was a secret organization of mages who did not appear in public and who carried out criminal activities. Crossing his arms over his chest, his friend added that the Yakuza, gangsters, and mafia were members of this organization and even had connections in the media and political circles. Clasping their hands, the bandits said that their branch was located in Kabuki-cho and asked him to recommend their organization. The beaten men lay on top of each other, rising into the air with the help of wind magic. The boy thought that he had heard from Karin that outlaw mages had been more active lately. Frowning, he decided to think about it. Rising above the city, the young man thought that it would be better if the student dealt with disasters and monsters, while the mage in black dealt with cleaning out the underworld. Looking ahead, the protagonist decided to destroy the Kabuki-cho branch of the Black Rebellion. The streets of the district were lit by neon signs, and drunk people were walking around everywhere. Girls in seductive dresses were standing outside the building. With his arms outstretched, the barker shouted that 1 hour only costs 8,000 yen. His colleague announced that the first set of the cabaret could be purchased for half price. Blending into the crowd, Minato thought that the liveliness of the modern entertainment district was simply amazing. Walking along the street, he felt magical power everywhere, but he could not figure out which of all these people was a member of the secret organization. Looking into the alley, the boy decided that he should grab someone who was obviously doing something criminal. After looking into the paper bag, the man said that it was of the highest quality. His friend could not believe how cool it was. Seeing the stranger, the guys menacingly asked him what he wanted. Within seconds, the beaten men were lying on the ground. The young man thought that they knew nothing. Putting the phone to his ear, the student decided to report them to the police and move on. Passers-by looked at the beaten people lying on the ground with fear. There were pistols next to them. The main character looked at the phone screen. He asked if the secret organization was really meeting in the Western Bar. The man spread his arms and said that this was all he knew. After beating him up and running down the street, Minato hoped that this information would be true. There was a bright sign above the door with the inscription Western. A girl with purple hair opened the door. She walked past the tables. The stranger sat down at the bar. Wiping a glass, the bartender asked what she wanted. The girl put some bills on the table and said she needed information. Putting the money in his breast pocket, the man asked what information she needed. The stranger expressed a desire to know the location of the Black Rebellion hideout. Squinting, the bartender said that this was not the question she wanted to ask. The woman asked what they were talking about. Her brows furrowed in tension. People surrounded her from all sides. The man said that she needed to ask about her future. Sticking out his tongue, the bandit said that they had been informed that someone was collecting information about them, and was surprised that this person was such a beautiful girl. Taking a fighting stance, the stranger realized that she had been misinformed. Summoning magic circles in front of them, the criminals decided to catch her alive. Jumping aside, the woman launched lightning in their direction. Deciding that she needed to escape, she rushed towards the exit. A wave of fire hit her in the back. The girl fell to the floor. The man grinned and said that he loved fighting ladies, and his comrade wanted to take her. The stranger narrowed her eyes and mentally apologized to her brother. The criminal reached out to grab her head. Suddenly, the main character entered the bar. Looking up at him, the bandits asked who he was. The bartender looked at the guest in shock. Putting his hand on the bar, Minato asked if the members of the secret organization of magicians were here. Approaching him from behind and cracking his knuckles, the man said that the guest had no sense of understanding the situation. Grabbing him by the shoulder, the criminal said that children should stay home with their mother. The guy punched him in the face. The bandit's body flew back and destroyed the wall of the bar. Several of his teeth were knocked out, his eyes were white with pain. Everyone in the bar opened their mouths in shock. Frowning, the girl couldn't believe that a child could push the villain away so easily, but she couldn't sense any magical power and wondered who he was. Turning to the other criminals, the young man asked if he had been given false information, since there was no one here except minor mages. Putting his hand in his pocket and frowning, the student asked if the Black Rebellion was made up of people who weren't ashamed to attack a girl. Squinting in fear, the man urged his comrades to kill the intruder since they couldn't lose to him. The bartender hid behind the counter as the battle began. Looking at the boy's movements, the stranger thought that in a closed space, it was not strength that mattered, but numbers, since the boy would not be able to use high ranks. Realizing that he had no chance of winning, the girl opened her mouth wide and urged him to run away from here. Waves of fiery energy were approaching the protagonist. He narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Making a dash forward, Minato dodged the enemy's attack. The guy found himself close to one of the criminals. At the same moment, the young man hit him with his fist. The men fell one after another from his precise blows. The student hit one of the opponents in the throat with his elbow. He managed to deal with the rest with his fists. The stranger opened her mouth in amazement. She looked up. Most of the criminals were lying on the floor. Raising her eyebrows, the girl realized that she had not managed to see anything due to the boy's high speed and wondered what kind of strange magic it was. Opening his mouth in fear, the man asked what was happening here and who this boy was. Clenching his fist, the protagonist declared that he was a magician in black who would destroy the Black Rebellion. A huge lump appeared on the criminal's head. Minato approached the stranger. Looking at the people lying on the floor, the girl could not believe that the magician managed to defeat them all in an instant. The guy leaned towards her. Looking into his purple eyes, the woman was surprised that he looked like a high school student. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man asked if everything was okay with her. The stranger answered in the affirmative. The heroes approached the bar counter. Looking behind it, the student asked the bartender to tell him about the organization. Closing his eyes, the man said that he would be killed if he said anything. The protagonist broke the bar counter in half. Looking at the stunned bartender, Minato repeated his question. Frightened, clutching his head, the man promised to tell everything and asked not to kill him. Osamu held Japan in his hands. The center of the Black Rebellion is in Tokyo. There are branches other than Kabukicho. The bartender threw up his hands and said that the head of the local branch was very dangerous and that the leader of the organization was a mage who used the influence of the other side of the districts and secretly controlled the entire country. The guy asked where the branch was, waving his hand. The man said that he did not know because the organization only made ordinary people do dirty work and did not tell them anything. The man ran into the utility room. The young man realized that the attempt to find out the location of the branch was unsuccessful and that he had to start all over again. Heading for the exit, the student thought that he would have to hunt criminal mages again. Extending her hand to him, the stranger asked him to stop. Putting her hand on her shoulder, the girl thanked the savior because without his intervention, something terrible would have happened. Looking back, the main character said that it happened by accident and that all responsibility lies with her because she was aware of all the risks and still got involved in this. Crossing her arms over her chest, the woman said that this was very abrupt. Minato reminded her that he was an adult. The stranger put her hand out in front of her and asked what her savior was going to do when he found the Black Rebellion branch. The boy put his hands in his pockets and said he was going to destroy him. The girl frowned in surprise and realized that this boy was very serious. Looking at the stranger, she thought that they would not be able to deal with the members of the secret organization alone. Smiling, the woman suggested that they join forces. The young man looked away and asked why they would do that. Putting her hand on her chest, the stranger introduced herself as a detective who had information and connections, but did not have the power that her savior had. Squinting slyly, the girl realized that the mage in black was standing in front of her and that if they worked together, she would be able to achieve her goal. Looking at her, the student asked if she was really offering him information in exchange for his power, and the woman called it an ideal collaboration. Extending her hand to him, the stranger suggested that the mage in black create an alliance. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, he considered whether he should trust this woman and decided that he could break contact with her if necessary. Shaking her hand, Minato agreed. Pointing to herself, the girl introduced herself. The boy introduced himself as a mage in black. Placing her hand on her chin, Leona said that it would be difficult for her to address him that way and asked if he had a name. Looking away, the boy answered negatively. Raising her index finger, the woman said that she would call him Black. Crossing her arms over her chest, the student asked why these people attacked her. Placing her hand on her hip, the detective said that she was looking for a branch of the Black Rebellion. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that it was rash. The girl said that she did not want to hear such things from him. The boy added that he was able to protect himself and knew his weaknesses very well. Putting an arm around her shoulder, Leona said that she had no choice because no one else would oppose this group. People were walking the streets of Kabukicho, where illegal magicians had been operating lately, and the police were unable to keep track of their activities due to the increasing number of accidents. Remembering how Karen had frowned and told him about it, Minato thought that he had heard this information before. The woman began to shake. Throwing a stern look at her, the guy realized that there were other circumstances. The detective pursed her lips tensely. Frowning menacingly, she told him that her younger brother had suffered from an attack by illegal magicians. They stood in front of photographs of their dead parents. At that moment, the girl took care of her brother. Leona sat in the office and worked very hard so that they had a livelihood. When leaving for work, the woman waved to the boy. It was very hard for him, but he never complained. One day, robbers broke into their home. The child hid behind the sofa, becoming an accidental witness to the crime. Noticing him, the criminal summoned a magic circle in his hand. A wave of fire hit the boy in the back. Leona frowned angrily. The young man asked if everything was okay with her brother. The woman said that he did not have serious injuries, but he still did not regain consciousness. Looking down, the student realized that even healing magic was powerless here. Clenching her fists, the detective added that, according to the doctor, it was unknown when the child would wake up, and he was only 9 years old. Looking up, she said that the criminals, who turned out to be subordinates of the Black Rebellion, were arrested, but she was not satisfied with this. The protagonist asked if she really wanted revenge. Raising her hand, the girl said that she wanted to establish order so that no one else would have to go through something like this. The young man closed his eyes. Leona said that she did not have enough strength, but together with him she would be able to defeat the gang. Looking up, Minato decided that his new ally was not lying, since she told him a story from her life. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he did not hate such desperate people. The guy said that he would take her on the team if she was really useful. The woman asked him not to underestimate the detective's information network and said that she had already identified the location where the Black Rebellion branch could be located. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl explained that there were too many options because she had to search carefully. Because the opponents were the Yakuza and the Mafia, the young man asked her to tell him about all the possible locations of the secret organization. Looking at him, Leona asked what he was going to do next. Frowning, the student explained that he planned to break in there. Raising her hand, the woman called this plan absurd because it was the same as going to certain death. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist proudly declared that he would not die. Looking down, the detective said that she would go there too. Minato warned that there was a possibility that she would die and asked what would happen to her brother then. Hiding her hands behind her back, the girl answered that the child would be able to receive the insurance money in the event of her death. Remembering the many people who had died, the guy looked away. With a stern frown, he said that money was not as valuable as family, and asked his ally to never say that she was okay with the death option. Narrowing her eyes, Leona said that such a strong person would never understand the feelings of the weak. Tears welled up in her eyes, and the woman screamed that even decent people were being oppressed by groups made up of marginalized people who could not even strike back. Trembling with anger, she asked what they were supposed to do in such a situation. The detective closed her eyes. The young man looked at her silently. The girl lowered her head and began to cry. Turning to the exit, the student said that his ally was wasting her time, although she could have already told him the location of the Black Rebellion branch. Looking back, he suggested that she go and punish the criminals. Leona wiped her tears and agreed. Leaving the building, the woman decided that if they went on foot, it would take too much time. The protagonist replied that they did not have to go on foot. Minato approached her. The guy hugged his ally and asked her to hold on tightly. The detective blushed. There were bandits in the office. The man polishing his katana asked what happened. The man standing by the window asked what was that. The heroes broke into the building, breaking the window. The bald criminal saw that his comrade's nose was bleeding. Looking around, the young man asked if the Black Rebellion department was located here. Leaning over, the girl thought she almost died. Pointing a gun at the intruder, the bandit asked who they were. His friend with a katana asked if they didn't understand where they were. The student's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that the Yakuza hadn't changed much in 50 years. The man with a cigar approached him and asked who he was. The protagonist introduced himself as a magician in black, and the criminals surrounded him. The leader opened his mouth in anger and asked if the kid had gone crazy and ordered his men to kill him. The heroes leaned their backs to each other. Minato asked his girlfriend not to leave him. The man swung his katana. A blast of enemy energy flashed between the opponents. Seeing that the blade was cut in half, the criminal asked what just happened. His colleagues opened fire with their pistols. The protective field around the heroes prevented the bullets from touching them. Opening his mouth in fear, the bandit asked what kind of monster it was that neither a sword nor a pistol could kill. The leader of the gang approached the guys. Keeping a calm expression on his face, the guy asked how their group was connected to the Black Rebellion. The man opened his mouth in amazement. His body shook. Clenching his fist, he asked if the boy really despised the Yakuza and said that the enemy could not even dream of leaving here alive. The criminal and his accomplices pulled out a gun and opened fire. The bullets hit the protective barrier. The young man was upset that these people did not hear his questions at all. Leona explained that they were Yakuza and asked why the bullets did not hit them. Scratching his head, the student realized that there were no magicians here and that these people had nothing to do with the Black Rebellion, so they needed to leave as soon as possible. Wishing him death, the bandits rushed to attack. The protagonist kicked them with his foot. The men's bodies turned over the table and hit the wall. The heroes looked at the criminals lying on the floor. Surprised, raising her eyebrows, the woman asked if this was the end. Approaching the window, Minato suggested that they go further. Looking after him, the detective realized that this was the real power of the magician in black and hoped that with its help they would be able to destroy the Black Rebellion. The guy took her in his arms. Smiling, she asked if they were really going to fly again. The girl screamed that she didn't want to, and the boy jumped out of the window with her. The heroes found themselves in another office. The people knelt in front of them and bowed. Crossing his arms over his chest, the student asked if the Yakuza were really that stupid that they were constantly attacking them. Placing her hands on her knees, Leona explained that talking to them was pointless because no one was going to listen to them. Frowning in displeasure, the woman asked her friend to stop using the window as an entrance because she no longer had the strength to withstand these constant raids. Crossing his arms over his chest and turning away, the protagonist said that he thought it would be easier to deal with the Yakuza this way, and the detective asked what evaluation criteria he adhered to. Minato frowned sternly and decided to use a frontal attack next time. There was a sign on the building that said Bread of Circuses. Opening the door, the man asked the boy who he was. The boy innocently raised his eyebrows and said he wanted to know something about the Black Rebellion. Saying that he didn't know anything, the stranger slammed the door. The young man closed his eyes. His ally covered her face with her hand in displeasure. The student kicked the door down. The people in the room opened their mouths in shock. Clenching his fist, the bouncer asked if the kid really wanted to attack them. The man with the knife asked what group they were from. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist repeated his question about the secret organization. Pounced on him, the criminal swung his fist. Frowning, Minato asked to listen to him. He threw his opponent back with a blow to the chest. The bandit's head broke through the wall. Putting his hand to his forehead, the guy asked which of them was the leader. The man with the mustache sternly knitted his eyebrows, introduced himself and asked what business they had come for. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man asked if his group was connected with the Black Rebellion. The criminal brandished his knife and urged him not to ask provocative questions. Opening his mouth in anger, Ushiro ordered his subordinate to stop. The bandit froze in place, moving his hand to the side. The leader of the gang asked him not to fight because they would not be able to win anyway. Putting his hands in his pants pockets, the man said that they had no relations with the Black Rebellion because their organization's slogan was humanity and justice. Looking at him, the student asked where the secret organization's branch was in that case and promised to leave if they told him everything. The criminal put a cup of tea on the table. Gathered around the table, the gang members could not understand what was going on. Clasping his hands, Ushiro introduced himself, and the heroes also said their names. Putting the map on the table, the man pointed to the place where the Black Rebellion branch was located. Closing his eyes, he added that this was all he knew. Looking at the phone in his girlfriend's hands, the protagonist thought that this place was among her options, so they would have reached it anyway with a very thorough search. Leona looked at the smartphone screen. Minato thought that she was more capable than expected. The guy asked to fill him in on the situation. Looking up at him, the gang leader said that their groups specialize in different things and that his group does not stoop to picking fights with decent citizens. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man said that they are also decent. Closing his eyes, the criminal said that the people who broke into the Yakuza office can hardly be called decent. Crossing his arms over his chest, Ushiro explained that they also have principles and that there is no need to compare his group with the Black Rebellion. Looking away, the student was surprised that at this time such individuals exist even among the Yakuza. Getting up from the table, The protagonist said that they had heard what they wanted and that it was time for them to leave. Looking after them, the man warned that the Black Rebellion had connections with the most influential people in the country. Minato replied that he did not expect it to be easy. Putting his arm around the woman's shoulder, the guy said that he had faced enough opponents of that level. He jumped onto the windowsill, taking the detective in his arms. Despite her indignation, the young man jumped down. Looking out the window, the criminal thought that in their time it was rare to meet such brave guys, and assumed that this boy would really be able to defeat the Black Rebellion. The student flew over the night streets of the city. The events take us to a warehouse, to a meeting of two groups. The man with red hair smiled looking at the interlocutor. Soon the guy behind him checked everything and said that there were no problems with the goods. People immediately began to exchange suitcases, which were filled with money. Soon one of the men checked the money and nodded to the leader. After that, the leaders of the groups shook hands, making a deal. The man in the suit smiled, saying that Japan was truly amazing, because nowhere were they so friendly to criminals as here. His interlocutor grinned and said that all this was because this country is full of people who naively believe in the idea of peace throughout the world. After his words, both interlocutors laughed loudly. Suddenly, the protagonist flew into them through the window and scared them by landing in front of them. Some of the people immediately formed magic circles and directed them at the protagonist. Minato, without expressing any emotions, said that he finally found them, after which he straightened up. Putting Leon on his feet, the protagonist began to count the number of magicians in the room. Looking closely, he realized that everyone in the CW group used magic, while the second group was more of a mafia. Leona immediately hid behind the container and began to secretly film everything on her phone. One of the men angrily shouted, asking Minato about his identity. The guy sighed and said that all villains always say the same phrases. Looking at the guys with disdain, he introduced himself and said that he came to destroy them. The heads of the two groups were slightly puzzled when they heard his words, after which they all began to laugh together. The heads of the groups laughing said that the boy just decided to play the hero, but suddenly a stream of flame swept between them and created an explosion behind, throwing back all the mafia. The protagonist, standing with his hand outstretched, said that he could defeat them all. The men, hearing him, became very angry, after which, in an instant, the people behind formed spells and began to attack Minato. He simply released his mana and defended himself from all attacks. Inspecting the warehouse, the protagonist thought that he could not use magic higher than the second rank, otherwise the entire warehouse would be destroyed. Noticing the ineffectiveness of their attacks, the people cried out in surprise and began to talk about it to each other. The head of the mafia immediately asked his partner why the guy was still intact. The protagonist was slightly despondent, because he did not even use magic, and the enemies were already in shock. Suddenly, the mafia reminded him of the thing he personally brought and was happy. After that, the heads of the groups grinned again, telling Minato to enjoy his superiority while he could. The protagonist glanced back and saw a grenade in the hand of one of the people. He immediately turned around, ordering Leon to leave the room. The girl instantly ran away. At that moment, one of the guys threw a grenade, but Minato did not let it explode, stopping it above the ground. But surprisingly, it still exploded, releasing gas. The leaders of the groups began to rejoice, saying that no one could withstand the poisonous gas. Looking at the gas in front of them, the men hoped that the guy had already died. Then they went forward, intending to see the expression on Minato's face when he died. But when they approached, they were very surprised. The guy was still standing on his feet, and he stood right in front of them, shocking them. The men immediately retreated, not understanding how this was possible. Raising his hand, Minato said that although a magic shield could not protect against the gas, it was enough to use wind magic to circulate air. Then he frowned, saying that an outstanding magician could not be defeated with this. The criminals retreated from fear. Then one of them took off his gas mask, ordering his subordinate to call for help. But Minato began to approach, greatly frightening the man. The protagonist involuntarily remembered the people he had defeated, how they lay unconscious in the room, after which he told everyone how he had already defeated them all. Then the protagonist put his hands in his pockets, saying that this place was the last. The leaders of the groups were very scared and terrified. After some time, the bodies of the defeated criminals lay on the floor. Clapping his hands, Minato decided to call Leon. Suddenly, he turned around, feeling the enemy approaching. The man took Leon hostage and praised the protagonist. Bringing the knife to the girl's throat, the criminal offered Minato a deal. Shuji smiled slyly, looking at his enemy. Looking at Shuji, Minato realized that the distance was too great and using combined magic he could not make it in time. Concentrating mana in his hand, the protagonist thought about ways to defeat the enemy. Shuji frowned, advising not to do anything stupid, because he could accidentally kill the girl. Minato looked at the guy and was surprised to realize that he saw mana. Closely studying the enemy's aura, the protagonist noted that its amount was estimated at 40,000 points, and this was the level of a high-class mage. Besides, he could restrain himself. Leona became slightly sad and began to apologize to the protagonist. Frowning, Minato told the girl not to think about it because he guaranteed that he would save her. Angered, Shuji shouted, asking the protagonist if he intentionally ignored him. After that, he slightly raised the knife, saying that if he did not take him into account, someone would certainly die. Minato, standing still, said that he understood everything and would not do anything unnecessary anymore. Shuji smiled again after hearing his words. Then he looked at the protagonist and introduced himself. Minato looked at the guy and listened attentively as he said that his boss ordered him to find out the identity of the mage in black and he would be pleased if the guy joined the organization. Otherwise he would die. Leona frowned when Shuji said that he tortured people associated with Minato and finally got the information. The guy suddenly stopped smiling. Then he screamed sharply, telling Minato that he was a fool threatening to destroy the unit. At that moment, the guy's blade slightly cut Leon's neck, but the protagonist remained calm. Having calmed down, Shuji apologized for his hot temper. Then, removing the knife from the girl's neck, he said that he so carelessly lost control of himself because the death of the hostage would deprive their conversation of any meaning. Then he looked at the drops of blood on the knife and said that the blood was wonderful. Watching the blood flow down the knife, the guy got crazy pleasure. Then he looked at the protagonist and said that the terms of the deal were simple. Smiling madly, Shuji said that he would start torturing him, after which he would certainly die. Then, waving the knife, the guy told Minato that he could of course escape, but then Leona would definitely die. Afterwards, he pointed his knife at the boy and asked him what he was going to do. Being calm, Minato chose torture. His words greatly surprised Shuji. He smiled madly and told Minato that he was strong-willed since he chose torture. Minato was indifferent, no attack harmed him, so torture was pointless. But Shuji, not knowing this, grinned and said to keep his magic power under control and also not to activate his magical barrier. Leona looked at Minato in surprise and assumed that it was thanks to the magical barrier that he hid from any attacks. The protagonist, releasing his mana, thought that the fact that the enemy even knew about the magical barrier was his mistake. Minato began to slowly dispel his barrier. Then he looked at Shuji and asked him if he was satisfied. He did not answer and immediately attacked using magic. After smiling madly, the boy shouted, ordering Minato not to move. Attacking all parts of the protagonist's body, Shuji said that he would not kill him right away and would first harass him with first-tier magic. Leona became alarmed and began to ask Shuji to stop attacking. Soon Minato fell to the floor. Leona immediately screamed, worried about his condition. She involuntarily froze. It was all because of her. Despite the fact that she had long ago decided to destroy these people at the cost of her life, she could not sacrifice others. At this time, Shuji again raised his hand and said that he was sorry, but it was time to end it all. At this moment, Leona formed a magic circle on her palm. She could not allow Minato to be killed. With great strain, the girl decided. But her captor threw her away, saying that because of her, he could not enjoy himself. Then he looked at the girl and said that if it were not for her, Minato would not have lost. After Shuji abruptly rushed at the girl, intending to kill, but he could not notice the protagonist approaching them. He hit him in the face and threw him back, because of which Shuji flew back. Standing in front of the guy, Minato said that he was too unsightly. Leona stood up and asked the protagonist about his condition. Minato answered her by saying that right before the enemy's magic hit him, he put up very small magic shields so that the enemy would not see anything. Thanks to this, he had to simulate pain. Leona smiled upon hearing him and praised the protagonist. He suddenly approached the girl and began to heal, saying that she could now be calm. Soon Leona was sitting on the floor and rejoicing at the successful operation and salvation. But suddenly Shuji stood up and shouted loudly saying that nothing was over yet. Minato looked at him and was surprised. He stood up even though he used magic synthesis. Trembling violently with anger, the guy told the protagonist that torture had now become an indulgence for him. Releasing his mana, he decided to burn the guy alive. Minato closely watched Shuji and realized that he had previously hidden his powers. Forming several magic circles, Shuji angrily told Minato that he would burn and not even ashes would remain of him. Soon, 4th tier fire and lightning synthesis magic formed right in front of the guy and the girl. Leona was very scared, realizing that it was 4th tier magic. After a couple of seconds, the flames filled the entire space. The girl screamed in fear seeing this. Minato only raised his hand and formed a magical barrier around them. Leona looked around and couldn't believe that they were able to protect themselves with 1st tier magic from 4th tier magic. After that, she glanced at Minato. Looking at his back, she felt protected. She looked closely at the protagonist's face, trying to understand what kind of person he was. Shuji began to laugh wildly, saying that he understood everything. After that, he pointed his hand at Minato and said that he was strong and he had already assumed that his attacks would be ineffective, but he had another goal. Leona began to look around, trying to understand why Shuji's flow of magic did not weaken. Minato, without stopping looking at the enemy, told the girl that it was continuous magic. After that, he frowned, saying that it was usually impossible to use several types of magic at the same time. Besides, its effect disappears after a while, but it can be maintained if you reactivate it at the moment of interruption. After that, she said that flying with wind magic works the same way, because if you don't do this, you won't be able to fly. Leona got angry and screamed, saying that now was not the best time to lecture. Then she looked at the barrier, not understanding why it did not disappear. Then she looked at Minato when he said that he also used continuous magic. At this time, Shuji was confused by the fact that his enemy also used continuous magic. Leona pointed at him and suggested that he surrender. The guy's body began to tremble with anger. Then he looked at the girl, feeling hatred. Leona stepped back, feeling strong fear. Smiling again, Shuji reminded him that he had another goal. Suddenly, the girl fell to the floor, feeling a strong heat. Shuji grinned, saying that by creating such a space, he made it so that oxygen did not reach them and the temperature rose. Leona began to sweat heavily, feeling very tired. Then she looked outside and realized that the fire would not let them escape. Shuji looked at the magician in black and told him to choose, but the protagonist just yawned tiredly. His behavior greatly angered his opponent. Minato looked at the guy again and said that he understood everything perfectly, even better than he did. Pointing at Minato, Shuji reminded him that even if he did something to himself, he could not save the girl. Suddenly, Leona stopped choking and felt cold. Seeing this, Shuji screamed in anger. Forming a magic circle under his feet, Minato said that he forgot something, that magical power is also in the atmosphere. Trembling violently, Shuji asked what he was talking about. The protagonist looked at the barrier and said that it is a mixture of the magician's magical power and natural power, and magical power is present in the atmosphere and combines atmospheric properties. At that moment, a whirlwind passed over the barrier. Arcs of magical energy were constantly moving above the barrier. Soon it entered the barrier. Magic power began to leak out of all the cracks in the warehouse. Minato released his aura and said that power itself is an atmosphere, which means it can also act as a shield. Shuji grabbed his head and started screaming, saying that this is complete nonsense. Minato stood in front of the guy and called him a fanatic. Forming 6 magic circles, the protagonist told the enemy that he would experience everything that his victims experienced. Suddenly, Shuji began to cry. The protagonist only closed his eyes, activating the dark zone. Shuji found himself in pitch darkness. He grabbed his throat. He could not see anything. His voice disappeared. Even his feelings disappeared. He began to run through the darkness, begging to save him. But in fact, he was lying on the ground, unconscious. Minato turned away and said that Shuji would atone for his sins in the darkness. Leona looked back and said that someone had already reported her. When the protagonist abruptly picked her up, the girl became embarrassed. After which she screamed and grabbed Minato, afraid of heights. Watching the cars arrive from above, Minato said that now they need to clean up other areas. Leona became serious and asked the protagonist to become his comrade. Raising her hand, the girl said that she had connections and wanted to help him. The protagonist looked at the sky and felt that he had been weak in requests lately. Then he looked at the girl and said that he was glad to continue working with her. Leona smiled and said that she was also glad. After which, pointing to herself, the protagonist told her to entrust public relations in the meeting of comrades. Soon the news announced the arrested magicians, and also mentioned the magician in black. On huge banners on the news, they said that an investigation was currently underway. The reporter suddenly screamed, announcing the receipt of an urgent message, a statement from an organization to combat outlaw magicians, headed by a magician in black. The protagonist standing in the square declared himself the messenger of the Shadow, an organization for the eradication of mages outside the apron, in particular the organization of the Black Rebellion. After that, he raised his hand and said that any lawlessness is unacceptable for mages and this rule is true for everyone. Many people watched his statement on TV. Osamu slapped the TV. He was very angry because of the mage in black. The man behind him asked Osamu to calm down. The man sat down on the sofa and looked at the man behind him and said that as long as the organization has him, everything is fine. Fuka grinned at his words. Fuka looked at the TV, where one of the people said that he should be skeptical about the magical aristocrats. The man looked at the interlocutor and said that the aristocrats should protect them, but their behavior, which they can see on the video and press conference, goes beyond all bounds. Fuka watched everything with boredom. The man smiled, saying that the special magic squad was working conscientiously, which is why there was no need for a magic aristocracy. At that moment, the butler brought him tea. Suddenly, Fuka destroyed the TV with magic. Then he ordered the butler to bring him more. Fuka was very angry. He saw how ordinary people began to make enemies of the magic aristocrats. The events take us to New York. People on the side of the road were arguing with each other, and the magic beasts filled the streets and attacked everyone. The police arrived on this street and immediately began to clean up. They immediately began to attack the beasts with magic. One of the men asked if the special magic squad had arrived yet, because their strength was already running out. When the beasts began to use magic, the police began to swear. Suddenly, an explosion occurred near them. A demon came out of the portal. Seeing him, the police realized that they would die. Suddenly, the demon formed 5 magic circles. Then he used 5th rank magic and formed a flaming column. All the people covered their heads with their hands because of the heat. Suddenly, someone used 5th rank water magic and created a wall of water in front of the people. The police were very surprised, trying to understand what happened. Suddenly, a message came into their headphones. There was a magician on the roof who was a disaster specialist. The police were ordered to coordinate and normalize the situation. The man who arrived turned out to be Tashiru, who was a magician from the Japanese aristocracy. He jumped down sharply, and creating 6 magic circles, he attacked the demon. The demon also created 6 magic circles to confront Tashiru. Flame and water rushed at each other, and soon collided with each other. Their collision created a huge amount of steam, but the water still managed to hit the demon. Soon Tashiru landed on the water surface. His performance greatly shocked the police. They began to rejoice greatly after the magician's victory, and surrounded the serious man. Soon, Tashiru arrived in America again. He was met by the minister. Many paparazzi were continuously taking pictures of them. The minister smiled, expressing his gratitude. The people behind the minister began to discuss Tashiru's personality, saying that he used to be very important, although he was still a magic aristocrat, but his level was very low. After that, they looked at the Japanese with smirks on their faces. Soon, Tashiru was escorted and said goodbye. Walking in front of his servants, Tashiru thought that he could no longer allow the magic aristocracy in Japan to be disgraced. He involuntarily frowned, remembering his daughters who were in the special squad. At this time, Ryujin closed his eyes and said that Minato was too strong. Mizuha, Ruka, and Ryujin sat together and said that Minato was probably the strongest in Japan, and he didn't even put in much effort. Shigo smiled and suggested that they all confront the protagonist. The 3 were happy and agreed, believing that even Minato wouldn't be able to withstand such a number. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared next to them and suggested that they test it. The 3 immediately jumped up and stepped back, saying that they were just reasoning. Ryujin, Mizuha, and Ruka got angry when the protagonist asked them if he was that scary for them. Minato stood up in front of the entire group and said that the break was over and the squad's next task was to confront him alone. His friends immediately confidently said that they would do just that and defeat him. The sisters immediately formed a pair of magic while Chegi, Karin, and Ryujin rushed forward. Minato only formed a magical barrier around himself. Mizuha smiled, saying that he could not hide behind such a barrier. Minato only raised his hand and formed a high magical barrier of the 4th rank. Seeing this, his opponents felt unsure of themselves. But even so, they did not stop attacking together. All attacks hit the barrier, but could not break it. Seeing this, the whole group was very surprised, while Minato was calm. After the battle, the group was outraged by Minato's abilities. He only smiled creepily, saying that now it was his turn to attack. Everyone was very scared seeing his expression. Standing in the middle of the beaten people, the protagonist announced the end of training. The sisters abruptly stood up when they heard the phone ring. They took the phones and felt uncomfortable. Looking at Minato, they told him that their father was returning. The events take us to the Mizuha family home. The sisters were slightly nervous sitting in front of their father. He was calm, sitting with his eyes closed. Then, opening his eyes, he said that he heard how they joined the magic squad. The sisters looked at each other without denying it. Tashiru, without getting angry, asked them to tell him about it. Ruka and Mizuha smiled after hearing their father's words. Mizuha raised her hand and began to talk about the benefits of the magic squad for society. They stopped the disaster several times. Ruka also intervened, saying that they were also getting stronger, because if you compare them to their previous level, their magical power had increased more than twice, and the number of ranks they could use had also increased. After that, both sisters began to praise and extol Kusanagi. Their father raised his teacup and said that Minato most likely has very outstanding abilities. But then Tashiru looked at his reflection after hearing how his daughters began to compare the guy to him. Feeling angry, he began to drink tea. Afterwards, he put the palau back, and looking at his daughters, he told them to leave the magic squad. Mizuha and Ruka were very surprised by their father's words. He, being calm, reminded them that the reputation of the magic aristocracy was undermined, and this was having a negative impact on Japan as a whole. The sisters looked at their father and listened as he said that the magic aristocracy was a kind of support for Japan. There was no need for a special squad, but it also had a negative impact on the state. Afterwards, Tashiru frowned and said that Minato was one of the most dangerous people and that contact with him was prohibited in the future. Mizuha and Ruka jumped up, trying to object to their father. Tashiru stood up, saying that they had better do as he said. Mizuha bowed her head. She always did what their father said. But now she straightened up abruptly and objected to their father. The father watched as his daughters began to oppose him. Mizua plucked up his courage and said that the magic squad was doing what a magic aristocracy should do. Tashiru just frowned and said that if that happened, they would be banished from the house and would never be able to present themselves as a magic aristocracy again. Mizua turned around abruptly and started to leave. She smiled and told her father that from now on she would not act as a magic aristocracy, but as just Mizua. Tashiru and Ruka watched her leave. Her father couldn't help but feel sad, saying that he never thought she would act like that. But Ruka suddenly walked to the door and said that she and her sister had changed. Ruka didn't object to being banished as she left. Afterwards, she bowed to her father and expressed her gratitude. Tashiru was slightly upset as he watched his daughters leave. His daughters couldn't understand the meaning of a magic aristocracy. His sad look expressed a lot after his daughters left. While leaving with their things, Mizua and Ruka said that their father had gone too far this time, because they were the ones to decide what to do with their lives. Mizua looked at her sister and asked if she was sure of her decision. Ruka just smiled, saying that she couldn't leave her alone. Mizua smiled when she heard her. Afterwards, she hugged her sister. Soon, they arrived at a local hotel together. Mizua tried to somehow settle in at the hotel, but the worker objected to them. Looking sadly at her iced drink, the girl said that they had nowhere to go. Sitting in the cafe, Ruka said that their minors would not be accepted anywhere. Ruka smiled involuntarily. Looking at her sister, she could lie to stay at the hotel, but Mizua couldn't do it. While drinking their drinks, the sisters tried to figure out where they could go. Suddenly, some guys approached them and began to praise their beauty and offered to have fun. When they sat down next to them, the girls began to object. Ruka got very angry and ordered not to approach her sister. The two boys were scared when they saw this. After they left, Ruka asked Mizui what happened to her. She just smiled and said that nothing happened. After that, she grabbed her sister's hand and dragged her to have fun. They put their bags in one of the rooms and started trying on dresses. Soon they went to the toy department and even sang karaoke. Walking down the street, the sisters said that they had fun. Mizui suddenly came forward and smiling sweetly, she told her sister that she was glad that she had her. Ruka also smiled when she heard this. When they were thinking about where to stay for the night, Mizuu's phone suddenly rang. Minato asked her to explain how to use the phone via a message. The two sisters were a little embarrassed and thought of where they could spend the night. Soon they arrived at Minato's house, and he opened the door for them, asking why they had come to visit him so suddenly. The girls asked to stay with him, embarrassed. Kusanagi sat on the bed in front of the girls. Angrily, he asked them if they thought their actions were reckless. The girls bowed their heads and admitted that the guy was right. The protagonist, watching them, realized that the girls had become more open. Mizui and Ruka, very worried, asked to stay with him again. Minato frowned slightly and thought that even though they were girls, he did not feel any romantic feelings. The protagonist, closing his eyes, agreed to their request. The girls immediately rejoiced. Minato turned to the girls and said that there was little space in his apartment, but Mizui and Ruka did not object to this. After that, the protagonist smiled and said that they were a real hassle. Hearing his words, the girls became very embarrassed. Mizui, worried, felt unusual, everything felt strange to her, because now they would live together. Ruka closed her eyes, her heart was beating fast and she was trying to understand what was happening to her. Minato greatly confused the girls by asking if they would take a shower. Then, puzzled, he asked if they wanted to. Soon one of the sisters entered the shower stall. Mizua was the first to take a shower. Sitting with Ruka, the protagonist said that it was quite brave to leave home. Ruka involuntarily became sad remembering his father, strict, never allowing willfulness. Rubbing his neck, Minato said that Tashiru did not have the best opinion of their squad. Soon Mizua came out of the shower. Smiling at her sister, she said that now it was her turn. Soon the girl was already in the shower. She was taking a shower with satisfaction. Sitting opposite Minato, Mizua said that it was so nice after the shower. Minato, looking at her, said that this was the first time someone came to him. Slightly embarrassed, the girl thanked the guy because without her, they would have been abandoned to their fate. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he did not do anything special. Suddenly, Minato was surprised to see the girl's satisfied face. Mizua glanced at Minato and said that she just thought that he always said that. Minato only smiled, reminding him that he was the one who formed a special magic squad and would not abandon the squad members. His words again greatly embarrassed Mizua. She again began to be very nervous, her heart was beating hard. Soon Ruka entered them. Having changed, the girl said that it was all over. Minato passed by her and said that he would also go to the shower. Arriving, Ruka noticed the strange state of his sister, and only closed her eyes. Sitting at the table, SH Chigo said that the training schedule would look something like this. When SH Chigo began to get up, Minato told him that he had a message for him. Minato extended 3 fingers and said that Mizua and Ruka would now live with him. Shigo was very surprised to hear him. Afterwards, the inspector turned away, trying to understand why the protagonist had said this so calmly, but he nevertheless decided to reason with the guy. Afterwards, he glanced at Minato and reminded him that polygamy was not allowed in Japan. Walking down the corridor, the protagonist thought that it was cramped for 3 people to live together. Looking out the window, he noticed Karin training. She sighed from fatigue. Approaching her, the protagonist smiled and greeted her. The girl saw him and smiled, saying that she was lagging behind everyone else, so she started training. When Karin began to scold him for addressing her too formally, Minato said that he would not do that in the future. The girl smiled upon hearing him. The protagonist sighed and asked her to attack him. Stepping aside, Minato said that he would give a recommendation. Soon Karin began to use offensive magic. Minato smiled, saying that she had become much better, but suddenly Karin became upset, saying that she was bad compared to others. The protagonist looked at her and said that she was doing her best. The girl put her hands behind her back and said that she was even hired only because of her specific magic, so she understands that she cannot become as skilled. Looking at the ground, the girl admitted that she was the weakest in the squad. Suddenly, the girl became worried, saying that she did not want to put her in an awkward position. Minato, being calm, asked her why she chose the police. Karin bowed her head, saying that it was all because her grandmother was a healer. She saved many during disasters and she wanted to become like her, so she joined the police. Turning away, the girl asked that her reason was so simple that it amazed him. After that, the girl looked into the distance and said that she could not achieve such success as the others. Minato just smiled, asking if it was true. Approaching her, the protagonist said that she could heal people and she learned to use attack magic. That was enough. Standing behind the girl, he said that at least she was trying her best and giving it her all. Putting his hand on Karin's shoulder, Minato said that she had always done well. Karin cried upon hearing his words. Soon they were sitting together on the steps. Karin, slightly embarrassed, thanked the guy for his help. Looking at the guy, the girl mentally said that he was her hero. Soon it was night. Having changed clothes, Minato asked the interlocutor why she had so suddenly invited him to meet. Leona only grinned, looking at the guy. Then, stretching out her finger, she said that she had received information that he would definitely like to know. Minato frowned slightly upon hearing her words. Straightening up slightly, the guy asked her to tell him everything. The girl pointed at him and asked him to put on a suit first. But soon Leona began to talk about how, using connections in the media, she studied information about illegal magicians and secret magic organizations, and so she found rumors about the magic aristocracy. Many aristocrats were accused of bribery, conspiracy, theft, and much more, especially the Fuka family, who could be in collusion with the CW. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and asked who was in charge of the organization. Leona answered him by saying that it was Osamu, a former member of the magic aristocracy. Due to his irresponsible attitude, he was expelled from the community. This was even discussed on the news. After Leona covered her eyes, saying that such a connection with the aristocracy worries everyone. Then she looked away, saying that it was not possible to find out much, most likely due to blackmail. Passing by Leon, Minato asked her to send him all the information by phone. Picking up the phone, the protagonist said that he was going to eradicate the bad guys. After saying this, he took off using magic. Moving through the air, the protagonist thought that if the opponents are villains, he will not spare anyone. Soon Minato was already at home, where Ruka was meditating, and Mizuho was doing her homework. Looking at the girls, Minato decided to study the entire history of the past 50 years. After that, he began to diligently poke the phone. Soon he found information about himself. He was listed as a great sage. Reading the text, the protagonist thought that almost all of his biography coincided, and there were many lies about the achievements of the ancestors of the magical aristocracy. Looking at the girls, Minato mentally said that there is little information about the aristocracy in general. It is not even known how the magicians achieved such a high level. Thinking, the protagonist assumed that someone was deliberately weakening the magicians. Looking at the girls again, the protagonist assumed that their father knew something. Staring at the ceiling, Minato tried to understand what causes magical beasts and why they appear in the first place. Mizuho turned her attention to the tired protagonist. The next day, Minato confronted all 5 magicians in the group. Suddenly, they were informed of a disaster and each member needed to rush to the scene. Using wind magic, the group rushed forward. Soon, Minato arrived at the scene. SHG, who had dealt with the monster, smirked, saying that they were too late. Pointing at Minato, SHG said that the magic squad was good for nothing. Then, mockingly, he said that none of the villagers were hurt. After he, accompanied by his subordinates, began to leave, telling Minato to be more careful. Mizuho, confused, asked what just happened. The next time a disaster occurred, SHG again arrived at the scene first, mocking the magic squad. Mizuho and Ryujin began to get angry because of him. Once again, the guy was leaving and saying that the magic squad was no good. Mizuho shouted, asking her comrades if it was strange, since it was the 5th time. SHG looked around and assumed that someone was interfering with the squad's functioning. Minato thought he could recognize the signs of a disaster if it occurred nearby, but there were problems with a longer distance. Nizuo was shouting and getting angry in displeasure, while Karin noticed that the number of Fuka fans on the internet had increased. Karin also told Minato that Fuka had gathered the journalists. Speaking at a press conference, the man gathered the reporters. Jin frowned and thanked everyone for gathering here. He closed his eyes and said that he would like to point out the behavior and actions of his son, for whom he had received many reprimands from those around him. The reporters began shouting, saying that such behavior was unacceptable. Suddenly, Jin bowed down, asking for forgiveness. Everyone was very surprised to see the aristocrat bow his head. Jin, without straightening up, said that now his son is trying to change and even helps fight disasters. Reporters and employees began to discuss recent events, but they could not see Jin's wide grin at that moment. He straightened up and said that due to unexpected trips abroad and other problems, they could not cope with the situation, but now there will be countermeasures. The members of the Magic Squad were angry seeing Fuka's speech. Many on the internet began to justify SHG's actions. Nizuo frowned, saying that their efforts were now worthless to them. Minato patted the girl on the head and asked her to calm down. Then he smiled and asked her not to worry. Shigo, standing in front of the general, was perplexed. He frowned and said that he questioned the usefulness of the squad. Then he lowered his hands and said that people continue to complain about them, and he has no desire to oppose the aristocracy. Shigo slightly tensed up after hearing his words. When Shigo wanted to object, the general shouted, saying that the responsibility for organizing the squad and the feud with the magic aristocracy was now entirely his. When Shigo reported late notifications of disasters, the general asked him not to shift the blame to others. Then he pointed at the guy and ordered him to improve relations with the magic aristocracy. At this time, Jin grinned, saying that victory would be his. Then he raised his hand, saying that it was worth him playing a little in public, as everyone immediately believed him. Sharply jumping up, Jin said that now the magic squad will come to an end. After saying this, he began to laugh wildly. At this time, Shigo sadly left the office. The protagonist looked into the distance, feeling something. Sitting on the roof, Mizuha expressed her dissatisfaction. Ruka and Ryujin frowned and said that it was all because recently the elimination of disasters was entrusted to the Fuka family. Minato, eating his hot dog, said that the aristocrats have their own connections and the police in their squad is not a hindrance for them. Nizuha raised her hands, asking how they were bothering them. Minato looked away, thinking that among the aristocrats there are those who have dealings with the Black Sea Fleet, and their influence will be disadvantageous for them. The girl stood in front of the protagonist and said that since the aristocrats do not want to hear condemnation addressed to them, let them work together with them. Suddenly, the sisters thought about it, assuming that their father also did something. Ryujin and Minato stood up abruptly, saying that it was useless to talk and that it was better to start acting. Looking at the sisters, the protagonist told them that they didn't have to go. Frowning, Ruka said that they were going. When they arrived at the mansion, the servants asked them to leave. The sisters objected, saying that they just came to talk. The maid said that those who were banished could no longer cross the threshold of this house. Hearing this, the sisters suddenly fell silent. Minato bowed and introduced himself, saying that he came here to talk to the head of the Mizuha family. The maids asked him to make an appointment in advance. Minato, continuing to smile, thought about how he could have just walked straight through. Suddenly, Tashiru came out and asked what they were doing here. The man frowned, looking at the protagonist. The maids told Tashiru that these people wanted to talk to him. Hearing the maid's words, the man frowned even more. Minato, however, was calm, looking at the head of the family. Suddenly, Tashiru turned around and ordered to let a group of people in. Soon, they all followed Tashiru together. When Minato told the sisters that they had an older brother, they told him that it was their father. Hearing their conversation, the head of the family looked back. A couple of minutes later, they were sitting at the table. Tashiru frowned, looking at his interlocutors. The sisters felt awkward. Looking at the guy, Tashiru said that he finally saw the deceiver who took his daughters away from him. The guy smiled and said that he did not think he was to blame, because his daughters themselves have the right to decide what to do. Hearing his words, Tashiru became very angry. However, Minato was calm. After that, he raised his hand and asked if the pressure on the special magic squad was his initiative. The man stopped frowning, said that he did not give any instructions and in general rarely communicates with other aristocrats. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and said that he had a certain attitude towards determined people. Afterwards, opening his eyes, he told Minato that he had heard about him, a student whose strength could compare to that of the aristocrats, and also a hero who had stopped many disasters. Minato smiled and asked if he wanted to confirm this. Suddenly, Tashiru released his aura. The protagonist did the same. Afterwards, he smiled. Their magical power made the group members tense up. The clash of the two auras created a resonance, but soon they began to disperse their auras. Tashiru closed his eyes and said that it was impressive, because not many magicians could withstand him. Minato continued to smile and said that the amount of mana was not that impressive. Toshiro smiled and said that it was a loud statement. The protagonist looked at the man mentally, saying that his control of magic and the amount of magic power could not be compared to other magicians. Looking at Toshiro, the protagonist understood that the man had something else and talent had nothing to do with it. Spreading his arms again, the protagonist asked why magicians were so weak now. Minato became serious and said that he knew what happened 50 years ago. Frowning, Toshiro answered him, saying that everything was done for moderation and standardization. Toshiro, looking at the guy, said that at the moment he could only say that the existence of a magic aristocracy was necessary. Minato frowned and asked if Fuka was needed. The head of the Mizuha family did not answer. Standing up, the protagonist thanked the man and wanted to leave, but his comrades stopped him, saying that because of their magic power, they could not move. Toshiro watched as the protagonist helped his comrades go. Looking at the man, Minato said that if the Mizuha family was involved in everything, he would hesitate, but it turned out that it was not so. Then he smiled at the head of the family and said that Ruka and Mizuha were his friends. Toshiro looked after him and asked why he said that. The events take us to the territory of the Magic Squad. Shigo smiled, saying that now they could give it their all. Minato, looking at the phone, said that now he also had everything ready. After, the protagonist smiled and decided that it was time for revenge. At this time, Jin laughed, saying that the Magic Squad was finished and soon he and the Black Wolf would control Japan. His son was also happy because all the money and fame would now belong to their family. Suddenly, a crowd of people ran down the corridor and broke into the office of the head of the Fuka family. The head of the family and his son were alarmed to see the police. At this time, the reporter on the helicopter was saying that this was the first time a criminal case was opened against a magical aristocrat. The police captain presented a document with evidence of various crimes to the head of the Fuka family. Jin jumped up and ordered him to shut up because they could not treat a magical aristocrat like that. Suddenly, they all became angry when they saw one person. Members of the magical squad came to them presenting evidence. SHG, seeing the main character, spread his arms in fear and screamed, asking what Minato from the special magical squad was doing here. Jin, drenched in cold sweat, screamed in fear that there was no way that there was any evidence against him. Then the main character turned on a photo on his phone, which clearly showed how the head of the Fuka family took a bribe. Switching photos, the protagonist said that they knew about the conspiracies with the outlaw magicians, as well as about blackmail and threats. Hearing this, Jin pointed his index finger at the accuser and furiously shouted that it was all a lie, because in their time, anything could be processed. Minato, with his phone outstretched, came close to the culprit and asked if Jin would really claim to be innocent even after this, when suddenly he turned on the video on his phone during the first disaster after 50 years. Jin was looking out the window when the butler came into his office, saying that he needed help in connection with the occurrence of the disaster, adding that they asked to convey that right now Mr. Jin is very much needed to provide assistance. Hearing this, the head of the family waved his hand carelessly and ordered to ignore. "Are you sure?" The butler's question was heard from the phone speakers. Seeing all this, Jin was shocked. Standing next to him, SHG was also very shocked, not knowing what to do in such a situation. Suddenly, Jin turned sharply to his eldest son and shouted in rage, asking where this video came from, since only trusted people are allowed to enter his office. "It's me," the butler suddenly said to the side, bowing. Hearing this, Jin was even more surprised. The next second, he pounced on the man, grabbing him by the chest and shouting, asking if the butler would dare to do such a thing. The old man silently closed his eyes, not answering. In his head, he remembered how he met the mage in black at night, firmly saying that he could not betray his master. "I see that you are very loyal to him," the protagonist replied. After that, he, resting his hands on his hips, asked if the butler's words were sincere, asking later if the old man really liked serving a family that was rotten to the core. Hearing this question, the butler looked away and thought, not knowing what to answer. Seeing that there was an influence, the protagonist spread his arms and asked whether the old man would wait for such an end for the Fuka family or accept the pain and save the magic aristocracy. "Choose," he said firmly after a few. After that, the butler left the memories. With his head down, he said that his master was behaving inappropriately for the magic aristocracy, when suddenly, raising his head, he shouted loudly that Jin should be expelled from it. Hearing this, the head of the family became furious. He clenched his teeth so hard that veins appeared all over his face. The next second, he raised his hand high, in front of which several magical seals immediately appeared, and shouted for everyone here to die. When suddenly, what he saw out of the corner of his eye scared him greatly. At the very last moment, he managed to jump back, after which an incredibly powerful stream of magical energy rushed past him, demolishing his table. Its creator was the protagonist, who, with his hand outstretched and pointed at the head of the family, menacingly said that there was nowhere else to run. Jin was shaking with rage. With his head down, he tried to restrain himself, asking how the protagonist dared to ruin the efforts he had made, which took years of perseverance, adding that his wealth and status along with everything else had gone into the void. Minato looked at Jin and said emotionlessly that only the head of the family was to blame for this, when suddenly the man threw his arms out and laughed madly, shouting that he did not remember ever being so angry. Waving his arms in different directions, he shouted that for such a case he even had a base abroad, adding that no one would be able to reach him there for sure. His sons, seeing their father in such a state, backed away. But before that, the man suddenly said quietly, "I will kill everyone here," he shouted in rage a few seconds later, stretching out his hand towards the arriving police, after which he began to read the spells. His sons understood what they had to do and repeated after their father, starting to attack the police. Powerful magic projectiles crashed into the huge barrier that had been created. Waving his hand, the protagonist told the police to leave, as this was his squad's business. Just a few seconds later, the walls of the building were broken through, and a very powerful stream of magical energy burst out from Jin's office. Seeing this, the reporter from the helicopter shouted loudly, informing everyone that a shootout with magic had begun, adding that it seemed like the Fuka family had decided to resist. Holding the microphone to her mouth, she gestured with her hands, saying that it seemed like the magic nobles had gotten involved in the criminal world. While the citizens were afraid for their lives due to the ongoing disasters and monster attacks, this family only cared about protecting themselves. Almost all the citizens, wherever they were, watched the report from the scene, where the reporter asked if they could no longer trust the magic nobles, but who would protect them then. People in cafes and eateries watched on TV as the girl said that it was not so, because they had them. Members of the special magic squad, the reporter said loudly. The guys were already outside, getting ready to fight. One of Jin's sons, enveloped in powerful magical energy, was flying above them. Shigo and Karin looked at their opponent with hatred in their eyes. And their commander, the reporter said. The main character calmly looked at the head of the family, thinking over a plan. In front of him on the balcony stood Jin himself. His face was filled with hatred and rage. At that moment, the sons of the head of the Fuka family attacked the entire special magic squad. SHG, laughing madly, pointed his finger at the squad and mockingly asked if they really thought they could defeat them with such a lineup. The guys from the special squad were also rolled over by the powerful magical energy, and Mizura replied with a smile on her face that unlike their opponents, the lazy magical aristocrats, they do not waste time in vain, because all the members of the squad are working to eliminate disasters and monsters. Hearing this, SHG was overcome with rage. Clenching his hands into fists, he rose higher into the air and shouted in rage that he was already tired of the special magic squad, adding that he would not let them interfere anymore, which meant it was time to finish them all off. Mizua did not wait and, getting ready to attack, shouted that the Fuka family was a disgrace to the magical aristocracy, adding that they would never forgive them. At this time, Jin, spreading his arms, mockingly asked if the protagonist really thought he could defeat the aristocracy. With his hands in his pockets, Minato coldly asked why he had to lose. Suddenly, Jin asked how about it, then suddenly raised his hand up and sent a powerful second-tier magic attack at the helicopter above them. But his attack could not reach the helicopter because at the last moment, a magical barrier appeared, protecting the flying vessel. The protagonist was the owner of this technique. With his hand raised to the sky, he asked if it was time for them to finish already. With a crazy smile on his face, Jin replied that he would do anything for the money. At this time, Jin's sons were fighting the members of the special magic squad, using all sorts of magic attacks and skills. One of the brothers was suddenly hit by a powerful water magic attack. Seeing this, SHG screamed in horror in his head, could this be serious? The second brother was also hit by Ryuji's powerful attack. Turning to the other side, SHG said in fear in his head that this can't be. Looking down, he saw that his 4 brothers had already been defeated and were lying on the ground. Gritting his teeth, SHG wondered in his head if the squad was really stronger than them. Cold sweat was running down his face. Clenching his hands into fists, he angrily said in his head that he would never admit it, adding that the magic nobles couldn't be worse than the ordinary kids from the special squad. After thinking these thoughts, he spread his arms out to the sides and shouted at the remaining brothers to think of a way to kill their rivals. Suddenly, he raised his hand up, and 4 magic seals immediately appeared above it, and shouted that he had to hit with all his might. At that very second, his brothers stood up from different sides and stretched their hands forward, and 3 magic seals appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Mizua turned to her sister, who immediately understood everything. Raising their hands up, they combined their powers and released a powerful rank 6 water magic attack, Explosive Stream. The maddeningly powerful stream of water struck the remaining 3 brothers, who did not even have time to carry out their attack. After the skill was finished, the 3 brothers fell to the ground, coughing loudly and shaking. Suddenly, SHG noticed the sisters and began to crawl back in horror. The girls looked angrily at the defeated enemy. Suddenly, all the brothers knelt down and, bowing their heads, SHG shouted for everyone that they were simply defending themselves, after which he asked to forgive them. Mizua immediately turned around, saying that in this case, they had no choice but to forgive their opponents. Suddenly, SHG, along with two brothers, jumped to their feet, preparing to attack stealthily. At that very second, he saw that the entire magical squad was ready to attack in response. At that very second, only the lives of each of the Fuka family. SHG immediately fell to the ground, screaming with tears in his eyes that the guys promised to forgive them. Mizua, with her hands on her hips, asked in displeasure if their opponents really thought that they could forgive those who did not even intend to change for the better. The Fuka brothers, with tears streaming from their eyes, screamed in fear. At the same time, the protagonist noticed his guys' victory, saying that they had already figured it out. Waving his hand, he said that it seemed that Jin's vain son had lost to his comrades. Jin himself, hearing this, was furious, not knowing what to do. The protagonist silently looked at his opponent. Jin, gritting his teeth, also looked at his opponent, when suddenly he abruptly extended his hand, chanted a spell and used a first-rank technique, Arrow. Minato deftly jumped to the side to avoid the magic projectile. Jin did not hesitate and, jumping up, used the second-rank technique, Wind Spear. Several magic projectiles flew at the protagonist, who deftly dodged them time after time, approaching his opponent. Realizing that his attacks were useless, Jin jumped back and used a rank 3 skill, Wind Cutter. The protagonist managed to jump at the last moment, seeing several magic cutters flying under him. From the helicopter, a reporter saw the countless attacks of the head of the Fuki family, saying into the microphone that the magic aristocrat Jin, who was a suspect, was taking an exclusively defensive stance, but would Minato survive? When suddenly, Jin spread his arms and used a powerful rank 4 magic technique, Tempest. A huge whirlwind began to suck in the protagonist, who managed to jump in time, avoiding the attack. Seeing this, Jin immediately raised his hand up, 5 magic seals appeared in front of it. The next second, he used a rank 5 technique, Enormous Typhoon. An incredibly powerful tornado burst out of the hands of the head of the Fuka family and headed towards the protagonist. In an instant, the typhoon engulfed Minato. Mizua and Ryuji saw this and were very afraid for the teacher, when suddenly the protagonist made a deft move back. The next second, the typhoon completely dissipated. Minato, waving his hand, created a large barrier around himself. With disdain in his eyes, he looked at his opponent. Hand, seeing what the teacher had just done, was shocked. After a short pause, she asked if Minato really dispelled magic of this level with a barrier technique. "I'm not even surprised," Ryuji said, standing nearby. People watching the news were shocked to say that the magical aristocrats were very strong, because they used 5th tier skills without much effort. Workers, watching the fight on TV, said that Minato was able to defend himself with only one barrier. The reporter, being in the helicopter, shouted loudly, commenting on the fight, that in this battle the opponents did not give in to each other after, adding that they had never seen such a battle. Having landed back, the protagonist said in his head that this was very weak magic, after which he asked if his opponent was trying to buy time, asking later if Jin was waiting for reinforcements. With a wide smile on his face, Jin suddenly asked if his opponent was already tired. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist answered that he could quickly deal with his opponent, but then it would not even be called a battle. After a short pause, he suddenly said that it would even be better for him because he was already tired of this. A wide smile appeared on his face, with which he mockingly said that Jin should show his strength and then he would defeat him. Hearing this, the man shook with rage. Veins appeared on his face, and he himself said that the protagonist would regret saying that. Clenching his hands into fists, he smiled madly and said that first he would tell his opponent something, after which he asked him not to despair. When suddenly he raised his hand and shouted that his magic power was equal to 200,000. Hearing this, Ruka was very surprised, thinking that she had misheard. Her sister, however, shouted that most likely Jin was simply lying, since few people in Japan had power equal to even 100,000. Ruka, waving her hand and rushing into the attack, said that they should at least try to help their teacher. Ryuji also rushed to help, shouting that he was not going to just stand aside. That's right, Mizua supported the guys, shouting that they needed to help. When suddenly the main character saw out of the corner of his eye something that made him surprised. There were his students, who abruptly stopped in midair. Jin was looking at them out of the corner of his eye with his hand outstretched. In front of his hand were 5 magic seals. "And I almost killed you," he said mockingly. With a wide smile and madness in his eyes, he turned to the boys and said that if they came any closer, they would already be corpses. Hearing this, Mizua, Ruka, and Ryuji were greatly shocked and scared. Then suddenly, Jin spread his arms and screamed loudly, releasing a huge magical energy. All 3 fell to their knees, saying to themselves that due to the pressure of magical power, their body cannot move, adding that even for the main character, this would be too much. But Minato, closing his eyes, exhaled tiredly. Raising his hands, Jin, laughing loudly, asked if his opponent now felt that the difference in their strength was too great, adding that even ordinary people understand this. After a short pause, he furiously screamed that he would demonstrate the full overwhelming power of his power. "Be sure not to spare," he screamed, extending his hands, around which magical seals began to appear, towards his opponent. A destructive magical energy, similar to a black hole, began to gather in the sky. While creating it, the head of the Fuka family shouted that this was his new magic. Seeing this, a wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he said in his head that he was seeing this for the first time. A terrifying magical power began to destroy everything in its path. This was magic of the 6th tier. With a crazy smile on his face, Jin continued to shout that is, atmospheric magic, the most powerful destructive force of its kind. After a short pause, he shouted that such magic would crush a person in an instant. Jumping back, the protagonist with a satisfied smile on his face said that they would still check it. Hearing this, the man was overcome with rage. Clenching his hands into fists and gritting his teeth, veins appeared all over his face. "Crush," he shouted in rage, putting all his strength into the special 6th rank skill, Atmospheric Magic, Air Press. The terrifying power destroyed everything in its path, advancing on the protagonist. Minato, however, without a drop of fear in his eyes, emotionlessly looked at the new technique. All this time, Jin continued to laugh madly, looking at what he had created, shouting at the same time that now his opponent could not do anything, adding that this was the end. The protagonist's students, having risen to their feet, barely stayed on them due to the impact of such a powerful force. They couldn't believe that Minato could die and lose. "Answer, Minato," Mizua screamed with beads of cold sweat on her face. Suddenly, she folded her arms and called out to the protagonist with all her might. "What?" Minato calmly asked, putting his hands on his hips and looking at his student. Seeing the teacher, the girl screamed in shock, asking how he could survive. Hearing this, the protagonist was confused and said that Mizua did not bury a person so quickly. When suddenly Jin, drenched in streams of cold sweat, pointed his finger at his opponent and screamed in horror, asking why he was not even injured, because the guy should have been crushed. Then the protagonist, raising his finger, explained that if the external and internal pressures are balanced, this will not happen, adding that the same principle works with deep-sea fish. Even so, Jin shouted in rage, throwing his arms out, asking afterwards how his opponent could use atmospheric magic since he was the one who created it. After thinking for a moment, the protagonist put his hand on his hip and calmly replied that he simply looked and remembered. The shock pierced the head of the Fuka family, making the man unable to say anything else. A smile appeared on Minato's face, with which he said that it would be bad if Jin used it, adding that it was very good that his opponent immediately explained to him the danger of this power, after which he said that in the end, it was just one of the uses of wind magic. When suddenly he sharply extended his hand towards the opponent, snapped his finger and said that he could also use something like this. The next second, Jin grabbed his head, screaming in pain, asking afterwards what his opponent had just done. Lowering his hand, Minato replied with a smile that it was just acoustic pressure, so to speak sound magic, adding later that it was also one of the uses of wind magic. Hearing this, Mizua immediately remembered how during the first disaster 50 years later, her teacher used a similar technique to tell everyone what to do. At this time, rage once again surged through Jin, who was clutching his head with force. Suddenly, he spread his arms, releasing an incredibly huge magical power, shouting that there would be no concessions from now on, adding that he would do anything to finish off the protagonist. Raising his head to the sky, he shouted with madness in his eyes that he was now going to give it his all, increasing his magical power to 500,000. Standing on the balcony of the building, SH Shogo and Karin also felt the insane power of the head of Fuka. Trying to resist, the inspector shouted that Jin was just bluffing. Jin's power grew stronger and stronger with each passing second, and he laughed madly and shouted that there was no hope left. After that, he continued to shout loudly, releasing all his magical power. His eyes turned white, and his power grew stronger and stronger with each passing second. In a few seconds, a terrifying power enveloped his entire estate. As soon as Jin finished, he clenched and unclenched his hand, looking at the protagonist. Everyone in the area felt an unstoppable power. Mizua, unable to move, asked if this was the power of a magical aristocrat. Her sister stood next to her, saying that she could not believe that the head of the family had such a high level. Ryuji, standing in front of everyone, drenched in cold sweat, said that they definitely could not stand up to such a monster. Shigo, looking at the enemy, said that he completely underestimated the power of magical aristocrats. Karin stood behind him, resisting with all her might, saying that they definitely couldn't win. Jin, seeing the reactions of his opponents, raised his hand and, laughing maliciously, said that it was time to show him all his power, adding that the guys, of course, could beg him for mercy, but it was too late for that. and the main character at that time yawned sweetly and loudly, which even caused tears to appear in his eyes. Seeing this, Jin spread his arms out to the sides and sarcastically asked if his opponent couldn't even pretend to be serious, and if the main character still didn't realize the amount of his magical power, adding that it seemed that Minato was just lucky since his atmospheric magic didn't work. After these words, he stood up and raised his hands, in which ominous magical energy began to gather back, saying that the jokes ended there because now he would kill the main character with this power. An incredibly powerful magical force continued to accumulate in his hands. The protagonist was silently waiting at this time with a very dissatisfied face, resting his hands on his hips. Jin, gritting his teeth in rage, gave all his strength to this attack, when suddenly he sharply raised his hands up and read a magic spell of the 6th rank. The next second, the 7th magic seal appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Chigo asked in shock if this was really the 7th rank. Karin, standing next to him, screamed in horror that the protagonist would not cope with this. Mizua, with her hands folded, looked at her teacher without a drop of fear in her eyes and said in her head that Minato would definitely come up with something, because even in the most desperate situation she would believe in the protagonist. At this time, Jin laughed and, getting ready to attack, told the protagonist that Minato had missed his chance because the guy still had a chance to escape while he was accumulating magical power, but now it was too late. Minato, meanwhile, scratched his ear and asked if his opponent had finally prepared. Hearing this, the head of the Fuka family was overcome with rage. With veins all over his face, he screamed that there would be no dust left on his opponent, because now the protagonist would taste the highest rank magic. A bright green flash of terrifying magical power flashed in the sky. It was a special 7th rank skill, Atmospheric Magic, Plasma Rupture. The people in the helicopter began to be sucked in. This was seen by Chigo, who, covering his face with his hands from the bright flash, asked what they should do. "I don't know," Karin screamed back, trying not to lose her balance. Ruka, waving her hand, shouted at the teacher to get out of there as quickly as possible. Ryuji stood behind him, supporting his friend, shouting that their teacher would definitely not be able to handle such a monster. Only Mizuhi did not shout anything. She silently looked at the protagonist. Waving his arms, Jin stared at his opponent, mockingly asking if he still did not want to run away, adding that the guy's friends could also suffer. With beads of sweat all over his face, he asked what the protagonist would choose, run away or die. The terrifying power grew stronger with each passing second, approaching Minato, who fearlessly stood in place. "Nothing," he suddenly said with a smile on his face, stretching out his hand. A special rank 6 amethyst core suddenly appeared in it. Seeing this, Jin laughed, asking what the hell was this, and did the protagonist really think he could defeat him with this? The destructive power was slowly approaching Minato, who was standing with the cannonball in his hand. Suddenly, with one wave of his hand, the protagonist threw the cannonball. It flew right into the epicenter of the terrifying cannonball. The next second, it was slowly absorbed. A few seconds passed, after which the special 7th rank technique was dispelled. Seeing this, shock and horror appeared in Jin's eyes. The entire special magic team was shocked by what happened. The head of the Fuka family began to shake in fear. Pointing his finger at the enemy, he shouted in a trembling voice, asking why his magic evaporated. The protagonist looked at his enemy and calmly replied that the wind element is vulnerable to earth, and if you use slow action magic, they will neutralize each other. After that, he smiled widely, waved his hand and asked if the magic aristocrat didn't even know about this. Hearing this, Jin grabbed his head and shouted that it couldn't be that he would lose to some kid. After a short pause, the protagonist presented the core and said that, undoubtedly, the magic of the amethyst core does not have striking power, and if it is directed directly at the enemy, it will not cause significant damage. After that, he added that although the core was small, it contained highly concentrated magic power and could absorb the magic of the opposite attribute. Raising his finger, he continued to say that despite the difference in ranks, the core was destroying him. After the opponent finished speaking, Jin asked in confusion why he would use such worthless magic. Hearing this, Minato looked at the opponent and said that this was his original magic that he created for fun. Hearing this, the head of the Fuka family fell to his knees and said sadly that it would have taken him several decades to develop his own. Then, he suddenly felt the ominous magic power of the protagonist who approached him. Leaning down, Minato said menacingly that the damage was over, which meant that it was now time for punishment. "Wait," he suddenly shouted with a trembling voice. Falling on his back, he stretched out his hand and, covered in cold sweat, shouted that he surrendered, adding that his strength was exhausted, because of which he could not even move. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled widely and told Jin not to be afraid, because he did not hit corpses, so they would disperse with a flick on the forehead. After these words, he brought his fingers to the forehead of his opponent, whose face broke into a wide smile. In his head, Jin said that this was not even a punishment, but rather a tickle. The next second, he received such a powerful blow to the forehead that he flew back 10 meters. From this, he lost consciousness and smoke emanated from the place of the blow. The protagonist's students looked in shock at the defeated opponent, saying in their heads that all this was only because of some flick. The police immediately ran up to Jin and handcuffed him, shouting that they detained the head of the Fuka family. The reporter on the helicopter happily informed everyone that the magic aristocrat had been defeated, adding that Jin had been defeated by the commander of the special magic squad, Minato. The kids watching the broadcast happily shouted that the magic aristocrat had been defeated. The workers in the cafeteria, hearing such news, raised their hands in the air and shouted that it was very cool. The protagonist's students happily rushed to their teacher, saying that they expected nothing less from their teacher. With a smile on his face, Minato turned to his students and said that they had also tried hard. After that, he glanced at the police officers taking Jin away and said in his head that it was very good that it was over, adding that despite the fact that Jin was a magic aristocrat, it was not difficult, and then asked himself if he was really the best magician in Japan. After a short pause, he said to himself that if they did not seriously take up the education of magicians, things would be bad. After thinking these thoughts, he called out to Jin and said that he wanted to ask him something. He extended his hand and asked what they did after Ikigami Minato's death. After a short pause, he asked if the magic books from 50 years ago had been destroyed by the magic aristocracy. Even if that was the case, so what? Jin asked rudely. Turning away, he gritted his teeth and added that the ignorant people were not given to comprehend the lofty thoughts of the magic aristocrats. Putting his hand on his hip, Minato asked what this meant. Think about it yourself, the head of the Fuka family answered quietly and slowly, lowering his head. After that, he was taken away. Some time passed. The protagonist was being photographed from all sides. He was sitting on the report. Next to him sat Shigo, who with a smile on his face, pointed at Minato and said that they had gathered here to interview the commander of the special magic squad, adding that now it was time for the protagonist to give the floor for a greeting. After that, a lot of articles appeared on the internet with the headline that Minato gave an interview. Time passed again. Hawaii. The beach was lively. Many people walked along the beach and swam in the sea. The main character was lying under a sun lounger and with a very sad face asked himself in his head what he had forgotten in such a place, when suddenly he saw women's legs next to him. Looking up, he saw Mizuho leaning over him, who, with red cheeks from embarrassment, asked why the teacher was so gloomy. Some time ago, the guys were standing at the police headquarters and asking what trip to Hawaii. As you know, Shigo began to speak. Putting his hand to his face, he finished saying that recently the special magic squad is very popular, adding that they can no longer cope with such attention. After these words, Mizuho showed a video on her phone called Minato is so cute. After seeing the video, the protagonist asked himself in shock in his head if someone had really filmed it at the academy. The special magic squad was in first place in the trends. Everyone was looking through the information on their phones, after which they said that videos with them on other social networks were popular. The news also only talked about them, and the same thing was on TV. After that, Shigo said that the whole of Japan was watching the squad's activity. Raising his hand up, he said that this is why he decided to send the entire squad on vacation, so it would be best to go to Hawaii until the situation improves. A few seconds later, he smiled slightly and, pointing to the protagonist, said that thanks to Minato, the squad is gaining strength, adding later that they are also supported by the Mizuho family itself, so there will be no problems in the absence of the guys and they can handle the monsters themselves. After these words, he approached the protagonist, put his hand on his shoulder and said that, considering the fact that the guys worked without days off, this is a great opportunity to catch their breath. Leaving the memories, Minato was lying under the lounge chair and with a very sad face, asking himself in his head what he had forgotten in such a place, when suddenly he saw a woman's legs next to him. Looking up, he saw Mizuho leaning over him, who, with cheeks red from embarrassment, asked why the teacher was so gloomy. Standing up, he said that he was just thinking about his own. By the way, Mizuho suddenly said. With cheeks slightly red from embarrassment, she asked the protagonist how she looked. Putting her hand to her chin, Minato said that she was very pretty. Pretty, the girl screamed in shock, hearing the teacher's words. Her whole face turned red from strong embarrassment. Nodding, the protagonist, without removing his hand, said that the swimsuit went well with the color of Mizuho's hair, and this style definitely suits the girl, adding that, in general, she was very cute. With beads of cold sweat on her face, Mizuho looked away and sheepishly thanked the teacher. Suddenly, Ruka's sister appeared in a dazzlingly beautiful black swimsuit. Adjusting her hair, she said that she had already searched for the guys. Wow, the protagonist suddenly said, seeing the girl. What is it? Ruka asked, turning to the teacher, asking after that, did he really want to tell her something? I just thought that you were very beautiful, Minato answered calmly, without taking his eyes off the student. Hearing this, Ruka, folding his arms over his chest, was very surprised. Spreading his arm, the protagonist said that the girl was a model, adding that the swimsuit also looked incredible, especially in contrast to the girl's fair skin, adding that he would not even be afraid to say that Ruka was the most beautiful girl on this beach. The girl's cheeks turned red from embarrassment, and she herself abruptly turned away, not wanting to show her embarrassment. All this time, Ryuji was standing next to the protagonist, who was shocked by the teacher's behavior. In his head, he was saying that the main character was amazing, because Minato wasn't even embarrassed by the girl's outfits, and the guy was still complimenting them from the bottom of his heart. Suddenly, Karin appeared with an inflatable life preserver. With a wide smile on her face, she apologized to everyone for being late. Seeing the girl, Ryuji was completely shocked. He looked at Karin's exposed breasts in her swimsuit and said in his head that before, all of this was hidden by the uniform, but who would have thought that such a crushing power was hidden there? After a short pause, the girl asked how the guys liked her swimsuit. The main character began to look at Karin appraisingly. Seeing this, Ryuji screamed in shock to himself, asking if Minato was really going to compliment the girl on the size of her breasts now. Taking his hand aside, the main character said that this style suited Karin. Hearing this, Ryuji sighed in relief, then wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hearing such words from the protagonist, Karin looked away in confusion and with her cheeks reddened from embarrassment asked in a trembling voice if this was true. Taking his other hand to the side, Minato confirmed this, saying afterwards that it was especially beautiful in contrast to the girl's usual style of clothing, so such revealing outfits would clearly not leave Karin unnoticed. After a short pause, he said that, in general, the girl could be called a beautiful and pretty woman. Hearing everything, the girl tried to cover her cheeks reddened from embarrassment with her hands and asked him to stop calling her that. Ryuji, looking at the teacher, suddenly said that Minato was really amazing. Hearing this, the protagonist glanced at the student out of the corner of his eye and asked if he had gone overboard with the compliments. He placed his hand on his hip, tilted his head slightly, and said that he was only expressing his honest opinion, adding that if it came to praise, there was no reason not to express it. After saying this, he spread his arms and said that he had noticed the beauty of all three of them, so he complimented each of them, and then asked with displeasure what was wrong with that. Ryuji scratched his head in confusion and replied that he was not saying that it was bad, just that. Pointing to all the girls whose cheeks were still red from embarrassment, he said that the girls were now embarrassed. By the way, Ryuji, the protagonist, said after a short pause. He put his hands on his hips and looked at the student with a big smile on his face and said that he was in great physical shape, adding that any swimsuit would suit a person with such a physique, so the guy should be proud of his beautiful body. Hearing this, Ryuji's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Suddenly, Ryuji's shout was heard throughout the beach, filled with people, that he didn't need to be complimented. After that, the guys started having fun and relaxing. They all played volleyball on the sand. After that, they rode jet skis. And at the very end, they took a group photo on the beach while sipping cocktails. Some time passed. Night fell outside. Leaving the hotel, the main character said in his head that today was too eventful and then asked himself where the nearest store was, when suddenly he looked up and was a little surprised. Mizuho was standing in front of him in a beautiful street suit. After that, they went forward together to look for a store. The protagonist suddenly said that he never thought he would have fun like this. Well, yes, Mizuho answered lightly, adding that they used to fight all day long. After that, silence fell between them. The girl silently looked at her teacher. In her head, she remembered that there was already a ring on her sister's finger that day. After that, she asked herself if Minato and Ruka were dating. Suddenly, she quickly shook her head, screaming in her head that this couldn't be true, because the protagonist said that he was not interested in a relationship. Minato himself suddenly noticed this. "Listen, can I ask?" the girl suddenly asked the teacher. Turning to the student, the protagonist asked if she really wanted to know something about his strength again. With a drop of cold sweat on her face, Mizuho replied that she did not want to ask about this. Walking behind, she asked with cheeks reddened from embarrassment what kind of girls the protagonist liked. Hearing this, Minato immediately replied that he hadn't really thought about it. "What about choosing one of the three of us?" Mizuho suddenly asked in confusion, holding out her hand. The protagonist suddenly turned around slightly and said that he would say that all of them are suitable. "What?" Mizuho screamed in shock upon hearing this. Putting his hands in his pockets, Minato raised his head and said with a smile on his face that it was very difficult to choose, because all three were cute, and also very hardworking and always devoted themselves to their work, adding later that he liked goal-oriented people. Hearing this, Mizuho became confused and asked, raising her hand, "Didn't the protagonist describe feelings other than romantic ones?" "Do you think so?" Minato asked in surprise, turning to the student, saying later that he thought they were the same thing. "Well, let's think about it," he said later. "I like you the most," the protagonist answered a few seconds after thinking, looking at the stars in the sky. Hearing this, Mizuha stopped in confusion. Minato also stopped and, without taking his eyes off the starry sky, said that the girl had always been honest, responsible and kind ever since their first meeting, adding that Mizuha always puts in her best efforts. After these words, he looked at his student and with a warm smile on his face said that he liked Mizuha. Hearing this, shock and embarrassment struck the girl. Suddenly, she squatted down. Seeing this, the protagonist rushed to the girl in fear, asking if he had said something wrong. He stood next to the student, not knowing what to do. In her head, Mizuha said that she understood perfectly well that Minato did not see her as a girl, but even so, she looked at the floor and with a red face from embarrassment said to herself that she was very glad about this, because after all, Minato liked her too. At this time, SH Chigo was at the police headquarters, saying that the situation was getting more and more out of control. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at the laptop monitor in front of him, saying in his head that criticism of the Special Magic Squad was pouring in from all sides, and people were trying to point out their mistakes and future actions, with the main character being especially popular. After a short pause, he added that at the same time, the popularity of the Shadow Bearer was increasing. There was a vote on the monitor in which people were choosing who was stronger, the main character or the mage in black. Looking at the vote, SH Chigo said in his head that it seemed like a confrontation between the two sides was forming, and the fire of enmity was only getting stronger, he said after a short pause. And what to do about it, he asked in his head. Some time passed. It was daytime outside. An airport. A plane arrived. There was a girl with red hair on it, who, yawning widely, said that it seemed like things had been going badly while they were gone. Well, really, the guy with long hair answered discontentedly. The girl's name was Hinata. She was a magical aristocrat and the head of the Hongai family. She stretched and said with a smile on her face that it was time to sort this out. The boy next to her was Riku. He was also a magical aristocrat and the head of the Kaichai family. He said with a displeased face that it irritated him. A week later, the protagonist's house. In the apartment, Mizuha was busily cooking. The protagonist bowed his head and said that they managed to return earlier than he expected. Ruka was sitting on the floor nearby, spreading her arms and saying that, apparently, the news about the squad had died down and the academy had also become calmer. Hearing this, Minato smiled and said with relief that he could finally relax. Suddenly, Mizuha asked the guys from the kitchen to help carry the plates. The protagonist stood up and shouted that they were on their way. A few minutes later, food was set on the table, after which the three of them wished each other a pleasant appetite. While eating, Mizuha suddenly asked if everything would be okay if they went to school again tomorrow. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the student and replied that the police and the academy were taking necessary measures regarding disasters, so the discussion of the Special Magic Squad died down. Indeed, the girl replied, the discussion on social networks became less active. After a short pause, Minato smiled widely and said that he was sure that people would get tired of this topic, so there was no need to think about it. What a fool I was to think so, the protagonist said, holding his hand to his head at the moment. Around his desk, there were girls asking if he had a girlfriend. Mizuha also received unhealthy attention from the guys who constantly followed the girl. At this time, Ruka and Ryuji were walking down the corridor. A crowd of fans followed them, preventing them from even passing. Opening the door to the classroom, Ruka apologized for intruding. Pushing through the crowd of fans, they approached the guys and said that they wanted to invite them to lunch because it was a bit noisy in here. Spreading his arms, the protagonist asked if she really called it a little. Then Mizuha, raising her hand, said in confusion that now the situation is still better than before, adding that she had heard of strangers breaking in before. Hearing this, Ryuji said with displeasure that he was used to this, because Ruka often encounters such things. Suddenly, Ruka approached the protagonist and said that they ran out of toilet paper, to which Minato replied that he would need to buy some on the way home. Hearing this, not only Mizuha was shocked, but everyone else as well. Suddenly, Minato turned to Mizuha and with a smile on his face said that he would also need to get some bath salts because her girlfriend wanted it so much. The girls behind them started whispering among themselves, asking if the three of them were really living together. Hearing this, Mizuha rushed towards the boys and, pushing them onto the roof, said that they would discuss it on the roof. When the boys were on the roof, Ryuji shouted in shock, asking again if Mizuha and her sister had really left their home and were now living with the protagonist. After that, he looked at Minato in surprise, who was actively eating, and said in his head that this did not necessarily mean that all three of them were dating. But, of course, the situation was outrageous, but it was still Kusanagi, so it was probably okay. After these thoughts, he looked at the girls and with a confident smile on his face said that he could do something, so he would help as much as he could. Hearing this, the girls were very happy because they needed help. And you, Kusanagi, suddenly turned to the main character Ryuji with a wide smile on his face, and then asked why they shouldn't stop addressing the teacher like that. After a short pause, he asked if the guy would mind if they switched to Minato. Yeah, the main character answered with a warm smile on his face, adding that the guys should call him as they liked. Then Minato, with a smile on his face, said Mizuha. Only there were no positive emotions on Ruki's face. On the contrary, she was a little tense. A drop of cold sweat was running down her face, and there was sadness in her eyes. Mizuha's cheeks were slightly red at that moment, and she herself embarrassedly said in her head that this was all serious because they lived together, when suddenly she shook her head negatively and said to herself that there was nothing to be particularly ashamed of. After that, she looked at the main character with red cheeks from embarrassment. Minato was talking about something with Ryuji, laughing and joking. Suddenly, she asked herself in her head if this made the protagonist's heart beat even a little faster. Some time passed. It was night outside, and the boys went to bed. The protagonist slept on the floor, and his sister slept in the bed. When suddenly, Mizuha's eyes suddenly opened, and she said in her head that she couldn't sleep at all. Turning her head to the sleeping boys, she asked herself in her head how these two could sleep so peacefully. Was she really the only one worried about this? After that, she turned to the wall and, with her cheeks red from embarrassment, told herself that she needed to end this and go to sleep. After that, she fell asleep. A few minutes later, she heard Ruka's nervous breathing, when she suddenly opened her eyes, saying to herself that she couldn't sleep at all. Realizing that her sister and the protagonist were sleeping, she asked herself in her head if she was the only one worried about this. With sadness in her eyes, she looked at the ceiling and said in her head that she hadn't gotten used to it yet, adding later that the fact that they were sleeping together in the same room with the protagonist made her nervous. Sitting up, she asked herself why so much. Her cheeks were red from embarrassment as she looked at Minato. The protagonist was sleeping peacefully with his hands under his head. Putting his hand to his chest, Ruka, with a drop of sweat on his cheek, looked at the guy, when suddenly she abruptly lay down and covered her head with the blanket. She held the pillow with her hands, embarrassedly and sadly saying in her head that Ryuji had started calling the protagonist Minato, and now she alone continues to call the teacher Kusanagi. After a short pause, she asked herself how she should choose the moment to change the way she addressed the protagonist. After that, morning came. All four of them were walking to the academy. What's the point of hesitating? She asked herself in her head, adding that she would just call the teacher as if nothing had happened. She walked behind, looking at the boys' backs and wondering if the protagonist was really okay with her calling him Minato. Ruka suddenly began to say in a shaking voice. Hearing this, the protagonist automatically turned around, thinking that he was being called. Suddenly, very confused, Ruka waved her hand and said that she was energized when they all tried together. The protagonist was confused and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his face, after which he asked why Ruka suddenly decided to say that. After that, the girl grabbed her head, screaming in her head why she just couldn't say it. That same day, during lunch, she tried to call the protagonist, but after saying the first letter of the teacher's name, she could not continue, asking after that maybe they should do some training. In the evening at home, she tried to address the main character again, but after saying the first letter of the guy's name, she suddenly pointed to the window and said awkwardly that she thought it was even more beautiful to watch the sunset at the port. That same night, when everyone had gone to bed, Ruka tried to address the main character again, but after saying the first letter of the guy's name, she shyly screamed that she would like to go fishing someday. Shock and confusion struck Minato. After that, everyone went to bed. Covering her face with her hand, Ruka wondered in her head why she was always dodging and giving in halfway through a word. Her eyes were full of sadness and disappointment. She wondered to herself if she had always been such a coward. Morning came. She was walking behind everyone again. The main character noticed her depressed state. Approaching Ruka, he lowered his head and asked what had happened, if the girl was really feeling unwell. A little confused, Ruka looked at the main character and said that everything was fine. Kusanagi, she suddenly said, lowering her eyes to the ground. Don't call me that anymore, the protagonist said softly. Hearing this, the girl looked at her teacher in surprise. With a warm smile on his face, the protagonist said that they were not in a relationship to observe formalities, so he could just be called Minato. Hearing this, Ruka's face turned red from embarrassment. Feeling this, she abruptly turned away and said that if the protagonist said so, then she did not mind such a change. Minato, adjusting his hair, said with a warm smile on his face and slightly red cheeks, turning to the protagonist. Some time passed. In her mansion, Hinata, slamming the table in anger, shouted that the existence of the magical aristocracy was under threat. After that, she bit her finger and angrily said that the reason for this was the rise of the special magical squad, and for their own good, they cannot leave it to chance. Riku, sitting not far from the table, slowly said that they should deal with the main character one way or another. I think so too, Hinata replied. She folded her arms and looked at the third magical noble in the room and asked him what his thoughts were on the matter. The third was Tashiru. He calmly replied with his arms folded that he was only trying to live up to our mistress's wishes. Hearing this, Hinata slammed the table in anger and shouted that the head of the Mizuha family was still a weak-willed weirdo, and then asked if he had anything new to say. Without looking at the girl, Toshiro replied that it seemed like Minato didn't recognize him. Hearing this, Hinata looked up and asked if he didn't know about them either. Most likely, Toshiro replied. Riku looked at those present with a dissatisfied face, saying that then the best solution would be to test the protagonist, adding that the guy could be useful. Jumping up from her seat and punching the air, Hinata with a wide smile on her face shouted that if Minato turned out to be trash, then they would throw him to hell. Toshiro, hearing this, closed his eyes and said nothing. Some time passed. Police headquarters. The protagonist, along with S.H. Shogo, stood in front of a huge board on which a map of Japan was depicted. Minato, pointing to the highlighted areas, said that the next large-scale disaster would occur in Osaka. He pointed his finger at the red zone on the map and said that the development of disasters was the same as 50 years ago, with the exception of some small ones. The protagonist's team listened attentively to what the teacher was saying. Suddenly Mizuha said that all the media were talking about it, and her sister, lowering her head and putting her hand to her chin, thoughtfully said that the disasters may be happening in the same way, but the interval between them has significantly decreased. Ryuji, sitting next to him, said that in the past, disasters happened at most once a year. Karin was standing nearby, with a drop of sweat on her face, excitedly saying that it was unknown when the next one would happen, and the police could only take precautions. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and said that taking measures was necessary, but there were no special units like theirs in the regions. Suddenly, S.H. Chigo, standing next to him, laughed madly, saying that he knew Minato would say this. This scared the protagonist so much that he even took a step back. Throwing his arms out, the inspector suddenly shouted that in fact, another special magic squad had been formed in Osaka. Hearing this, the members of the first special magic squad were greatly shocked. With a sarcastic smile on his face, S.H. Shogo raised his finger and said that those guys were cooperating with the self-defense forces and the police to strengthen disaster prevention measures, and there was also a request for training for the squad members. After that, he suddenly turned to the protagonist, put his hand on his shoulder, and with a wide smile asked if Minato would go there for this mission. Turning away from the inspector, the protagonist said in confusion that S.H. Shogo was asking so kindly. After a short pause, he turned around and said that he had no reason to refuse. Hearing this, S.H. Shogo happily said that Minato would help them out a lot. A few seconds later, he suddenly scratched his cheek with a drop of cold sweat and said that there was still a person waiting for the protagonist, adding that this person lived during the disaster that happened 50 years ago, and is also one of the few masters of anti-monster equipment. Mr. Tajikami Shizuku said the name of the master S.H. Chigo. Hearing this, Minato did not react at all. After a short pause, the inspector spread his arms out to the sides and said that, apparently, this man was interested in the protagonist and wanted to talk in person, but if Minato did not see the need, he could not meet with the master. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist calmly replied that he would meet with Tajikami. Glad to hear this, S.H. Chigo answered happily, because this master makes suits for their squad. After that, the protagonist touched his collar, looked up and asked himself in his head, Tajikami, then. This was seen by S.H. Chigo, who was staring intently at the squad leader. Some time passed. The protagonist stood at the airport with a suitcase. Opposite him stood his students, who were seeing him off. With a smile on his face, Minato said that it was time for him to go. The guys with wide smiles said goodbye to the teacher, telling him to take care of himself there and train the squad properly. Suddenly, the protagonist put his hand in his pocket, saying that he almost forgot about it. After that, he gave each of them a bracelet. While the boys were examining the decoration, Minato loudly told them to wear the bracelets until he returned. With his hands on his hips, he leaned towards the students with a stern look and repeated that they were not to take off what was given to him under any circumstances. Okay, the boys answered confusedly. After that, Minato walked away from the students and with a drop of cold sweat on his cheek, excitedly asked if everything would be okay with the boys while he was gone. Mizuha, with her hands on her hips, laughed and said that they had become much stronger. Her sister, folding her arms across her chest, told the teacher to calm down and go to Osaka. Smiling, the protagonist waved his hand and said that then he would rely on his students. A few minutes later, he sat down in a seat on the plane. Exhaling heavily, he said relaxedly that he was finally able to sit down. In his head, he remembered how he had gone through a whole test to get on the flight. The same process was before the flight to Hawaii, Minato said, adding that the check is still much stricter when a person is a mage. After that, he settled comfortably in the chair and said in his head that it did not matter anymore because now he was interested in what kind of seat this was. With a wide smile on his face, he remembered S.H. Chigo and asked himself if this was really the same first class, adding that the inspector had arranged such luxury for him. When suddenly two more people entered the plane. They were Hinata and Riku, who sat in different parts of the plane. The protagonist silently looked at them. Without taking his eyes off, he asked himself in his head if they were mages, adding later that they seemed to be quite strong. A few seconds later, he relaxed again in his comfortable seat and said to himself with a warm smile that the fact that capable magicians were flying with him should not worry him, given the strictness of the checks. After that, a few more people boarded the plane. A few minutes later, the plane took off. In front of the main character was a whole tray of food, which he himself was delighted with. Looking at the food that was brought to him, he said to himself that it looked very appetizing. The next second, he began to eat actively. A few minutes later, the cabin of the plane became tense. The three guys began to exchange glances. The next second, a guy with long dark hair and glasses got up from his seat. He stood opposite the main character, who was looking out the window and saying in his head that there was very tasty food here, an excellent view from the window, adding that sometimes it is not superfluous to relax like this. There was a warm smile on his face when suddenly he said to himself that, apparently, he rushed to conclusions. At that very moment, the three guys jumped up from their seats, took the stewardess hostage, and pointed magic seals at the others, shouting for no one to move. There were more criminals than expected. Hands with magic seals were also pointed at Hinata and Riku. The protagonist was also subject to this machination. The captors continued to shout that if they did not listen to them, they would kill everyone. There was not a drop of fear on the faces of Hinata, Riku, and Minato. Looking at the floor, the protagonist asked himself in his head if these were really magicians outside the law, adding later that there were about 10 criminals. Looking out the window of the plane, he said to himself that if he dealt with each one in turn, the passengers would be in danger. Besides, if he used high-ranking magic, it would destroy the plane, adding later that it would probably be a little difficult to cope alone. The passengers on the plane were screaming in terror, begging not to be killed. The guy holding the stewardess was screaming furiously for everyone to shut up, otherwise they would kill everyone right now. In one of the seats sat a man with his daughter, who was crying bitterly, saying that she was very afraid. The father, trying not to show fear, calmed his daughter, saying that everything would be fine, so there was no need to be afraid. The guy with red hair, not letting go of the stewardess, was screaming furiously that their demands were simple, they just needed to release the prisoners from the prison, the people from the Black Rebellion. All the people raised their hands in fear, listening to the bandit as he shouted that they would not allow inappropriate treatment of the mages, especially from commoners who were nobody, adding later that no one had the right to deprive the mages of their freedom, who were superior to the rest. Looking around, he continued to shout loudly, informing everyone that they were only giving 5 minutes, ordering them to contact the ground without moving from their place and free their comrades, otherwise they would kill the hostages at will. Alone. Listen, Captain, he continued to shout. The captain of the plane heard it all. A drop of cold sweat was running down his cheek, and he himself, gritting his teeth, did not know what to do. The protagonist looked out of the corner of his eye at the bandit who was ready to kill him, and said in his head that it seemed like time was running out, and then asked himself what to do. At this time, Hinata, with her legs crossed, sat discontentedly in her seat. Riku, with her head bowed, silently looked at the floor, not saying anything. When suddenly, in an instant, their terrifying magical energy filled the entire plane. Minato immediately felt it. The two magical aristocrats suddenly turned their gaze to the side. The protagonist stood up from his seat, which caused all the bandits to immediately aim at Minato, shouting that if he moved, he would immediately die. Hinata did not waste time and immediately jumped up from her seat. Riku also realized that this was a chance, after which he grabbed his weapon. With a quick and powerful blow, Hinata knocked out the turquoise-haired bandit. Riku, jumping up from his place, swung his weapon. The next second, he dealt a powerful blow to another bandit. After that, he quickly ran to the rest of the criminals. The main character at this time turned away, neutralizing the rest of the bandits. After that, all three looked at each other, saying nothing. Suddenly, Hinata sharply looked in the other direction. All three at the same second rushed to help the rest of the passengers. The guy in gold glasses saw out of the corner of his eye that they were running towards him and screamed, asking what kind of nonsense this was. At that very second, a fist appeared in front of his frightened face. The very next moment, the main character dealt a powerful blow to the bandit. Riku, having exposed his katana, easily destroyed the criminals. Fire was opened on Hinata, but the girl deftly dodged each magic projectile. Dai, the short red-haired guy, screamed in rage, trying to hit the magical aristocrat. When suddenly Hinata delivered a very strong kick to the guy's head. Enough, the long red-haired guy suddenly screamed, holding the stewardess hostage. A few seconds later, he said in confusion that the three guys allowed themselves too much. After that, his eyes filled with rage and anger, after which he loudly screamed that if they continued, then all the passengers would be killed. After these words, he pointed his hand at the stewardess in his hand. Too late, the protagonist said with hatred in his eyes, delivering a quick punch to the bandit's face. With a wide smile on her face, Hinata beat the bandits, screaming that they were just weaklings. Riku also did not stand behind and delivered powerful and fast blows with his katana. A few seconds later, all the bandits were defeated. "Are we really saved?" the passengers asked in fear. "Saved," they cried joyfully the next second, rushing to thank their saviors. Hinata, squatting in front of the bandit, who was lying unconscious on the floor, said that they were ordinary small fry, saying later that they won in a second. When suddenly the protagonist suddenly felt something was wrong. He abruptly jumped up, saying that it was not all over yet. The next second, he burst into the pilot's cabin. Inside, he saw a guy in glasses standing behind the pilot. He held a gun to the pilot's head, shouting for the intruders to stop, adding that if they took another step, he would. Fury appeared in Hinata's eyes. Without listening to the end, she screamed for the bandit to just die, then hit the guy in the face. The bandit, having received a powerful blow to the face, fired. The protagonist managed to create a barrier, but the bullet began to ricochet throughout the cabin, after which it hit one of the devices. A drop of cold sweat ran down Minato's face, and he said that it was bad. At that very moment, everything started shaking, and the pilot, drenched in cold sweat, tried to fix everything. The guys lost their balance, falling to the floor. All the passengers were again enveloped in horror and fear. Trying to level the plane, the pilot screamed that control was lost. The radio was also broken, adding that at this rate they would crash. Hearing this, Hinata jumped up to him, screaming in shock, asking what all this meant. At this time, the main character calmly got to his feet and began to think, while Hinata clung to the pilot, screaming for him to at least do something. Suddenly, the glass on the side cracked and broke. Cold air filled the cabin of the plane. The second pilot shivered from the cold, screaming that at this rate they would freeze to death before they crashed. A fire appeared from Hinata's hand, which the girl wanted to use to keep the cabin warm. At the same time, she looked at her two comrades and asked what they would do. While the protagonist looked out the window, thinking of a plan, Riku said indifferently that the only thing left was to die together. These words scared Hinata a lot, and she screamed at him not to say such terrible things. After that, she clenched her teeth, asking if this was really the end. "Yeah," Riku answered coldly, closing his eyes. The pilots screamed that they definitely wouldn't be saved, because it was impossible. With tears in his eyes, the second pilot grabbed his head and screamed that this was the end and they would all die. "Don't panic," the protagonist suddenly said with a wide smile on his face. The second pilot turned to Minato and screamed that they would all die, asking afterward how not to panic in such a situation. Hitting his chest with his hand, the protagonist loudly and firmly said that he could save everyone. "This is impossible," the second pilot screamed in horror, looking at Minato, adding that such a problem is beyond the power of a human to solve. After these words, he assumed the fetal position, began to cry bitterly and scream that this is the end and they will all die. Seeing this, the protagonist turned away in confusion and said that it was simply terrible. After that, he approached the broken glass. Seeing this, the first pilot screamed, asking what he was doing. The next second, Minato jumped out of this window. Seeing this, Hinata screamed in shock that Minato simply ran away alone. Riku, standing nearby, was silent. When suddenly the plane shook even more violently, it began to rapidly fall down. Looking at the sensors, the first pilot reported that the altitude began to fall rapidly, adding that at this rate they would collapse in a matter of minutes. The passengers in the cabin were hysterical in horror, screaming that they did not want to die. The girl threw herself into her father's arms with tears in her eyes. The pilot, gritting his teeth, pulled the control stick with all his might, shouting for the plane to rise. The plane was already 10 meters from the water, when suddenly it leveled out. The next second, it rose with its nose high into the sky. Looking at the instruments, the pilot said in shock that the altitude had been gained, after which he asked if they were really saved and what had just happened. Hinata, clenching her hand into a fist, realized that the protagonist had done it, when suddenly she screamed in shock that Minato had managed to hold the entire plane up on his own. At this time, the protagonist was holding the plane on his shoulders. It was clear from his face that it was not hard for him. Looking down, he said in his head that he had spent a lot of mana to create a barrier, as well as to strengthen his body through the synthesis of magic, and with wind magic he was trying to change the course of the plane. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek, and there was a wide, satisfied smile on his face, with which he was saying to himself that he had never done this before, so it was a little difficult. The pilot of the plane, hearing what Hinata said, turned around and shouted that this couldn't be happening, because it was thousands of meters above sea level outside, and the takeoff weight of this plane was 230 tons, asking the villagers if a human was capable of such a thing. With a slight smile on her face, Hinata replied that this was the commander of the special magic squad, Kusanagi Minato, and the main character was a real monster. At this time, the flight attendant, with tears in her eyes, told everyone that thanks to the efforts of the magician, the plane had stabilized, so now everything was fine. Hearing this, the passengers still asked in fear if they were really saved, adding that they hoped that there would be no more problems. The girl looked at her father and asked if everything was fine now. With tears in his eyes, the man stroked his daughter's head and said that now the girl can rest easy. At this time, the pilot, twisting something on the control panel, said that it was too early to rejoice because the transmission responsible for landing was also not working, so their safe arrival depended on him. A few minutes later, the plane began to land. The protagonist was prepared for this, so he used the 6th rank skill, Free Magic, High Magic Wall. After that, a magic barrier appeared under the plane. A few seconds later, the plane began to land, destroying the entire landing strip with the barrier that appeared. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, shook violently, trying to do everything as it should be. A few seconds later, the plane stopped, leaving behind a broken runway. Minato stood nearby, who, with his hands on his hips, exhaled in relief and said that, albeit with difficulty, he succeeded. In the cabin, the passengers with tears in their eyes were incredibly happy that they survived and arrived. The first pilot thanked the protagonist from the cockpit and saluted. Hinata and Riku looked out the window at the savior. Some time passed. There were many reporters around the protagonist, asking him to say at least a few words about the recent incident in which Minato took an active part. The protagonist stood in the center with a very dissatisfied face and said in his head that it was the same thing every time. Suddenly, police officers approached and began to disperse the reporters, saying that they would be able to ask their questions at the press conference. After that, a man from the security came up to the protagonist and with a smile on his face asked him to go with him because the guy was waiting for Mrs. Hinata. Having gone where they pointed, Minato saw Hinata in front of him, who, with her hands on her hips, said that the protagonist had made a lot of noise. Riku was standing next to her and no one else. Minato, with his hands on his hips, smiled and said that he did not think he had done anything incredible. Hearing this, Hinata looked askance at the savior and asked if this was sarcasm. "You're not bad," quietly and slowly praised the guy Riku. Taking his hand to the side, Minato said that he could say the same thing to the guys in front of him. Hinata, folding her arms across her chest, turned away and said, "Of course." After that, she and her comrade turned around and, waving her hand, the girl told the main character to continue in the same spirit. Finally, she turned slightly and said menacingly that they would meet again. After these words, they left, leaving Minato alone. Some time passed. It was evening outside Master Tajikami's room. She was looking at her photos with her family. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and they said that the old lady had a guest. Putting the photo on the nightstand, Tajikami turned around and ordered to let her in. The main character entered the room. The old lady put her hand on her hip and said with a wide smile on her face that she was waiting to meet Minato. After that, they sat down on the chairs opposite each other. Tajikami, looking at the protagonist, said that the reason she invited the guy here is simple, because Minato interested her. The protagonist, putting his hands along his legs, listened attentively to the master, who said that her guest's activities lately were amazing, and Minato's powers reminded her of someone. Holding a cup of tea in her hand, she continued to speak, reminding her of her mentor, as well as her loyal friend, Ikigami Minato. She remembered in her head the incredible power of the protagonist 50 years ago and said that magic without the use of attributes is rare. But Mr. Ikigami was the best in its use. However, few can repeat such success, so many think that this magic is of little use. After these words, she put the cup on the saucer and, looking intently at the guest, said that the protagonist can use it. After that, she leaned towards Minato and with a wide smile on her face asked who taught the protagonist this, and how it happened that Minato was able to use the same magic as Mr. Ikigami, after which she screamed, begging him to tell her everything. The protagonist suddenly grinned. Throwing one leg over the other, he said with a wide smile on his face that Tajikami had not changed at all, adding that the old lady still loses her head when she is interested in something. Hearing this, the master was confused and, raising her hand, asked if they had already met. Spreading his arms, Minato answered that they had, adding that even more than he should have. Leaning slightly, he said that he could use Ikigami Minato's magic, which was only natural. After all, he said slowly, intriguing. "I am Ikigami Minato," he said after a few seconds. Hearing this, Tajikami was very surprised that she even covered her mouth with her hand. She exhaled. She looked at the hero and said that she had met quite a few people who pretended to know Minato. She said that they introduced themselves as relatives, friends, lovers, and even illegitimate children. The woman became serious and said that no one had ever claimed that he was the progenitor of magic. She stood up and said that she did not want to seem rude after inviting her herself, but asked the hero to leave. He said recently. He looked at the woman, she froze and said that he met a couple of brothers. The younger one had an Ikigami doll. The woman asked what it was for. The hero smiled and asked, wasn't she the one who said that? About wanting to make a doll in his shape. The hero remembered how the guy with the piece of paper pestered him. The woman turned to the hero tensely and asked how he knew this. She said that only Mr. Ikigami and she knew this. The hero smiled and said that the woman was right. It turned out that dolls with his images brought children to life. He said that Minato helps people even now. The woman gasped and asked if this was true. Minato waved his hand and asked if she still couldn't believe it. He said that he would continue his story. The woman sat back down. She looked at the hero excitedly. He smiled calmly and spoke. After a while, the woman began to laugh. Minato turned away. The woman said that he really was the progenitor of magic. She fearfully began to ask who would believe that he was reborn. She said that the hero never ceased to amaze her. She guiltily lowered her eyes and said that after his death, it was very hard for her. The hero silently looked at her. The woman wiped her tears and said that she was glad that she could meet the hero once again. She said thank you. Minato smiled and said okay. The woman silently wiped her tears. Minato leaned forward, turned to Tajikami and said that she should know what happened in these 50 years. He raised his hand and said that the magicians had weakened and did not inherit the teachings of magic at all. Even the information about it in many aspects does not match. And there is also a magic aristocracy. He asked what happened. His face became angry. He asked her to tell him. Takagami looked away with displeasure. The hero apologized to her. The woman looked at her phone. She stood up. The hero asked what happened to her. She said that nothing important. Takagami went to the exit and said that it was already getting dark. She offered to talk about everything tomorrow, said that the hero was a special guest so he could spend the night here. Minato lay down on the bed. A man with a sword entered the room. He swung to kill the hero. He cut the bed with a yellow swing. The killer looked at the bed in surprise. Minato stood in front of him, yawned and asked if he was really attacking a sleeping man. He said it was mean. He looked at the gloomy man and said that he had met him during the day. He struck again. The hero dodged. He dashed back and thought about how fast the man was. He kicked the hero with his foot and he flew out the window. The killer jumped out to the hero's yard. He summoned 2 magic circles and used earth magic, rock slide. The hero put the yellow disc forward, used a magic barrier. Rock fragments began to fly off the barrier. The man hit the barrier with his sword. He cut the barrier with his sword. Minato immediately jumped back. He smiled and admired the fact that the man was able to break through his barrier with the first blow. The man silently covered himself in a red aura and pointed a katana at the hero. Minato got into a fighting stance, covered himself in rainbow fire and said that it was useless to find out about his motives, so he suggested having some fun. The man dashed forward. The hero jumped to attack. A red-haired girl appeared in the yard and asked him to stop. She smiled proudly. Minato looked at her cheerfully and asked if she was here too. The girl took out her phone and asked the hero not to resist, said that they were holding hostages. The hero asked if she really had so many friends in Tokyo. The killers were sitting near sleeping people. The girl asked if the hero knew what would happen to them after her call. 2 thugs were standing near 2 sisters. The girl assumed that she didn't need to tell. Minato looked at her angrily and asked what they wanted. The man stood next to the girl. She decided to introduce herself first. She smiled, put her hands on her hips and said that they were a magical aristocracy. She was the head of the Hamurai family, Hinata. The man looked at the hero tiredly, said that he was from the magical aristocracy, the head of the Kaichai family, Riku. Hinata showed her thumb and said that they had only one demand and asked to become their comrade. She spread her hands and said that along with this and the magical aristocrat, so, by agreeing, the hero will receive status and an excellent reputation, as well as money, power, and female attention, and also in this way he will save his friends. Hinata smiled slyly and said that this was an ultimatum, said that even if the hero manages to sort everything out now, he will remain under the sights of the magical aristocracy for the rest of his life. Minato did not move and was silent. Hinata said that no matter how strong he was, but while he was eating, using the restroom, sleeping, or was away, he would not be able to protect his friends all the time. She pointed her finger at him and asked if he would join them. Minato put his hand on his hip and said that he refused. Hinata took out her phone and said that there was nothing to be done, said that there would be many victims today. The assassins began to cast magic signs. The girl said that it was time to teach the hero a lesson so that he would not allow himself such insolence in the future. The assassins bent over the sisters. All the hero's friends were sleeping quietly. Golden rings appeared near the sisters, and the silhouette of the hero crawled out of them. The assassins looked at him in bewilderment. A yellow copy of the hero stood silently in front of them. Hinata and Riku were covered in auras. The girl asked why they did not move on to the second exam. The hero covered himself in a rainbow aura and said that he would prefer to dodge if possible. The nobles ran to attack and shouted that it was impossible. Hinata looked away in confusion. Her foot was flying into the hero's face. He put up a block and Hinata jumped away from him. She began to cast fire and asked how he liked it. A fiery explosion covered the hero. The smoke cleared. The hero stood unharmed. Riku jumped out of the smoke with a katana at the ready. He hit the hero in the neck with his sword. He managed to put up a block and said that if someone else were in his place, he would already be a corpse. Hinata screamed. Magic circles were burning in front of her. She told the hero not to be arrogant. Minato smiled and fired water magic. Water and fire collided with each other. The courtyard was covered in smoke and sparks. Hinata was shaking with anger and said that the rumors were not lying, that the hero did not even need to read spells, said that he stood firm even with the 3rd rank of magic, and she looked like a complete fool against his background. Riku struck with his sword. Minato jumped aside. He hung in the air on a green circle and said that Riku did not fight so well standing on the ground and therefore suggested moving up. The opponents rose into the air. Hinata shouted irritably how much self-confidence the hero had. She angrily looked ahead and told Riku that they underestimated him, said that there was no need to hold back. The magicians cast a bunch of magic circles. They looked ahead angrily and said that their attacks would destroy and burn everything in their path. A huge wall of fire with an ominous smile was approaching the hero. Riku screamed. A stone block appeared above his discs. He read a spell. Hinata sweated and said that magic of this level is capable of destroying half the city, began to ask how the hero was going to defend himself. The comet and flame flew forward. Minato yawned boredly. The flame and comet were covered in yellow spheres. The magic began to disintegrate inside the spheres, and disintegrated into crumbs of fragments and sparks. Riku and Hinata looked at the hero in shock and asked, did it all really disappear? Minato looked at them sternly and said that he split their magic. Hinata screamed and began to say that this was impossible and completely against the rules, said that she would not admit such a thing and he was disqualified. Hinata covered herself in huge flames. She said that everything that happened before could be considered a farce, said that now she would show him real power. Minato turned around abruptly. The aristocrats looked up. Everyone felt familiar magic. The sky turned red. Minato said that this was a disaster. He frowned and began to think that too much had happened in such a short period of time. He would never have believed that it was just a coincidence. All the magicians looked warily in one direction. The red sky illuminated the night city. Takagami pulled back the curtain, closed her eyes, and pulled it back. Hinata looked at the hero. He turned around. She told him not to be stupid, flew to him and said that she didn't care about this disaster. She would deal with him right now. Riku put his hand on the girl's shoulder. He looked at her seriously and asked her not to forget about her mission. Hinata clenched her teeth. Minato turned to them, apologized and said that he had no time for them now. He first needed to deal with the disaster. The hero flew forward and began to think. He was sure that there was a lower city. It was destroyed and abandoned after the great disaster in Osaka 50 years ago, like in Shibuya. He was flying over a ruined city and assumed that it wasn't such a disaster, but the monsters kept appearing. He decided that he needed to focus. The hero closed his eyes, began to see purple lights in the city, thought that there were quite a lot of monsters and if he passed by, they could attack people, but it would be hard for him to deal with them alone. Riku flew up to the hero and said that he would help him. Minato looked ahead and angrily asked if they lived by the motto, the one who gives up dies. Riku looked at the city and said that before meeting him, it happened like that. Hinata looked at the men, thought that was true. Everyone was flying forward. Hinata thought that now was not the time for talking. She decided that this was her chance. A bunch of monsters were wandering the streets. Demons were accompanied by animals. Hinata landed on the street with a crash. She smiled excitedly and said that she would kill all the monsters. She began to cast fiery columns and burn the creatures. Riku cast magic and chopped the demons. Minato concentrated on casting his spell. Light strands stretched from his magic circles. He looked down and thought that he needed to kill all the small fry before the boss appeared. An unknown man was walking down the street. He was leaning on a cane and trembling. Minato landed behind him and called out. He extended his hand and said that it was dangerous here and that Grandpa should go to a safe place. The old man hit the hero on the hand. He looked at him angrily. Minato froze in bewilderment. The old man laughed and said that it was supposed to be like that, said that he was fine and asked not to worry. Minato watched the old man go and wondered what he was doing in such a dangerous place. The old man confidently walked forward, while the hero thought that he had already seen him somewhere. The old man got into the prepared car. He looked at the driver and ordered him to move out. The column moved along the road. Soldiers and policemen were sitting in shelters. Monsters were flying in the sky. A policeman shouted that the spell was ready. They began to capture the monsters. Minato flew up to the column, thought that as Shiru said, measures to prevent a catastrophe were taken. Beams shot at the monsters. The hero looked at the policeman and thought what he should do. He landed. The man asked what he was doing here. The man spread his arms, introduced the hero to the soldiers and said that this was expected of the captain. A fire beam hit the monster. The man screamed. Minato cast a spell, told everyone not to be distracted and continue the fight. The hero went forward, asked how things were going. The soldiers shouted that they were keeping them in a circle. They added that they were trying their best to protect the citizens. The soldier and the policeman looked at the hero with anxiety. The soldier said that they did not take any measures to prevent the monster's actions. They did not have enough strength for this. Minato sat down, smiled and asked not to worry because he was with them now. The soldiers were preparing spells and said that it was very encouraging. Minato looked at them and said that he did not come alone. Riku and Hinata rushed into the battle. The soldiers were alarmed when they saw the magic aristocracy. They asked if the special squad and the magic aristocracy were really cooperating now. Were they dreaming? The soldier joyfully raised his fist and shouted that victory was now theirs. The policeman said that with such a composition they would easily win. Suddenly, the men began to bend over. They looked around in fear and asked, "What is this?" The demon stood in the middle of the purple smoke. He walked forward mercilessly. The soldier and the policeman trembled with fear. In front of them was the leader of the demons. They asked what kind of power this monster had. Minato calmly stepped forward and asked, "Did he really decide to show himself?" The policeman looked up in fear and wondered to himself if their opponent was the demon leader, wondering why he was here. Hinata and Riku ran ahead of Minato. The girl shouted that they would quickly sort everything out. Minato was nervously silent, thinking that the demon was stronger than them. He thought that they could easily lose to him. Hinata looked happily at the demon leader and asked to let her strike the first blow, but the man objected. Throwing both hands up, Hinata created a dense stream of fire magic, in the center of which the silhouette of a face was visible. She ordered everything to turn to dust, adding that it was the end. Riku held a large number of magic circles above himself, connected in the form of a truncated cone, above which a large boulder was created. Both abilities quickly approached the enemy, who was standing in place. The demon created red magic circles above himself, which acted as a shield. A bright light from the explosion illuminated the location. The two aristocratic mages put their hands forward and tried to stay on their feet as the shockwave hit them. The people standing nearby closed their eyes as the light from the attack reached them. The demon leader stood on a hill surrounded by a crater from the attack. The warriors stood in their stances, enveloped in red and orange magic, looking at the demon. The red-haired girl asked if he finally understood. The dark demon said that he was not talking about them. A column of light aura rose up from the smiling Minato. Grabbing a huge sword, the brown-haired guy rushed forward and told him not to look down on them. Creating small magic circles behind her, Hinata jumped on the enemy and began to deliver numerous blows with red magic. Riku delivered quick blows with a two-handed sword, from which the demon, enveloped in a purple aura, calmly walked away. Moving to the guy's back, he said that it was too slow. Making a dash forward, the red-haired girl threw the head of the Kaichai family and put up a block with her hands in front of the enemy's attack. Taking the blow, she flew back to the guy, exhaling in irritation. Circles with various patterns and colors appeared above the warriors. Streams of fiery green aura began to actively rotate dozens of meters away from them. It was the 6th rank synthesis magic, a fiery whirlwind, a fiery cyclone. Having come under attack, the boy and the girl flew away with cries of pain. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist looked at the soldiers lying on the ground. Trembling from pain all over, they slowly got up from the ground. Hinata began to fall, and Riku could barely stand on his feet. Approaching them and putting his hands on their shoulders, the protagonist told them to leave the rest to him. Grabbing him by the white t-shirt, the red-haired girl said that he would not be able to defeat him because even the magical aristocrats could not cope. Turning his head, the crippled brown-haired guy told him to run before it was too late. Starting to walk forward, Minato told them not to worry because an opponent of such a level was not a rival for him. Looking ahead in surprise, the head of the Kaichai family mentally asked what this meant, and couldn't he see it? Looking at the demon, from whom a powerful, huge blue-violet aura emanated. The guy mentally added that this was a very powerful magical power. The red-haired girl began to hit the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she stated that this was not right and she shouldn't have allowed this. Clutching her head, Hinata said that he would be disappointed in her. She also added that she definitely had to be useful. Riku turned his gaze to the upset girl. With a smile, approaching the enemy, the protagonist, enveloped in magic, asked how long he had waited for this. Looking at him in surprise, the demon leader asked what kind of magical power this was and who he was. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if he had to answer. The dark demon answered no, adding that they did not need to know anything about each other. Strengthening the flow of light aura, the protagonist, smiling, began to speak. Looking at him, the demon finished his sentence, offering to tear each other to pieces until one of them falls. Without waiting a second, the demon directed an attack with a huge hand at the guy. Minato stood in a stance and began to change the color of the energy surrounding him. The monster dealt many physical blows, which were blocked by a shield of magic. Shock waves went one after another from the collision of blows of the protagonist and the demon leader. Smiling, the crippled Hinata said that, as she said, it was simply impossible to defeat the demon leader. Enveloping his right hand in energy, the protagonist struck the enemy's body. Removing his hand and stopping, the protagonist said that all this pissed him off. Frozen in place, shocked Riku stated that he was able to hit him. With her mouth and eyes wide open, the red-haired girl asked how this was possible. Looking at the protagonist enveloped in energy, the brown-haired boy mentally said that no matter how hard he tried to protect himself with magic, the demon leader's power was still great. After that, he mentally asked what the protagonist was going to do. Looking at his hand, Minato mentally stated that he wanted to try his new magic on him, but it was not the time yet. After that, he mentally added that he just needed to choose the right spell. He closed his eyes and raised his hands, creating light spheres of energy. He used the 9th tier anti-magic spark. Raising both hands, the trembling girl asked in shock how he could use 9th tier magic. She also stated that even they can only use 8th tier magic, asking if that was not the highest tier. Being in the flow of magic, the protagonist menacingly looked forward. 10 large spheres were connected by yellow lightning. A stream of light magic completely enveloped the demon and began to burn his body. Having received many huge holes on his body, he was lying on the ground damaged by the attack. Adjusting his headdress, the red-haired guy in a bulletproof vest asked if it was over. Looking ahead, the guy in a military uniform said that he was able to defeat an opponent that even the magic aristocrats could not cope with. The soldiers rejoiced, running up to him. Both guys said that it was incredible. Throwing up his hands, the guy in a military uniform said that it was simply amazing. The red-haired guy with a wide smile said that he was their savior. Looking at the silently standing representatives of the magic aristocracy, the protagonist with a smile said that he could handle it. Gritting her teeth, Hinata mentally stated that he defeated him very easily, mentally adding that compared to him, it was hard to even call her a magician. Raising his hand, Minato asked if they would continue their conversation. Looking forward, Riku said that he did not see the need for it, adding that they had lost and he had passed the test. Looking seriously into the brown-haired man's eyes, the protagonist asked if they could explain everything to him now. The boy replied that they could. Turning his head to the green-haired grandmother, Minato said that there was one more missing piece, namely Lady Takakami. Putting her hands together, the grandmother stated that she acknowledged his strength. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it was natural, since she could not get away with it now. Raising his hand, Minato asked what the test was for and why the Magi had become so weak. After that, he also asked why she was collaborating with the Magi aristocracy. Takakami silently lowered her gaze. The protagonist stated that he wanted to know the truth. The two members of the magical aristocracy looked at the protagonist and Takakami, who were sitting silently at the table. Folding his arms, the protagonist, looking forward, stated that he now wanted to hear the truth, asking if she knew them. Looking down, the grandmother confirmed, adding that they were supposed to attack him. The protagonist asked why. Hinata folded her arms and looked at him silently. The brown-haired boy looked at her. Looking at the protagonist, Riku said that it was necessary to test him, whether he was enjoying his power or not. He also added that they wanted to understand what kind of person he was. Turning his head to the warriors, Minato asked if his friends were involved in this test. Looking at him, the head of the Kaichai family answered that they threatened them, but did not intend to hurt them. The protagonist asked what all of this was for. An image of a large classical house appeared against the background of dozens of glass high-rise buildings. The brown-haired man replied that he was a threat to the magical aristocracy, because in fact, his existence undermined the authority of the aristocracy in front of other organizations, which was a big problem. Seriously looking into his eyes, the protagonist, bending his body, said that they apparently understood everything wrong, because their authority in the eyes of the magical special squad was not reduced at all, and all their problems were created by themselves. Clenching her fists, the red-haired girl rushed forward with indignation on her face. Shielding her with his hand, Riku told her to calm down, because he was right. Lowering his head, the brown-haired guy said that during the first catastrophe, the magical aristocracy did nothing. He also added that he understood that his words now sounded like a pathetic excuse, but this country needs magical aristocrats. The protagonist seriously looked into his eyes. Looking down, Takakami said that 50 years ago, after the death of Mr. Ikigami, aristocratic magicians arose. An image of magicians appeared, breaking into buildings, illegally entering them, and then robbing them using their powers. The grandmother said that after the death of the strongest magicians, when the monsters disappeared, a new threat arose in the form of illegal magicians. An image of a madly smiling dark-haired magician appeared, beating up an ordinary citizen. The green-haired grandmother said that they came suddenly, adding that back then there were no structures to restrain them. Without any way to stand up for themselves, Japan became a criminal country for a short time. An image of two magicians appeared, pointing their magic circles at the frightened people in cloaks. The grandmother said that the remaining magicians tried to hold back this oppression, but even they had a hard time doing it. An image appeared of crippled children eating their last loaves of bread while sitting on the street and begging. She added that after a series of disasters and crimes, people were mired in despair. They doubted every day. An image of a white-haired guy in a cloak appeared, smiling kindly against the background of bright light. The green-haired grandmother said that this was mainly due to the death of Minato, the one who was a hero who always stood guard over order, but his soul left this world forever. Looking at the dark table, Takakami said that then a bunch of magicians who managed to survive began to think about how to return the hope and peaceful days that Minato gave them to the people of Japan. Stopping speaking, the woman looked at the floor again. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if this is how the magical aristocracy appeared. The green-haired woman confirmed. The creation of the magical aristocracy was supposed to help restore people's faith in tomorrow. Several warriors of different genders stood in various poses. The green-haired granny said that if heroes like Minato appeared, peace would return to Japan. An image of green uniformed mages appeared, one of whom raised his hand, actively uttering something. Takakami said that the uncontrolled power of mages was dangerous, so the magical aristocracy began collecting books related to magic from all over Japan. They entered into a registry everyone who was somehow connected with magic, and those who resisted were simply killed. An image of bloody corpses of mages appeared. The green-haired woman said that they completely monopolized the knowledge and technology related to magic. Looking forward, she also added that a ban on mentioning magic was introduced throughout Japan. Thus, peace slowly began to reign in Japan, but this led to the decline of mages. Putting his hand to his chin, Minato said that it was logical that strict restrictions on magic led to degradation. An image of a city completely engulfed in flames appeared. The protagonist mentally stated that he clearly remembered the aftermath of the horror 50 years ago, the hell in which many people and magicians died. Folding his hands in a gesture, the protagonist mentally said that after that, some even began to destroy the country themselves. He mentally added that this is what his death led to. Bending his body and looking into the grandmother's eyes, the protagonist asked who wished for his removal from office. Takakami answered that she did not recall such people among the magic special forces. She turned her gaze to Hinata and Rika. Turning her head back to Minato, the green-haired grandmother asked if he remembered a person like Hifumi. Looking forward, the protagonist answered that he did, adding that he was his subordinate. An image of a magician in a green uniform appeared, falling and grabbing the protagonist's cloak. The protagonist said that this guy always clung to him, had a very gambling nature and was quite impudent, but at the same time a talented magician. Looking him seriously in the eyes, the green-haired granny said that he was the chairman of one of the 3 largest shadow companies in Japan. She added that he was the richest businessman who also supported the magical aristocrats. Making a gesture with his hands, the protagonist stated that this was a man from the business world who was connected with politics. He also added that he did not think that he would rise so high. Starting to laugh, the granny, covering her mouth with her hand, said that he was still the same. He was not interested in power or money. The only thing that worried him was people and magic. The guy put his hands behind his back and silently looked away. The green-haired granny turned her head again to the 2 magical aristocrats. Lowering her head, she said that the current generation of mages, even the young geniuses, do not reach even a tenth of the power of Lord Minato. They are only his pale shadow. Raising her hand, the indignant red-haired said that it was thanks to their ancestors that peace reigned in Japan again. She added that her grandmother cannot belittle their power. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what they intend to do if the disaster of 50 years ago happens again. He asked if they will surrender to the demon leader like today. Hinata jerked up in shock, having received a strong psychological blow. Raising his hand, Riku said that they did not expect such a scenario and thought that the police would handle everything. He also added that in the worst case, all the magical aristocracy would unite in order to protect the peace and tranquility of the people. Looking at them, the protagonist said that he had already seen their skills. The 2 warriors lowered their heads, their spirits shattered. Looking at Takakami, Minato asked if she knew about it. The green-haired granny replied that she did, but she hadn't been sitting idle all the time. Smiling, she raised her hand and said that although she didn't have the title of an aristocrat, her powers weren't that great. She added that she was just an anti-mage. Scratching his chin, the protagonist mentally said that this was the truth from 50 years ago, the magical aristocracy and the decline of abilities. An image of frightened people, reporters, and mages from the past appeared. The protagonist mentally said that the reduction of disasters and the poor magical training were the true reasons. He also mentally asked if that was all it was. Looking seriously into her eyes, Minato asked if this was all that had happened in the past 50 years, asking if there were really no secrets left. Raising her hand and smiling with her whole face, the green-haired granny answered that she had not, adding that she had been completely honest. The representatives of the magical aristocracy looked at them silently. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, the protagonist stated that everything was clear. Standing up and placing his hands on his waist, he stated that he thought that this was the end of this conversation, but at the same time, he had a proposal for them. Looking at the guy, the red-haired girl asked what kind of proposal he was talking about. Raising his hand, he suggested teaming up with a smile. Gritting her teeth, Hinata asked irritably why. Raising his hand forward, the protagonist stated that he wanted equal cooperation, so he was not going to obey them. He added that disasters will not go away, therefore, it would be better to work together to eliminate them. Turning her head and gesturing with her hand, the red-haired girl asked why the powerful Captain Minato would need their help. Smiling at her, the protagonist said that he was not all-powerful and that it was more beneficial to be friends with them than to squabble in vain. Gesturing with his hand, the protagonist stated that by uniting, they would be able to protect everyone, asking if they did not want to save the citizens. Raising his hand, the brown-haired man said that although his offer was unexpected, but after losing to the demon leader, he saw no reason to refuse. The green-haired grandmother placed her hand on her chest and said with a smile that they could rely on her as well, adding that she would create anti-magic armor for him. Smiling, the protagonist thanked both of them. The three of them looked at Hinata, who folded her hands indignantly and turned away. Throwing up her hands and closing her eyes, the girl shouted that they should have it their way, adding that she agreed. Pointing her finger at him, the red-haired girl told him not to take all the glory for himself, adding that if he complained, she would kill him. Throwing up his hand, Minato agreed with a smile, telling her not to take people hostage anymore. Turning away, Hinata said that she would not. Minato and Riku shook hands, and so, the magical aristocracy and the special magical squad, for the first time in 50 years, joined forces to fight evil. Looking ahead, Minato said that it felt like he forgot something important, asking, maybe it seemed. Looking at the knocked-out guys in suits sitting on the floor, the brown-haired man asked who they were. Looking at them, Mizuha guessed that they were robbers. Slamming his fist into his palm, the hand threateningly declared that they had come across the wrong person. An image of a 4-story-long stone building appeared. It was the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy. A dozen students with a storm of emotions on their faces greeted the protagonist. The protagonist looked at them silently, a little embarrassed. The man opened his mouth wide, ordering everyone to stand at attention because they were not talking to their peers. The heroes frowned and lined up, standing shoulder to shoulder. A man in a police uniform and dark glasses pointed his thumb at the squad behind him, asking the captain for forgiveness. Since many of them were volunteers, they didn't know the rules yet, and he, as a policeman, was ashamed of them. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, saying that he didn't have to do that. The policeman raised his hand to his face, saying that he could understand them. After all, it was the exploits of the special magic squad that inspired them to join the academy. He himself would not mind going through something similar. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, thinking that the man was flattering him. A crowd of people gathered on the street of the academy. A voice was heard from the crowd, saying that Captain Minato was here. The guy frowned and put his hand forward, using a first-tier spell and ordering them to shoot. The heroes put their hands forward, bright magic seals appeared in front of them, bright streams of energy came out of them, breaking the targets. The girls on the side smiled, looking at the protagonist. Minato awkwardly scratched his head and closed his eyes, thinking that he was attracting too much attention, although this could play into his hands. The hero smirked and put the back of his hand in front of himself, thinking that the more magicians came here, the more strong fighters he could train. The heroes moved forward tiredly, their mouths wide open and breathing heavily. Minato frowned and brought his hand to his mouth, saying that the higher their physical strength, the more magic they can release, so they should try to feel it while running. He told them to imagine that their lives depended on it. The girl with green hair ran ahead, saying that this was not how she imagined training. The guy running behind her frowned, saying that this was complete madness. He really could fall off. The main character smiled and closed his eyes, saying that if anything happened, he would use holy magic and they would instantly regain their strength. He put his hand forward and raised his index finger, telling them to stop complaining and move. Because the enemy would not give them any slack during the fight, they needed to put all their strength and soul into this training. The heroes clenched their teeth tiredly, trying to keep up with each other. A week passed. A group of people stood shoulder to shoulder, raising their right hand to their temple, bright streams of energy emanating from their bodies. Minato put his hand out to the side, standing in front of them and saying that they worked hard, their abilities have become much better. The group of people thanked him in one voice. The protagonist smiled, saying that even outside the field, they should not stop training, because they are the protectors of Osaka. Tears of joy appeared on the faces of the heroes. The guy threw his head back and covered his eyes with his hand. The guy turned around, his cloak rose higher in the streams of wind. He said that he was passing the protection of this city to them. A group of people with tears in their eyes shouted his name. After that, the police department became more powerful officers. Their strength is not inferior to the employees from Tokyo. The heroes put their hands in front of themselves, calling on bright magical seals. The protagonist tiredly raised his eyebrows, saying that he should go home. Probably there will be another press conference there. The news anchor sat next to the microphone, saying that today it was announced that the Special Magic Squad had collaborated with the aristocratic families of Hamurai and Kaichai. The commentators spoke up, unable to believe it. The photo showed Riku and Minato shaking hands. The commentator remarked that Japan was no longer afraid of any demon. The man held a phone in his hand, saying that there were rumors that some important people would now sponsor the special squad. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at the phone screen and asking if they were not part of the police department. The man with headphones around his neck said that it was unofficial, so it made sense. The boys in school uniforms stood on the stairs. One of them asked if there would be support for the capital's magicians, to which the hero standing nearby remarked that it was all thanks to the special squad. There were people sitting at the table. A man with gray hair said that the Mizua clan had not commented on the situation, asking why they had not come to the press conference. The man sitting next to him clasped his hands in front of him, asking if they had not cooperated with the special forces. Did that mean the Mizua clan was no longer cooperating with them? The man with glasses furrowed his brows and raised his hand, saying that their country was on the brink of disaster and they had not responded to it, asking what they were even thinking. The boy raised his eyebrows and turned around, asking if they really could not contact their father. There were girls standing behind him. Mizua raised her eyebrows, saying that they had tried many times. Ruka finished her thought, saying that they had been disowned by everyone. Minato put his hand out to the side, saying that the fact that the clan leader had not commented on what was happening was very strange. The girl looked at him, saying that they thought the same. After all, even the Hamurai family in Kaichai agreed. They thought that their father would now meet them halfway. The protagonist froze, looking at the girls standing in front of him and thinking that peace had reigned between the special squad and the aristocracy for the first time in a long time. So he thought that Mizua would want to see his daughters, but he was still silent. The hero wondered if he should visit him. Minato thoughtfully rubbed his chin. Mizua smiled, saying that what was more important now was that the guys had done a good job in Osaka. Ruka raised her eyebrows, telling them not to turn up their noses. The guy arched his eyebrows, saying that he had brought more trouble on himself than he had brought. Behind him stood S.H. Shigo. He frowned, adjusting the sleeves of his clothes. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that while the main character was gone, the mage in black did not appear either. Maybe he is the black mage from the Black Knight? If so, then he must arrest him. The inspector looked at the smiling Minato, thinking that this was a mistake, because the guy is the only mage who can protect this world from evil. The young man raised his eyebrows, looking away and thinking that everyone was so busy lately. He had not returned home alone for so long. The guy's eyes opened wide. Two girls in kimonos appeared in front of him. They bowed their heads, saying that they were supposed to bring him. The building had a bright orange roof, reflecting the rays of the sun. The man frowned, saying that, apparently, the young man lived under the same roof with his daughters. Tashiru folded his arms over his chest, his eyes shining brightly and his body emitting a stream of blue energy. He said that he would kill him personally if he laid a finger on them. Minato raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that they were just friends. The man sitting across from him at the table asked if he had touched them. The guy raised his hand, saying that he only saw them as friends, nothing more. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, wondering if the man had brought him here just because of this. After all, he does have a paternal instinct. Tashiru headed for the exit, asking the protagonist to follow him. The man rose higher on a magical seal surrounded by giant soap bubbles. The young man moved after him. Tashiru looked down at him, offering to have a training fight. The young man hovered among streams of bright energy, saying that he did not mind. A bright stream of energy appeared around the man. He frowned. Minato was surrounded by red energy. He looked up. Tashiru put his hands out, summoning 7 magic seals in front of him. Using the 7th rank, Kaiser Wave, a stream of bright energy came out of them. The guy spread his arms out to the sides. Bright magic seals appeared in front of him. An image of a demon's head appeared behind him. He used the 7th rank, Demonic Flame. Smoke appeared from the contact of 2 types of magical energy. The heroes sank to the ground. Tashiru frowned, saying that it was a good decision to use the antipode of water to repel the attack. He walked past the boy, saying that he could trust him with his daughters without a twinge of conscience. Minato stood silently in place while the man walked into the distance. A bottle of wine fell to the floor. It broke into small pieces. The man clenched his hands into fists in displeasure, asking how to understand this, because the guy is a worthless thing. The girls closed their eyes in fear, hiding behind the table. Osamu frowned, saying that the black-robed mage was still alive. He was fed up with it. He wouldn't let him get away with it anymore. He pointed his finger forward, saying that he hoped that the hero could live up to his expectations. Tashiru frowned, telling him not to worry, because they would destroy the Black Rebellion once and for all. Osamu frowned and opened his mouth wide, saying that let the slaughter between the Dark Lords and the Black Rebellion begin. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that if he saw any dark mages, he would immediately strip with them. The girl with her hair tied in a ponytail smiled, saying that Minato was cool at that press conference. The girl sitting next to her raised her eyebrows, noticing that everyone was only talking about their squad. The protagonist frowned tiredly, thinking that now he was getting more attention than before. Mizuho was surrounded by his classmates. She smiled awkwardly. 3 girls were standing by the window. One of them gritted her teeth in displeasure as she looked at Mizuho. The girl smiled and headed towards the exit, saying that she needed to go to the restroom. Mizuho raised her eyebrows, saying that she thought that nothing would bother her anymore, but it was really tiring. A group of 3 girls appeared in front of her. One of them folded her arms across her chest, saying that they had something to talk about. They found themselves outside. The 3 students forced the girl to press her back against the wall. One of them put her leg next to her, leaning against the wall. The girl with 2 red tails frowned, saying that she was annoying everyone. They didn't understand why she was accepted into the squad at all, because she only put on airs because of her family. The green-haired student frowned, saying that she got this spot in the squad by sleeping with her friends. Her friends said that it was quite possible. Mizuho frowned and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that she got this spot because she trained every day. She was accepted because of her abilities and perseverance. The red-haired girl raised her eyebrows and smirked, asking if this meant that she didn't like Minato. The green-haired student raised her hand, saying that they would definitely start dating soon. Their friend raised her index finger, saying that the magical aristocracy couldn't lie to them. Mizuho frowned, trying to put her words together. The protagonist appeared behind the students, putting his hands in his pockets, asking what they were doing. The boy frowned. The girls smiled awkwardly, saying that they just wanted to know how Mizuho got a place in the squad. After all, she was a magical aristocrat, a privileged class. The red-tailed student widened her eyes, saying that she understood. In fact, it was the boy who secured her a place in the squad, and if everyone found out about it, his reputation would be ruined. Mizuho frowned and looked at the floor guiltily. The protagonist came closer. The girls began to smile mockingly and say that it was unfair because they would also like to join the special squad if only they had a person like the boy. The boy opened his mouth, saying that everything was clear to him. Minato smiled and folded his arms across his chest, saying that since they wanted it so much, they could undergo special training from the special squad. He held his hand out to the side, saying that if they could handle it, they would be accepted into the squad. The girls smiled happily. The red-haired girl clenched her hands into fists, asking if it was true. The green-haired girl smiled, saying that she would definitely come. Their friend raised her hand and closed her eyes, thanking him for that. Mizuho awkwardly furrowed her brows, looking at them. Minato frowned. There were 3 girls standing next to him. He informed them that they would be training with them today. They all said in unison that they were glad to meet them. Ryuji folded his arms across his chest, saying that he had never seen them before. Ruka raised his eyebrows, asking if the captain was sure that they could handle it. Mizuho pressed her hands to her chest, wondering if the boy really wanted to take them into the squad. She frowned and raised her head, thinking that now was not the time for such thoughts. She needed to try harder. She came here to train and not to think about such nonsense. The girls smiled happily, saying that they would become popular if they were accepted. It was great that they had a friend like Minato. Ruka frowned, asking who these girls were. The boy looked at them with displeasure. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, telling them not to worry, they were only here for a short time. The red-haired girl smiled widely, thinking that she needed to get closer to the protagonist during training. She was breathing heavily, her mouth wide open, saying that she was dying. Minato raised his eyebrows, saying that their lives depended on it and the monsters would not wait. He told them to imagine that a horde of hungry demons was running after them. Ruka, Mizuho, and Ryuji ran ahead of everyone. The group of girls were at the very end. The red-haired student frowned, saying that she could not do it anymore. The protagonist began doing push-ups, telling them to exercise properly and push their bodies to the limit. The heroes gritted their teeth, sinking lower. The group of girls lay exhausted on the grass. The young man put his hand forward and summoned a seal, from which bright energy was directed straight to the target. He told them not to forget about their magic. The red-haired girl frowned and gritted her teeth, thinking that this was not training, but some kind of torture. They needed to leave here immediately. No person in their right mind could withstand this. She opened her eyes wide. Minato smiled, asking where they were going. Because this was only the beginning of training, the girl raised her eyebrows in fear and screamed. She fell on the grass, saying that such training is hard labor. The green-haired girl standing next to him frowned, asking who could endure such a thing. Their friend was sitting on her knees, asking if he invited them on purpose to mock them. The boy turned his head, asking them to look there. He drew their attention to Ruka, Mizuho, and Ryuji, who had put bright magic seals in front of themselves. The guy said that they also hated these hard trainings, but they came back time and again and got better at them, becoming powerful magicians. Moments of their joint training emerged in his memory. The boy said that their work was very dangerous. They had to deal with monsters to protect citizens. It was very tiring. The girls sat on the grass, looking down at the floor. Ruka raised her eyebrows and smiled. The hero said that the girl always gives it her all. Before, she considered herself a worthless person, but did not stop training. Minato frowned and looked at the girls, asking if they thought she had time to have fun. He looked down at the red-haired girl, asking if they thought she got here through connections or seduction. The protagonist frowned, saying that Ruka was his dear friend and he would not let them talk bad about her. The girls looked at him in fear, raising their eyebrows. They ran, asking him not to kill them. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that they were spineless and he would have accepted them if they tried. Ryuji approached the boy, asking what was going on. Minato scratched his neck, saying that they were just losers, asking him not to let it go to his head. Mizuha raised her eyebrows, looking at him. The girl put her hands behind her back, saying that she heard everything. Mizuha smiled and thanked the boy, saying that he did it for her sake. Minato raised his head, saying that he could engage in a verbal fight with them, but it would be of little use. So he decided to show them everything so that they would understand what it was like to work in a special squad if they still continued in the same spirit. The girl smiled and continued his thought, saying that they should ignore them. The boy smiled, saying that everything was right. Mizuha looked away embarrassedly, saying that after what she said, she would like to admit that she treasured him. Minato closed his eyes and smiled. The girl walked next to the hero, thinking that he hardly understood what meaning she put into these words, but it does not matter. The day will come when she will become stronger, and then, being next to him, at the right moment she will definitely become even stronger. Mizuha smiled, looking at the floor. She overtook the boy. The girl smiled, saying that she would definitely defeat him. The boy raised his eyebrows. Mizuha smiled widely and winked, telling him to get ready. People ran away in fear, looking at the monsters appearing in the sky. Minato frowned. Looking ahead, Hinata stood behind him. She rushed forward, summoning a bright seal in front of her palm and saying that this was her prey. The boy frowned and leaned on the magic seal, saying that she was very impatient. The heroes covered each other's backs, attacking the approaching monsters from all sides. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The boy turned around, asking if the special squad really worked together with the magic aristocrats. After their alliance, the credit of trust in the magic aristocracy increased. The diagram showed data that most of the voters began to trust them. But in addition to disasters and monsters, the organization of the Black Knights poses a threat. The heroes sat at the table, looking at the screens of the laptop and phone. The Special Squad is not an official organization that mainly includes students, but because of their achievements, the police trust is falling. The hero stood in front of a man in a police uniform sitting at the table. The man gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. There was a dark night sky above the building. A small boy was lying on a hospital bed with a breathing apparatus connected. The door to the ward opened. The hero's hand reached out to the sleeping child. The protagonist in a dark hood extended his hand. A bright stream of light came out of his palm. He used the 9th rank, Holy Magic, Angel's Breath. Bright streams of energy appeared above the lying boy. The young man raised his eyebrows, thinking that holy magic is not omnipotent, but it can improve the physical and mental indicators of the victim. But looking at him, it seems that holy magic has no effect. The boy was fast asleep, lying on the bed. The protagonist frowned, remembering Leon. He closed his eyes, thinking that giving up just like that was not his style. The guy turned around, hearing a sound behind the door. Leona opened the door to the ward. She raised her eyebrows, saying that she heard footsteps. Minato was hovering over the magic seal outside the window, thinking that he had not managed to finish his treatment. Leona sat down next to her brother's bed, asking how he was doing. She knew that he would hardly answer her, but at least she could see that he was feeling better. The girl smiled and raised her index finger up, saying that she had not finished her story about the mage in black. The protagonist stood outside the window, listening to her words about how this man was simply incredible. You could always rely on him. Leona raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that she had never met such a person. He was not like the others, not so selfless. She frowned and folded her arms across her chest, saying that even he sometimes overdoes it. Says that she is a weakling who needs to train hard, always torments her. Even the demons in hell are not so strict. The girl remembered how the black-robed mage forced her to train harder. She clenched her teeth tiredly. Leona smiled, saying that it was even funny. She opened her mouth and laughed. The girl grabbed the bed sheet. A shudder ran through her body. Leona pressed her other hand to her chest, saying that she would not give up and would definitely take revenge on those who did this to her brother. She frowned. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl said that she would stop the Black Rebellion. No matter what it cost her, they would not go unpunished. Leona leaned over her brother's bed. She gently touched his face. The girl sadly knitted her eyebrows, asking Kai for forgiveness. There was no one outside the window. Leona was sitting on a chair near her brother's bed. The protagonist frowned, moving forward with the help of a magic seal. A lamp was burning brightly above the closed entrance. Minato arched his eyebrows, asking who it was. Leona pointed at the dark-cloaked heroes behind her, saying that they were new shadow followers. The guy frowned, asking where she found them. The girl spread her hands, saying that it didn't matter. The main thing was that there were more of them now. Leona took out her phone, saying that she uploaded a video of him to the internet, spreading the information and checking how soon people could contact them. The young man raised his eyebrows, remembering that situation and understanding what it was. The girl smiled and put her hand to her side, asking him not to worry. She personally checked them all. There were no traitors among them. They could definitely be trusted. The guy smiled happily, saying that it was the mage in black himself. The girl folded her hands in a lock in front of her, saying that meeting him was an honor for them. Leona raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that everything would be fine. Minato put his hands on his hips, saying that today they would start training. He would not give any slack, even if they were newbies. The guy clenched his fist, saying that they understood this. The girl next to him smiled, saying that they themselves were eager to start. The young man smiled and closed his eyes, saying that they were funny guys. The protagonist frowned in displeasure, asking what was wrong with them. Because this was only a warm-up, he told them to try their best. People in dark robes lay helplessly around him. The guy hovered above them on a magic seal, thinking that although they were inexperienced, they had plenty of tenacity. Under the clear and strict guidance of the mage in black, they began to gradually improve their skills. Two groups were created, an operational one based on searching for information and hacking it, and a strike team aimed at cleansing. The hero in a black robe sat in front of several monitors. The girl and the guy in black stood with their backs to each other. The defeated villains lay under their feet. Gradually, the shadow mages enlisted the support of other underground organizations, spreading their influence throughout the country. The protagonist shook hands with the man in the white shirt. The men looked at the phone screen with interest. One of them asked if the CHV shelter had really been destroyed. The man rubbed his chin, asking if a conflict was brewing between the underground organizations, because they say that the Shadow Sagas are noble robbers with their own principles. Shigo gritted his teeth in displeasure. He frowned and clasped his hands together, thinking that they were ordinary criminals and nothing more. Such people should be put in prison. Osamu frowned, saying that he had enough. He would not allow them to do whatever they wanted. He held his hand in a fist, saying that they are no longer small fry. The boy put his hands behind his back, telling the boss that everything is ready. The man frowned, saying that it was great, albeit slow. Osamu furrowed his brows and smiled. He raised his hand, saying that they would corner the mage in black and he would personally finish him off. They just had to wait a little bit. The heroes put their hands forward, summoning bright magic seals. Skogo looked at the boy, thinking that Captain Minato was an amazing person and a talented mage, but he suspected that he was the one hiding under the mask of the mage in black. The man imagined the man in the dark hood, thinking that his age, abilities, and the time of his appearances indicated that it was the boy. Skogo frowned and closed his eyes, thinking that he just couldn't believe it. He didn't want it to be true. Ruka, Mizuha, and Ryuji ran up to the protagonist and folded their palms in front of them, apologizing to him. The protagonist held a broken thing in his hands. The girl pressed her hand to her chest, saying that they tried to fix it but it didn't work. The boy held his hand out in front of her, saying not to worry, they just couldn't withstand their magic. Minato looked at the broken thing in his hands, thinking that he was just an amateur and he couldn't create anti-magic armor. He thought about talking to Takagami about it. Ryuji folded his arms across his chest, saying that the guy was crazy. Ruka raised her eyebrows, asking who was attacking under the cover of night. Mizuha clenched her hands into fists, saying that they were acting like they were allowed to do anything just because they were born magical aristocrats. The protagonist smiled and raised his hand, saying that he understood their displeasure, but now they needed to cooperate with them, so they needed to close the fortune teller for now. Mizuha looked up, saying she would try. Ryuji punched his hand, asking if the boy really thought they needed them. The hand raised an eyebrow, saying they hadn't touched it, but if something happened she would have given it to them. Mizuha put her finger to her mouth, remembering herself around the men and saying that there was something wrong with those nobles. She didn't know what kind of magic they used, but she didn't remember much of what happened. Minato raised an eyebrow, saying it was a drain type of magic that could absorb magical power and also cloud the memory of the victim. He held out his hand, saying that was why she didn't remember anything. The boy held his hand out to the side, saying they were done for today and could go home. Mizuha waved at him, saying that she still had things to do at school. Ruka noted that she also needed to go with the girl. Ryuji raised his hand, saying that it was time for him to go to his part-time job, so the boy would go home today. A voice called out to the protagonist. He turned around. Shigo smiled and pointed his thumb behind him, asking if he needed a ride. The car was moving along the road. The man was gripping the steering wheel tightly in his hands, saying that the influence of shadow mages had increased lately. The police could no longer ignore their activities. The boy leaned his head on his hand, asking if he still suspected him of this. Shigo looked at him, saying that the mage in black was young and talented. No matter how you look at it, they were similar. Minato looked out the window, saying that he didn't know anything about this. The man smiled. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, asking if the mage in black was bad, since he wasn't doing anything illegal. Shigo looked at the road, saying that everyone called the hero a noble robber. The young man asked what he didn't like, to which the man noted that he was still a criminal. The car stopped at the house. Shigo frowned, saying that his father was a policeman. He would call him a man of honor. He admired him not only because he was a father, but also because he believed that criminals were the same people with their own problems and principles, and he believed him. The hero remembered himself as a little boy standing next to his mother and father. The man smiled, putting his right hand to his temple. Little Shigo made the same gesture with his hand. The hero said that he respected his father for seeing only the good in people, which is why he wanted to be like him. But his father was killed. The man's body lay on the ground in a pool of blood. During the mission, he tried to convince the bandit to release the hostages, but the latter used a spell on his unarmed father. The man stood in front of the bandit, who had a girl in his hands. He summoned a bright magic seal. The hero's father was not even a magician, it was a terrible death. There were traces of blood on the man's body and clothes. Shigo frowned, saying that his father went out unarmed because he trusted this man, and he went and killed him. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, saying that the bandit was caught and arrested for killing an officer, but when asked why he killed an unarmed officer, he replied that he was simply scared. The man grabbed his head with his hands, saying that he did not do anything wrong, the officer himself was to blame. Shigo frowned and shouted loudly, asking what kind of nonsense this was. He leaned towards the steering wheel, saying that the criminal was afraid of his unarmed father. In fact, he just made himself look married. Shigo frowned and lowered his head, saying that his father died because of such stupidity and he will never forgive these scum. All criminals are the same. The man turned to the guy, saying that it does not matter whether they are good or bad, what they are doing is a crime, consider his father so. But he survived. Shigo leaned his head on the steering wheel, asking his father what he was thinking then. Minato frowned, thinking that there was another detail behind this story since the man could not let it go. Shigo raised his eyebrows and apologized, saying that he got carried away. He hopes for his help tomorrow. The boy watched the car leave. The car sped along the road. Shigo frowned. Mizuha frowned, saying that the boys were late. Ruka folded her arms across her chest, saying that this was rare for them. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The news was being broadcast on the big screen. The boy hurried forward, asking himself why the teachers were always talking about nothing. Two boys were standing at the entrance to the building. Static appeared on the screen. Osamu appeared. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this broadcast was now under the control of the Black Army. People looked up in fear, not understanding what was happening. The girl opened her eyes in fear and brought her hand to her mouth, saying that this was a former magical aristocrat. Osamu frowned, saying that this was a message for the special squad and, of course, for the magician in black, he had a gift for the boy. The man frowned and opened his eyes wide, saying that he had planted bombs all over Japan. The heroes froze in front of the big screen with the broadcast. Osamu told them not to even think about contacting the police. If they dared to go against him, he would start detonating bombs, and if they thought it was a bluff, he would demonstrate his power right now. The man snapped his fingers. Bright explosions were heard in the buildings, knocking out windows. People began to scream and run away in panic. Minato put his hand forward and summoned a magic seal, using the fourth tier, an anti-magic barrier. He placed people in a dome, protecting them from falling debris. They looked up and smiled, thanking him for saving them. Karin frowned, saying that the connection was not working. Shogo gritted his teeth and clenched his hands into fists, saying that he would not be able to contact either the police or the guys from the special forces. Mizuha frowned and squeezed the phone in her hand, saying that the connection was not working. Everyone wondered where the captain was and what was going on. On the big screen was a smiling Osamu telling the mage in black to come to the appointed place, but only alone. If he tried to disobey, then Japan would blow up. The man told him to hurry. The protagonist froze in place and smiled. Behind him were destroyed buildings, smoke rose in the wind. The protagonist flew over the night city using wind magic. A voice came from the earphone in his ear. The man reminded that the meeting place would be a port warehouse, which they had previously used as a shelter, and asked if his comrade would really go there alone. Minato confirmed this and asked his friend not to worry. The man standing on the roof asked the mage in black to be careful. This person turned out to be Leona. Putting her finger to the earphone, she asked her friend to come back alive. Smiling, the guy said that he was not going to die. He landed in front of the building. The gates of the warehouse were open. The lights under the ceiling lit up. Inside was a group of criminals. They surrounded the young man who entered. Clenching his fist, Osamu said that they had been waiting for the black-robed mage for a long time. Smiling maliciously, the man said that he had been waiting for the moment when he would be able to deal with his enemy for a long time. Spreading his arms, he said that everyone present here were high-ranking magicians, the best in the entire Black Rebellion. Smiling, the student asked if the secret organization would come to an end if he managed to defeat them all. Covering his eyes with his hand, the leader of the rebellion laughed. Pointing a finger at the enemy, the criminal asked if the boy really thought he could deal with them alone. Looking back, the leader ordered his subordinate to shut up. Grabbing him by the collar, Osamu explained that everyone who underestimated the black-robed mage died, and that now everything would be different because he had carefully prepared himself to finish off his sworn enemy with his own hands. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked where he got so much self-confidence from. The man held his hand out in front of him and asked who gave him permission to move, threatening to detonate several bombs if the enemy did not stay still. Minato stopped and remained silent. Wishing him death, the criminal sent many waves of energy towards him. They all hit the protective barrier and did not reach their target. Gritting his teeth, the leader of the Black Rebellion thought that using a magic barrier was very despicable. In front of the bandits' hands hung third-tier magic circles. Frowning, the boy said that it was useless and that they would not be able to kill him with such weak magic. Punching one of his subordinates, Osamu called them useless and asked what they were good for. Throwing a disapproving look at him, the youth called him a terrible person. Grinning, the man said that this was not the end. Clenching his fist, he called the enemy, who had a huge reserve of mana and high-tier magic, strong, and said that going against him was akin to suicide. Taking the gun in his hands, the leader of the Black Rebellion decided to check if the enemy could cope with it. The student said that the weapon was useless against him too. The bullet flew past him. A cut appeared on his cheek. Smoke came out of the barrel of the gun. The criminal laughed at his opponent's face. Opening fire, the bandit explained that this anti-magic gun is capable of melting magical matter and killing any magician, despite the barriers. The protagonist jumped to the sides to dodge the bullets. All the shots were tangential. Raising the gun up, Osamu said that he had not shot for a long time, so he could not hit the target accurately. Magic circles of holy energy appeared around Minato. Bright particles flew in the air. The scratch on his cheek healed. The wound on his knee disappeared. Menacingly clenching his teeth, the man asked who allowed him to use holy magic. Raising his hand, the guy explained that he did not even think of resisting. It was just that this magic was activated automatically without his direct consent. After reloading his gun, the leader of the Black Rebellion decided that the automatic healing was very convenient. After firing a few times, he declared that he could continue firing all night long. As he continued firing, the bandit smiled, suggesting that his enemy was probably in pain, even though his wounds were healing. His henchmen widened their eyes in fear. There were many cuts on the young man's body. Holy magic appeared around him again. Holding the gun outstretched, Osamu wondered if he had never managed to hit the enemy in the head. Putting his finger on the microphone, the student heard some important information and answered in the affirmative. Frowning in displeasure, the man asked who he was talking to and decided to put an end to this. Rank 5 wind magic appeared in the protagonist's hands. A great typhoon arose around him, and the criminals screamed. The energy destroyed the roof of the building. The bodies of the bandits rose into the air. They fell to the floor, Minato standing in the center of the destroyed warehouse. Putting the phone to his ear, the head of the Black Rebellion ordered his subordinate to detonate all the bombs. Standing behind him, the boy stated that his comrades had already defused all the bombs. Frowning, he added that it was very painful for him and expressed his desire to make the enemy feel the same, only 100-fold. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, Osamu declared that he would end up there. The magic squad stormed the warehouse. Mizuha ordered everyone to stand their ground. Putting her hand on her belt, she shouted that all the bombs were defused. Ruka ordered everyone to surrender. Looking around, the boy thought that they had come too quickly and assumed that his friends were nearby and noticed his magic. The high school girl realized that she was the leader of the shadow mages. Clenching his fist, Ryuji was glad that they managed to catch the mage in black. Karin's eyes widened in fear as she realized that her friend had come alone and decided to help him somehow. Smiling, the student said that the enemy was trapped. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. Entering the building, the man remarked that this fight was not easy. The sisters' mouths dropped open in surprise and said that this couldn't be. Tashiru entered the building. Mizuha called out to her father. Frowning, Ruka asked what he was doing here. Putting his hand on the head of the family's shoulder, the leader of the Black Rebellion said that they were best friends. The high school girl spread her arms and said that she didn't understand anything. Her sister asked what was going on here. Looking away, the man replied that it was none of their business. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl called out to her father once more. Shigo called out to the black-robed mage. Looking back, the protagonist asked if they really thought he was the main villain here. Exchanging glances with Ryuji, Karin was upset that their commander was not there at such a moment. The high school student decided that this time they would have to cope on their own. Gritting his teeth, the detective agreed with them. Seeing the grenades flying at them, Minato warned his friends of the danger. The grenades landed on the ground in front of the mages. A powerful explosion was heard in the warehouse. Covering his eyes with his hands, the policeman asked what kind of power it was. Ruka realized that it was not an ordinary grenade. Tilting his head, the guy realized that the criminals not only had anti-magic armor, but also a lot of weapons. Osamu showed that he had a lot of bullets and grenades in his bosom, stating that he was well prepared for this battle. The sisters did not stop looking at their father. The upperclassman asked if they really had to fight him. Lowering her hands, Mizuho wondered how it had come to this. After casting a spell, Tashiru sent forth a Tier 3 Azure Splash. Summoning magic circles in front of him, the older sister pushed the girl back. The two streams of water magic met each other. The father's energy was stronger and burst forward. Ryuji protected his friends, building a Tier 3 stone wall in front of them. Rising to their feet, the girls thanked him. The boy asked them to be more careful. Putting his hands in the sleeves of his kimono, the man noticed that his daughters had become much stronger and learned to work together. A powerful aura appeared around him. The head of the family stated that the girls were still far from him. Brushing her hair back, Ruka noticed his incredible mana. The upperclassman wondered how such power fit into such a small body. Mizuho took a step forward. Frowning menacingly, she said that her father was wrong and that he would have been able to defeat them before, but now it was completely different. Covering his fist with his hand, Ryuji stated that they had become much stronger thanks to their hard training every day. The girl added that they had changed a lot. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the girl promised to get the truth from her father. 7 magic circles appeared in front of the sisters, ready for battle. A wave of a great geyser erupted from them. Tashiru declared that it was too weak. 8 magic circles appeared in front of him. A wave of the 8th rank washed over the girl's attack. The great geyser crashed into him and stopped. Drops of water splashed on the sisters. Standing under the rain formed by the explosion of water energy, the man said that his daughters were too weak to fight off his attack. Falling to the ground, Ruka thought that their father was too strong since he was able to use 8th tier magic. Raising his gun above his head, Osamu declared that their battle was not over yet. The protagonist lowered his head. Standing in front of him, the man realized that even a great mage in black could not withstand an anti-magic weapon. Grinning, the head of the Black Rebellion reminded him that he had a real professional on his side. Spreading his arms, the bandit shouted that his opponent had no chance of winning and urged him to fall to his knees and beg for his life. Hearing a sound, Minato looked away. The criminal looked up in confusion. The boy looked back. After firing a few shots, Osamu asked how the enemy dared to ignore him. The young man dodged his bullets. Lowering his gun, the man thought that it was impossible. An 8th tier water magic, a surge, appeared in front of Tashiru. The student jumped back from the wave approaching him. An enemy's head appeared under his feet. Appearing behind him and using a 5th tier night watch, the leader of the Black Rebellion swung his knife. The protagonist jumped to the side to avoid the blow. A surge of dark energy appeared in front of him. The criminal shot him several times. Minato dodged the bullets by doing a backflip. A wave of water energy was approaching him. The boy defended himself from it by summoning a multi-layered barrier. Mizuho's father summoned magic circles in front of him. The protective barrier cracked. Kneeling down, Ruka declared that this was a battle of real monsters. Her sister said that she had never seen anything like this. Ryuji was upset that they could not do anything. Grabbing his shoulder, SH Shigo thought that initially they had no chance to stand against such an opponent, but now the enemies do not care about them at all. Reinforcements will arrive here very soon. The detective realized that then they will be able to detain all 3 criminals. The student defended himself from attacks with a barrier. Looking back, the policeman told his partner that he was going to attack the mage in black. Karin asked why he would do this if this man was protecting them. Grabbing her by the shoulders, the man explained that this did not justify his actions and asked his friend for help. The woman raised her eyebrows in fear. SH Chigo said that this was their only chance. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She rose to her feet. The detective said that he knew that she could be relied on. Karin sent a wave of holy energy at the boy. The attack reached the protagonist. Spreading his arms, Osamu said that the mage in black was unlucky that everyone here was against him. The policeman called it a great hit and wanted to help, but a bright circle of energy appeared around Minato. Light particles flew into the air next to him. It was holy magic of the 5th rank, first aid. Frowning in displeasure, the head of the Black Rebellion said that the police should catch the mage in black, not help him. Looking at his hand, the guy thought that all his wounds were healing themselves thanks to the spell, so he did not need Karin's help. He understood her true intentions. The woman resolutely knitted her eyebrows. Standing behind him, SH Shigo asked why his partner did this. The girl explained that the mage in black does everything for their protection. The young man clenched his teeth. The policewoman asked if her comrade did not understand why the mage in black did not retreat, but fought with the bandits and protected the magic squad. The student dodged the stream of water and the bullets flying at him. Putting her fist to her chest, Karin stated that if it weren't for his presence, the enemy would have attacked them. Raising his hand in front of him, the man said that it was impossible and that the criminal had no reason to cover for them. Grabbing him by the collar, the woman asked why the black-robed mage would fall for such an obvious trap and explained that the man was doing it for the sake of the lives of ordinary people. Looking around, the detective wondered if the boy was intentionally taking all the damage. Frowning, the policeman thought that he was wrong about the black-robed mage and wondered why this criminal was different from all the others. Getting to his feet, Mizuha said that it didn't matter now. Ruka agreed and added that they should continue fighting. Grinning evilly, Osamu asked if his opponents were being overconfident since they were almost out of mana. The boys summoned magic circles above their heads. The girl stated that they could still fight. Tashiru looked back. Streams of water and rock fragments were heading his way. The man landed on his feet and waved his hand. The 7th rank demonic fire came at him from the side. Using the wave of the Great Geyser, he repelled the enemy's attack. Grinning, the head of the family thought that the magic squad would not let them attack the magician in black while he was covering them, therefore, the advantage was not on his side. Smiling widely, Mizuha said that her friends were capable of many things. Summoning magic circles of holy energy, Karin thought that all of his comrades were now on the commander's side. Behind everyone was SH Chigo. The man clenched his fist. Lightning burst out from his magic circles. Covering his face with his hands, Osamu thought that everything was irritating him. Looking at the energy waves flickering in the air, the protagonist thought that he could get closer while the magic squad distracted Tashiru. Firing 2 pistols, the leader of the Black Rebellion asked his opponent not to be distracted, as he was going to use all of his weapons against him. Minato deftly dodged all of the bullets. Holding the smoking pistols in his hands, the leader of the rebellion asked how he was able to dodge the bullets and what kind of spell it was. Placing his hands on his waist, the boy explained that it was not a spell, but ordinary dexterity. Angrily spreading his arms, the man said that he did not believe it and asked why not a single bullet had injured him. Scratching his cheek, the young man said that he had not fought against soldiers with anti-magic weapons for a long time. The villain's eyes turned bloodshot. Opening fire, he wished death on his opponent. Rushing forward, dodging the bullets, the student said that for this to happen, the enemy must hit him at least once. Osamu picked up the suitcase. Placing a grenade launcher on his shoulder, the leader of the Black Rebellion said that this latest anti-magic development will destroy this place. The main character appeared behind him. Looking back, the man was surprised that his opponent had dark magic. Leaning towards his ear, Minato whispered the word cruelty. The creature, made of dark energy, pounced on the bandit. Waves of energy immobilized him. The boy said that this was a rare type of dark magic, the effects of which would be difficult to get rid of, and that the enemy would be tormented by incredible pain for 3 days. Grinning maliciously, the boy added that this was the perfect punishment for a villain. Osamu fell to the ground in front of him. Looking at Tashiru, the young man said that it was his turn now. The exhausted members of the magic squad were sitting on the floor. Looking back, their commander mentally praised them and thought that he would figure out the rest himself. Getting into a fighting stance, the main character decided to start the fight. The head of the family frowned. He raised his hands in front of him. Keeping his determination in his eyes, the man gave in. Minato's eyes widened in surprise as he asked what that meant. The boy looked around as a voice came from the earpiece. Frowning, Leona said that there was an emergency and that all members of the Black Rebellion had been arrested by the police led by the aristocrats. The police pointed magic circles at the members of the secret organization. Inada crossed her arms over her chest. The woman added that it was because of Tashiru. The man closed his eyes, keeping his hands in his sleeves. Approaching him, the young man asked if he had really gained Osamu's trust in order to destroy the organization from within. The water mage lowered his head and did not give a clear answer. Hearing the roar, the student turned around. The head of the Black Rebellion rose to his feet, holding a pistol in his hands. The protagonist realized that the enemy had lifted the spell by shooting himself with an anti-magic bullet. The bandit put his hand in his inside pocket. Taking out a detonator, the criminal said that he would detonate the remaining bombs. Mizuha, her mouth wide open, shouted that they had to run. Minato and Tashiru rushed forward. A Tier 7 fire magic appeared in front of him. A Tier 7 ice wall appeared in front of the magic squad. The sister's father summoned this magic with his magic circles. Mizuha raised her eyebrows in shock, and a path of flames appeared behind her. Osamu pressed the button after saying that they would go to hell with him. The full moon hung over the city. The girl frowned, realizing that nothing had happened. Furiously pressing the button, the man wondered why it wasn't working, since there was a huge amount of explosives here. Leona raised her hand and declared that absolutely all the bombs had been defused. The leader of the Black Rebellion narrowed his eyes angrily, realizing that the group of shadow magicians had ruined everything. He spread his arms and declared that the woman was just following the orders of the magician in black and was nothing special. The detective punched him in the face. Looking at the fallen enemy, the girl was glad that she managed to hit him. Trembling in pain, Osamu said that he was just an ordinary performer and that they were all simply deceived. After these words, the bandit fell to the ground. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if someone else was behind the Black Rebellion. Toshiru was standing behind him. Hearing the siren, Minato looked back and realized that the police had arrived. The guy took his girlfriend in his hand. Mizuha ran up to him from behind and ordered him to stop. At the same moment, the young man used wind magic and flew away. Looking after him, the girl realized that the magician in black had escaped. His sister decided that there was nothing to worry about. Ryuji was amazed at such speed of the enemy. Smiling, Karin mentally thanked her commander for saving her. The day had come. A huge screen was hanging on the building. The news anchor reported that a former magical aristocrat and the head of the criminal group Black Rebellion, who is suspected of terrorism and illegal arms smuggling, had been arrested. Inada and Riku were standing on the street. The reporter said that many people praised the police's prompt work and that the police department noted that they were able to achieve a record level of anti-terrorist activity. The girl gritted her teeth in displeasure and put her hands in her pockets. The magical squad was walking down the street. Ryuji hoped that Toshiru was okay. Ruka explained that they would find out about it today. Looking at her friend, Mizuha asked him not to disappear again. Looking back, the protagonist apologized and explained that he was very busy yesterday. Bowing, the maids greeted them. Sitting in front of the table, the girl said that they wanted to hear the truth. Her father frowned and explained that he joined the Black Rebellion to cleanse the magical aristocracy of its shame and eradicate all criminals. He narrowed his eyes and added that Osamu was involved in many crimes and was increasing his criminal authority. In his memories, the head of the rebellion spread his arms and grinned menacingly. Mizuha asked why her father did this now, frowning in concern, and the head of the family replied that it was an order from the police. The general raised his hand. The man held papers in his hands. If he colluded with the K's family, he would arouse less suspicion since they were at the top of the magical aristocracy. It worked. The bandit trusted him and placed his hand on his shoulder. Looking at the head of the family, the protagonist thought that it made sense. Closing his eyes, Toshiru explained that he was not held accountable because he was an undercover civilian. The girls smiled happily. Looking down, Ruka thought that it must have been hard. Mizuha said that the police had been too harsh on their father. Putting his hand to his chin, Minato thought that their magic squad would have done the same. Looking at the comm man, the boy wondered why the police had asked him for help. Remembering how Sh. Shigo had sat next to the general, the boy thought that the police had always been disdainful of the magic aristocracy in the past, but now it was different. Thoughtfully knitting his brows, he decided that he was missing something and that the head of the family was not telling him everything. A memory of him and Leona standing on the roof and how the black-robed magician had suggested that the police had beaten them to it popped into his head. Then the girl raised her hand and said that they were not able to quickly operate with information and most of the bombs were fake. The student asked why they needed the dummies. Closing her eyes, the detective explained that it would be foolish to waste so many weapons on a simple intimidation. Frowning, she confirmed that the police had reacted too quickly, as if they knew all the criminals' next steps. Lowering his head, Toshiru said that he wanted to cooperate with the magic squad and apologized for his past behavior. Mizuha raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if that was true. Her sister smiled. The protagonist looked at them. Raising his hands up, Ryuji was glad that his friends had settled their conflict with their father. The high school student concluded that their family would cooperate with them and that they had finally managed to deal with the Black Rebellion. The heroes walked down the street. Looking at Minato, Karin thought that the black-clad mage was her hero and that she needed to repay him somehow. Frowning, Sh. Shogo thought that the mage in black was a criminal and wondered if he should continue hunting him if it might be his friend. Mizuha looked down in frustration. Remembering how the wall of fire had erupted in front of her, the girl thought that she had caught a glimpse of the protector's eyes for a moment. The boy narrowed his eyes burning with the desire to protect people. The student guessed that the mage in black was not so bad. Walking ahead of everyone, the young man thought that they would find out about his secret identity if this continued. The student invoked holy magic on the sick boy. Frowning, he realized that his spells were not helping at all and asked Kai to wake up. Leona entered the room. The protagonist hid behind the window. Smiling, the woman told her brother that she had dealt with all the villains and that he no longer had to worry about anything. Stroking the child's head, the detective said that she had gotten rid of those who had hurt him. Opening his mouth, the boy called out to his sister. Grabbing his hand, the girl began to call his name. Opening his eyes, Kai said that he promised to watch the house and asked if he succeeded. Leona hugged him and burst into tears. Minato smiled when he saw this. The boy flew away from the hospital using wind magic. Putting his palms together, Ryuji asked his friends to watch over his younger siblings. Sitting on a bench, the boy asked why they should do this. The high school student explained that he was asked to work a full shift, so he would have to come home very late. Usually, his mother had a day off on such days, so she looked after the children herself while her son trained using a magic circle. The boy was cooking rice in a wok. This time their days off did not coincide. Bowing, the student said that he could not leave the children alone at home, and asked his friends to watch them for just one day. Smiling, the protagonist agreed, adding that he really loved taking care of children, and raising his head, Ryuji thanked him. Mizua frowned in disappointment and said that she couldn't help because she would be busy moving all day. The upperclassmen remembered that they had made up with their father and asked if they would be living together. The girl said no and explained that they were just moving to a bigger apartment. The girl crossed her arms and said that it was time for them to learn to live independently instead of relying on their friend. Ruka confirmed this. Mizua scratched her head and thanked her father for at least giving them money. Sitting between the sisters, Minato wondered why Tashiru would let them live with him if he wanted to teach his daughters independence. Looking up, Ryuji realized that his two friends were free. Looking at them, the upperclassmen thought that one of them had a kind aura while the other one was threatening. The boy closed his eyes and said that it would be better with Mizua. Frowning, the boy asked what that meant. Raising his hand, the student asked if Ruka would agree to babysit the children, saying that she could handle it on her own. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl replied that she wanted to help. Clenching his fist, Ryuji apologized for the sudden request and thanked them. The protagonist looked at his upset friend. The next day, the heroes went with the children to an amusement park. After patting the boy on the head, Minato said that he hadn't been to such a place for a long time. The children surrounded him and expressed their desire to go on completely different rides. Smiling, the boy promised them to try to go on each of them. Looking back, the boy asked why his friend froze in place. Displeased, crossing her arms over her chest, the girl said that she was already on her way. The little girl hid behind the student. The student asked his friend to at least try to smile. The high school girl covered her face with her hand and apologized. Ruka narrowed her eyes and tried to smile, but she failed. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl called her ugly. The girl opened her mouth in shock. The main character hugged the child. The high school girl looked down in disappointment. The heroes rode the carousel, sitting on white horses. Then they went up on the Ferris wheel. Then the guys rode the roller coaster. Walking down the street, the boy said that it was a lot of fun. His sister suggested going somewhere else. Minato turned around to look at his friend. Ruka smiled sheepishly. Running ahead, the children said that they wanted to go to the toilet. The guy asked them not to go too far. Sitting on a bench, he said that it was good that these children were so restless. Looking down, the girl called them good and said that they did not like her at all. Her friend asked her not to say that. Raising her eyebrows, the high school girl explained that it wasn't that she didn't like children, it was just that she had a hard time communicating with them. Smiling, the young man said that he knew very well how cold his friend could be, and closing her eyes, the student apologized for that. Lowering her head, she told her that Mizua had once told her that she could never happen, and that this was absolutely not true. Remembering how the girl cut salad, laughed, and cast a spell, Ruka explained that her sister was a better cook, knew how to get along with people, and would soon surpass her in strength. Sadly knitting her eyebrows, the girl concluded that she looked ordinary and clumsy compared to her sister. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Getting up from the bench, the high school girl apologized for her words and asked her friend to forget about this conversation. The children returned from the toilet and ran to their friends. People were taking pictures in the middle of the street. A woman was outraged by the strange outfits of passers-by. The photographer asked them to look at the camera. The boy accidentally bumped into him. Minato looked up. At the same moment, his girlfriend jumped up and went to help. Grabbing the child, she fell to the ground. Grabbing him by the shoulders, Ruka asked if he was okay. The boy immediately burst into tears. Smiling, the girl was glad that he was okay. Approaching her from behind, the man asked who raised this child so badly. The woman said that the boy should apologize to them. Turning to them, the high school girl said that they were the ones who weren't looking where they were going. Indignant at the accusation, the blonde swung his fist to hit her. The guy grabbed his arm. Twisting the rude man's arm, the young man explained that this was an amusement park, so they should behave decently and not disturb other people's rest. Open-mouthed in pain, the man asked to let him go. The strangers ran away. The student said that such people really irritated him and asked if his friends were okay. Hugging Ruka's leg, the boy said that he was very scared. The children rushed to hug the girl and cry. The high school girl blushed and looked back. The protagonist nodded silently. Hugging the children, the student said that everything was fine. Night fell, a full moon hung over the house. Bursting into the apartment, Ryuji apologized for being so late and asked if the children had caused any problems. Smiling, he asked what was going on here. Seeing that the heroes had fallen asleep on the floor next to the children, the high school student compared them to a young family. The protagonist stood with his back to his second personality. They were two legends of the magical world in Japan. However, the reputation of the police was rapidly declining. People were sitting in the conference room discussing the illegal activities of shadow mages. The general frowned. The group helped defeat the Black Rebellion, but the main work was done by a special squad, which did not help improve the reputation of the police. The man said that people would begin to trust them if the shadow mages disappeared. A man in a formal suit was sitting at the table. Raising his fist, the commander ordered his subordinates to catch the criminals hiding behind the mask of good as soon as possible. The bright sun was shining above the Kaichai family dojo. The protagonist stood opposite Riku. Minato raised his wooden sword. The head of the family responded in kind. He jumped up from his seat and rushed forward. The boy parried his blows with his sword. The young man jumped to dodge the attack. The student swung his sword. The man ducked. Riku lunged, forcing his opponent to jump back. The tip of the sword ended up in the student's face. Frowning, the head of the family declared that the outcome of the fight was obvious. Making a counterattack, the protagonist said that he would not be so sure of that. Lowering the weapon, the man said that his opponent had amazing skills on the level of a kendo instructor. Putting away the sword, Minato noted that he was still far from his mentor. Smiling, Riku praised him for his modesty and outstanding abilities. The boy thanked him. The head of the family put the sword on the stand. Falling to the floor, he said that he was too tired. The boy asked if everything was okay. Turning his head to the side, the man said that he felt alive only with the sword in his hands and that as soon as he put it away, the meaning of life was lost and he just wanted to die or become a plant. Sitting down next to him, the student asked him to do without pessimism. Leaning against the wall, the student asked him to just enjoy life, do what he liked, and think less about other people. Looking up, Riku called his comrade strange. Sitting down next to him, he explained that he always wanted to be on top, but lost his edge when he started practicing kendo. Looking up, the protagonist asked what was wrong with that and wasn't finding yourself great. Grinning, the head of the family said that it was the first time he heard something like that. Looking down, Minato expressed his understanding. Remembering how demons filled the sky during the Great Catastrophe, the boy said that he once had the chance to be a participant in a terrible tragedy. The boy opened his mouth in shock. People around him were dying one after another. A magical beast approached him from behind. A magic circle appeared in its mouth. The youth did not want such a fate, so the power awakened in him and a magic circle appeared in front of his hand. Looking at his comrade, the man thought that he had been in a major accident. Looking at his hand, the student thought that he had learned to imitate the magic of monsters and finally mastered his power, and this helped him go beyond ordinary magic. Standing among the corpses of magical beasts, the boy was the only survivor. There were many wounds on his body, he was unable to save anyone. A dead mother hugged a small child. Because of thoughts about his own life, the protagonist completely forgot about others. Falling in front of the dead people, Minato thought that he was too weak then. A winged demon appeared above him. Gritting his teeth, the guy looked back. A light aura appeared around him. The boy looked at the monster and screamed. Clenching his fist, he explained that when he gained this incredible power, people started avoiding him, but now this power helps him protect other people. Turning to his mentor, the student asked if he didn't have something to protect because no one fights for nothing. Looking down, Riku confirmed that he did. Standing up and holding out his hand, the student asked him to think of his power as an individual ability. Taking his hand, the head of the family thanked him. Placing his hand on his waist, the protagonist reminded him that his friend could always rely on him. The man said that the feeling was mutual. Minato walked ahead down the street. Riku watched him silently. Walking through the crowd of people, the boy thought that this man was a worthy successor to his family, even if he had his shortcomings. Closing his eyes and remembering other representatives of the magical aristocracy, the young man wondered why they only evoked bad associations in him, while the head of the Kaichai family did not behave insolently and arrogantly. Suddenly, a girl with red hair crashed into him. The student apologized to her. The girl grabbed her head and asked him to look at the road. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Looking up, Hinata asked what he was doing here. Gritting her teeth, she said that she did not want to see him. Putting his hand on her belt, Minato noticed that his acquaintance looked somehow different today. Raising her hand, the girl said that she only wore bright clothes at work and that this was anti-magic armor. The guy said that he thought she had such a hobby. The girl crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. The young man asked if she had any hobbies. Hinata angrily asked him to shut up. Passers-by turned around and whispered. The girl said that it was too crowded. There was a cafe in the neighboring building. Opening the door, the girl suggested that her friend go in there. Shrugging his shoulders, the student thought that he should not argue with her. The heroes sat down at a table on the summer veranda. Looking around, the strangers recognized the boy and called him very handsome. The man at the next table recognized the head of the Hamurai family and assumed that they were on a date. Hinata threw a menacing look at them. The strangers were scared. Imagining an angry dog in front of him, the main character thought that his friend looked like a Spitz when she was angry. The girl asked if her friend had met Riku. Taking a glass of water in his hands, Minato asked how she knew that. Leaning her head on her palm, the girl asked if they had really become friends since they spent so much time together. Scratching the back of his head, the guy apologized for not calling her. Jumping up from his seat, the head of the Hamurai family asked if he really thought she was offended. Hinata explained that they were just colleagues and that she did not need friends. At the next table, a family was celebrating a child's birthday. The mother wiped the cream off her son's face, putting the glass on the table. The young man said that there was nothing wrong with that, because they could only become truly strong together. The girl asked him to do without moralizing. Slamming her fist on the table, she asked how her friend became so strong. Cars drove past the cafe. The head of the Hamurai family said that an ordinary car accident was not enough to gain such powers. There was a powerful light aura around the student. His colleague explained that it was impossible to get such a huge amount of magical energy from one accident. Looking at his burning hand, the protagonist thought that it was noticeable, even though he began to better control and restrain his magic. Hinata placed her hands on her knees and said that she would agree to die if it increased her magical power. Grabbing her friend by the collar, she shouted that there must be some other reason, because it was impossible to become strong just like that. Keeping a calm expression on his face, Minato realized that his friend desperately wanted to gain power. The girl gritted her teeth menacingly. The guy thought that she should not tell her the whole truth because she would not believe him anyway. Lowering his hands, he replied that his strength was nothing special because it was just the result of regular training. Letting him go, the girl said that it would be better if her friend simply refused to talk. The waitress came to the table and apologized for the wait. A super berry parfait appeared on the table. Looking at it in shock, the boy asked what kind of monster it was. The girl was glad that it was finally brought and wagged her tail. The student frowned in confusion. His friend again turned into a dog in his head. Leaning back in her chair, the head of the Hamurai family assumed that there was some kind of mistake and said that she would eat it all since people tried. The protagonist was surprised by such a change in mood. Hinata scooped up ice cream with a spoon, her eyes sparkling. She put the spoon in her mouth contentedly. Her cheeks blushed with pleasure. The girl began to eat the ice cream at an incredible speed. Minato watched her, sipping juice from a straw. Clutching her stomach, the girl declared that it was excellent. Scratching the back of her head, the head of the Hamurai family explained that she had always wanted to try this parfait, but she felt awkward alone. Leaning on his hand, the guy realized that his colleague really had a sweet tooth. Seeing the huge red aura, he realized that her magical energy reserve had increased greatly. Hinata's mouth opened in surprise. Putting the money on the table, the girl asked him to forget about everything that happened and ran away. Remembering the previous fight, the young man put his hand to his chin and thought that the girl had relaxed and stopped suppressing her magic, because even during the battle, her magic reserve was several times smaller. The student realized that his friend was hiding something. The head of the Hamurai family was running down the street. Shigo was sitting at the computer desk in the office. Putting his hand to his chin, the man thought about the mage in black. Remembering how the squad broke into the warehouse, the policeman thought that their commander was not around during that battle. Squinting, the detective decided that catching the mage in black was only a matter of time, because the investigation against the shadow mages was in full swing. Looking at the framed photo, he wondered what he should do now. The photo showed a happy family. Standing on the roof, Leona reported that the police were serious about them. The woman spread her hands and said that the investigation was going at an unprecedented speed and that several members of the organization were already suspected. They were called in for questioning and they did not want to let them go. Looking at the phone screen, the protagonist thought that this was true and that even a special squad was issued in order to capture the magician in black because the police were determined to destroy the group. The detective put her hand to her chin. Minato thought about whether he should reveal his identity to her, but decided that he did not need to do this because she could be caught and interrogated. Squinting, the guy thought that now was not the time to reveal the truth and that he needed to find out what information the police had about the organization. The girl said that they would be caught if they did nothing. Turning away, the young man asked her not to worry. Smiling, he promised to think of something. Entering the apartment of his friend, the student said that he had a request. Turning around, Tajikami said that she had no reason to refuse him. The general slammed his fist on the table and asked if his subordinates hadn't found the black-robed mage yet. The officer looked at the papers and said that they had captured several shadow mages, but they knew nothing about their leader. The old man asked if the police shouldn't be able to extract information, and the policeman approached the table and said that they really didn't know anything, and suggested that the regular members of the organization hadn't met the leader in person. The man stood up and said that the honor and dignity of the Japanese police were at stake, so they had to find the black-robed mage at any cost, and the officers saluted him. Standing in front of the students, S.H. Chogo said that the police were looking for the shadow mages and their leader. The protagonist and Ryuji looked at him attentively. While the identity and whereabouts of the black-robed mage were unknown, information about the members of the organization had already been published on the internet and in the media. Ruka crossed her arms, Mizuha and Karin stood next to her. The existence of shadow mages tarnished the good name of the Japanese police, so the head of the police department asked the squad to take the capture of their leader with the same seriousness with which they eliminate monsters. The mages looked at each other, not understanding why a special squad should do this if they already have a lot of work. Looking away, Minato realized that the people were running out of patience and the police would not allow shadow mages to continue to exist. Shogo waved his hand, asked his comrades not to forget their duty and urged them to help the police catch the criminal. The people dispersed. Karin approached her partner and asked if they really had to hunt shadow mages. The man replied that this was an order from the leadership. Ryuji flexed his fists and said that they had a huge responsibility. Ruka realized that this was just another extra job. Mizuha pressed her hand to her chest and stated that they had something to do. Looking around, the detective explained that shadow mages were extremely popular among ordinary people and that this could not continue, so it was time for something. Frowning, the boy asked what he was hinting at. Raising his hand, Shogo asked him to give up before it was too late. Mizuha and Karin opened their mouths in shock. Ruka and Ryuji frowned in confusion. Running up to her partner, the woman asked him why he even thought that their friend was a mage in black. The girl stated that she would not allow her comrade to be accused of such a thing. Throwing a stern look at them, the man explained that everything that happened pointed to him and said that his friends should have noticed. Looking down, the detective said that the squad leader was needed by the whole world, because his power could save many lives, and the mage in black did the same. Clenching his fists in anger, the policeman added that there was a high probability that when sentencing, their friend would only receive a suspended sentence. Raising his hand, he reminded his friends that their captain and the mage in black had a lot in common and that just recently, when the criminal appeared, their friend had disappeared somewhere, so there was more than enough evidence. The girls looked down in disappointment. Turning to the student, Chigo asked him to tell them the truth. The protagonist frowned sternly. Karin looked at the phone screen and asked them to stop. Her partner asked what happened. A hacked television broadcast appeared on the screen. The mage in black sat on the throne surrounded by his comrades. Crossing his arms over his chest, he introduced himself as the leader of the shadow mages. There were people in hoods standing next to him. The guy apologized for interrupting the peaceful existence of citizens and said that the question of who is stronger, the mage in black or Minato, is increasingly popping up on the internet. Pointing his finger at the camera, the young man challenged the captain of the special squad to a duel. The squad members opened their mouths in shock, not understanding what was happening. The student stood to the side. Frowning, Shogo asked if his friend was really going to fight himself. Karin widened her eyes and wondered if her friend was not a mage in black. Putting her hand to her chin, Mizuha wondered if her assumptions were false. Smiling, Ryuji asked what their friend would say now. Ruka said that everything was obvious. The protagonist smiled. Putting his hands in his pockets, he declared that he would accept this challenge. Shibuya, Minato stood in the center of the destroyed city. A helicopter was flying above him. A journalist reported that the long-awaited duel between the captain of the special squad and the mage in black, who had not yet appeared on the battlefield, would soon begin. There was police near the duel site. Crowds of people stood at the fences. The reporter explained that the police squad was ready to detain the leader of the criminal group at any moment. The girls in the front rows held posters, wishing victory to their idol. The men raised their fists, declaring that the era of heroes in white cloaks would soon end because the mage in black would never lose. Holding binoculars in his hands, Ryuji tried to understand what was happening here. Holding phones in their hands, the girls saw that the post with the broadcast was in first place in terms of views and that the number of comments and viewers was simply amazing. Standing at the fence, Chigo thought about what his comrade had come up with because he had nowhere else to retreat. Rising into the sky with their magic, Hinata and Riku watched what was happening. The girl said that the mage in black was late. Tashiru joined them. Looking back, the guys were surprised by his appearance. Standing on a bubble, the man asked how it was possible to miss such a battle. Suddenly, the girl frowned. A bright flash appeared in the sky above them. Raising his head, the detective told his comrades that something was approaching. A wave of energy pierced the sky, heading towards the ground. It almost knocked down the helicopter. The protagonist looked up at the sky. The wave crashed into the ground. A powerful explosion was heard. Dust rose around Minato. The police tried to hold back the fences from the gusts of wind. A mage in black appeared in front of the guy. Smiling, the journalist said that the enemy had arrived on the battlefield. Looking ahead, Shogo asked if the leader of the group had really arrived. Mizuha said that they were mistaken. Scratching his head, the young man said that he did not like this whole farce, but he had no choice. The mage in black got into a fighting stance. Bending him with his hand, the student offered to settle all differences in a fair duel. The opponents stood opposite each other. The girls with the posters froze in anticipation. The members of the special squad looked at the battlefield in fear. Magic aristocrats hung in the air. Putting his hand forward, the protagonist summoned an alien cannon of the 8th rank. Summoning 8 magic circles in front of him, the criminal used dark magic, Chaos Raven. A bright wave of light energy went forward. A huge dark raven flew out to meet it. A flash appeared in the air from the collision of 2 energies. The helicopter flew above her. The journalist said that they should continue filming in another place so as not to get hit, and asked the viewers to stay with them. A huge crater formed on the ground. The mage in black rushed forward. Minato ran to meet him. Their fists hit each other. Switching to hand-to-hand combat, the opponents dealt each other successive blows. The criminal swung his fist. All the blows missed the guy. Suddenly, the group leader hit the enemy in the stomach. A piercing thunder of the 9th rank threw his body back. The young man pierced several houses, standing one after another with his body. The magician in black kept his hand raised, summoning healing magic around himself. The student said that at this rate he would have to give his uniform to the dry cleaners. The criminal pointed his hand at the sky and used earth magic of the 7th rank. A stone comet fell on the protagonist. Glowing lights appeared around him. A huge light shield of the 9th rank appeared in the air. The stone crashed into it. A flash appeared from the impact. The stone comet split into many fragments. Looking at the little fairies, Minato smiled. The guy patted one of them on the head, thinking that it was not bad for a first spell. The audience widened their eyes in shock. People raised their hands and cheered. The men looked at each other. One of them said that they were fighting on equal terms. His friend said that the magic aristocrats were no match for them. The girls opened their mouths in joy, amazed at how cool this was. Crossing his arms over his chest, Hinata was indignant that ordinary people were discussing the battle, although they themselves did not know how to cast magic. Sitting on the stone island, Riku noticed that the enemy used a 9th tier spell. The girl said that they both had high-level magic, but the energy in them did not decrease at all. Frowning, Tashiru explained that this was because their magic worked in passive mode, that is, it had its own will and consciousness. The magic aristocrats watched the battle from above. They understood that the passive mode is an instant activation, a quick reaction and a long-lasting effect, and that they are also using it right now, but at the most basic level. The girl was surprised that the opponents can use this magic for so long. Looking at her, the man said that in their country only a few magicians can so masterfully control magic. A bright aura burned around the guys. Tashiru was amazed by their physical strength and how magic envelops their bodies, protecting them. Hinata assumed that it was some kind of magical barrier. Closing his eyes, the man confirmed this. Frowning, he added that the magical abilities of these people are so incomprehensible that even the magic aristocrats cannot say exactly how their magic works. It was a fight between 2 monsters. The opponents grappled in hand-to-hand combat. The action of the battle moved to the top floor of one of the destroyed buildings. Using wind magic, the magician in black left the room. Catching up with him, the protagonist said that his opponent was too slow. Minato kicked him. The criminal landed on his feet. At the same moment, he rose into the air again. The members of the special squad opened their mouths in shock. Watching the battle from the roof, Mizuha said that their captain was very strong. Ruka realized that they had not yet seen his full strength. Ryuji noticed that the audience was completely delighted. Looking at the phone screen, Karin said that this fight was shown on all websites. SHGO saw that the broadcast had gone global. People in New York watched the battle on a huge street screen. A passerby filmed everything on his phone. An old man asked who would win. South Korea, a couple was sitting at a table in a cafe. The girl reminded them that they were on a date. Her lover, with a phone in his hands, said that right now a battle was taking place between the strongest magicians in all of Japan. Taking a sip from the straw, the girl asked what kind of magicians these were. The people around jumped up from their seats, wishing victory to their favorites. The names of the opponents were heard all over the planet, flying in space. The rivals stood opposite each other. The main character said that it was a great fight. The wounded mage in black could barely stand on his feet. Minato decided that it was time to finish. Dark magic of the 9th rank appeared in front of the criminal. A shadow scythe appeared in his hand. Several powerful waves of energy went forward. Smiling, the guy said that this would be his final blow. A prism beam of the 10th rank destroyed the waves of energy and rushed forward. A powerful wave of light approached the leader of the group. A bright explosion shook the ground. Covering her face with her hands, Mizuho was surprised that their friend used magic of the 10th rank. Ryuji asked what just happened. The young man ran forward, using wind magic. Looking back, the journalist asked the pilot to fly after him. The man said that the boy was too fast. Holding the camera in his hands, the cameraman said that it was broken. The reporter was very angry. The protagonist sank to the ground. Amidst the rubble lay the body of a magician in black. Minato approached him. The criminal abruptly raised his hand. 9 magic circles appeared in front of it. Frowning, the guy asked him to stop. The leader of the group trembled. His body disintegrated into a light haze. The young man turned away and put his hand on his belt. Looking at the destroyed bracelet, he realized that Takagami's anti-magic armor had withstood attacks of the 8th and 9th ranks. Looking at the energy rising into the air, the student thought that clones were very convenient, but difficult because they were weaker than the original and had a limited vocabulary. The old woman watched him from afar. Putting her hand to her chest, she was glad that it was all over. Smiling, the woman thought that in front of her was an amazing person who was both a great sage and a magician in black. Looking at the magic circles in his hands, the protagonist thought that the main disadvantage of the clone is that he cannot use two types of magic. Therefore, Minato asked his old friend to make an anti-magic weapon that can activate magic in passive mode, with which you can use other types of magic. The ghost flew around the room Ruka. Controlling the magician in black like a puppet, the guy used a huge reserve of magical energy to manipulate the enemy and fight off his attacks. Smiling widely, Takagami thought that her friend spent a lot of effort for this performance. Only a great sage could pull off such a trick. The young man put his hands on his belt. Pressing a button on the earphone, the student asked how the shadow magicians were doing. Surprised that the show was already over, Leona said that thanks to this battle, the magician in black will no longer be pursued. The hooded people were sitting at the computer. Smiling, the woman addressed her leader by his real name. The protagonist asked how long she had known his name. Going out into the corridor, the detective said that she had known about it for quite some time, they just had no reason to discuss it. Minato asked if this reason had really appeared now. The girl took hold of the door handle and answered in the affirmative. Going out onto the roof, Leona said that this was the last time she was talking to the mage in black. Smiling, the guy realized that his girlfriend had guessed everything. Leaning on the railing, the woman thanked her friend for saving her team and family. Happy people walked along the streets of the city. The number of illegal mages had decreased, as had the crime rate, so the world no longer needed shadow mages, and Japan would cope on its own from now on. Smiling, the detective promised to help her friend if he needed help, and even give a discount. The young man asked if she really planned to take money from him. Looking at the sky, he replied that he would keep this in mind. The girl lowered her gaze. The student frowned. Leona said goodbye to him, her cheeks turning red. The protagonist pressed the button. Taking off the earphone, Minato said goodbye to his friend. The special squad flew up to him. Mizuha asked where the mage in black was. Ruka asked if her friend was okay. The guy spread his arms and said that the criminal had escaped, but because of his wounds, they would hardly see him again. Bowing, SH Chigo asked him for forgiveness. The man apologized for not believing his captain. Frowning in disappointment, Karin and Mizuha apologized for thinking he was a mage in black. The young man looked away in embarrassment, feeling like a real villain because he was the one who needed to apologize for such a deception. Waving his hand, the student said that nothing terrible had happened and that the main thing was that everything had been resolved. Clenching her fists, Hinata asked why these people were so strong. Gritting her teeth, the girl realized that she needed to adjust her schedule and train even harder. Looking up, Tashiru was surprised that the boy still had strength even after this battle. The protagonist scratched the back of his head. Frowning, he thought that he had proven to the world that he was not a mage in black, and that now the Black Rebellion was gone, as was the point in the existence of shadow mages. An image of a beaten Osamu appeared in his mind. Smiling, Minato thought that this was one less problem, and they would solve the rest as they arose. Putting a bottle of green tea to his head, the boy asked if people would like to spend this summer with him. Advertisements with his face were everywhere. People took pictures of them on their phones. The men in the cafe were watching a video from the training ground on TV in which the captain ordered his students to train while they had strength. Once at the interview, the boy clasped his fingers together and said that he had awakened his powers when he was on the brink of life and death and had improved them through rigorous daily training. The upset girls stood in front of the poster stand that had already sold out. The bright sun was shining on the Magic Academy. The girls were rushing to get into the classroom. Surrounding their classmate, they wanted him to hold their hand, hug them, or even marry them. Ryuji frowned. Mizuha said that she was very uncomfortable. Ruka supported her. Covering his head with his hands and gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this was really annoying him. Minato suddenly stood up from his chair. The boy left the office through the window, landed in the courtyard, and ran out of the academy. Remembering how SH Shogo said that raising his popularity would attract talented guys to the ranks of the special forces, the boy nervously pursed his lips and promised himself not to fall for such a lie again. A crowd of people ran after him. The student asked them to leave him alone. Once home, Ruka asked how her friend was doing. Sitting at the table, the protagonist sighed heavily. The move was complete. The room was shining with cleanliness. Satisfied, putting her hands on her hips, Mizuha said that they cleaned up here while their friend was running from fangirls. Her older sister noted the fact that the girl did most of the work. Minato apologized for having to do this and thanked them. One of the rooms was done in an Asian style. In another, all the interior items were pink. The third room was furnished minimalistically. Now the heroes live in a large apartment where everyone has their own spacious room. The sisters looked at each other, thinking that the previous apartment was also fun and that now, unfortunately, they will not see their cute sleeping friend. Blushing with embarrassment, they decided not to think about such things anymore. The guy took his phone out of his pocket. Standing on the balcony, he answered the phone. Takagami wanted to know if he had any problems after that fight. Leaning on the railing, the young man answered that everything was fine and said that he had encountered a not very pleasant situation. The old woman laughed, asking if popularity had caught up with him in this time too. Returning to the apartment, the student said that the woman could always turn to him if she needed help, because no one except her knew his true identity. Standing by the window, his old acquaintance promised to tell her if something happened. They said goodbye. Takagami fell to her knees. In her hands was a frame with a photo. Looking at the photo of her family, she wondered what she should do next. In front of the large building of the training ground of the capital's police department, a crowd of students in white uniforms stood. The purple-haired boy smiled happily, shouting that he was happy to see the Ruka and Mizuha sisters in person, and the green-haired girl put her hands together, saying that Minato would come too. The two sisters looked at the huge crowd of students and concluded that the newcomers this year were so numerous due to the popularity of the protagonist. The girls closed their eyes. Ruka put her hand on her waist, saying that she would see how long they could last, and Mizuha said that they came to hell of their own free will. Minato walked on the green grass. The students turned around and shouted in admiration that the protagonist was even more handsome in real life. Minato's sweat dropped and thought that words alone would not be enough to calm the newcomers. A bright multicolored glow appeared around him. The students were knocked down by the strong wind and were frozen, unable to move. Minato closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they had finally calmed down. The protagonist raised one hand and said that he was glad to welcome the new faces to their squad, and usually he would give the new ones a light training session. But in this case it was not necessary since they were all so motivated. The students quickly ran, attacking the targets with magic. Minato was surrounded by a yellow protective barrier, shouting that they would not be able to defeat the monsters with such an attack. The students fell to the ground, saying that the protagonist must be testing their strength. The black-haired girl frowned, expressing her displeasure at Minato's nagging, and another student touched her face, asking who could even endure such a training session. Mizuha opened her mouth loudly and shouted that she was not done yet. A powerful stream of water appeared next to the protagonist. Ruka and Mizuha attacked him. The other students fought, creating seals of different colors. The two students turned pale and widened their eyes in shock, not understanding how this was even possible. Minato put one hand on his waist and shouted that their training was over for today, and the sisters along with Ryuji fell to the ground tiredly. The protagonist raised one hand and turned around, saying that in 5 minutes he asked everyone to gather in the measuring room to see their magic levels. Minato began to walk away, and the students looked after him, not understanding how he was still able to stand. Ryuji scratched his head, saying that he was not able to properly damage the protagonist. Mizuha said that they needed to react to the attacks faster, and Ruka added that she needed to increase the speed of activating magic. The dark-haired boy raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, saying that they were exactly the same, and the blonde-haired boy covered his face with his hands, saying that he didn't imagine the Ruka sisters and Mizuha like that. Mizuha smiled and clenched her fist when it turned out that her magic power was 120,000. Ruka frowned and raised her hand. Her power was 118,000. Ryuji grinned contentedly. His magic power was 105,000. Karin raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard that her power was exactly 100,000. Shigo smiled smugly. His power was 112,000. The dark-haired boy clenched his fists, shocked, saying that they were all 100,000 ahead of everyone else, which was the level of a magic aristocrat. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that Mizuha came here with a magic score of 2,000, and she achieved this level by training every day. The youth sweated, asking if they could become like that, and Minato answered with a smile that it all depended on them. The students raised their hands, frowning tensely. Minato touched his face and thought that Mizuha and the others could easily deal with any demon now. The protagonist imagined the demon chieftain and thought that they could even withstand him if they fought together. The two sisters smiled happily, and Minato thought that they had all become strong. The protagonist looked at his palm and thought that this was not enough, however, because the devil had not been defeated yet. Shigo placed his hand on Minato's shoulder and asked if he could talk to him. The protagonist frowned in displeasure and said that he had a bad feeling about this. There were many people in the spacious room with a red carpet. Minato was adjusting his black jacket. He furrowed his brows furiously and thought that his expectations were met. Shogo smiled and raised his hand, apologizing to the protagonist. Minato put his hands on his waist and turned away, saying that they cooperated well without this, and Shogo replied that the police had gained universal recognition after the case with the Dark Lords, so they wanted to improve their relationship. Minato closed his eyes and touched his forehead, thinking about how he was supposedly a captain and could not refuse the invitation. Shogo put his hand in his pocket and smiled when the protagonist said that at least the suit suited him, and Shogo replied that he was used to dressing formally. Ryuji frowned and adjusted his bow tie, saying that this did not apply to him, and Minato said with a smile that the suit showed off his figure well and that he looked good. While Ryuji was trying to figure out if it was a compliment or sarcasm, Shogo turned around and waved at someone. Mizuha fixed her hair and apologized for being late. Ruka furrowed her brows and said that they were late because they spent a long time choosing what to wear. Karin smiled, surprised by the large number of guests. Mizuha approached the boys, asking if she looked any different in such a suit, and Minato confirmed that she did. Mizuha blushed and opened her mouth when the protagonist said that she looked cute because the soft and gentle design of the dress perfectly conveyed her personality. Ruka tried to hide her blushing face when Minato said that the color of her dress reflected her calm personality and the style emphasized her figure and made her look older. Karin smiled happily when she heard Minato say that everything about her look was harmonious, from the calm green color to the light style with embellishments. The girls turned away, blushing with embarrassment. Ryuji gritted his teeth in displeasure and frowned, thinking that the protagonist did not even realize how his praise affected everyone. Minato turned around when someone stamped their foot and said that he came after all. The girl with red hair crossed her arms, two men stood behind her. The protagonist smiled, saying that he did not expect to see Hinata in a dress, but it definitely showed her wild nature, and the girl screamed that this praise sounded disgusting. Hinata walked away, screaming that she did not want to see Minato anymore. The protagonist looked at the long-haired man and said that he did not expect to see him here. The man closed his eyes and turned away, saying that he did not throw words to the wind. The two sisters approached Minato, apologizing for their father. A girl in a black dress walked through the room. The protagonist frowned tensely. He looked after the stranger. Guests were standing around the round tables as a loud voice announced that the main characters of the event would now be invited to the stage one by one. The main character and his companions were standing on the stage. Hinata was also standing there with her companions, who represented the magical aristocracy. A man in black pants was standing on the stage. He was the founder of the magical aristocracy and the head of the Magic Association. The man named Hifumi frowned, and his daughter Kuro was smiling next to him. Minato sweated and thought that he had met this old man before in Dotonbori. Kuro was smiling, standing behind her father. The girl was wearing a black dress with gloves. Hifumi walked up to the microphone and introduced himself. The guests were holding glasses of red wine in their hands as the man said that their country was currently being shaken by disasters and monsters. Hifumi raised his hand and shouted that if they worked together with the special magic squad, they would be able to overcome all these obstacles. Behind the man stood Hinata and her companions, and Hifumi said that the magical aristocrats had always fought for the preservation of this country, and so they should continue to do their best to protect and prosper their society. The man spread his arms out wide, and the audience applauded him. The protagonist looked away and thought that Hifumi's speech was good and concise, although usually the upper class spoke in a very confusing and grotesque manner. Hiro looked at Minato. The girl smiled. Hifumi raised one hand and said that from now on he wished to work with a special magical squad to protect the citizens of Japan from any threat that befell him. The man closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he relied on Minato. The protagonist shook Hifumi's hand and said that he would be happy to work with him. The old man frowned, and Minato thought that he had a huge reserve of magical energy, indicating that he was still training. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought with a smile that he had not changed at all. About 50 years ago, there was a crowd of people in the training grounds for magicians. Minato raised his hand and ordered the student to attack him from any distance, and they could even team up, but it would hardly help them. Hifumi furrowed his brows and shouted for Minato to not mock them. Shizuku raised her hands and furrowed her brows, telling the youth to watch his language because the protagonist was a living legend who should be given due respect. The cadets raised their hands and Hifumi turned away, saying that he would wipe the smug grin off Minato's face even if he was a sage. The youth raised his hands and shouted for the protagonist to die. The cadets created streams of magic. The protagonist raised one finger and closed his eyes, sighing, saying that it was a very mediocre strike. Hifumi furrowed his brows and shouted that he couldn't be stopped by first-tier magic. Minato released many wooden spears. The spear pierced the water stream. Hifumi furiously gritted his teeth in pain. The projectiles attacked each cadet. They fell to the ground, and Shizuru said that the fourth tier is not comparable to the first tier spell. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that he was still holding back, and usually after the first training, many of the cadets refused to continue training. Minato guessed that this time no one will remain. The brown-haired boy wrinkled his nose and shouted loudly that he was just getting started. Hifumi stood up, holding his injured hand. Minato looked at him in surprise, saying that he was stronger than expected, and Hifumi replied that he could not be defeated with such weak spells. Shizuhu stood up and said that she could still fight too. Minato smiled and thought that they were not so bad. The cadets rushed into battle, shouting that they would fight with all their might now. They were lying on the ground in front of the protagonist. Shizuo raised her head, saying that Minato was too strong. The protagonist frowned and thought that the rest of the cadets had left, and that he would probably never see these two again either, although they had lasted for quite a long time, which was not bad for a first training session. Minato began to walk away, saying that this was it for today and that they could go home. The protagonist closed his eyes when a purple beam of light appeared next to him. Hifumi was standing on his feet, his head down. The youth gritted his teeth and said that he could still fight, and that this training would not end until Minato fell to this ground. Hifumi fell. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he had a great attitude, and that Hifumi would become one of the strongest magicians of their time. Shizuo sat down and Minato thought that she had decided to take advantage of the moment while he was distracted by Hifumi and attack him from behind. Hifumi gritted his teeth and the protagonist said that there were finally some interesting talents in the Mage Association. The youth furrowed his thick eyebrows, saying that he would make Minato fall before him. The protagonist smiled and said that he would look forward to it. Minato looked at Hifumi and thought that he really had become the strongest mage of the modern era and he would like to reveal his true identity to the man. Minato remembered how Takagami raised one finger, forbidding him to reveal his secret, and thought that he should not draw more attention to himself. They stood silently on the stage. The man in the black suit smiled and said that this was the end of the welcoming part of the evening. Minato took his glass in his hand, thinking that he could go now, when suddenly someone approached him and asked if he could spare a minute of his time. Hiro smiled and introduced herself. The girl placed her hand on her chest and said that the protagonist had caught her interest and it would be an honor to talk to him. Minato smiled and asked if Kiro was a mage, and the girl replied with a smile that it was true, but she was nowhere near the protagonist's level. Kiro had a purple glow around her and Minato thought that she really didn't have much magical energy and perhaps had a limited ability with the elements. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that for some reason Kiro made him feel strangely wary. The girl smiled and said that she felt like fate had brought them together. While Kiro and Minato were talking, Ruka closed her eyes, saying that they were just colleagues and that they were not allowed to eavesdrop. Kiro shook the protagonist's hand and said that she hoped to meet him again. They held hands. The girl touched her chin and smiled mysteriously. Kiro closed her eyes and said with a laugh that Minato really was amazing. She then turned around and said goodbye to the protagonist. Minato looked at his hand in silence. The protagonist sat at the table with the girls crowding around him, thinking that just when he thought his life had gotten better, everything went back to normal again. The woman with glasses smiled and said that she would introduce a new transfer student today. A girl in brown shoes entered the classroom. Kiro walked up to the teacher and introduced herself. Minato raised his eyebrows in shock and began to sweat. The students smiled and said that Kiro was the one who was on TV yesterday during the meeting of the magical aristocrats with the special forces. The seat next to Minato was empty, and the teacher told Kiro to sit there. The girl bowed and smiled. The protagonist put his head on his palm, asking if she had planned this from the beginning, and Kiro replied that she was glad they met again. Minato furrowed his brows and looked at the girl silently. The boys surrounded Kiro, asking her many questions, and the girls also came up, wanting to invite Kiro to a cafe after school. Minato crossed his arms, standing at the board, and Mizuha said that she did not expect Kiro to steal all the attention. Ryuji and Ruka entered the classroom, and the boy asked what this all meant. The girl crossed her arms, saying that they resolved all the conflicts with the magical aristocrats, and Ryuji said that he hoped that they were not up to no good. Minato crossed his arms. Kiro smiled, talking to her classmates. Mizuha raised her eyebrows in shock, asking what this meant. Skogo looked at the tablet in his hand and said that Kiro would be joining their squad from now on. The black-haired boy raised his eyebrows in shock, and the other student rubbed his chin, asking why a girl would want to join the special squad. Skogo raised his hand and said that in order to smooth things over between the special magic squad and the magic aristocracy, it was decided to enroll Kiro here, and her joining should strengthen their friendship. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that she was grateful for the opportunity to join the special squad. Mizuha, Ryuji, and Ruka silently looked at each other. Mizuha shook Kiro's hand and said with a smile that they were glad to see her. Skogo leaned towards Minato, saying that he only received this order now and therefore did not have time to warn him, and the protagonist replied that the magic aristocracy wanted to cooperate with them, so it was an expected move on their part. Shigo put his hand on his chest and said that this was expected of Minato. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that what was more important was how Kiro performed during training. Minato ran quickly, shouting at the students behind him to become better versions of their past selves. Mizuha, Ryuji, and Ruka ran after him. The protagonist kicked off the ground with his foot, shouting that today's training would be much more serious. He He jumped forward. Mizuho furrowed her brows and shouted that she would not give up. The students stopped, sweating profusely, saying that they could no longer run. Kuro ran past the student with green hair. Mizuho's mouth dropped open in shock when she saw her next to her. Kuro passed her, smiling, saying that she would run forward. Mizuho, with a drop of sweat running down her cheek, shouted that she would not give up so easily. Minato created 3 yellow circles and shouted for the students to push themselves beyond their limits and show their best. Ryuji, Mizuho, and Ruka also created seals. Kuro smirked and turned around. They were doing push-ups with tires, gritting their teeth from the effort. The protagonist had a huge stack of tires on him. Minato stood up and announced a break. The students were lying on the ground. Mizuho raised her eyebrows, saying that she probably would never get used to this kind of training. And Ryuji, who was lying next to him, said that his muscles would give out at this rate. Kuro fixed her hair and asked if they were taking a break. The girl smirked and said that she was still full of strength. Mizuho opened her mouth in surprise, not understanding how Kuro could still stand, because even they still weren't used to this kind of stress. Minato crossed his arms and asked if Kuro thought this was too much. The girl closed her eyes and smiled, saying that it was a fairly balanced workout. She pictured a muscular man with a barbell, saying that physical exercise helps keep the body in shape. Kuro pictured the 3 mages, saying that releasing magic pushes the soldiers beyond their limits, and that they will increase the rank of their spells. The blonde boy raised his hand, and Kuro added that you can only get stronger if you harden your body. The girl smiled, saying that the screams also motivated them in their own way. Kuro closed her eyes, saying that in a real fight, the enemy will not wait for you to get ready, because they will take your life without a shadow of a doubt. The protagonist turned to her, saying that it was right, and the girl brought her hand to her face, saying that she was the daughter of Hifumi himself. Mizuho extended her hand forward, smiling, saying that she admitted her defeat, and the others also expressed their admiration. Kuro clapped her hands and said that each of them was strong in their own way, and in a special squad it was important to rely on others, so she would gladly do so in battle. The girl raised her hand and said that she had some questions for Minato. Mizuho's sweat dropped and pursed her lips, thinking that Kuro was so beautiful that she was popular not only among men but also among boys. Ruka touched her chin and thought that Kuro was much stronger than them, which meant that the protagonist could rely on her. Ryuji looked at the 2 sisters in confusion, who had decided that they would not give Minato to Kuro. Mizuho looked at the protagonist and Kuro. Hinata was kneeling. Even after peace was established between the Special Magic Squad and the Magic Aristocracy, the number of disasters did not decrease. There were people standing in the middle of the destroyed city. Fortunately, the Magic Aristocracy quickly responded to the appearance of disasters. A map of Japan was visible. Now branches of the Special Squad appeared in all major cities, which greatly reduced the damage from disasters. Minato looked straight ahead, thinking that disasters still continued to appear, so they should be on guard. Hinata fought monsters using fire. The girl put her hand on her waist and shouted that they were finally done. The 2 men smiled happily, praising Hinata, who smiled contentedly. Mizuho ran up to the protagonist, saying that Hinata had destroyed the last monster. Minato smiled and said that she had become even stronger. Hinata frowned and said that she would defeat the protagonist one day. The man in the beige coat approached Minato, apologizing for Hinata's behavior, but the protagonist replied that he was used to it. As they talked, Hinata turned away and frowned in displeasure. She crossed her arms. Mizuho was talking to Kuro. Minato looked away and said that Kuro was not that close to the other nobles, and the man explained that it was because everyone was afraid to get involved with the Mume family. He raised his hand and waved, saying that it was time for them to leave. Kuro approached Minato and said she wanted to ask him something. Ruka and Mizuho watched them tensely. Kuro smiled and asked if the protagonist would go on a date with her. It was a sunny day, and the protagonist was walking through Shinjuku Station. Behind him, the guys were discussing how they should have gotten that girl's number, but they weren't up to her level. The protagonist looked ahead. The guys were going crazy discussing Kuro's beauty. One of the guys was telling his friend to go hit on her. The black-haired girl was looking ahead. Minato began to push through the crowd. He approached Kuro and asked how long she had been waiting, and the girl said she had just arrived. The guys looked at the couple with annoyance and said that Kuro was busy, but one of the guys recognized the protagonist as one of the captains of the special forces. They were completely dejected and realized that they were a couple of celebrities. Someone said that it was logical that such a girl would date a guy of her level. The couple walked forward. The hero began to ask what all this was about. Did she really want to ask him out on a date? Kuro smiled and said that she was found out very quickly. She said that she didn't know the area well, so she wanted the hero to show her around. Everyone looked at the girl with admiration, The hero said that she could have asked the girls about it, but Kuro said that she wanted to be alone with the hero, so she chose a date as an excuse. Minato looked around awkwardly and mentally said that she could have come up with something else because everyone was looking at them very strangely. Kuro bowed and said that she was the daughter of the head of the magical aristocracy, and wherever she went, people avoided her because of her family's status. Minato looked at the girl. She said that the hero was different. Kuro put her hands behind her back, smiled, and said that this was the first time she had met someone who didn't care about her status. Minato didn't look away and said that he only cared about what was inside a person. That's all. Kuro turned around and laughed. She smiled and said that the hero was a unique person. Someone was watching the couple as they walked. Mizua, who was in disguise, looked around the corner and thought that she had to watch him again. She cursed herself. She looked at her sister and thought that she didn't want to leave them alone. Her sister was watching from behind a banner. Mizua covered her mouth in shock and wondered if she was also watching Minato. She didn't expect that from her. Her hand was chewing on a bun, showing that Mizua was surprised that she had managed to buy something to eat. She realized that there was no way she could make a mistake and she had thought everything through carefully. Mizua ran out into the street, deciding that in any case she needed to keep an eye on Minato, because if she was distracted by others, she would be immediately exposed. Ruka caught up with her sister and they looked at each other in surprise. They ran forward. Ruka asked what Mizua was doing here, but her sister had the same question for her. Minato turned around abruptly. The couple froze. The girl asked if something was wrong, but the hero said that he just heard it. The sisters hid behind the bear statue. They said that it was close, and even though they suppressed their magical power, the hero still felt them. Mizua looked at her sister excitedly and said that they were in the same boat. Ruka looked at her sister seriously and said that it was a good observation. The sisters looked at each other meaningfully. Hiro smiled shyly. The hero said that she wanted him to show her around, but where exactly she wanted to go, she said that she wanted to go to places that are popular among couples. The couple came to the park. They were watched from the bushes. The sisters watched Kuro sniffing perfume. They were watched in the cafe. Kuro looked at the hero and asked what couples do after a walk. Minato looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and said that they can go eat, chat, or play slot machines. Kuro gasped and supposed that it all depends on the person. The sisters frowned. They did not hear what the couple was talking about. Kuro sipped her coffee and said, "This is what it's like to be on a date." She put the cup down. She looked at her and asked, "Why waste time on such a thing?" She looked at the people around her, asked, "Why look at anything? Sit and eat together. What is all this for?" Minato raised his hand and said that these things in themselves do not have a clear meaning. The girl looked at him and said that she did not understand him, asked why people do this. Minato looked at the happy couples around him, said that it is not what you do that matters, but who is next to you. Because even the most banal things in the company of a special person can reveal themselves from a different side. That is why people do them together. Minato closed his eyes. Kuro asked if this is really the point of a date. He said that this is just his opinion. He looked slyly at the girl and asked if this walk was worth the time spent. Kuro looked into the glass and said yes rather than no. Minato was glad to hear it. Kuro thought about it and said that her words and actions often put others in a stupor, but the hero does not perceive them as something strange. She smiled shyly and said that Minato is a wonderful person. Ruka and Mizua were shocked, began to think why she gave him a compliment and make guesses. Minato smiled and said that he would take these words as a compliment. Two girls looked at them and began to happily say that they had already seen them somewhere. Minato stood up and said that it was time for them to go. Kuro laughed and said that he was right. After a while, Kuro looked at the hero with gratitude and thanked him for a pleasant time together. The hero was glad that she was satisfied. Kuro put her hand on her chest and suggested that they walk again later. The sisters looked around the corner. Minato said that he did not mind. He smiled and said that he would like to get to know Kuro better. The sisters looked at him in bewilderment. The girl laughed playfully and said that it was bold of him to say such a thing, but he was lucky that their desires coincided. She turned around and said goodbye. Mizua put her palm on her chest, mentally asking if the hero really liked her. Ruka looked down sadly and mentally said these are the kind of girls that attract the hero. Minato turned around and walked forward. He looked ahead gloomily. The couple glowed with auras. After a while, Ryuji hovered over the hero and began to ask how his date went. He hugged the hero, who began to ask why such an interest. Ryuji said that they were friends and it was natural to ask such a question. Minato began to leisurely say that it was not a date. They just walked around the neighborhood, ate, and then parted. Ruka and Mizua looked at the hero sadly. Kuro was talking with her friend. Ryuji frowned. The hero hoped that this would not spoil their relationship in the squad. Ryuji looked at the hero in a manly way and told him to be brave. SH Chigo and Minato stood in front of the audience. SH Chigo said that they were going to talk about the current situation. He looked at the paper and said that at the moment, thanks to the operational work of their special squad, the number of disasters caused by monsters has decreased significantly. Said that after the collapse of the Black Knights, the number of illegal magicians has decreased. The shadow magicians led by the shadow-bearing suit have also disappeared. The white-haired girl looked at her phone and said that there was less and less news on the internet. Mizua decided that their popularity had passed. Minato thought that now the police would be responsible for illegals, since there were no more shadow mages. Minato looked at the class and said that it was too early to relax. He asked them to remember that Japan's safety lies on their shoulders. Everyone shouted yes in unison. After a while, Minato lay on his bed and thought that the special forces' efficiency had increased, but their relationship with the magical aristocracy left much to be desired. He knew that something had to be done about it. Minato looked at the ringing phone. He sat down and answered. Leona looked into the void and said that she had obtained information about Kuro, and Tajikami asked if the hero could talk now. Minato stood up and said that he was listening. He introduced Kuro. The detective said that she would tell about her first, said that Hifumi is not her biological father. She was adopted several years ago. Her parents died in a car accident, so he took this girl for himself. Minato looked out the window, asked if she had studied at a school with a magic focus before. The detective said that she transferred right after her candidacy was approved for membership in a special magic squad. Judging by her data, her abilities are above average. The hero began to remember the girl. The detective was busy in the kitchen and said that the girl gives the impression of a very calm girl. But this is only at first glance. Said that Kuro was very popular for some time. She put the phone on the counter. She looked ahead and asked Kai to help set the table. The boy ran to her. Minato smiled. Leona was talking to her brother. He shouted that she was too worried about him. He took a plate of vegetables. Leona said that she was distracted and asked where they were. The hero introduced Tajikami. Leona said that she had a daughter and grandchildren, but they had not communicated for a long time. Minato frowned and asked why. The girl said that they lived abroad. The hero turned sharply at the sound and asked to wait a minute. He greeted the sisters, returned to the phone and said that Leona can continue. She said that there is almost no information about the Tajikami family and everything is very superficial. Kai sat down at the table. The hero asked if this was done intentionally. The girl suggested that she might not have been looking well, so she will dig further. Both smiled. The hero said thank you for your help and apologized for distracting them. Leona said that considering how much he had done for her, she still has a lot of work to do. Minato said goodbye until they meet again. Kai looked at his sister happily and asked if she had just spoken to the black-robed mage. His sister asked why he thought so. She looked at her brother in surprise, who said that she looked very happy now. She patted the boy on the head and asked if it was true. The general looked ahead sullenly and said that he needed to get information about the hero, so he called them. Tajikami silently looked at the floor. The general nervously adjusted his glasses and said that they needed to uncover the secret of his powers, because they could not continue to lose to the special squad. Tajikami looked at the old man and said that she understood his feelings, but the general interrupted her and noted that she was in a close relationship with the hero and asked if something had happened between them. Sweat ran down the woman's face. She smiled awkwardly and suggested that the hero saw her as his grandmother, which was why he treated her with such warmth. The general stood up and said okay. He pointed at her and said that she had no choice anyway, since they were bound to each other by the same fate. Tajikami nodded and said that she understood that. Meanwhile, Minato was looking at the special squad. Shigo ran towards them while the hero was about to start training, but the guy asked him not to start yet. Out of breath, he showed the hero the tablet and said that the magic unit of the US Army had arrived in Japan for negotiations, since their superiors wanted to personally see their training. The sisters looked at each other. Mizua said that they were the elite of the magic world. Ruka said warily that they were considered some of the most powerful magicians. Ryuji was surprised that they were interested in their special squad. Minato thought about it, told himself that 50 years ago the level of magic training in the USA was significantly lower. Had they really advanced so quickly in such a short time? Shigo looked at the squad and said that their popularity had long gone beyond Japan, especially after the battle against the magician in black. Kuro smiled slyly and said that they were interested in a specific person. Everyone fell silent. Minato looked away thoughtfully. Shigo pointed at him and suggested that there were other reasons for their visit to Japan, said that now disasters were happening not only in Japan but all over the world. Maybe they wanted to share their experience with them and offer countermeasures to fight monsters. Someone shouted that they had not come for this. Everyone shuddered. The man in the jacket walked forward. He was pumped up. A healthy mustachioed man surrounded by pumped up soldiers walked towards the squad. Everyone looked at the soldiers from the magic unit of the US Army in fear. The students asked what kind of frightening power this was. The mustachioed man, blazing with aura, hung over the hero. Two powerful auras of these two collided with each other. The sisters covered themselves from the incredible pressure of magic in the air. They thought that they could barely stand on their feet. The mustachioed man angrily looked to the sides. He raised his hands above the hero. The sisters screamed. The big guy hugged the hero and began to laugh, said that they finally saw each other. He looked at the hero in surprise. He began to examine him from all sides. He felt his hands and said that his body did not stand out with anything special, asked how then he survived such dangerous battles. Minato waved his hand in irritation and asked if he could let him go. The big guy looked slyly at the hero and said that he was Major of the 1st Magic Division of the United States, Aaron Anderson. He was also the director of the Scientific Research Institute of Magic of the United States Army. Minato looked at Anderson in surprise and noted that it was there that they studied the occurrence of disasters and the nature of magic. He smiled, pointed at the squad and said that he was the captain of the Special Magic Squad, said that these people. Anderson interrupted him and extended his hand forward, said that his squad did not need an introduction, because the fame of these soldiers went far beyond Japan, so he knew everything about them. Everyone began to exchange joyful glances. Minato frowned and thought that because of the conflict with the magic aristocracy, the research of magic ceased and his knowledge was already outdated by about 50 years. He decided that their meeting was a great opportunity to learn something new. He happily looked at the major and clarified he was an expert on monsters and disasters, asked if he could answer a few of their questions. The soldiers looked at the hero warily. A powerful aura went from them towards the squad. Minato calmly looked at them. The squad fell to the ground. Everyone wondered what kind of murderous pressure it was. They understood that the soldiers surpassed them in magical abilities. The major angrily asked to stop. The soldiers frowned and froze. The aura disappeared. The big guy smiled and asked to forgive these fools who do not think about the consequences at all, said that the army men are very cautious by nature. Minato succeeded and said that he felt a pleasant breeze coming from them. Anderson cheerfully wanted to hit the hero on the back. He dodged. Anderson irritably began to ask if the hero really compared the magical pressure from his soldiers to a breeze. He stood in front of him and asked what the hero was interested in. He apologized for the fact that his question may seem stupid, but he was interested in what monsters are and why disasters shake their world. He said that if the major had any research results, he would be happy to listen to them. The major raised a finger and said that there are many theories, but he is of the opinion that monsters are a magical life form. He said that the disaster was a phenomenon that transferred the monsters to their world. He said that the magical power of the creatures was different from their natural one. Recent research has proven this theory. He said that initially their appearance could be determined by the changes in the environment when their magic acted on it. He said that it was a fairly plausible theory. Minato looked at the major. He said that this theory remained unproven until now, but the magic in the atmosphere during the disaster coincided with that which fills the bodies of the monsters. He said that this theory was also confirmed by the process of their death, because then their body disintegrates into magical particles that are emitted into the atmosphere. The hero introduced the magical beasts. Anderson said that on the one hand, monsters are essentially the same living organisms as other creatures, but they do not have physiological needs for food, sleep, and copulation. In other words, they are still different from people. The major was philosophical, casually showing his muscles. He said that there was no exact answer to this question, but there was a theory that monsters react to the magic inside their bodies. Anderson crouched down and said that America was not so badly shaken by disasters 50 years ago. He jumped up and said that they had almost no information, but after disasters there were many recorded cases when people who survived them acquired magical abilities. Anderson began to pump up the press and said that this still happens to this day. Recently, due to advanced technology, research has advanced far ahead. For example, after a disaster, the magic that remained in the atmosphere is absorbed into their ecosystem. He began to squat with the soldiers and said that the same thing happens at the moment when a person defeats a monster. Then their magical power not only dissolves in the atmosphere, but also penetrates their bodies. Mizuha opened her mouth in surprise, remembered that the hero told the same thing, and began to think where he knew this from. Minato said seriously that there was a case when a monster itself provoked a disaster. Anderson's sweat dropped and said that he received a message about this incident. But such a case is 1 in a million. He assumed that it was some kind of anomaly. Minato folded his arms on his chest. He remembered the demons and decided that he did not agree. The major approached the hero and said that such a phenomenon could have a right to exist. When a whole group of monsters tries to strengthen one entity, Minato asked, "Has this really happened already?" Anderson looked at his hand and said that they conducted similar experiments in which the leader was not immediately killed, but left under observation. He remembered the experiment area and said that new individuals appeared for some time, but then their growth stopped when they tried to kill them. The influx increased again and reached the same mark as it was. If we talk about magical energy in the air, it did not change at all during this time. He recalled demons and said that there was a dependency in which monsters with a new catastrophe become stronger and more dangerous. But it is not worth ignoring a new catastrophe. He said that even in the worst possible case, in order to stop the tragedy, it is necessary to kill the leader, because then the powers of the other monsters will come to naught. Minato thought that his theory was correct. Experiments on monsters and catastrophes sounded interesting, but in the end they did not give any specifics. The shadow of the Major hung over Minato. He puffed and said that he could not ignore the strength of the hero, because few could boast of such power. He again spread his arms and asked to allow him to study the hero's body. He immediately refused. The Major looked at Minato with concern, while he turned away in irritation. He pointed at the big guy with his hand and asked what he knew about the magical aristocracy. Anderson assumed that his knowledge was too superficial. He introduced the men in cloaks and said that 50 years ago their country was not as powerful as it is now. They had requested support from the Japanese consulate but had never received a response. Minato looked away and thought that Japan was afraid to reveal its knowledge to neighboring countries because it did not want to lose to them on the world stage. In the end, America still surpassed them in magical innovations. He found it ironic. The Major laughed. The hero said that thanks to him he learned a lot and thanked him for sharing his knowledge with him. Anderson said that during the Great Japanese Disaster, Minato made a special contribution. For such a hero they owe honor to Japan. Minato shook his head and asked, was that not the only reason they came? The soldiers pursed their mouths. Anderson chuckled and said that the thing is, he wanted to feel the power of a hero on himself. Shigo looked at the Major indignantly and asked, didn't he come here to meet with the government? The Major said that he was not tired of these meetings with smug bigwigs. Shigo looked at him irritably and said that they were not informed that the Major wanted to spar. He asked the hero to say something. Minato folded his arms contentedly and said that if no one told about what happened, then he saw no reason to refuse. Anderson clenched his fist joyfully and said that he liked such determination. He suggested that they immediately take full advantage of this opportunity. Minato smiled and said that coming here without any request for sparring was quite presumptuous. The soldiers were covered in an aura. Anderson suggested that they see for themselves. Minato released energy and thought that this was a good opportunity to test the strength of the US mages. He wondered if they were really that strong. The Major pointed at the soldiers and asked them to fight them first. The squad looked at their opponents. The members of the squad began to say that if the big guy intended to send his subordinates into battle, then they would fight too. The Major waved his hand in front of Mizuha and said that he asked them not to get involved in this fight. Mizuha asked why in surprise. Anderson looked at her sternly and said that he was only interested in strong mages and asked if their magic was equal to the hero's magic. Mizuha looked down in displeasure. Minato said that this was a great opportunity to watch a demonstration fight. He looked at the students and said that they were teaching them to fight against monsters, not real mages, said that they would just find out what it was like. The students agreed in confusion. Anderson rubbed his chin and noted that the hero treated his comrades like students. He saw that the hero used every opportunity to teach them something. Minato released his energy again and suggested that they break through. The soldiers released their auras. Anderson looked at them sternly and said that they could begin the magic sparring. The soldiers took fighting stances in front of the hero. Everyone rushed from their place. Minato summoned magic circles. The soldiers were hit by beams. They surrounded the hero. Mizuha looked at the fight excitedly and said that they managed to close the distance so quickly even without using magic. Ryuji said that they were right in front of the hero in an instant. Minato smiled and said that it was not bad. One soldier was already approaching the hero to strike. Minato jumped back. He swung his leg. The soldier dodged, cast a spell, and a green circle appeared. He tried to poke it in the hero's face. Minato looked to the side. Attacks of different elements were flying at him. The hero did a somersault, dodging all the projectiles. He landed. The soldier was already kicking his face. The hero managed to block. Two soldiers summoned circles and directed them at the hero. A bunch of elemental attacks rushed at the hero. Minato summoned a 4th-tier anti-magic barrier. Mizuha leaned forward in alarm and said that Minato was only doing what he was defending himself. Ruka frowned tensely and said that although their magic rank was not high, their physical training and the speed of activating spells made up for this minus. The soldiers froze, looking at the wall of smoke. Ruka thought, this is what the magic division of the US Army is like. Minato looked at them and said that one should expect such training from the soldiers. He said that they were well trained. The students looked at the teacher with alarm. He said that in magic duels, magicians rarely use spells of mass destruction. He remembered other fights and said that unless the magician, of course, has incredible talent, therefore in normal cases they choose simpler spells that hit a single target. Everyone listened attentively. The hero said that since it takes time to prepare, you also need to consider the area of damage, and the mages themselves are very vulnerable to open combat, so even talented fighters prefer to use spells on a single target to avoid unnecessary risks. The soldiers again summoned circles. One tried to attack with fire, then the hero dodged a water attack. He put up a barrier against lightning. Anderson watched and noticed that the hero had time to fight and lecture his subordinates. He decided that such an attitude towards soldiers was disappointing. He clenched his fist and thought that it was time to end this fight. The soldier tensely cast circles. The major did not understand what he was doing and demanded that he just hit him. Green beams flew at the hero, but he easily dodged. The major folded his arms over his chest and began to think about what was happening. Minato easily dodged all the attacks. Anderson's eyes widened and he wondered why. Minato easily dodged. The major wondered why they could not even hit him. The soldiers were breathing heavily, while Anderson thought that it couldn't be that they hadn't even hit him once. He wondered if that was possible. Minato stepped forward, said that the incredibly precise movements and the excellent speed of activating the spells, he said that the soldiers had really shown him an incredible sight. Minato released his energy and said that it was his turn to hit them. He ran towards the soldiers, kicked one in the face. Another soldier looked at Minato in fear. He threw him back with a kick to the groin, kicked another in the legs, flew around the battlefield on a magic circle and kicked soldiers. One soldier managed to summon a magic circle. Minato put 3 against him. His subordinates flinched in surprise. Anderson tensed up. Minato was left standing among the fallen bodies. Anderson grinned, touched his head and asked how an ordinary schoolboy could defeat an entire elite unit. He would never have thought that he would see something like this. He spread his hands. Minato said that his soldiers were well trained. Anderson said that he was flattered by this compliment. Even though he had routed them dry, he asked who taught the hero such a fighting technique. Minato smiled and said that he was an ordinary self-taught man. Anderson began to laugh hysterically and hit the hero on the back. He began to take off his jacket and said that now it was his turn to demonstrate his strength. He took off his jacket. He showed his pumped-up torso and asked everyone to look at what a fan of fights he was. Minato smiled awkwardly and thought that the major liked to show off in front of everyone. Anderson clenched his fist and suggested that they begin this long-awaited fight. Minato became wary. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.